This young man was on his way home as usual. But today, for some unknown reason, a truck came speeding toward him. Luckily, the driver managed to swerve and crash into the roadside, saving Hyungu from a deadly fate. But life is unpredictable. Just as Hyungu quietly felt lucky, a high-voltage wire from the pole behind him hit earlier by the driver fell to the ground, electrocuting Hyungu and leaving him lying there helpless. Life sucks with no money and no talent. But I swear to God, today is the luckiest day of my life. That is what Hyungu thought before losing consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in the hospital. Since his injuries were minor, Hyungu was allowed to be discharged immediately. But the bad luck was that he had to pay the hospital fees before he could leave. Being poor is bad enough, but to top it off, on the way back, Hyungu could not help feeling frustrated dodging a speeding truck only to get shocked by a power pole. I still have to waste money even though I am dirt poor. I guess I should be glad I am not injured since my body is my only asset in this miserable world. I hope my brother and Hyun are both okay. Before long, Hyungu had arrived home. As usual, he scanned his fingerprint to unlock the door. Like this time, no matter how many times he scans, the system keeps showing an error. This biometric data must not be registered. This damn rental apartment. I swear I will move out as soon as I have the money, Hyungu said irritably. Just then his niece came to open the door. Seeing him, she greeted cheerfully. Uncle Hyungu, you are here. Hyun, have you been good? Hyungu said as he lifted the little girl into his arms. Yes. I have not caused any trouble. Hyungu boldly asked. Where is your father? I am Dungtaewoo, Hyungu's older brother, coming out of the room with a worried look, asking, I heard you went to the hospital. What happened? Nothing. I just tripped a little, Taewoo asked suspiciously. Are you sure you are not sick? Come on. I already said it is nothing. If I were really sick, I would have been admitted to the hospital already. That is right, Hyungu pointed towards the door, saying he thought it was broken because it said I was not registered. Huh, that is strange. What do you mean? Is our machine broken? This apartment is really old. Maybe so if this machine does not work at all but the system can be broken. The reason is, that machine uses the authentication algorithm from the God of War capsule Kafis. Hearing this, Hyungu broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, asking to confirm if the security device that handles payments for this apartment uses the same login data as Shinjin. Yeah, I do not know. Hyungu turned pale, immediately grabbed his pants, and ran to the capsule caf. After confirming his brother was right, he called the customer support of Shinjin to request login access again, but no matter how he explained, they still refused, believing he was trying to hack the account. Hyungu was angry but could not blame them. Biometric data refers to the unique biological traits of a person. Because it cannot be forged or altered, it is highly secure. In modern times, it is the best way to prove your identity. Biometric data changes. Even you find it hard to believe pointing the finger at them, but the problem is why it is not working. The reason is, it was fine just yesterday. Yesterday, Hyungu suddenly remembered the accident. Could it be because he was shocked? Just then, a message arrived on Hyungu's phone about the scheduled game mission time, making him even more desperate. It is all gone. I put all my money into raising that character. It is all gone. If this keeps up, the image of his older brother and his little niece appeared in Hyungu's mind. No, I can give up. Giving up on the war god is not an option for me. I should give up the dream of becoming a warrior and just be a miner working in the mines or something. If I work hard, at least I can earn enough money to cover my living expenses. I have a family to protect, and I need to make money. Pulling himself together, Hyungu asked Hyungu to prepare a larva for him, starting his journey to become the golden boy of the miners. The Divine War is rumored to be a better world than the real one, but Hyungu did not see much difference between the two. First of all, if you do not have money, you can't even start. Like now, although Hyungu was lucky to have an extra character creation card, he still had to spend $880 to create a character. All the items in this crowded game are super expensive, because many people want to live a peaceful life in this game world, even if it costs a fortune. There are only two ways to play well in a game where everything is random. Either you are extremely rich from the start, or you are incredibly lucky, and this time Hyungu falls into the second category. Please choose the god you will worship. Following the system announcement, a pile of cards appeared before Hyungu. Perhaps he had used real money to do this so many times before that he felt like he could see all their contents. He glanced at a corner wizard, warrior, assassin, and so on. These cards were all scattered. What did his rank matter anyway? After all, he was just going to be a craftsman. Just as Hyungu was about to press the character selection button, a shiny card caught his eye. Is that the Grand Mage? I am not hallucinating. Right, Hyungu instinctively reached out to touch the card, and the notification panel appeared immediately. Longchin has accepted you as the 82nd Mono. You have achieved the Grand Mage class. Midas. Level 1, God. Longchin. Rank. Legendary, because you worship Longchin, the Lord of Magic. You can learn all the magic in the world. Is this the Grand Mage class that Amor, the third ranked player in the Divine War, Had to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to obtain. Did I really get the rank of Grand Mage? Hyun-gu was still confused about whether he was dreaming or awake when not far away. The voices of 2 other players started to carry over. I am a warrior again. 3 times in a row as a warrior. Haha, why can't I be a Grand Mage? Hey. Keep dreaming. Legendary ranks like Grand Mage can only be achieved by the wealthy like Amor. My $2640. If this is really a miner's stealth mission, I need to level up quickly to go on a raid. That said, as he operated the system panel, he still felt a bit doubtful, or maybe it was just his imagination. I am sure this is just a temporary system glitch. It must be. Once reconnected, I only have the basic warrior class. After Hyun-gu pressed start on the tutorial challenge, the system panel immediately displayed. Tutorial challenge. Challenge level. Unidentified. Challenge information. Survive the monster appearing in the dungeon. Information hidden. Challenge reward. The title of Master Guide will be awarded to you if you survive more than 71 minutes. All stats are increased by 10. What is going on? Hyun-gu could not believe what he saw. Above the job card he just received was hidden information in the challenge window. A Master Guide. Is this hidden information in the tutorial challenge that no one cares about? The title is awarded if you survive more than 71 minutes, and it also grants 10 points to all stats. What the hell is this? While the lower rank only gets 5 points, this one gives 16, meaning you can level up 2 ranks in all stats just by completing the tutorial challenge. Hyun-gu kept running his hands through his hair, trying to accept the absurd truth unfolding before him. His actions made the people around him look at him with sharp eyes. What is wrong with him? I am sure he had to start over because his account was cancelled just like ours. He was shouting for help like that. After a while, Hyun-gu finally calmed down. You began to quietly calculate that you had spent 5 whole years in the Divine War but had never heard of the title Master Guide before. That means this is information no one has discovered yet. Makes sense. Not 60 or 70 minutes. But the condition is to survive for 71 minutes. Even those willing to test it found 71 minutes a bit too much. But if the hidden information I saw is correct, then my choice of the Archmage is not a system error. That is right. I have to record this. Hyun-gu quickly pressed the button to go back to the previous screen before the challenge began. In the Divine War, where good professions can only be obtained through money or luck, secret information is incredibly valuable. I have to pray this is not a dream. Hyun-gu and the other rookies were taken to the tutorial dungeon, at the sight of the giant supersized brains. The rookies, including Hyun-gu, could not help but feel terrified. What the hell is that? What kind of startup is this? How can we possibly defeat that thing? Hey! Calm down. Those monsters are not meant to be defeated. Hyun-gu silently agreed. That is right. Those monsters are not meant to be killed at level 1. Surviving 71 minutes here is no easy feat. Right after that, Hyun-gu saw the aggro indicators above the monsters slowly change from blue to red, and then they started frantically charging at the new players. For those who do not know, aggro is the sign that shows whether the player has been targeted by the monsters or not. In Hyun-gu's time, they lived in an era where the Divine War represented social values. Many people started playing the Divine War with different dreams, but in the end, they all said something similar. God War is too hard. Just a waste of money. The moment a newbie truly realizes this reality is in the tutorial dungeon. Back to the main story. The system now starts displaying instructions for the player. The tutorial ends if you die, damn it. The tutorial only ends when that monster kills us. I can't do it. Just die quickly so we can get to the main game. While everyone else was panicking and guessing about the mission, Hyun-gu remained much calmer. He ran while observing the snails chasing him from behind, marveling to himself, this is crazy. I can see the monsters' status windows and even their items. More importantly, I think I have figured out how the aggro indicator works. Blue means they are calm and have no intention to attack, but when it turns red, it means it has identified me as the attack target. The snail lunged at Hyun-gu, striking with its hand, but Hyun-gu easily dodged the attack without much effort, causing it to stop targeting him. Thanks to the monster status window, the aggro indicator, and 5 years of personal experience, escaping was no longer difficult for Hyun-gu. At that moment, Hyun-gu looked at the screen recording the events in the tutorial dungeon and silently concluded that it seemed no one else knew the hidden information like he did. The recording is smooth too. I am sure I can do it. Just 1 more hour. Wait for me. Turn on the tutorial. An hour later, Hyun-gu held his face and sighed as he left the dungeon. Oh god. What am I supposed to do now? Hyun-gu laughed excitedly. This is not a dream. Would you like to replay the video? Hyun-gu did not hesitate to choose yes. On the screen, he was seen crying tears of joy after completing the tutorial dungeon mission. In the end, he was tragically killed while being chased by snails, but he earned the title of Guide Master, received the ancient reward, and gained a boost to all stats. Most importantly, Everything proved that the profession system of the Great Mage is real. Hyengu was so excited that he almost got forced to log out of the Divine Battle because his heart was racing. The reason is that the Divine Battle takes player health very seriously and automatically logs out if the heart rate rises. Hyengu tried to take a deep breath to calm his emotions. Hakyu noticed this. He immediately ran over to ask with concern, "Why are you sighing so much? Did something happen in the game?" Well, after thinking for a moment, Hyengu replied, "I just feel discouraged because I have to start from a pile of junk." Starting from a pile of junk what? You have the mage class after all. Seems like it is not your account that got deleted. Haku laughed jokingly, seeing Hyengu's heartbroken and pained expression. I realized I had said too much and quickly tried to explain. Your account really was deleted. I'm sorry. I did not mean to upset you. Hyengu acted with all his heart, pretending to sigh and replied, "It is okay. It is all in the past." Then he got ready to enter the game again, saying he would be back. "So just keep going and remember not to tell anyone. I should have held back. Sorry." Haikyuu. The reason you had to lie to him is because you can't let anyone else know your secret. If the game developers find out about your ability, there is no way they will let it slide. Not to mention you will be bothered by those greedy spirit orbs. Maybe you accidentally got this skill because of yesterday's mess, but this is still a waiting opportunity, a rare chance that will change this poor life. He did not know how long this skill would last, but he was determined to use it well, for his brother and himself. Back in the game, Haikyuu was immediately taken to the beginner's tower. I have become a legendary archmage, one of fewer than 100 in the world. I still can't believe it, but first I need to level up and complete the quest. To do that, I need to go to the exploration team or not, Haikyuu thought as he tried wandering around. Suddenly, a huge question mark accompanied by a strange light glowing under a nearby tree caught his attention. A question mark is a challenge starting here. As Haikyuu approached the stump, a dog appeared. Remember, a legendary quest is the highest level mission in the Divine War. But now, seeing the radiant light right before his eyes, Haikyuu could be sure it was the legendary quest he had only heard about. Haikyuu patted his chest, trying to calm himself, but there was no way he could stay calm. Just finding this quest alone meant he no longer had to worry about this month's living expenses. Haikyuu knelt down, holding his head with both hands, laughing loudly, silently praising this incredibly lucky game. "I love it. I love this lucky game." 10 minutes later, Haikyuu finally calmed down. He cautiously crawled closer to the puppy to confirm the quest. As soon as he touched the question mark above the puppy's head, an information panel appeared. A weak and lost puppy. A poor little dog has lost its way and fallen ill. Hidden away. The name is lost. Quest level: legendary. Mission info: deliver the revival potion to the lost and weak puppy. Mission requirement: over 30 friendliness points with MP's Hayden. The task activation condition is to complete the preset mission of MP's Hayden involving the revival potion. Haikyuu initially guesses that the condition for carrying out NPC Hayden's revival potion mission is something he has never seen before. This must be a hidden quest that appears once certain conditions are met. Ignoring the hidden information, Haikyuu focuses on the basic details: a lost and weak puppy. A poor little puppy has lost its way and is sick, and its owner seems to be nowhere nearby. To others, it looks like this, and if I did not have the ability to see the hidden information, I would have passed it by like everyone else. But I found it, and it is mine. I will complete it. I won't let anyone else take it. Then, Haikyuu sighed quietly, thinking that to do that, he first had to stop by the Exploration Guild, because the Exploration Guild controls most of the quests in this area. I do not want anything to do with those bastards. But in this situation, there is no way to avoid it. Although there are many quests in Divine War, the higher the level, the lower the chance of quests appearing. The number of times they can be completed is limited. NPCs have a daily cap on the number of quests they can offer. In the end, those who accept quests to exchange them for in-game currency, as well as those who rush ahead of NPCs to monopolize them, appeared that is the Exploration Guild. Normally, it would be very difficult to control all NPCs in the game because other players would scatter and never stay in one place. After much thought, the place they targeted was the Novice Tower. Since the Novice Tower was created to help beginners adapt to the game, once they leave, they can never return. That means aggressive veterans do not exist. Gradually strengthening their forces using the Novice Tower as a base, they began expanding their services in various ways. They pretended to be kind to newcomers by giving them free equipment, helping them with quests, and so on to improve their image. Very quickly, even those who openly acknowledged the Expedition Guild began to appear. It is in a state where the developers claim they will not get involved in in-game issues. And just like that, the Exploration Guild became an official business. Hyengu was standing at the entrance of the Exploration Guild, rubbing his neck in frustration and complaining that these people were the reason he did not want to become a villain. As soon as he stepped inside, Hyengu went to the reception desk where a guild member enthusiastically explained that there are 3 main types of courses. The basic course is where you can receive quests without any waiting. The advanced course not only lets you take on missions but also offers equipment rental services. While the premium course provides escort assistance until the mission's end through a connection with one of our Expedition Guild escorts, payment can be made with in-game currency like gold and equipment. Besides that, we accept do, yen, and ear. Which course would you like me to recommend? Sir, Hyengu spoke up and chose the basic course. There were opponents who tried to deceive the Expedition Guild, but they were all rumored to have been dragged to the mining area and forced to repay their debts, because the Exploration Guild has also prepared services for the wealthy and powerful in the real world. The only way to escape their influence that extends beyond the game world is to abandon the character. Remembering this, Hyengu silently cursed, "These bastards are parasites embedded deep in the Divine War." The Expedition Guild member handed Hyengu the necessary items and said, "Here is the task list and confirmation note. Please take these and go to the corresponding location." Before long, Hyengu had arrived at the task location. There was already an Expedition Guild member guarding the peak spot. Hyengu approached and handed a piece of paper to the guild member. He took the paper, skimmed through it, then asked, "I see you have accepted the Iran mission for Hayden." Hyengu nodded and replied, "Yes. Please wait a moment while I check the mission details." "All right." With the member's approval, Hyengu approached MP Hayden and selected the mission for 10 original gems. Instantly, a long list of tasks and hidden information visible only to him appeared. It is so long that you have to look up high to see it all. There is a lot of information about tasks related to NPC Hayden at this level. However, the mission I need from this bunch has already been decided. The hidden mission related to the legendary quest, Hayden's original Goodwill project. Hyengu's gaze locked onto a quest board high above. The reward, 10. Hidden, tied to Hayden's original Goodwill project. With a puzzled look from the guild member, Hyengu kept his head tilted back, laughing dryly as he thought it through. I need to use a little trick to secretly take all the remaining linked quests from these guys and handle the easy hunting tasks first. Not long after, in a place within the forest, the system announced, "You have leveled up." Looking at the fallen soldiers on the ground, Hyengu stood nearby, quietly satisfied, saying, "It is still easy to fight soldiers without magic since my stats are high. A single rock is more than enough." Just then, a notification appeared. "The god you serve is closely watching your progress. The war dragon grants you an opportunity." Hyengu saw that the intense grinding time was something people without money could not even afford a return ticket for. It was a free chance every time a character reached a certain level, but so far no good skills had dropped. However, for Hyengu, who has the ability to see hidden information, nothing is truly random anymore. Special cards are even rarer here. Hongfin shouted loudly, and Hyengu started the intense grind. When he saw the results, he slumped to the ground and sighed softly. 90 out of 100 were just trash. Is luck something you are born with? I do not even have a single special card. Luckily, I have the offensive magic I used before. Hyengu touched a registration card glowing with purple light. The card immediately flipped over, revealing its information. You have acquired the skill Fire Spear, skill level rare. This means all the preparation steps are complete. Now, should I go get the remaining hidden quest? After some thought, Hyengu returned in peace Hayden to turn in the quest. As soon as he saw the guild member, he spoke up first, saying hello. The guild member asked, "Are you done already?" Hyengu nodded and replied, "Yeah, I guess so." The guild member assessed, "Seems like you are pretty skilled." Hyengu scratched his head and laughed, saying, "No way. Do you know I almost died just to kill one GOP soldier?" Hearing that, the guild member thought to himself, he can't even kill one GOP soldier properly. Is this person a complete newbie? I was wondering why they are so fast. Maybe they bought quest gear somewhere. He will soon become one of the top players in the Expedition Guild. Seeing the guild member stay silent, Hyengu smiled and pointed at NPC Hayden, signaling him to claim the reward and then turn in the quest. Huh. What? Why did you take all the shield soldiers? Your skill is impressive. Can you bring me the wrath of the shield soldiers that only a few of them possess? Hearing these words from NPC Hayden, the guild expedition member's face twitched in surprise, thinking, what? Meanwhile, Hyengu whispered happily, "Oh, the quest has appeared." Just seeing the expression on the guild member's face, Hyengu approached with a troubled look and asked, "The mission? I only bought 30 goblin pieces because no one sells just 10 at a time. Did you know I only needed 10 pieces for this mission? But this guy suddenly took all 30. I mean, forget the mission. I am not interested in things like that. Should not you have explained this to me beforehand? You should have told me since you are the ones selling the missions and taking my money. How do you plan to compensate for the 20 missing pieces to merge the soldiers?" The guild expedition member got scolded and was left speechless. In the end, he could only say, "I'm sorry, but this seal is your fault, so we won't compensate you. It is clearly stated in the contract. In case the customer does not follow the information we provide, all responsibility lies with the customer. You should have used only 10 summoning stones from the start." Right? Hyengu looked surprised and asked, "What? So I won't get any compensation and have to handle this mission myself?" "Yes." Hyengu asked again, so can I do whatever I want with this mission since it is my responsibility? Yes. Damn it. So unlucky. I ended up losing 20 fusion plates after all. The guild leader scolded him once. Hyengu sighed heavily and turned away. The expedition member who saw this breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I almost got into trouble with the guild leader. What he did not know was that the moment I turned away, I smiled quietly and thought, just as planned, now nothing can stop me. After running back and forth and exhausting himself completely, Hyengu finally completed the last step and brought the necessary item to NPC Hayden. Hayden took it and handed Hyengu a small bottle, saying, "Here, take this. This is the activation recovery tonic that I was able to create thanks to you." Taking the small bottle, Hyengu felt so happy he could cry. Finally, I can complete the legendary quest. My very first legendary quest. Hyengu did not wait and hurried to the puppy under the tree, pouring the activation recovery potion onto his hand, while giving the puppy a drink. He prayed, "If the one who is supposed to reward me is listening, please grant me a skill and let me become a billionaire in one step again." After using the activation recovery potion, the puppy regained its health, and a notification appeared before Hyengu. The nameless wolf now recognized you as its master. You have received the title of Master of the Divine Beast. The Divine Beast howled once. Hyengu collapsed to the ground crying. The Divine Beast could not be bargained with, and his story of becoming a billionaire in one step. Woof woof woof. The puppy's bark lifted Hyengu's spirits. He looked at the puppy and quietly asked, Are you a wolf?" Woof. Hyengu picked up the puppy and said, "It does not matter what you are. I just hope at least your stats are high." At this moment, a notification appeared. "Please name it." "I have to name it too." After a moment of hesitation, Hyengu finally spoke. "Lucky." As soon as Hyengu finished speaking, the puppy began to shine brightly. System notification. The nameless wolf has received a new life along with its new name. After Sang finishes talking, Hyengu once again observes the puppy. "This is," Hyengu shouted, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he was seeing. System alert. Your heartbeat is accelerating. The pressure to emerge has begun. Just as Hyengu stepped out of the cocoon, a young man called out teasingly, "Hey, it has been a long time. How have you been? I have not seen you around much lately." Hyengu seemed not to hear, covering his face with one hand as he kept walking. Seeing Hyengu not respond, another young man scolded him. "Hyengu, should not you at least say hello when you meet someone?" Hyukru spoke up to mediate, saying he has been like that ever since his mage account got suspended. The other guy hesitated a bit and said, "So, is that what happened? What does he plan to do then?" He invested all the money he had into that account. As for Hyengu, you really did not hear anything. All he can see in his mind now is the image from just before being forcibly removed from the game. I am not wrong, that dog is Fenrir. Thank goodness. Fenrir, the strongest divine beast in the divine war, cannot be defeated in close combat. After changing my class to mage, I can still get Fenrir. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I can't miss if things keep going like this. While Hyengu was thinking, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Hyengu calling. "Hey, Hyengu, I will buy a bride for you." Before Hyengu could finish speaking, the other end of the line was filled with Hyengu sobbing. "Uncle. My father." Hyengu's expression changed as he hurried to the hospital. Seeing him standing outside the room, crying and calling for his father, she quickly went over and hugged him, asking, "Hyengu, Hyengu, what is wrong?" At this moment, the nurse came over and asked if you are Deng Taiwu's guardian. He is experiencing low blood pressure because his heart function has weakened during the procedure. Don't worry too much because right now nothing is too serious. It is just that the patient has had a pacemaker before. He needs to ensure regular replacement of the pacemaker and also undergo rehabilitation therapy. He has not had a consultation with a specialist yet. Right, Hyengu replied. No, not yet. That night, outside the hospital room, watching Hyren asleep on a chair with her head resting on his lap, tears still lingering in the corner of her eyes, Hyenu clenched his fists and thought silently. Money. Money. It is all because of money in the end. I have no reason to hesitate anymore. Since I already have Fanry, I should sell all the information I have to make money and try to collect as many valuable items as possible. To do that, I need to level up the mage I have even faster. The next day, in the Divine War game world, at the rookie hunting area, Hyenyu appeared with Lucky, drawing the attention of other players. Look over there. So cute. Hearing that, Hyenyu quietly thought to himself, it is a divine beast puppy. You turn to look at Lucky. Just as I thought, it looks like a dog. I obtained 2 things after completing the mythic quest to heal Lucky. The need to recruit more squad members is gone because I have a teammate who can distract the monsters. That means I am free to play solo. If I level up a bit more from now, I will be able to go beyond the beginner zone. The difficulty of the hunt will increase drastically, but the rewards will be even better. And one more thing, the skill card that the god of mages Long Qian sent. Now, let us try drawing a random card and see what happens. System notification. Achievement completed. Will you accept a common skill card? Hainu pressed his without hesitation. Immediately, a flurry of cards flew around and arranged themselves into neat rows in front of him. Using his ability to see hidden information, Hainu easily identified the card he wanted among the face-down cards. I think it will appear a unique skill job card. Softly speaking, Hainu reached out and touched the card glowing red in the top row. The card then flipped over, revealing its information. Telekinesis. Skill level. Unique. Skill effect, can move objects with telekinesis. A spellcaster, a unique skill. Hainu nodded in approval, realizing it was also an exclusive ability. Extremely rare. As you know, psychokinesis uses invisible forces to move objects in the air in any direction, or in battles, to break the enemy's formations, and so on. This is a skill that only psychomancers can learn, even within the same group of mages, but that limit does not affect the great mages, who can learn every spell. Hein looked at Lucky happily and quietly asked, "Everything has been smooth from the start. Lucky, is it because of your name?" Lucky seemed not to understand what Hein Yu was saying, its dog face staring blankly at him. "Now let us go hunting again." Hein Yu laughed, then set the direction and led Lucky into the forest. Not long after, somewhere in the Gok Bin forest, 3 Gok Bin were walking when they came across a rabbit's corpse pierced by a claw. One of them approached and pulled the rabbit's body from the claw. At that moment, Lucky lunged and bit the neck of the Gok Bin, killing it instantly. The other 2 Gok Bin reacted, angrily roaring as they charged at Lucky. Lucky showed no fear and continued to rush forward to take down another goblin. The title of the strongest melee beast warrior was well deserved. Even though Lucky was still young, there was one last goblin. But before it could get close to Lucky, Hainu suddenly appeared and threw a fireball that exploded its head. The fight was over, and Lucky ran to Hainu's feet, jumping up and down with joy. Hainu smiled and said, "Hey Lucky, are those Gok Bin too weak?" "Of course, I used to be the star pitcher of the rookie team." The spring expedition was more challenging than Hein Yu expected. He was wondering whether to venture deeper into the forest. At that moment, the air suddenly grew tense. The fruits on the trees seemed to sense danger and flew away. A red warning sign appeared before Hein Yu's eyes. Time remaining until the undefeated route appears is 59 minutes and 55 seconds. This is the boss monster raid. Monster raids are the pinnacle of divine battles, offering rewards far greater than those from killing ordinary monsters. However, these boss monster raids are extremely difficult, and only the top-ranked hunters can participate. Often compared to stars in the sky, everyone can see it, but only a select few can actually touch it. First are the items obtained from the raid, followed by a live broadcast where you can watch how the hunt unfolds. The rewards from the divine battle piled up like a mountain. Hainu sighed softly and said, "If I want to become a top player, I still have a long way to go. I should report this to the community and buy Hiren something nice. It costs $25. As Hainu's finger was about to touch the board, a scene of Hiren from last night flashed through his mind, making him hesitate and pause. Or should I seize it? There is no one around right now and I have luckily cleared all the monsters on the path. Just this once. I can't be greedy. Just this once. Even now, I have only taken safe paths, but there is still no sign that my life is getting any better. I am too tired of giving opportunities to others for them to suddenly come to me." Finally, Hainu's gaze became determined. Silently saying, "Alright, let us do this. I have watched the original boss raid video many times. I am familiar with its shape, and I have never tried raiding alone before. But now I have this kid with me. This is a rare opportunity." Hainu took a deep breath and urged, "Let us go. Lucky, we are going to hunt that boss together." With little time left, Hainu immediately began preparing. He went to the war god's shop to buy some items, a bottle of oil, and a trap set. "Do you want to buy them?" After confirming the purchase, Hainu took out the trap kit, dug a deep hole, and covered it with dry leaves to camouflage it. After finishing these tasks, the countdown was over. The sound of footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Hainu stood up and looked in that direction. Silently saying, "It is coming," he quietly ordered. "Lucky, fall back." Very quickly, a large masked goblin emerged from the forest. It stopped, staring intently at Hainu. Hainu's face was serious and alert as he watched the undefeated goblin. Suddenly, the goblin rushed forward and swung a pan at Hainu. Hainu jumped back, deliberately luring the champion goblin into the trap. As expected, after just a few steps chasing, the champion goblin stepped on Hainu's trap and fell into the pit, unable to escape for the time being. "Alright," Hainu silently called out, quickly grabbing a bottle of oil and throwing it into the pit. The bottle shattered upon hitting the head of the champion goblin, spilling oil all over its body. Next, Hainu used a skill to create a fireball and threw it at the undefeated Gok Bin. The undefeated Gok Bin is a boss monster that can change its shape depending on its remaining stamina. This is the first monster to scare a newbie who has only fought ordinary monsters before. Even accounts with a lot of money would not attack it alone, but if there is a way to disable that form, Then everything else becomes as easy as snapping your fingers, since its body is covered in flammable oil. Just one fireball from Haiyan engulfed it in flames, suppressing the burning pain. The invincible goblin grabbed the edge of the pit and slowly climbed up. But just as it reached the rim and poked its head out, it encountered a dog. In its suspicious gaze, the dog lunged forward and bit hard on its hand. The undefeated goblin felt the pain and had no choice but to let go, falling back into the pit once again. Haiyan happily praised. Well done, Lucky. By now, the blood streak on the champion was almost gone. It growled and leapt into the air. Its attack style was about to change. Silently, Haiyan's face remained calm and composed without a trace of panic. Before the champion Gop-bin could attack, its whole body was pulled by an invisible force and slammed hard into the ground. As the dust settled, Haiyan slowly walked over to the dying invincible goblin, fireball in hand. Ignoring its pleading eyes, he threw the fireball to finish off the boss. Victory. Haiyan was overjoyed. He hugged Lucky and said with a smile, "The champion Gop-bin was so bad it was embarrassing. It is nothing, just a boss monster in the beginner's tower, so it is no surprise I won. It would be great if I could upload this video. I can interact with viewers and get a lot of sponsorships." It was then that Haiyan started looking at the notifications that appeared after defeating the boss. Scrolling through quickly, 3 notifications caught his interest. He had earned the title of Undefeated Hunting Master. You have earned the title of being with the Holy Beast. The warrior's heart has given you a chance after the great victory. Suddenly there were many things to do. First I need to draw a card. While saying that, Haiyan suddenly noticed Lucky staring behind him and shouted, "What is it, Lucky?" Haiyan suspiciously turned around and saw an item glowing with a red aura lying on the ground not far away. This is Haiyan, stunned and whispering, realizing that this mask is the same as the one worn by the champion Gop-bin. Shortly after, Haiyan left the battlefield and went to the resting area to sit and look up information about the mask on his phone. Within minutes, information about the mask appeared on his phone screen. The undefeated Gop-bin mask, priced at $910. $910. That crossfire item is really expensive. Is it because I performed too well? I want to wear it myself, but with your medical bills and living expenses, I do not have many options. I wish I were not this miserable. While Haiyan was deep in thought, a phone call came through. Yes, this is Haiyan speaking. Are you from the insurance company? Oh, the compensation is for electric shock. An idea flashed through Haiyan's mind, and he suddenly stood up laughing, saying, to be honest, I have been injured and anxious since then. Can I call you back later? Right now I am having a hard time. After that call, Haiyan eagerly went to the counter, slammed his card on the table, and said, "Hi, Ju. Add $300 to his account." Hu asked curiously, "So you managed to get some good items today?" Haiyan shook his head and replied, "No." Haiyan recalled that at the time, on the phone, he had complained, "I thought I was going to die. I feel like I am going crazy from the fear after that accident. Just thinking about the truck and the utility pole makes me nauseous, and I can't sleep. Is this called post-traumatic cluster syndrome or something?" The voice on the other end sounded worried. "Yes, sir. We will pay the compensation after confirming that you have had a medical examination. Have a nice day." Regaining his spirit, Haiyan smiled and said he had complained a bit and received a generous compensation. When Haiyan took back his card and left, still in a petrified state, muttered softly that it was truly embarrassing. Haiyan knew it was not exactly proper, but he had to manage to secure this month's income so he could focus on growing stronger. Nestling into his cocoon and logging into War God, Haiyan was determined not to waste a single minute. Haiyan appeared once again in the root bin forest, starting a new root bin hunt. As time passed, many root bins had fallen by Haiyan's hand. He also acquired many new equipment and skills. Strengthening himself. Now, Haiyan stands on a tree branch, wearing a robe, holding a staff, facing a group of root beasts below. These gnomes are different from the others. Each of them carries a wooden shield that can block his fireballs, so they plan to hide behind their shields, then try to block this. Without hesitation, Haiyan raised his staff, and an icy bow image appeared. You draw the bowstring silently. Ice arrow. An ice arrow cuts through the air and strikes a goblin holding a shield, piercing a bright hole through it. Haiyan nodded slightly and said, "This is more like a bullet than an arrow. Arrow-type magic is best suited for fighting those bastards behind the shield. Now, where do you plan to run?" Haiyan said cheerfully, continuously drawing the bow and shooting at the goblins. You do not know that a goblin is slowly climbing up the tree, approaching you from behind. When it reaches behind Haiyan, the goblin raises its weapon high and swings. Just then, Lucky suddenly lunged out, biting the weapon handle of the gnome and pulling it down to the ground. "Well done, Lucky." Haiyan turned around and praised, feeling very safe with Lucky guarding his back. After a few more shots of ice arrows, Haiyan quickly dealt with the goblins below. You call out to Lucky. "Alright, let us move on to the next hunting ground." After some time, a few more groups of Gok-bin are taken down by Haiyan. In front of Haiyan now appeared a set of equipment, a rare goblin set. With grade, rarity, and level requirements all above the standard. It is extremely heavy because it contains the grudges of the Gok Bin, adding 2 strength and 2 magical power. Hyena lifted it gently and said, I have gathered quite a few basic equipment pieces from the goblins, but there is no rare item like the invincible mask, not to mention, it does not even have any set effects. Rare items are probably hard to find outside of battles with bosses. I wish a rare item would just fall from the sky. Suddenly, from afar, the sound of hurried footsteps caught Hyan Yu's attention. All I see is a young man with a terrified face, running and shouting, Someone, help me. Behind him, a tall figure wielding a club chases after him. Raising the club to strike, the young man's health bar dropped to 0, and he died on the spot. At that moment, 2 more people appeared, restraining another young man. The swordsman waved at the tall man with the club. Hey Chang, did you catch the mage? Chang laughed, hee hee. Do you even have to ask? The archer saw a body and 2 shields on the ground and looked surprised. Huh. Just 1 hit and already dead. Those mages are as weak as lotus flowers, such pathetic larvae, the guy with the sword said. Playing with those guys is not as fun as with the warriors. The young man, restrained and struggling, opened his mouth to curse. You bastards, you think you can get away with this? If I report you to my gang, you are done for. The 3 who were scolded got a bit angry, then all burst out laughing. The guy with the bow slapped the young man and said, So what? I am not scared. This is just a female account. Moreover, because of the level limit, you can't call anyone here. Now let us see what you have to say. If you do not like it, log out. But you will run into us again when you log back in. Ha! Perched on a tree branch, Hayanu witnessed the entire scene below, known as civilian assassins. They never leave the beginner zone even after reaching level 12 and only prey on inexperienced newcomers. They are worthless scum who waste time torturing others for fun, which really annoys me. But at my current level, fighting them would only lead to losses. Shaking his head, Hayanu turned and softly said, Let us go. Lucky. But when Hayanu saw Lucky not moving, he stared down below, his face showing displeasure. This made Hayanu thoughtful. We defeated the undefeated Gop Bin with just the 2 of us. I wonder if they are stronger than the undefeated Gop Bin. Below, the 3 others tormented the young man until they killed him and then continued searching for other targets. Very quickly, they spotted a group of new players grinding monsters. The guy holding the sword at the edge smiled and said, There are plenty of prey here. Chang laughed loudly and swung his spear forward. Now then, why not start with the one closest to me? Just as Chang's minion was about to strike a mage, suddenly a fireball flew straight at him. He did not have time to react before the fireball hit him, knocking him out cold on the spot. Chang, who did that? Who the hell did that here? The 2 terrified accomplices kept screaming. Huh. He is weaker than I thought. He only landed 1 hit. Thinking to himself, Hein Yu stepped forward and announced that today's live stream would be about hunting civilian assassins. Nice to meet you all. I am the great mage streamer. The sword wielder instinctively raised his hand to cover his face and said, Huh, a streamer huh. Seeing that, the sword wielder scolded. You idiot. Do not cover your face. Cover your ass. Hainu smiled quietly. I am just bluffing, but these guys always fear the live streams. Don't block your own view. Before the swordsman could finish speaking, an ice arrow shot at him, sending him flying backward. The swordsman looked at Hainu with fear. Wait, earlier he used a fireball and now he is using ice arrows. Only one class can use more than 2 elements, the archmage. So, this is a secondary account of a rich guy. The sword wielder was shaken by his own suspicion and did not dare resist but turned and ran away immediately. Hainu did not chase but stood still and said softly, Look, one of them is running away. He is probably the type who needs to be taught a lesson before he learns. In the distance, the thug was still running for his life when he suddenly felt a shadow looming over him. Suspicious. He looked up only to be knocked down and bitten hard on the neck. The man screamed in pain and fell to the ground, and only then did Hainu calmly step forward. Knowing he could not escape, the man said with hatred, You are the great mage streamer. Right, I will remember your ed. Hainu now raised his staff, smirking and said, Just naturally, after dealing with the Tepzu assassins, Hainu began collecting the loot. This is the benefit of teaching those assassins a lesson. I can deliver justice and gain extra loot. If it were before, you would think looting items was all about luck, but now you can see everything. Ainu glanced through the assassin's gear and was surprised to find they had the champion's leather armor and pants. They are unique items that will activate a synchronization effect with the champion's mask. Equipment. Hainu ordered the system, and a series of notifications appeared immediately. The synchronization effect of the champion's mask is being activated. The stats have increased by 20 points. All damage dealt to the Gokbin increases by 10%. Mid is level 9. Divine Dragon War. Great Mage rank. Strength 5 plus 89. Constitution 5 plus 89. Intelligence 45 plus 91. Magical Power 14 plus 91. The other stats remained unchanged. Reading the stats, Hainu could not help but feel a surge of joy. With his old character, He only gained just over 100 intelligence points after reaching level 15. Everyone would say this is a bug if they saw this. Just then, Lucky standing nearby suddenly let out a sharp bark, startling Hyan Yu. At first, he thought it was just happy, but upon closer observation, something seemed off. Fortunately, the system then notified him, "Your divine beast Lucky has just gained a new power. Please choose a new power for Lucky." 10 forms arranged in 2 rows appeared before Hyan Yu. As before, he chose the golden card without hesitation. You have selected 1 card, Treasure Hunter skill level. Legendary. Skill effect. The spirit beast gains a power that allows it to sense treasures hidden everywhere. Treasure Hunter. Hyan Yu muttered the skill name, then fell into deep thought. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, there is something in my mind. A person known as the luckiest player in the Divine War, Leibu, the guild master of the Immortals, and Femur Nu, his divine beast, true to his nickname. Most of his personal content revolves around finding dung on items. His luck is so unbelievable it almost seems fake. Hyena's gaze instinctively fell on Lucky. But what if that luck came from the treasure hunter skill? To test his suspicion, Hyanu decided to give it a try. You ordered Lucky. Alright Lucky, let us use the hunting skill. Sure enough, thanks to Lucky, Hyu found quite a few rare items, like horn mushrooms, hibiscus herbs, and more. They were all high-quality ingredients that could be sold for a good price in plants he had never seen before. Lucky, you are my most precious treasure. Just then, Lucky suddenly stopped, staring intently into a cave beneath an ancient tree. Huh. Is there something else there? Curious, Hyan Yu approached, and immediately a notification popped up. The secret heady out of the root goblin witch. Hidden. Level limit on. Unique. The entry level is below 12. A secret headiout created by the Goblin Witch to conduct experiments. The reward for the quest, the title of Bin Origin Witch Slayer, will be granted if you kill the Bin Origin Witch. The reward for the Bin Origin Witch Slayer title is an ancient rune and +5 intelligence. No one has discovered it until now. The reward for the first person to discover it is an additional 10 ancient stats. Hyan Yu read it and could not help but be shocked. I have never even heard of a hidden dungon in the newbie zone before. I am the first to discover it. I could earn a month's living expenses by selling this information, but after much inner struggle, I finally decided that I am not a rookie if I plan to sell this for money. I will clean out the hidden dungon. Inside, the level 16 goblin wizard and his goblins were going about their business when suddenly a thin wisp of smoke drifted in through the door. Glowing eyes appeared from the smoke, and then Lucky, the owner of those eyes, leapt out and bit the neck of a goblin. While the remaining goblins were still trying to figure out what was happening, 2 others were already incinerated by a fireball. That is when the 2 on us appeared, turned on recording mode, and confidently said, "Alright, from now on, we will begin the crusade to wipe out the goblin wizard's lair, the hidden dungon inside the newbie zone." The 2 on you quickly ordered Lucky to hold off the low-level goblins while they headed straight for the goblin witch, simply because the goblin witch has low defense power. But it is a boss monster that casts powerful offensive magic while its minions buy time. In other words, if the 2 on you time it right, they can easily corner it. After reaching the target, the 2 on you quickly stabbed the goblin wizard with a dagger, causing it to lose nearly half its health. This even surprised Hyan Yu a bit. Whoa, that damage is insane. Just 1 dagger stab. This must be the power of those stats. Hyan Yu quickly jumped back, then used a fireball to continue attacking the root witch. It is so close now. Watching the witch's health bar drop rapidly, Hyan Yu devised a strategy. If I finish it with 1 strike, I won't have to worry about the next attack. The original Witch of the Bin of course could not give up without a fight. It began to create a magic orb to launch a surprise attack on the 2 on you. But unfortunately for it, this action was spotted by Lucky. Lucky immediately ran up and bit the Goblin Witch's leg, catching her off guard and interrupting her magic. Hyan Yu seized the chance to launch a fireball, ending the Goblin Witch's life. You defeated the original Bin Witch. Hyan Yu and Lucky happily celebrated when a voice rang out. Humans. The 2 on you startled and turned around. The voice coming from the Goblin Witch surprised him a little. What? How are you still alive? I will be back. The battle of the gods will begin. The goblin wizard shouted once, then its body gradually dissolved into nothingness. The battle of the gods. Hyan Yu thought for a moment, then shrugged it off. Well, whatever. A talking bin goblin must have a special reward. I have recorded the proof on video and will sell it later. First, let us see what items I got. Hyan Yu watched the constantly appearing notification panels with amusement. Among the items, the most notable is the original witch's gauntlet. Oh. This rare piece, I could make some money from this. The staff can be used at level 10 and has an attack power of 31. This is a good choice and might be the highest level available. Hyan Yu was quietly celebrating a decent gain when the next notification appeared like a bucket of cold water, saying they could not trade the item while picking it up. Haon Yu could not hold back, and just a few lines later the notification popped up again. The main script has been created. Don't he give me that ridiculous main script. Haon Yu was just about to continue when suddenly stopped, then looked at the notification with disbelief. Main script. Really? A scientist created the most perfect virtual reality world and the game developer of Divine War. Kim Min-soo. When reporters asked why he made the game with new technologies, he answered, I just wanted to create a story. It started purely from my personal interest, and I never intended to make money from it. Shortly after, Kim Min-soo suddenly passed away, and everyone searched in the game Shinchi to find out what story he wanted to tell through it. But more than 5 years have passed, and no one has been able to uncover that story. Yet that main storyline was unfolding right before Haon Yu's eyes, while Haon Yu was still confused, unsure if this was reality or a dream. The system panel appeared to answer his questions. Traces of the Nameless God quest giver. Main storyline quest level, above level 1 quest. Meet an NPC who knows the traces of a nameless god in the Rookie Zone quest reward. Unknown. If you visit NPC Young in the Rookie Zone and mention the keyword traces of the nameless god, you will start the quest. The reward for this quest is Ung's ring, which is rare. Is this real? I can't believe I actually got it. Excited, Haon Yu calmed down and began to focus on analyzing the situation. All the players had been searching everywhere for it since the start, but it had been in the beginner's town all along. Many players had complained, saying it had been bugged for a while. Some people tried to find the main scenario here, in the Rookie Zone, because of the Exploration Guild. If only they did not know this place had become like this. Someone else would have found it before me. Forget it. This is my chance. There is no need to tell the community about it. I will try to overcome it on my own. You still have not used the chance given by the Berserker Dragon. Will you use it? Haon Yu just realized he has not chosen any skill card since leveling up. As before, a golden card appeared, catching his attention. He quickly selected the card and sure enough, he obtained a legendary skill. Polymorph skill level. Legendary skill effect. You can transform into the creature you hunted. Pure illusion skill. After completing the reward, Haon Yu immediately set off to return to the Rookie Town to meet NPC Ung. Ung's house is like an instant dungeon where a separate area is created just for one player. Here, Haon Yu does not have to worry about the guild raiders. After entering Ung's house, the two on Yu cautiously looked around. Suddenly Lucky kept fixing things. Then NPC Ung stepped out and said, I am a noisy guest here. Then he turned to the two players and asked, You came to visit me to leave this town and go to a bigger world, right? The two players recalled the system's guidance and replied, That is right, but I have a question. Do you happen to know the traces of the nameless god? Immediately, a large exclamation mark appeared above NPC Young's head. Then he replied, The nameless god. It relates to those who lost in the battle of the gods and relinquished the throne. They are no longer revered as gods and have been forgotten from everyone's memory. Before they lost all their power after losing that battle, there was a rumor that they left their legacy somewhere in this world. The legacy they left behind. Do you want to know about the traces of the nameless god? The legacy left by a god. I have already sensed the presence of mythical artifacts. Hainu smiled quietly, then replied to Ung, Yes, I know. Where can I find those traces? NPC Ung took off the ring from his hand and handed it to Hainu Yu, saying, I have been trying to find their traces for a long time, but I could not make it to the end. However, maybe you can do it. Here, take this and go find Sakhalin in the city of Gaga. If you show her this ring, she will guide you. Good luck. Alright, the main storyline has finally begun. Hainu eagerly took the ring from NPC Ung. Alright, that is all I can tell you, so, are you ready to leave this town and step into a bigger world? Right after NPC Ung's words came the system announcement. You will graduate from the Novice Tower, and once you do, you won't be able to return. Hainu prayed for it and immediately agreed. A formation appeared and took Hainu to a new land. There is one thing all users say. The true war begins after you leave the Novice Tower. All players who graduate from the Novice Tower are teleported to a large square, and Hainu glanced around. Many were feeling excited. Some even moved to tears at escaping the life of a mere pack mule for the Exploration Guild. Around the square, many commoners were selling items, eagerly trying to attract customers. Yes, this bustling lively scene is the town of Iga. Hainu had no time to enjoy the bustling scene and quickly headed to Nempi Sakhalin's house. Along the way, he started to think randomly the ring he received was self-loving, and its additional effect was on par with a legendary item. It even has a synchronization effect like Sakhalin's ring. If I progress well through the main storyline, I will keep getting rewards like this. This thing is seriously awesome, is not it? Hainu could not help but smile faintly. Lucky seemed to sense its owner's joy and poked its little head out from Hainu's cloak for a moment. Hainu gently reminded it, and Lucky hid back inside. You still do not look like a watchdog, so you have to be careful. With the experience of a veteran mage, Hainu quickly found the MP Sakhalin's house hidden in a gloomy little alley. You pushed the door open, and immediately a clear voice rang out. Who are you? How did you get in here? My house is hidden by magic. Hainu glanced at the girl Lucky, who was pointing sharp daggers at him with Buddhist spells. Not afraid at all. From the hidden plan, Hainu gave the girl the ring, then told me to find her. That ring was after Sakulin's words. The notification appeared. You have completed the mission. Hainu eagerly awaits the next task from Sakulin. Sakulin spoke up at that moment, surprisingly sending it to a kid like you. It seems he has lost his mind. I do not talk to punks like you who only catch fodder soldiers. If you want to talk to me, prove your worth, go out to the town and hunt 10,000 monsters. A new main script mission has been created. Upon hearing this, Hainu immediately spoke out in criticism. What kind of ridiculous joke is this? Sakulin just responded coldly, saying there is nothing you can do. Although Hainu was grinding his teeth in anger, he still had to reply. Understood. As soon as I withdrew, both Lucky and I were kicked out. It is ridiculous. How many weeks would it take to hunt 10,000 brains? No, it would take months to be enough. I do not have that much time to waste. While Hainu was still feeling down, the system brought an unexpected joy. The main event mission. Hunting brains to restore the fragments of the godless. Not just one. Isn't this mission about hunting 10,000 monster brains? Hainu was thrilled and immediately went into the forest to hunt monsters. Before long, he found the real target of the mission. He had to hunt brains to get random item drops. Because Sakulin said you need to hunt 10,000 monster brains, it means that if you hunt randomly, the drop rate for items is 0.01%. But thanks to the eyes that can see all hidden information, you only need to find the one holding the fragment. The problem was, Hainu looked down from the peak at the brain he needed to find. But unfortunately, it was already being hunted by a team that arrived earlier. Damn it. Even if it is just a game, it is a bit much to have to fight for that brain with those who arrived first. Hainu could not help but complain. Just as something happened below, the player assigned to tank in the brain hunting team was logged out of the game, leaving his teammates in shock. Why did Dae-chun suddenly act like that? He has not logged out for a while, so now he is forced to log out. In the Divine War, the game automatically logs out players who have been playing for more than 5 hours straight. Seeing this, Hainu came up with a plan in his mind. If things keep going like this, it seems he might be able to solve everything super easily. Another player from that group was killed by the brain crow, making the others even more panicked. Hey, if all the DPs are dead, what are we supposed to do now? It is coming. For those who do not know, piece refers to damage per second, and it also means the person dealing damage every second. In this life or death moment, a fireball struck the crows, saving the survivors. Hainu, pretending to be live streaming, loudly said, "Everyone watching, please pay attention. Please look over there. I have spotted a team in danger. What should I do now?" The purple-haired member who was just saved immediately begged, "Save me." Hainu was ready to respond immediately. You all heard his call for help, right? Then, let us go Lucky. Lucky quickly lunged forward and bit the creature's neck, successfully drawing its attention. Hainu stood back and took the opportunity to shoot a fireball at it, cutting its AP in half. Seeing the results, Hainu could not help but feel quietly pleased. His attacks on the creature were proving quite effective, just as he predicted. Even though he had just graduated from the beginner tower, this excitement is exactly why people are willing to pay to play games. While Hainu was lost in thought, the ogre suddenly lunged at him, but before its blade could reach him, Hainu quickly jumped aside, fired an ice arrow at the ogre, and finished it off with a fireball, making it vanish. Even without any luck, you survived this damn game for 5 years purely through effort. So what chance do a few of these bugs have against you? The battle is over, and now the young man named Dae-jun who took the hit has returned. Sorry everyone, I got knocked out for a moment. He glanced at Hainu and then at the fading monster, dazedly asking what was happening. After hearing his teammate recount everything, he gratefully thanked Hainu for his help. No problem. New players should help each other out. Hainu smiled and replied, feeling a bit nervous inside, knowing it was time to start preparing. Usually, in the War God game, there is an unwritten rule that those who attack the boss monster get to loot the equipment first, so if we follow that rule, I won't get any priority, but... Thinking this, Hainu said to Dae-chun, "Can you wait a moment? I am live streaming right now." Hainu pretended to speak into the camera saying, "Oh wow, thanks for boosting everyone's stream quality. So, do you all want me to steal the gear from the monster I caught?" Hainu sneaked a glance at the others and then pretended to be embarrassed as he continued. "Come on, everyone knows the rules. I jumped into the fight, and you all know they get priority to loot first." Dae-chun exchanged glances with his teammates, then spoke to Hainu on behalf of everyone. "Go ahead." Hainu felt a surge of excitement inside but outwardly acted modest, saying, "No, I can do that." Dae-chun shook his head. "We do not mind. Go ahead and take it first." The young man with purple hair agreed. "That is right. Besides, if it were not for you, we would have been wiped out in this match." Now Hainu finally smiled with satisfaction and replied, "I understand. I respectfully accept. According to Korean culture, refusing a gift from someone is considered rude, so Hainu's act of accepting the gift was not judged by others. He happily let the three friends appear on the stream and said to the livestream viewers, "Did you all see that? I have an amazing opportunity thanks to these players. So now I will take the equipment. By the way, I will hold an event if I get something above rare grade." Changing his mind, Hainu scanned the items. When he saw the fragment he needed, he was very happy but outwardly showed regret, saying, "This is so frustrating. It is all just useless junk, so I will hold the jackpot event another day." He thought to himself, "If they do not let me have it, that would be embarrassing." Thank goodness. Just as Hainu was about to leave after a streak of bad luck, the purple-haired guy called him back and asked, "Sorry, what is your streamer nickname?" "My nickname? Yes. I believe our meeting was destined. I want to introduce your stream channel to my friend." This sentence made Hainu think for a moment. Not today, but someday he would really start streaming. Hainu quickly came up with a name and replied that he was a magic streamer. Hainu returned to NP Sakhalin's house to open the item and complete the quest. Besides leveling up, he also received a skill card reward. This time there was no golden card, but there was a red card standing out among a sea of colorless cards. Hainu quickly selected the card, flipping it open to reveal the skill name, skill level, and special attribute. The effect of your magic attack formation skill increases its destructive power based on the distance between you and your opponent. Passive. All mages learn it. This is truly an amazing skill. Taking down big monsters is definitely a breeze. Hainu held the card in his hand and whispered, "Unlucky." He turned to look at the little girl Sakhalin, who was staring blankly at the shard in her hand. Hainu asked curiously, "What is that used for?" Sakhalin was silent for a moment then replied, "Do you know why the traces of the nameless god are hard to find? That is because a barrier has been set up so that only those who once followed them can get close to those traces. So what do you think we should do now to get through that barrier?" Hainu thought for a moment then hesitantly replied, "Should I pretend to be one of those who followed them?" "That is right." Sakhalin used magic to forge a ring from a shard of the nameless god and gave it to Hainu, and immediately an information panel appeared. A special grade ring made from shards of the nameless god allows you to pass through the nameless god's altar barrier for a limited time. Hainu took the ring, wondering what kind of place the nameless god's altar might be. At that moment Sakhalin asked, "So what do you want to do? It could be very dangerous." "No danger can stop me. It is Hainu's matter," and an exclamation mark appeared above NP Sakhalin's head. Then a mission was given. A new quest has appeared in the main quest list. The Secret Altar. Main quest level. Activate the quest. Above level 1. Quest details. Find the secret altar in the fishing forest and uncover the hidden truth. The mission reward is unspecified. The mission reward is a legendary skill card. You can get iron gear upon completing the mission. Hainu seems a bit hesitant. A legendary skill card. That means the difficulty of this mission will be extremely high. This is the first time I have seen a mission offering a legendary skill as a reward. Finding the location of the altar is just a matter of time. Searching with Lucky. Even hunting brains only rewards a unique card, which others have already taken. But what the heck does solving the secret mean? When Lucky heard Hainu rambling about this, he barked once, then looked up proudly. Seeing that, Hainu guessed eagerly, "What is it, Lucky? Are you going to help me uncover the secret of the altar right away?" Lucky barked once in agreement. "You are the best." Lucky. Huh. Lucky led Hainu deep into the stinky forest to find the altar. Seeing the hole as big as a manhole cover in front of him, Hainu could not help but ask again to confirm, "Is this the entrance to the altar?" Lucky nodded firmly. Even the system just pointed to the hole to notify. The secret of the altar was badly concealed. Hainu sat down to observe, mumbling nonstop. This game is really frustrating. Finding the entrance is as hard as reaching the sky. If it were not for Lucky and my own eyes, what could I have done? Now, let us take a look at some information about the dungeon. The secret of the altar is corrupted. Dungeon level. Legendary. Rank requirement. Level 20 or below. The altar is a form of expressing reverence and worship for a god whose name you have yet to know. A strong, pungent stench emanated from the altar. The quest reward. A title for defeating the rotten brain. Reward for discovering the source of the stench. Ancient script. Grants +3 to all stats. Has anyone discovered it until now? Hainu read the information twice and felt intimidated. This rotten brain. This guy must be a boss monster. Much stronger than a regular one. And only those under level 20 are allowed to enter. Hainu thought for a moment and then decided. Alright, Lucky. Go hunt something else. Lucky was ready to enter the altar but froze, looking at his owner with confused eyes. Hainu, from the perspective of a level 11 newbie, said to drop this mission. With my weak level, trying to fight a boss alone would probably get us all killed. If it is only for level 20 or below, wait until I level up before going in. Why put yourself through unnecessary hardship? Come on, Lucky. I will show you what is worth doing. On the way, Hainu saw a team struggling to trap a monster. The tank kept slowing down. Hey, you! Hurry up, or are you planning to wait until you get kicked out of the team? Besides, you are slowing down the beast too much. If you are not a mechanic, then at least be the tank. Do you think I want to be the meat shield when I just used up expensive potions? Hein looked on with some nostalgia. This place has always been brutal. The tank leader seemed to be the team captain. 5 years ago when I started playing in a team, I also struggled for a while to keep up with the other members. Not long after, those damn spendthrifts began buying skills and items recklessly, unintentionally creating a gap between players. Back then I hated those whale hunters bitterly, but I guess other players felt the same way I did. After walking a bit further, a hawk came into Hein Yu's sight. Alright, this guy is an easy solo target. Retracting my words, Hein uses ice arrows to attack, then finishes off the ogre with a fireball, sending it straight to the underworld. Sometime later, in the town, Jigo was spreading rumors about a mage who single-handedly slaughtered a group of orcs in the swampy forest. At the tavern, people were also buzzing about the mysterious mage, wondering if his profession was really a mage. I heard he also does live streams, and he even has a divine beast. I told you, he is just a lucky bastard with rich parents. Nothing special, a young man in armor with a meaningful expression said. I am curious what kind of loot you get from killing such a rich mage. Hein Yu, unaware he was becoming a hot boy attracting attention, was still deep in the stinky forest hunting monsters. After defeating another ogre, his root finally leveled up to level 20. Hein Yu happily lay down, Lucky's legs spinning around, saying we did it Lucky. We reached level 20 in just 4 days. Suddenly remembering something, Hein Yu's eyes filled with regret as he continued. If this game had been this popular 5 years ago, the top 10 guilds would already be in my hands. Well, whatever, let us check the upgrade cards. Hein Yu operated the screen, eagerly awaiting the appearance of a legendary card. He glanced through a batch of evaluation cards. Great, but from level 11 onward, there was not a single useful card. At that moment, a card caught Hein Yu's eye, making him stunned. I have got a masterpiece, he shouted, drawing everyone's attention in the cramped cafe. So, what items did everyone get? The blonde guy who just shouted proudly said. I got these super rare items. You fools, I told you before. Let us go guys. Hookru was amazed. Damn, it has been so long since anyone pulled a super rare card. Just as Hein Yu logged out, he casually asked, what about you? Hein Yu, do you want to order something together? I do not need anything. Hein replied blankly. Then asked, can you adjust the settings so I can get back into the game? Yes, Hookru responded with a confused look. Hein Yu refused the free food. He must have been through something crazy. Indeed, earlier Hein Yu picked a super powerful card. As soon as he returned to the game, he checked the card's information again. The lizard species rank skill, legendary skill effect, increases damage by 10% for all targets within the designated area of the dragon skill. The designated area increases with the player's level, and every mage can learn it. Oh my god, it is really hard to keep a cold. Expressionless face, Hein Yu muttered to himself, constantly amazed that the skill boosts all the magic damage he deals. While the dragon trait increases all damage to every enemy affected by it, it also means that every player who joins me in the main battle will gain an additional 10% damage. Hein Yu smiled proudly, realizing that just by appearing unexpectedly and being there, he had become more useful than the average total player. If someone is satisfied with things like this, I would have already joined a guild to quickly make a profit. Right? Lucky wagged its tail all day and barked in agreement. We will have enough money for Hiren to attend art school, and I will take her to elementary school with my sweet little car. We will also move to a bigger apartment where everyone has their own room. Every time Heine finishes a sentence, Lucky barks once. Its adorable expression made Hein Yu laugh. Even though you do not understand what I am saying, your response is great. My friend, all preparations are done. Now it is time to carry out the main mission. Hein Yu returned to the entrance of the secret altar, then took the ring that Sakhalin forged from his inventory and put it on before reaching his hand down into the altar's entrance. It seemed a bit deep, Hein Yu muttered. As soon as he reached halfway down with his arm, a purple light appeared, followed by continuous system notifications. The river realm has granted you access. The ground trembled. A massive fissure appeared, splitting the earth in two, revealing a staircase leading down to a tunnel. Do you want to enter the dungeon? Hein Yu answered without hesitation. Yes. Then, Hein Yu and Lucky fought relentlessly to defeat the monsters. After defeating another one, Hein Yu said with some regret, this is already the 22nd. If I were live streaming now, I would have received support money. But it is still not the time to reveal my identity to everyone. Hein Yu glanced around and a huge door slammed into his eyes. This must be the boss's door. Hein Yu guessed and opened the door without hesitation. Immediately, he had to cover his nose because of the terrible smell inside. You are affected by the full smell. All stats are reduced by 10%. And the rotten brain in the middle has awakened. True to its name, it is an immortal monster. Alright, this is the only thing standing between me and the legendary skill. Hein Yu looked at the giant monster in front of him in awe, but when he saw its triple health bar, he started to panic. What kind of monster has this much AP? Over 30 times that of a normal ogre. Seeing the ogre preparing to attack, Hein Yu quickly ran away, But at the same time, he realized something: the monster was extremely tough but very slow. Could its movement speed be inversely proportional to its P? Thinking this, Hainu stopped running and switched to counterattack. At this speed, I still have about 2 seconds left after using the ranged skill. A fire spear hits the boss, but its AP only drops a little. Hainu thought to himself, that was all the damage it took from the direct hit. I guess a boss is still a boss. It will probably take quite some time, but I can defeat it. After 7,749 strikes, Hainu and Lucky finally succeeded in killing the rotten brain. Thanks to that, Hainu also earned the titles of the player who never retreats, Iron Nerves, and Top Assassin, as well as receiving ancient relics. Facing the rotten brain boss, Hainu smiled and said, should we go claim the rewards again now? Hainu returned to MP Sakhalin's house to claim his quest completion reward. Incredible. Just thinking about how he actually found the trace of an unknown god. By some miracle, he managed to do it in such a short time. Sakhalin rummaged through the bookshelf for a moment, then threw a skill book toward Hainu. Here, a skill book. Anyway, for someone like you, that is already more than enough. Hainu held the book tightly in his hands but still said, no, does? Sakhalin, that is not the point. I do like fast progress, but please hear me out. Sakhalin interrupted. You are curious about the words the rotten brain left behind, right? Seeing Hainu turn completely to stone, Sakhalin sighed warily. He is too reckless. Actually, just before dying, that rotten brain said some mysterious words. You pest, so that is what you have been after. Hainu said back then. First it was the wizard and now this rotten brain. They keep jumping in before they die. Can you tell me if you are planning to make some kind of event? Do you really want a weapon that could even end a legend? That was the last thing the rotten mind said to Hainu, back in the present. Seeing that Hainu was still stunned because he guessed they were reckless, Sakhalin said calmly. Stay calm, so you are interested in that weapon too. If that is the case, I will tell you everything I know if you help me with one thing. Immediately, a notification popped up. A main storyline quest had appeared. Kill. Mission rank. Main scenario. Required level, above level 20. Quest details. MP Sakhalin has requested you to hunt down the predator's brain. Quest reward. Sakhalin's ring. Hainu pressed accept on the quest. Quest accepted. You can proceed to the Withered Forest upon completing the quest. The title known as the Almighty class is awarded upon quest completion. Reading about the Omnipotent class, Hainu could not help but be terrified, so the mythical item really does exist. Previously, at a press conference for the God War game featuring publisher Kim Min-soo and developer Hyo Jung-un, reporters asked questions to verify the existence of an item even greater than legendary rank. The game developer gave a vague answer. Who knows, maybe it does exist. It is not an answer that inspires confidence. After that interview, no one has found any mythical item yet. Everyone thought it was just a blown-up rumor, but now Hainu can be sure they really exist. This will get worse if I am not careful and let the public know. Hainu began to analyze the situation thoroughly. If I am not careful, it could be dangerous not only for me but also for my family. The consequences of revealing this information are beyond what I can handle. It will even have an impact on the outside world. But if I share this information properly after the necessary preparations. Alright, from now on, I should complete the first mission before doing anything else. In the following days, Hainu kept searching for information about Avdusat. There were even tips online on how to defeat it. But using tricks meant the rewards would be smaller. In addition, he also found numerous recruitment notices for team members to hunt Avdusat. The reason so many people strive to defeat it is that in the Divine War world, Avdusat is a milestone every rookie needs to achieve to shine. It is like a ticket to entry, kind of like winning a basketball tournament for your school. The more you fill your CV, the better. But unfortunately, it is a monster with an impossible difficulty. After gathering all the information, Hainu was certain that he could not solo it, at least not now, so the most viable option was to find a team. While Hainu was frantically searching for Tu's reputation, his brother called out, "What are you staring at so intently?" "Brother, it is nothing, I am just working." "Oh really?" Seeing his brother's somber face, Hainu quickly assured him, "It is nothing serious. Work has been tough lately, so I am just a bit stressed. Do not worry." Seeing his brother still looking unhappy, Hainu said helplessly, "Why do not you smile? You are always sighing." "Hainu, I do not know when I will ever get married." Tu's words were unexpected for Hainu. It took him a moment to reply. "You do not have to worry, just focus on taking care of Hiren." Okay, Tu. Knowing my younger brother did not want to say anything more about this, I reluctantly agreed to stay silent and not ask further. I said, "I am heading out." Hainu asked for permission before going to the small coffee shop. On the way, he could not stop thinking. Things had been going pretty smoothly lately. Just selling some information and items meant he did not have to worry about money for a few months. But no matter how many shards he collected, it still was not enough to build a mountain. If I decide to act alone, I have to think it through carefully. I do not need to waste time with kids. As long as I have Lucky, everything will be fine. As soon as Hyenwoo logged into the game, he saw Lucky standing there, jumping with joy. You reached out to catch it, gently saying, "Lucky, my little one, are you waiting for me? Let us go hunting." My dear, Midas is a pretty ordinary name, but if I want to find a team, I have to let people know me. However, right now I do not want to reveal my identity to the community. While Hyenwoo was deep in thought, a question mark appeared above Lucky's head. As soon as he clicked on it, a notification popped up. A burst of ascension energy occurs after the guild decides to eliminate 444 monsters. Once the spirit beast ascends, you will gain new skills and your stats will increase. Ascend. That is right, it is time for Lucky to ascend like the other divine beasts, but the condition was not priority experience. Hyenwoo recalled the posts he had read on the community before. Could it be that those who said you have to kill 5,000 monsters to evolve a divine beast were all wrong? I think the number is somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 monsters. My divine beast ascended after killing 5,000 monsters. I remember that comment from someone in the community. Hyenwoo wore a sarcastic, stubborn expression. That is right, while killing 5,000 monsters, people would launch about 400 decisive strikes. Anyway, this is truly valuable information. Hyenwoo wondered if he should share it with the community. Thinking about the bright future ahead, he hugged Lucky tightly, ignoring its judging gaze and smiling endlessly. Lucky, you really are a lucky charm. I will let you ascend right away. At this level, you have already defeated Uck. If you evolve, soloing Uck won't be impossible anymore. Besides, the reward is a special skill. You can do it. Right, Lucky. Lucky shouted and ran after Hyenwoo. Hyenwoo hid in the bushes watching the Uck ahead. The main goal now was to track down the Uck monster to help Lucky polymorph. Although the mission to defeat 400 monsters can't be completed in one night, we will just do what we can. Besides, I also want to try out the new skill I got from Sakhalin, the legendary skill I learned from Polymorph and Longvine. I usually just mess around, but today I am going all out. Dragon Eye. Legendary level. Effect. Reveals the opponent's weak points. When attacking the weak point, magical attacks reach their peak. Any mage can learn this. Let us see how powerful True Dragon Eye really is. God War has no auto-aim mode, so skill accuracy is very important, but in reality, as long as there is a minimum level, it does not matter where you hit the monster. Just hitting them is enough, but for Hyenwoo, it is not that simple. He simultaneously activates Dragon Eye in the boy field, then steps back slowly, estimating until he is about 40 meters from the hawk before stopping. The reason Hyenwoo did this is because hitting the monster's weak point from as far away as possible maximizes damage by combining all passive skills, a technique likely developed during his time as a baseball player, resulting in a perfectly successful long-range strike that even exceeded expectations and took down the monster. The notification kept appearing. You targeted them from the maximum distance, maximizing the damage. You have cast magic on the exact weak point, dealing critical damage. You have earned the title of Mind Master Strike. You were given an ancient relic. You took it down with one shot. What kind of damage was that? And a title too. What do you think? Lucky. Unlike Hyenwoo's imagination, Lucky did not seem very happy. Only then did he suddenly remember the fairy transformation. Oh right. He had completely forgotten. Next time I will let you have the finishing blow. Hyenwoo was logging out, holding his head in a corner. His tired appearance made Hukju worried, knowing he must have had a tough day. Thinking this, Hukju approached to encourage him, saying, "Hey, you are still doing well. Cheer up." "Yeah, thanks Hukju. By the way, have you been to the Royal Guards lately? There is a rumor that the bad smell has faded a bit." "Right." Hyenwoo was surprised to hear that. Has the smell really faded? I wonder if it is because I killed the boss of the secret dungeon. Can the main event really affect the world like this? At this rate, other players will know someone is completing the main event quest, so I have to kill the slaughter crow as fast as possible. After clearing his thoughts, Hyenwoo feigned innocence and asked Hukju if there were still players brave enough to endure that smell in the Royal Guards. Ridiculous, is not it? Hyenwoo went along with it, saying the world is full of strange people. Back in the virtual world, after days of grinding, Hyenwoo finally helped Lucky evolve by defeating 444 bugs. At this point Lucky looks more like a tough dog than a cheesy little pup like before. Choose a new power for Lucky. A series of cards appeared before Hyenwoo, including 3 special ones, one glowing blue, one glowing red, and the most striking, a card shining with a golden light, meaning a legendary card had appeared this time. Of course, Hyenwoo could not ignore it and quickly flipped the card open. "Looks like I named you wrong. It should be Hig instead of Lucky." Hyenwoo could not help but exclaim, "Can't believe this skill showed up here." Thanks to this, he can hunt the brain-slaughtering monsters alone now. Not far from the area where the monsters are about to appear, many teams have been waiting early, including Hanser's team. the guild that just signed a contract with the hottest new star. Because they are very strong, their team only has 3 members this time. As soon as the notification of the brain-eating monster's appearance came, the teams immediately prepared to fight. Where are we in the queue? And how many groups are still waiting? Someone asked their team members. Just then, someone came running back in a panic to report that someone was hunting the brain-eating monsters alone, causing the whole group to shudder in fear. There are certain rules that players in a team must follow. No P should attack until the tank has safely taken aggro. If solo, is not that just asking for death, but if there is a skill that requires taking aggro mid-battle. That is a different matter, like in Hein Wu's case right now. Earlier, Lucky received a new skill called Survival Battle. Survival Battle. Skill level. Legendary. Skill effect. Beast Blade, expressing the desire for a survival battle and challenging the enemy. The challenged enemy cannot attack anything other than the spirit bar. In other words, thanks to this skill, Hein Wu can attack freely without worrying about being targeted by the brain killer. So all Hein Wu needs to do is use the advantages of the Dragon Eye and the buoy field like last time to fight the killer brain. Seeing the killer brain's health bar steadily drop, Hein Wu could not help but feel quietly relieved Phase 3 might start soon. Meanwhile, at the team gathering spot, everyone was constantly talking about the mysterious person soloing the brain-eating monster. Come on, let us go see how he is doing against it. He probably failed. I thought he had a chance to win, but I am not so sure. Another person immediately objected, saying he could not possibly handle the 3rd stage of the killer brain alone. Back to Hein Wu. After a long and exhausting effort, he and Lucky finally forced the killer brain to shift gears. While it was evolving to stage 3, Hein Wu immediately ordered Lucky to run. The higher the player level, the more important the tanker becomes, because DPS has to endure a tougher time than ever to fulfill their combat role against stronger monsters. But if they have tricks to distract the enemy during battle, then there is no need to rely on the tanker. No matter how high the level, Lucky obeyed the order to run and lure the brain beast into a preset trap, and as expected, one of its legs stepped on the trap. Immobilizing it, the Dragon Eye identified the weak point of the brain louse, and Hein Wu encouraged himself. Maybe he was putting his whole life into this throw. It was truly exciting. Every single cell in his body was dedicated to this moment. Hein Wu focused intensely, then launched a fireball straight at the brain lizard. The fireball targeted the weak spot behind its head and exploded powerfully. System notification. You have defeated the reptilian brain. You have received the lizard brain hunter title. You have received the lizard brain soloer title. You have completed the quest. You have leveled up. Got it done. Now, run, Hein Wu quietly whispered, hurriedly leading Lucky away from the place. Not long after, at Sakhalin's house, she saw Hein Wu standing at the door, panting with Lucky in his arms, and calmly said, "You are back already. I think this one took more time. Besides, it looks like you are not hurt at all." Hein Wu exhaled, set Lucky down, patted its head and praised, "Well done, kid. Super good. If this was truly a challenge for me, then I am not worthy to hear about omnipotence. But since you have truly completed the mission, I should reward you as well." Saying that, Sakhalin took off the ring from his pinky and handed it to Hein Wu. Item information: Sakhalin's ring, 20 all stats, 5 attack power, 25% HP and recovery speed, bound on acquire. Cannot be traded. This is amazing. Muttering, Hein Wu sat up quickly and bragged, "Look, Lucky." Sakhalin, with a disgusted expression, spoke up, "Stop that stupid face. Let us get to the point." Hein Wu heard this and turned to look. Sakhalin recounted that after the gods began using world creation to wage war, countless devotees flocked to the battlefield to support the gods they worshipped. Some have achieved legendary results, but others have created unmatched accomplishments. One person forged a legend of invincibility. He brought incredible victories to the god he revered on every battlefield, striking utter fear into enemies and earning deep respect from allies. But no matter how hard he tried, the war never ended. That was when he realized that no matter how many battles he won, he could never bring the war between the gods to a complete end. Hein Wu thought to himself, "So she is saying the legendary item is invincible." Sakhalin continued, "That was when he began searching for something that could surpass those gods. Something that could end this battle forever." In the end, Sakhalin looked straight at Hein Wu and said, "Omnipotent, a weapon so powerful it could even kill a god." As those words ended, Hein Wu received a new notification. "You have received the title of Omnipotent Profession Knowledge." While Hein Wu was still savoring it, Sakhalin, without noticing, asked if he wanted to hear more. Hein Wu replied eagerly, "Of course. The more details the better. Right?" Sakhalin requested, "All right then, I will assign you a similar task: defeat 1,000 zombies in the corrupted forest." The system announced that a new mission has appeared in the main scenario quest line, and I will most likely have to hunt monsters and collect quest items again. Smiling to himself, Hein Wu began to look down at the hidden information. The corrupted forest. Mission rank, main scenario detailed mission. You need to investigate the corrupted forest and defeat 1,000 monsters appearing there. The smile on Hein Wu's face slowly faded as he stared at the line about 1,000 monsters. After making sure he was not seeing things, he started sweating and waved his hand to get Sakhalin's attention to confirm. Miss Sakhalin, I have a question. Do I really have to kill 1,000 of them? Sakhalin smiled and asked. So, don't want to. Although Hein Wu was screaming inside, he still had to smile and say, no. Who would do that? I love it. Night had fallen as Hein Wu left the world of divine battles. Just as he emerged from his cocoon, he muttered in frustration. This game is impossible. This game is really frustrating. When will I ever kill 1,000 zombies? Just then, Haik came over holding the phone and said, Hey, you had a call earlier. Hein Wu took the phone and saw that it was his older brother calling. Hoping nothing bad happens again, Hein Wu quietly dialed the number to call back. Very quickly, Huck's voice came from the other end. Uncle, Hein Wu said, is that you? Haik's voice was full of joy as she proudly said, I just won this award. Tae Wu laughed, taking the phone, and said, you must be really busy. Right, Huck just won an art award, so she said she wanted to tell her uncle first, which is why he called you. Hearing that, Hein Wu happily said, that is just like Hyek, so she ranked first in the whole school. Tae Wu replied, no, she ranked first in the city. She won a major award in the city, and she is even preparing for the provincial competition. What? Hein Wu was a bit surprised, but quickly smiled even more brightly and suggested, then we have to celebrate. He told Haik that tonight they would have fried chicken. Tae Wu also laughed and said, haha, Huck is pretty awkward right now. Hein Wu asked confusedly. Awkward. She did not know whether to dip the chicken in the simple sauce or the sweet and spicy one. Hearing this, Hein Wu's eyes softened, and he rubbed his slightly numb nose, thinking to himself, that is right, we have enough money to buy her anything she wants to eat. No worries, just buy everything, I am getting ready to head back now. After saying that, Hein Wu hung up, looked at his phone and smiled quietly with determination. 1,000 monsters. Huh, fine. I will kill them all. Watching Hein Wu leave, Huckju softly said, Hein Wu is truly a genius. I am sure the time his account was hacked was really tough for him, but he always tries his best. Jing. Jing. The notification sound from Haik-ju's phone rang, and he curiously opened it to check. A new video was posted on WorldV the next day. When Hein Wu arrived at the silk cave, he saw Haik-ju sitting and watching his phone. He stepped forward to greet. Good morning, Huck-ju. Huck-ju was a bit startled but replied, Good morning, Hein Wu asked. Why so serious so early in the morning? Huck-ju replied, a new video on WorldV from the other day. It is already a hot topic. Hein Wu asked curiously, hey, what is it about? Huck-ju replied, it is a video of some rich guy getting soloed by a boss for dressing way too flashy. Hein Wu laughed and added, seriously, those rich old bastards always ruin the game's vibe. What is the point of running fast when you just get overtaken by a supercar? So what did he kill? Do Sat. Huck-ju's words turned Hein Wu to stone on the spot. On WorldV's news, the cute blonde sister smiled brightly, but her words were full of barbs. A solo match killing Ock massacre clearly shows how pay to win this game is, and how bad this guy really is. Judging by his playstyle, it seems his spirit beast is acting as a sword. Everyone is debating whether this was really a solo because the video has over 15,000 views. Hein Wu feels confused. He clearly tried to keep it as quiet as possible. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would not have sent that video to this damn channel in the first place. Hein Wu's face is even more sour now as he starts thinking about whether to upload a few more videos. While Hyek-ju still stands there complaining about players who like to pay for victory. After realizing that he was the main character in that clip, Hein Wu changed completely. He did not kill anyone or anything, so do not be so harsh on him. By the way, he also slapped himself in the face. Maybe he is actually a decent person. After hearing that, Hyek-ju was completely shaken up, wondering who just said those rich kids should get hit by a truck or get electrocuted until they die. Alright. He admitted that he just hit his own leg with a rock. There is no other way. I have to save face with a very humane comment. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Then play the Dragonfly card, and Hyek-ju obediently saw him off. Luckily I ran into a decent guy, or else someone else would have punched me in the face. This pitch black place obviously can't be a good place. I do not know if the air pollution here compares to Hanoi on those misty days like in Sapa, but overall it feels awful. This is a rotten forest, so terrifying that one wrong step could mean being attacked by a horde of monsters. Of course, this place is considered safe by players and is directly skipped whenever they go hunting, without any buffs. For someone with dragon eyes like him, a few zombie brains are just a scratch. Currently, the duo of one man and one dog has hunted down 74 out of 1,000 zombies. The number would have been over 100 if the dog had not caught the scent of something interesting. Lucky caught the scent of something useful again, and Hyek-ju could not help but laugh through tears. If you listen to Lucky, you will never fear bad luck. This is Black Herb, worth $20. Of course Haikju could not help but uproot the whole tree. Lucky is amazing. Things did not end there because Lucky discovered something behind the weeds. This time it was not an item but a bald MC with chipped glasses. Seeing him lying on the ground, Haikju went over to check on him. The man groaned as he struggled to get up and asked who he was. Haikju introduced himself as an explorer from the town of Wiga. Midas, if you are looking for stolen property or need a bodyguard for your next town visit, I would be happy to take on that role. I can assist you with anything you need, and of course, I do not expect any reward. He said that, but his eyes lit up with joy like a kid seeing a new toy. The bald man was stunned for a few seconds before he could recover from this sudden enthusiasm. Thank you for the offer. My name is Haikju. I do not want to take a loss, but there is no one I can rely on. It is okay. That big exclamation mark above your head means Haikju is coming to help right away. The Yuk leader scratched his head awkwardly and said, so that is why I need 100 curse traces from the zombies. The system displays the mission information. Yuk's request, unique mission assignment. Mission reward, a unique skill card. Yuk asked if you were willing to help, and Haikju did not hesitate to say yes. Who would be stupid enough to say no? When someone asked him the fastest way to level up, there was a rumor that Amor, the level 3 divine witness, answered like this: it is simple, just equip a few unique and mythical items, use the power of mythical skills to find monsters 10 to 20 levels above you, and solo them until they are all wiped out, and that is exactly what Haikju is doing right now. Who would have thought that after 5 years of struggling here, there would finally be a day of good fortune? By now, Haikju has soared up to level 200 and won as light as a feather. Of course, Lucky played a big part, but now its owner needs to take a little rest. Lucky looked at him with pleading eyes, then sniffed and howled before rushing off like the wind. Lucky caught the scent of Avex. Haikju could only curse his luck, almost disobeying Lord Lucky and turning back. And now, Haikju continues with a new mission from MC Zack. Although the corrupted forest is not very famous, Haikju finds it strange that he has not encountered any rivals after completing 2 tasks. It should not have been as serious as the rookie injury, but the Expedition Guild has many forces here. Yet he barely saw anyone from the guild on the way here, and thinking back, Lucky corrected him. It is time to fight. Right, back in Wiga City, Haikju meets Zack to collect the rewards. Zack could not help but admire the kid, innocent and scholarly, yet quite a fighter. Then, unlucky for him, he called Lucky over to collect the mission rewards before they both left. Before we leave, let us flip the card. Today's card is Fire Element Control, a rare skill level, with effects that increase damage for all fire-type spells and reduce casting and cooldown times. Only Fire Element mages can learn this. For Hyenge, this seems quite effective, so should we use the unique reward obtained from Yoke? Of course we should. Pile of unique skill cards immediately appeared in front of Hyenge. Now, whether he is lucky or unlucky does not matter anymore. Back in reality, Haikju saw his brother step away from the game machine and immediately reminded him that he had been online for a long time today without taking a break. Haikju suddenly noticed something interesting. 44. Why is it suddenly 444? You are not having any bad luck. Right. At this moment, Hyenge is struggling intensely with his review. I feel like I am about to go crazy, so can you just leave me alone? That is right, he is about to lose his mind from happiness. Even Hyenge did not expect his golden touch to roll the catapult skill worth $12,999. True to its name, the catapult increases the damage of magic attacks if the player stays still, and it reduces the cooldown time when casting spells you use, so you can achieve the greatest effect just by standing behind and holding your position. Even better, it works very well with Dragon Eye and Artillery Field, so Hyenge could not bring himself to sell it. He also received a few messages, probably because of the solo kill video he had stolen. First of all, the hottest news is that they want to buy Hyenge's video. Then the TV station wants to sign an exclusive contract for the solo kill video, and so on. Especially, the rising star is bidding $10,000. It means his eyesight was bad. He miscounted the zeros and thought it was 100. But when he looked again it was 10,000. So the guy thought he was being pranked, which was frustrating. Hyenge checked again. And this is the official account of the Rising Star channel. The channel's principle is quality over quantity with great videos rather than ads. So it is quickly attracting more followers, and its content focuses on rising rookies. With this contract, Hyenge won't have to worry about the slingshot. He was about to reply to the message but felt it might look bad to contact them himself to sell the video elsewhere in the city. Chairman, do not you think offering $10,000 is too much? Secretary Kim, where did I graduate from? Wharton University. Secretary Kim looked heartbroken as her chairman kept bringing up this issue over and over. The chairman smiled confidently like a toothpaste commercial for peace. I know the skills of that streamer mage are not worth that price. He got them by over-equipping with cheats and a divine beast. I am sure he poured a fortune into achieving that. The blonde chairman smiled brightly, asserting it with absolute certainty. Park Young-jun was so confident in his reasoning that he even wondered why this guy would burn so much money when he could just buy leveling services from the Exploration Guild and level up fast as easy as pie. Meanwhile, that guy went off track and put himself in danger to pull off a solo challenge that was crazy. The chairman reasoned as if it were true, and then asked Secretary Kim what he thought about the matter. Secretary Kim is only good at analyzing minutes but is helpless with these issues, so Park Young-jun smiled. Because someone who craves fame like that will easily fall into the trap when offered a special deal, especially from a famous channel like ours. So how do you think he will react now? Why do you keep asking so many questions? If you are wrong, just admit it instead of asking over and over, Secretary Kim reluctantly answered. Of course he would accept. Then Park Young-jun asked what would happen next. Leaving Secretary Kim stunned and confused about what he really wanted, Park Young-jun laughed heartily as he revealed his $1 million plan. We will meet for meals. And it would be even better if we drank together. And as we get closer, I will make a business proposal. If there is no chair, why sit on the table? Just talking big for no reason. Chairman Park Young-jun also took the opportunity to estimate how much Hyun-gyu had spent there, and guessed that at least he must be a millionaire. And $10,000 is nothing compared to the chance to get close to someone like that. At this moment, Secretary Kim saw the reply message. Young-jun did not need to look but assured Secretary Kim that the opening line would be that the person was from some company. And sure enough, Park Young-jun proudly said he graduated from Wharton. With a boss like that, no wonder Secretary Kim found it annoying. Secretary Kim said that the other party replied they had carefully considered the company's proposal. So, Chairman Park gave the order, hold on and kill him. As for Hyun-gu's side, no need to say, they directly challenged the zombies head-on. Now he has a healing catapult. Just standing still to let the skill automatically increase damage to reach maximum power. As expected, Hyun-gu's magic struck the weak point, a critical hit, killing the zombie in one blow, just enough to trigger the main quest conditions. Back at Sakhalin's house, she tilted her head and asked what he was thinking to take on 1,000 monsters like that. The reason behind the full smell in the rotten forest is a decaying brain at the altar of an unknown god. So it made me think, what if the cursed forest is always under the influence of an unknown deity? Hyun-gu explained. Sakhalin nodded in approval. Hyun-gu smiled as if it was only natural, confident that now she would give him a mission to defeat the boss monster in the cursed forest. This time, the boss is probably the ragged witch down below. Your next mission is to find out why that forest is cursed, Sakhalin said, and sure enough, Hyun-gyu guessed right. This time the reward for diligently killing all those monsters would be generous, would not it, Miss Sakhalin? But somehow, Sakhalin coldly told Hyun-gyu to follow her. Hey miss, something feels off here, does not it? Hyun-gyu nervously hinted. Miss Sakhalin, I am sure you know, but I have diligently killed 1,000 zombies, so, this is a critical line. Do you realize that? Hyun-gyu felt like he was being slapped, holding his head and wondering if this was a system error. He even thought about going out and back into reset, while Sakhalin reluctantly pulled out a book. It is as clear as day that you are confused, so I will help you out a bit. That is how it should be. Hyun-gyu, you just got a rare valuation. So Lucky, please cheer once for this amazing victory of his, Lucky immediately shouted, and at that moment, the system also announced the reveal of a super rare skill card. Hyun-gyu sincerely prayed it would be something incredibly good, and drinking Balashi, the charm revealed the super rare double cast skill card, which allows casting 2 spells at once. Back in the real world, Huk-ju rushed over to report that everyone was panicking on the plane. They are selling the double cast skill card up there. No one has sold it for months, and suddenly it appeared today. So besides Hyun-gyu, someone else also owns this card. When he asked how much it was worth, Huk-ju blurted out an outrageous number, $60,000. Damn, this is a real scam. After the war broke out, it took a long time for the prices of many items to be reassessed because to know the true value of a skill card, people had to study and test its effectiveness. Many skill cards require community use over time to determine their true value. Whether they are good or bad needs to be tested in real battles by experienced players. But there are a few exceptions, those skills that look valuable at first glance. If Hyun-gu's perfect double card were up for trade, he would hesitate a lot. Right at this moment, Hyun-gyu receives a message. At the same time, at the Star Rising office, Secretary Kim is wondering if it is okay to send such a contract about the new video to the rookies to the chairman. The letter said that if you send us a one-on-one video with the Broken World Wizard, the fee will be $12,950. Does he really want to send this? Park Hyung-jun was absolutely sure and said just send it. Considering the current stats, what percentage chance of success does he have? Secretary Kim stroked his chin thoughtfully. This was completely different from brain hunting, so the conclusion was basically impossible, but based on his personality analysis, what does he think he would choose? Is there even a question? That person will definitely accept, and then keep buying items nonstop. According to Park Hyung-jun's estimate, he guesses they will spend at least $50,000 on skills and items, and then they will build a relationship ready to spend money together with Hyung-jun. But why $12,950? Wouldn't $15,000 be better? Secretary Kim was still puzzled, so Chairman Park's lesson on pricing began. If you pay $15,000 to someone earning $10,000, they will think they are being overrated. But if you offer $12,950, They will definitely consider it.
Oh.
They have put everything they have into paying me. This company is truly sincere. I graduated from that school. These tricks are nothing. If Park Hyung-jun knew the player used every trick like this, he would just think it is luck that they got those items. But getting it without spending a single penny, I wonder if that would shut down all the arguments from those graduates of that school. Hyun-gyu is back in the game. This time, he brought an assassin gear set. Moreover, the system immediately activated the equipment effects. This is something he has always wanted, but it is too expensive. The equipment can be resold, unlike the skills. However, Hyun-gyu even bought skill slots. Who would have thought he would ever spend money on skills? And not just one but two at once. But two rare level skills like lightning arrow and fire cannon are definitely worth it. Hyun-gyu clutched his lucky charm, crying and praying to the heavens for this solo run to succeed at all costs, because he had spent all his savings and even sold unused equipment items. Well, it turns out that chairman is pretty sharp. Hyun-gyu is sure that the rising star is testing to see if the mage streamer is worth investing in. This is not a momentary event but an opportunity for him to shine. He must seize it. He must solo kill it at all costs. Life always has its surprises, and the most genuine surprise was when Hyun-gyu ran into the members of the Exploration Guild. Seeing Lucky, the guild members were shocked to realize that the visitor was a streamer mage. The newbie player asked if he was okay. Hyun-gyu, of course, did not reveal his plan but instead asked the explorers why they were here, taking the chance to flatter them a bit. Thanks to the guild, I am still safe now. Maybe my flattery was a bit unrealistic, so those two felt like I was mocking them. Even so, they did not dare to buy Hyun-gyu back because the guild had issued orders not to touch this guy, predicting he would become a VIP. Yet Hyun-gyu said he did not have much and pulled out 2 bottles of stress relief medicine to give them as support during their missions. I know you guys would prefer coffee, but since there is not any here, I am giving you the closest thing to coffee. The mushroom-headed guy turned to the blonde and asked if it was expensive, and the blonde said he did not know. Hyun-gyu told them not to refuse because he just wanted to thank everyone since it was thanks to them that he made it this far. Watching the three of them chatting happily, passers-by naturally confirmed the rumor that the streamer mage really used the guild's VIP service, which explained their close bond. They willingly keep their distance to avoid getting wiped out. None of them know this is just the fox borrowing Hyun-gyu's prestige. He gave the potions to the guild members in front of the other players, so they would think he was under the guild's protection. This could reduce unnecessary risks during solo battles. The price was only 2 potions. Too cheap. However, this plan could only last for about a week at most. Hyun-gyu must hurry to finish within that time. In the forest, screams of terror echoed as the guild members frantically realized their scouts had fallen unusually early. The zombies went berserk and kept appearing out of nowhere. Under the power of magic, a massive explosion occurred. A 2-headed, 4-armed zombie wielding a fistful of skulls dominates the battlefield. With a chant just uttered, a pale white strike descends from the sky. Right after that, Hyun-gyu used the flame cannon again. Another rare skill. Definitely worth the cost. Just attacking wildly still hits. The only problem is the mana is dropping rapidly, now below 10%. Hyun-gyu has to use mana recovery potions to restore it, but it is uncertain how many he will need. Each bottle costs $3, and non-stop attacking this zombie horde with the lightning missiles and fire spear duo is incredibly mana consuming. But at least Lucky was still able to take care of a bunch of zombies with her quality neck bites. Killing zombies requires taking risks to reach level 30, and he and P are fully restored through leveling up, so what was the point of drinking that potion? What a waste. The battle dragon also gives you a chance to grow. Suddenly, the system announced that this chance is to draw an entertainment card. Unexpectedly, this time there is even a special grade card. Hyun-gyu thought he did not need anything else to defeat the ragged witch, but having an extra offensive spell would be perfect, even though it is not absolutely necessary. The surprise is that this card is called Power, and it strengthens the target and increases the range of all skills related to power. Hyun-gyu did not think much of this card. This skill enhances both physical and magical abilities, making it an essential for every battle mage. It would be perfect for Lucky, but is it really necessary to use it? But wait, this skill also increases the range, so why hesitate to use it right away? Elsewhere, knowing the team just left after encountering Hyun-gyu and the guild explorers, they are also actively hunting zombies. Only that one zombie remains. Right? Yeah, there is nothing else around here. Hopefully not this time. Last time the whole guild almost went straight to hell just because we were chased by monsters. Talk guy said he just scanned the whole area with his eagle eye skill, and the only thing within 50 meters was that zombie. So for now they should stay calm and hunt it first. Just then, the zombie was attacked by a fireball from behind. The leader was shocked because there should not have been anything around here, and Takgi confirmed there was not, but the leader still doubted because that fireball could not have fallen from the sky, especially since no one in their group uses fire magic. Tak sent a like and explained that the recent event happened because the fireball came from over 50 meters away. That attack must have been around 80 meters. Right, Hyun-gyu stood staring in amazement, even though he had chosen it with only about a 50% chance of it being useful. But unexpectedly, the range of the magic projectile was affected by strength, truly equivalent to artillery. Dragon's Eye, and the catapult skill. While he was busy marveling, Lucky had already bitten another zombie, and of course, this strength skill was also booked for Lucky, truly a two birds one stone situation. So it looks like Hyen-gyu will have to rethink everything. Right now, his attack range is about 100 meters, and considering Lucky's fighting ability as well. Wait, at your level, is it really that easy to solo a Torn Warlock? Another shout of disbelief came, this time from a young man being choked by the headhunter and pressed against a tree, demanding to know if he was the one who stole the monster their team was hunting. The guy in the vest denied it, saying he had not done anything except hunt in his own area. The guy with the cut head did not believe him and did not want to let it go, but the other guy shook his head, saying they were wasting time because no one in this area was strong enough to kill a zombie with a single blow. Just then, someone over there made a move. The streamer mage is about to solo kill the ragged warlock. By the way, the guy who solo killed the berserker, yeah, he has been really popular on WatchTV lately. Oh no, we can miss this. Over here, Hyen-gyu has started recording the battle. This is his official debut to the audience as a mage streamer. Today, I am here to have a solo fight with the torn down warlock, but just killing it would not be fun, so why do not I kill it without taking any damage? As he spoke, Hyen-gyu activated a lightning bolt with one hand and wielded a fire spear with the other. First, he charged the fire spear and launched it straight into the middle of the torn wizard's forehead. The head caught fire fiercely. The zombie screamed in pain, and the battle from this moment officially began. The torn warlock raised his staff, activating magic to revive the fallen. Lucky was extremely aggressive now, snarling loudly as it lunged to bite the torn necromancer's neck like it usually did. Then it quickly jumped back, only to rush at the necromancer's arms holding the staff again. This prevented him from casting the selection spell, but taking advantage of the opportunity Lucky created, Hyen-gyu activated the double casting effect, quickly cornering the necromancer. Ice arrows and lightning arrows launched simultaneously, sending the zombies back to the underworld before they even have a chance to rise. The ruler of the underworld is so bored he does not even bother to speak. Come and go as you please in my domain. Now, Hyen-gyu has taken care of almost all the Zojia, with the water coverage about 60 meters away. Alright everyone, I am going to become a stationary siege cannon right here. He immediately activated the catapult and the cannon. Let me show you a blazing attack that should not be possible at this level. Hyen-gyu took the stance of a professional baseball player. The fireball was launched like a cannonball, hitting the zombie's head dead on, making the witch scream in agony. A fight like this would not be complete without a lucky bystander benefiting from it. The team of the guy with the shaved head was lying in wait behind the trees. Only one teammate was left behind, and the shaved head guy gritted his teeth. Do you want to get caught red-handed or what? The guy quickly apologized, saying he was just too surprised. This idiot, come here quickly and take a look. Luckily, their movements were not noticed by the young man who was eagerly hunting the warlock. They guessed that the powerful attack was executed with intense focus. The item that fell from the torn talisman must be quite valuable. I can just let this slide. Are you confident you can block his final strike? The headcutter sneered as he calculated. Of course, this was already his second phase, and I had also estimated quite a bit of time to stall that streamer. Broken Hair Like was also very confident in his ability to scavenge. At this moment, the Shadow Sorcerer was raging mad. He gathered a lot of energy to launch the attack. The headcutter saw this and immediately spoke. When the Torn Sorcerer moves to phase 3 and starts casting the zombie horde, get ready immediately. That is our only chance. Truly the king of scavengers. His calculations are impressive. Speaking of the zombie swarm technique, it is the trump card of the lower rift necromancer, used to gather all zombies in the area. When those zombies jump in, they will only target the person who attacked the torn warlock as revenge. So all the scavenger team needs to do is wait. When Hyen-gyu is surrounded and attacked by the zombies, they will quickly finish him off and then scatter. Of course, Hyen-gyu knows this too. I can feel all the zombies wandering in this area coming. Phase 3 has arrived. I injured him more severely than expected, so I also reached Phase 3 earlier. Now, why do not I shake off a bit? Everyone watching, shake off a little too. Though he smiled, Hyen-gyu was thinking about those sneaky ones who were gearing up to steal. What are they thinking? Acting so obvious. If you do not work for it, do not expect to get anything otherwise. You will only get what a rose-loving teacher has already pointed out. Now, I will show you all the ultimate strike team I have been keeping secret, my 5th disciple. The leader gave a sly smile as he nodded. He. This idiot. Judging by how he is already preparing for the final stage like that, he probably has no idea we are here. Alright. Get ready, the headcutter reminds everyone. But the strange thing here is why that young man charged straight at the monster like that. Even the torn shaman found it puzzling since there was not a single self-loving creature around. Enemies ahead. Dogs behind. Hyen-gyu's staff struck straight at the witch's neck. He just kept swinging the staff like that. So should I step in with faith? The headhunter stood still like a statue. Now, everyone shares the same question. How the hell can a mage using a stretcher cause so much damage? You have killed the Lower Torn Warlock. You have earned the title of Rift Witch Hunter. What do you all think of my ultimate strike? Using a staff with the power of a cane to strike like crazy. It only works for me because I have high base stats, and I even managed to kill the Torn Underworld Sorcerer all by myself. Thanks for watching, everyone. Seeing those hiding in ambush, Hyengu loudly thanked the Expedition Guild for coming and bearing witness. Hoping they were not too bored by the recent performance, the ambush team was both angry and surprised to hear the Expedition Guild. If they get caught, they might have to stop participating in the Divine War. The young man who fell earlier was half convinced, half doubtful. He still thought solo players would go alone, but it turns out they do not. Even the head nodding in approval came, and they quickly ran off in a panic. At this moment, Hyengu finally revealed a satisfied smile. The expedition gang they saw earlier was nothing more than a trick using some dead zombies as menace scarecrows. I never expected it to work. Even Men was surprised by the result. Finally back at Sakhalin's house. Every time I return I am out of breath. Hyengu even bargained with Sakhalin, but above all, he was happy to have killed the Broken World Witch alone. He truly succeeded in this impossible mission. Sakhalin did not seem to care much about Hyengu's feelings. Just asked if he had done what she told him. And of course he had. I think the reason that forest was cursed is because of this stone. The stone was handed over to Sakhalin, who praised him for doing well, finally uncovering the truth. Then waved a stick that looked like a dry branch. Sakhalin's staff. Grade. Masterpiece. Required level, above level 30. One of Sakhalin's staves. It possesses very powerful magical strength. Attack power. 52. Adds 25 intelligence. Adds 25 mana. Adds 10% to all magical attack power. Reduces casting time of all spells by 10%. No way to trade it. Hyengu just cursed out loud. This thing is not absorbing my mana. Do you know what that means? Hyengu clutched the staff like a treasure. That thing has an owner. Yes. It means it is still connected to its true owner. I will have to make a compass and go to Dorito Mine to find the blacksmith Yugari. A new mission has been added to the main storyline quest chain. Back in the real world, the Rising Star received a reply letter from the entertainment company of the Great Mage BG, with an attached video of a solo performance by the world-renowned exorcist. The letter said, "From now on, I hope we will have a pleasant cooperation. I hope the video I sent will achieve good results." Did you see the last sentence? Regarding his hope to see good results. Although Secretary Kim wears glasses and can see it, he still does not understand what it means. He is testing us. Chairman Park Yang-jun explains it like this. Yet Secretary Kim still does not get it. He had to ask again. What is different about this video compared to the brain-destroying video? First, the way he arranged the items has changed and the skills have been enhanced. Among the skills, especially the double casting, Park Yang-jun suddenly added, the final auction price was $100,000 on eBay, but the seller suddenly took the item down. Right, Secretary Kim knows about this, but does not know why the item was removed. However, Park Yang-jun can guess it is because someone made a higher bid through a private message. At this point, Secretary Kim guessed that the high bidder was the Grand Mage Beijing, which was also Park Yang-jun's opinion. The Grand Mage did not hesitate to fulfill our request and invested over $100,000, and after he spent big to boost his power, he sent his solo monster killing video. There is no reason to deny this theory. Next, what the Grand Mage Beijing wrote at the end of the email. I hope the video I sent will achieve good results. Does that sentence carry any hidden meaning? Secretary Kim felt it was like a warning that if the quality of this video is not satisfactory, there will be no more deals between the two parties. Edit the video of the brain-destroying killer we bought first. Improve the video quality a lot more and spend more money on advertising. Park Yang-jun issued an order that nearly knocked Secretary Kim off her feet. But his reasoning was that if our client is bold, then we must treat them boldly as well. In the game, Hyengu dragged his body all the way to the Dorito Mine, besides the fact that this place is as hot as a furnace. Well, it is actually a real furnace. This is the hunting area for players around level 40, where the monsters in the mine have not spawned yet. So the only way to level up is to enter dungeons that appear periodically around the mine. In other words, it is a system where weaker players can form a team. There will be no choice but to be abandoned one by one. Even so, it won't end just because they manage to find a team. What happens if a team of 6 finds a dungeon that only allows 5 people in? Players with lower levels or contributions will gradually be excluded. That is certainly a sad story. But at the same time, the Dorito Mine is a testing ground to sift out the gems among countless God War players. Until now, Hyengu would have been the one to be kicked out of the team. But things are different now, taking on the main quest, using the raw stone as material to commission Yuga to make a compass. This person, the dwarf blacksmith, is Yuga. Yuga did not expect anyone to come all the way here to see him and wondered what kind of deal they wanted. Hyengu introduced himself as an adventurer sent here on Sakhalin's recommendation. I need to make a compass from the original stone and I heard that someone named Yuga can do it. Yuga laughed heartily when he heard that, working with Sakhalin. That witch has a rough temper. You must have run into a lot of trouble. Hyengu shook his head denying it, but Yuga laughed, saying he already knew Sakhalin's nature, always sending unreasonable tasks whenever possible. and then blaming others when things go wrong. Hyun-gyu thought to himself, maybe this Nimsi will cooperate well with him after all. But he still had to say something to support her a little. Yuga saw that he was a kind person and showed Hyun-gyu a necklace. This necklace is made from spirit metal, which can only be found in the surrounding area. It is an item that only reacts to the magic of its creator. Hyun-gyu guessed that he wanted him to mine the spirit metal, but he could do that himself. Suddenly Hyun-gyu really liked this Nimsi and even wanted to give him a hug. But if he could clear out this rotten dungeon so I can safely mine minerals, that would be great. Not too many, probably only 111 rotten tunnels. He turned to stone right away. Luckily he did not get close enough to do anything. I am full. So why are you still complaining about the reasonable request? Hyun-gyu angrily kicked a stone at his feet, muttering that Yuga was the kind of guy who sounded annoying from the start. Moreover, why not clean up 100? But 111. I am full. Hyun-gyu was about to say that and go record a solo video, when he saw a familiar golden exclamation mark above Lucky's head. But when luck is on your side, how can you stop it? He immediately picked up the dog and praised it tenfold. Next came a wave of affectionate chills. Hyun-gyu boosted Lucky's power, gave him a 5-colored mushroom supplement to temporarily increase max health by 15, an herbal tonic to raise strength by 20, and fed him a fruit to boost speed by 10% temporarily. Yet it still does not know if it is enough. Its evolution conditions seem to no longer be just about landing the finishing blow. To hunt alone, it must evolve by hunting 99 monsters of a higher level, gaining additional stats and new skills upon evolution. Damn it. Is not that asking too much? It is just a wolf that is not fully grown yet, but it is okay. You have an amazing owner, even if you can T-solo kill monsters. I have prepared a skill to make sure you do not get hurt. Isn't that amazing? Next up is Lucky's battlefield, where the little one faces off alone against 2 mining goblins. Lucky fiercely bit the goblin's arm and quickly finished it off, leaving Hyun-gyu surprised. My dog really did it on its own. Very quickly, Lucky took down another Kobolo miner. It seems Hyun-gyu's worries were just a breath of air. In no time, the owner and his dog have killed 99 creatures. The power of the divine flows through Lucky. Flames surround its body, and Lucky is transforming. Lucky has gained new strength from the gods. Now choose Lucky's new power, so the evolution is complete. Hopefully a useful skill will appear. Wish granted. Here it is, O Divine Spirit. Extreme Speed. Skill Level. Legendary. Skill Effect. Your body will turn to gold and for 5 minutes your attack power and speed will be greatly increased. What could be better than a legendary level between 2 unique levels? Now, he is even thinking about renaming the channel to Lucky TV. What is wrong with him? He hugged the divine beast right after leaving the dungeon. What is he doing? Is he crying? Of course not. Hyun-gyu was just deeply moved because Lucky took only 9 seconds to execute a Kobolo. He was so touched that he saluted it with a patriotic salute, showing absolute loyalty to it. Lucky muttered something as a reply. Lucky had caught the scent of the hidden dungeon. Dad, this is definitely something we can't miss. The system displays information about the hidden dungeon. The dungeon level is unique. The entry limit for the dungeon is 10 people. This is a dungeon with a mysterious energy flowing from it, and it seems powerful monsters are hiding inside. The dungeon's reward is a unique skill card book. Hyun-gyu trudged into the hidden dungeon carrying his big dog, while the other players stared at him like he was a monster. Some people exclaimed that guy was crazy, carrying something like that everywhere and still getting away with it. But others felt life was truly unfair, that even a madman could possess a divine beast. While the 2 jealous rivals were busy bickering, Hyun-gyu had already entered the hidden dungeon. On the Star Network, Secretary Kim was reporting to Chairman Back that they had been uploading the edited monster videos for over an hour. B. Grandmage, your naming style is terrifying now. Grandmage is indeed a rare profession, but among all players, there are more than just a few who do that job. B. Grandmage is what kind of name is that? Everything is Biggie Grandmage, Baek Yang-jun muttered to himself. But now that it is published, it can't be changed. What matters is the public's reaction to it. The growth rate of views is not bad, and the video was even aired on World. It seems that from the start, the video was recorded and posted on Worlva by him. North Yang-jun immediately guessed the issue. Secretary Kim argued that this was impossible, because if what Baek Yang-jun said was true, then the player must have used their own time and money to create the rumor. Baek Yang-jun explained, no matter how great a person is, he has seen them appear on the cover of a prestigious newspaper or magazine by early afternoon, but they can show up in a small paper or tabloid at any time, and surprisingly, the reputation built on tabloids is much higher. If that is true, a similar action might be about to take place. No sooner had he finished speaking than an employee rushed in to ask if the chairman had ordered what was happening online. The account named Amor left a comment under the video, saying this is real. This is the first time I have seen a staff designed like this. It should be known that Amor is one of the princes of Arabia, a wealthy man with personal assets exceeding 1 quintillion coins, the owner of a nightclub, and a professional gamer famous for spending $1 million to obtain the Grand Mage class. Thanks to this, Amor is known as the biggest spender in the Divine War. In other words, he has collected almost all the rare items in the game and is also the pioneer in testing the effects of both items and skills. Actually, on Amor's personal channel, there are videos of him using new items just for fun. Simply put, it is unboxing content. Secretary Kim could not believe there was an item even Amor had seen for the first time in the Divine War. But Park Young-jung found it completely possible because there were still many things unexplored in this game. What caught Park Young-jung's attention was Amor's way of asking. Someone famous like him casually watching monster hunting videos and leaving a comment with no purpose. Or is he the type to click and follow their channel right after the video is posted? He is not someone who wastes time like that. Surely one of his acquaintances asked Amor a few questions like that. Why do not you try to verify what exactly that item is? Otherwise, it must be a third person close to both Amor and Bi the Great Mage. Either way, we know Amor and Bi the Great Mage are connected, and this is a gamble where we have nothing to lose. Park Young-jun reluctantly admitted that his previous assumptions were wrong, cause now he saw BG the Great Mage as a much bigger figure than he had predicted. So the chairman asked Secretary Kim to send another email to Bi the Great Mage saying they would change the profit-sharing ratio to 6:4. They take 4 parts, and Secretary Kim was stunned because if their company did that, it would be like working for free. Park Young-jun confidently assured Secretary Kim that when they suggest these items, Bigi Grand Mage will bring something new to them, a new item worthy of this. Over here, Iangu had left the game looking exhausted and yawning. At this rate, he will finish the dungeon soon, so there is nothing to worry about. As soon as he arrived, Haku ran over to ask about it. You are talking about the viral video that just got posted. It is the solo brainkiller uploaded on the Star channel. The views are skyrocketing and could easily hit 1 million, a number that stunned Iangu. Even more notable was Amor's comment saying they had never seen that item before. Iangu was immediately petrified. The chief of the Rift Witch House is a reward obtained from the Rift Witch House base, which is a hidden dungeon. In the Divine War, the dungeon was completed solely by Dung Iangu. As a reward for the main scenario mission, Iangu realized his fate had been sealed. He foolishly left clues in the main scenario mission, but somehow someone as famous as Amor commented on a new player's video. Surely someone reported to Amor and asked him about that item. There is a group always searching for the main script after all. Before panicking, Iangu remembered one thing for sure. The Star channel posting it would 100% want to make a deal with him. Sure enough, there was an email stating Iangu would receive 60%. At this moment, he could finally breathe easy because no one knew about the main script yet, and even if they did, they would not be able to catch up to him anytime soon, so I will just follow my own path. They have shown their hand, and I have my own strategy. The boss of this hidden dungeon is a level 42 rat dog hybrid with a burrow skill that increases in power when its health drops below 60%. For an average player, it is very difficult to defeat because it constantly moves through holes, making its attack patterns unpredictable. But for someone like Iangu who can predict where it will attack, it is like hitting a rat. So one ice arrow ended the battle. You have completed the hidden dungeon. You have earned the title of Chain Rat Slayer. You have earned the title of Solo Killer of Dogs and Chain Rats. Next is the reward card draw for the hidden dungeon. Iangu looked over this unique skill set, and his eyes landed on the shield set piece. This item has a skill effect that creates a barrier through which the user can shoot. Since Iangu has learned offensive magic of each element, he does not really need this. The shield set would suit Lucky better, as it works well with other pet skills. But he is wondering if he should look for something else too. What kind of pen skill is that for pets? Hey, but there is something called sprinting. Right, with that skill, he can try fast attacks. Sprint is a skill that summons a wind spirit to increase a person's movement speed. Because movement speed skills help both defense and attack, they are very useful and extremely expensive. After logging back into the game, Iangu chose a skill worth 6 million, almost equal to a whole month's living expenses. But let us just consider it an investment for the future. With the skill equipped, the dungeon attack officially begins now. Iangu and Lucky are preparing to conquer the mine occupied by Kobolo miners. This is a normal level dungeon, accessible to players under level 40, with a maximum of 3 people allowed inside. This is a dungeon where you can hear the screams of Kobolo miners. The rewards seem to be, well, some game keyboards, but no rewards for killing monsters. Dungeons like this can be found all over the Dorito mining area. If you compare it to a racetrack, it is like a sprint, and for that reason most people try to play aggressively. Currently, the shortest solo time is 4 minutes 11 seconds. This record was set by Sasaki Kojiro. He is a Sword King, a legendary rank like the Great Mage Yu. Ranked among the top 19 warriors of the Divine War, he set that record a long time ago and it still has not been broken. Breaking it is almost impossible for Iangu, and even getting close to it is already impressive, so he placed his hopes on his divine beast. Lucky, first the power pen, then the sprint, followed by absorbing the black straight herb to boost strength by 28, then absorbing the 5-colored mushroom to increase health by 21, and finally the wind extract fruit to raise movement speed by 12%. Alright then, Hyungu starts recording today's battle. Today. Right here, I will try the quick attack in the Dorado mine. However, this trial run will be completed by my Lucky alone. Lucky gave a cheerful bark to everyone, and Hyungu shouted excitedly. Go ahead, this is your warm-up round. Busy Lucky. Quick attack. Lucky radiated a dazzling yellow electric aura. She charged forward with fierce determination. Every time Lucky bites, a Kobolodies, Lucky also has a shield, so she is almost unaffected. This speed is considered very good. At that moment, a Kobolo attacked Hyungu, but he did not fight back and just dodged. As mentioned at the beginning, he will not attack this dungeon because it is just an ordinary dungeon and he is willing to skip the loot. Because, as expected, Lucky can easily complete this dungeon. The time was much faster than Hyungu expected, and it seemed like he was about to break the record. The dungeon was completed while the rapid attack time was still active, leaving Hyungu stunned and wide-eyed. Rapid attack is a mythic level skill that, when activated, turns the body golden and greatly increases attack power and movement speed for 5 minutes. Lucky had no idea about this and just sat obediently, barking cutely. Back in the present, Hyungu quickly took a heart support medicine. Hukju worriedly told him to be careful, saying if anything happened to him, Hiking would not know who to rely on. At this moment, Hyungu was still in shock from actually breaking the time record, and he had also recorded that conquest again. I have to admit he was very lucky because there were very few monsters at that time compared to usual. I am really curious how the Rising Star channel will react. The views and followers are growing well. So what are you worried about? As for baiting, Park Hyung-jun was full of annoying pimples and deep in thought. This is to increase income, but their company is the one taking the loss. Park Hyung-jun explained to Secretary Kim that he guessed the busy wizard thought he was being treated like bait, and that mindset could upset their golden goose. But he already got a response. He took the bait, Park Hyung-jun exclaimed in surprise. Secretary Kim said there were 2 videos, one as they requested and the other a provocation. When Hyun-gyu came out of the arcade, the office was empty. Guessing everyone was in the lobby, he went out and saw everyone staring at their phones like their eyes would pop out. Is there an idol whose dating news just got exposed or something? Looking closer, it turns out it is our own video. It must be that the Rising Star channel edited and uploaded this video. Hyunju is so excited about it. Sir, the video about the new busy icon is trending right now. Hyun-gyu, you think he is just overacting? Wait, what do you mean? A trend. Did Emre leave a comment on it yet? Hukju said he did, and Hyun-gyu immediately asked what he said. This time, Amor was curious about the ring, the one Sakhalin had given him. Hyun-gyu immediately turned to stone, then sat down on the ground clutching his head in frustration. It was unbelievable that Hyun-gyu caught Amor's attention, making him extremely worried. It is clear that Amor is curious about where Hyun-gyu got the item. It is not just him, other players are also curious. The more Amor watches and comments on the footage of him, the more people pay attention. Hyun-gyu was sweating nervously when faced with this risky situation. Staying in one place now would be too dangerous. Hyun-gyu thinks he should hurry to the Dorado mine and tells Hyuk-ju to quickly prepare something sweet for him to snack on. He asked about candy. Hukju is always short on everything except candy. Super sweet candy at that. Haven't you thrown those nasty things away yet? Hyun-gyu mocked himself, saying a beggar asking for cooked gak fruit. But Hyuk-ju firmly disagreed, saying the main character in stories often eats these things before a solo fight. Then give it to me. I thought you were complaining. But you came back to play. Yuga was already waiting there. He was pleased and praised your hard work, saying that thanks to you clearing the way, Yuga was able to collect enough spirit metal. This guy sounds so pleasant when he talks. Who told him to go clean the color pit anyway? But on the bright side, he has finished making the necklace for you. Just put it on and you are done. If that is the case, Hyun-gyu might as well use it right away without waiting any longer. After putting on the necklace, Hyun-gyu quickly turned to find Sakhalin, but he was just thinking about it when Sakhalin had already flown here. Yuga, why did you call me out here? Sakhalin asked right away without even greeting you. The collar is finished. So I called you here so he could give you the piece that belongs to you, Yuga replied calmly. Hyun-gyu was still surprised to see Sakhalin come alone, wondering if the two of them were really that close. Sakhalin took out the intact stone, threw it to Yuga, and warned him not to do anything foolish, while Yuga just laughed. What do you mean by stupid? We made a soul pact to do this after all. Sakhalin reminded him to stop saying such foolish things immediately. This conversation proved to Hyun-gyu that these two were not close at all. Perhaps the supporting characters also have their own struggles and no choice but to cooperate. The main plot of the war between the gods is to find an almighty item, a powerful artifact capable of defeating the god of the sky. Yuga quickly placed the stone into the hollow of the necklace, completing it. Here, the supporting characters also have goals, probably because that god must be slain. So we have to find the weapon. That must be it. Yuga tossed the necklace onto the center stitch, then grabbed the cord to hold it in place as the pendant flew north. This does not mean anything terrible. It is just taking responsibility before leaving. Yuga handed the chain over to Hyunga, thus completing the cursed necklace mission. Hyunga immediately leveled up twice. You have earned the title of Clue Hunter. The ancient language will be delivered as a reward. Still surprised by the 2-level rank up, the system continued to notify. The dragon battle has given you a chance. Hyungu decides to claim the reward later, saving time to complete the previous tasks first. Hyungu asked Yuga what the necklace was for, but before he could finish, the system displayed the item's information. Cursed necklace. Level. Legendary item. The equipment can be upgraded, at least to level 40. The necklace contains a cursed shard that guides you on the path to find its owner. All stats increase by 50. Combat power increases significantly. Speed increased by 10%. Combat power increased by 10%. Attack speed increases by 10%. Recovery speed increases by 30% proficiency. It is immeasurable. Hyungu was so surprised he gaped. Why is everything for a level 40 epic item even better than a legendary one? Go to the location the necklace indicated and see what is there. Sakhalin frowned and reminded Hyunga. Noticing that he seemed to have some problem, a new hidden quest appeared during the main quest. The swamp. Mission details. Go north to the swamp indicated by the necklace and see what is there. Mission reward. Carry the legendary skill card. Priceless. Oh my god. Then I have to give it my all. Trying to calm his racing heart but forced to log out, Iangu hurriedly clutched his healing potion, his lucky charm. After calming down, he chose to accept the skill card reward given by Long Qian. This time, the choice was the Guardian skill card. The starry night sky and the city lights are on. This is the familiar rush hour for editors, and the editor of the Ngai Sao channel is the same. In the end, he also finished running by today and returned the video to Chairman Park. While Park Yang-jun smiled brightly, the exhausted editor looked like he was about to faint. Park Yang-jun immediately accessed the drive to watch Lucky's fast dungeon raid video in Kobolo. Secretary Kim could not help but sigh. The swordsman probably does not know that his unbreakable record was shattered by a dog. Park Yang-jun was very eager. Wondering how many views this video would get, Secretary Kim boldly predicted at least 2 million. A dog just broke the swordsman's record, and no content will spark more discussion than this. Even Chairman Park did not rush this video, so achieving this is already a huge success. The editor who heard this compliment was almost in tears. Truly a lifetime honor. At the end of the video, Ian-gu talked about the items that some people wanted to know where they came from. Park Yang-jun smiled with satisfaction. 10 million views. This video will definitely reach 10 million. Back to Hyungu, he chose the Guardian Body skill, a skill that forces defeated monsters to obey your commands, a unique skill of the Archmage and more. Thinking about having a skill like that, even though the chances are very low, it is exciting and frustrating because the conditions are very hard to meet. You can have a Guardian spirit much higher level than you, and you need to defeat 100 of them within a certain time frame, so the last few bugs and big monsters only appear in small numbers, making it nearly impossible to capture them as Guardians. But the reason Amor's Guardians are so famous is because they can be equipped with player items, even legendary items. Amor gave his Guardian Spirit rare legendary items that ordinary players could not obtain. As for Hyungu, he needs a Guardian Spirit to act as a tanker, so Lucky can focus on dealing damage. The original plan was to use your Golem healing skill as a tanker, but the Golem healing skill is too costly. Now, let us get ready to move, sprint and power up. Lucky, let us go. Run at full speed. As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, Hyungu was followed by someone. This guy gets paid to work for others, but no one understands why the boss spends so much just to tail him. And it is not just him, but 3 guys assigned to follow a single mage like that. Isn't he that a bit excessive? The young man with the bangs rolled his eyes at the guy who was talking too much earlier and said, "How are we supposed to know what the bosses are thinking? They just give us some money, we say thanks, and get the job done." Another person agreed that if things went like this, the job would be easier, which was even better for their team. While they were chatting, the 3 saw their target seemingly running away. Someone is panicking. Did he discover something? But what could make a mage suddenly run away like that? Should we chase after him or watch him more carefully? His bangs flipped up in panic. We are doomed. We are totally doomed. All 3 immediately jumped off the cliff to chase after him, but Hyungu's speed was like he had rockets on his back, leaving the detective team to curse the heavens, wondering how he could run so fast, although still faster than the speed of sound and human speed. Hyungu only told Lucky to stop when he was sure the 3 guys could not catch up with them. This also proved that his speed had increased, so of course they could not keep up. Look at the stats of this necklace. It is truly a treasure. With this, Hyungu is confident that even if a jet chases him, he won't get caught. Hyungu patted Lucky's head and told him that his debut video was about to be released. He asked if he would trade the item after the video reached 10 million views. The girl happily chirped, "Is not that obvious? There is no one else here but you, so let us move on to our next destination." The swamp. Meanwhile, in another virtual world called the Internet, the video of BG Lucky's record-breaking dungeon conquest has gone more viral than ever, with views skyrocketing and lively discussions everywhere, as the image of the dog taking 4 minutes and 9 seconds to complete a dungeon spreads across all platforms. Some people even left nasty comments saying while the swordsman is worse than a dog, now everyone is amazed that Lucky can solo monsters without magic, and the B Grand Mage just stands by with arms crossed to approve the results unbelievable. However, this video is as long as 5 minutes. Is there more? At the end is Hyen Goo's reveal of the strange items that viewers were curious about. That is why I prepared a few new items. Hyen Goo pulled out a dry branch from Sakalinza, grinning proudly. If anyone knows this item, I will reveal all the items I have used so far. Below the video, Amer commented again, "This is another item I do not recognize. Don't he do that? Just tell us what it is already." But even more surprising, he sponsored Lucky's video with $10,000. Whoa. If someone sharpens this video for $10,000, they could make 2 series every day. Because of Amer's move, everyone was amazed this video is something special. The discussion grew even more intense, with some people thinking it was just acting. Meanwhile, Hyen Goo sat in the crowd holding his head, trembling uncontrollably. Hukaju also noticed there were a dozen conspiracy theories in here. Now you notice your older brother trembling. Hyen Goo says he has a stomachache, making Hukaju worry and tell him not to overdo it. In a corner where no one could see, specifically the bathroom, Hyen Goo covered his mouth with both hands and struggled to hold back a loud laugh with all his might. "Oh my god! Just look down there. Who said your brother could not make money? Check out these $10,000. Now that I have earned money, it is time to find ways to spend it. It is time to invest in videos. According to the original plan, I would definitely buy the healing support skill. But now that I have the guardian spirit, I do not need that useless skill anymore. So which skill should I buy then? The book and the original spell both seem good. It is hard to choose. Maybe I should check the price of the healing skill first. Oh, this one is on sale for too cheap. Whether I have a guardian or not, I should still buy it. This item has already been sold. Damn, it got snatched away." Hyen Goo cried quietly. He should have looked for it first instead of just brooding, but oh well, it is not really necessary right now. Elsewhere, Secretary Kim saw things were progressing smoothly as the chairman predicted, but he did not look happy. North Yang Jun said coldly that there would be more headaches ahead. Secretary Kim did not understand what he was worried about. What had we done for the streamer mage in this matter? Yang Jun asked hesitantly. Secretary Kim listed many things, including video production and uploading to the channel. North Yang Jun is referring to something only they can do. What he is worried about is that the streamer mage is an important client who is in conflict with Amor, but I am just an optional element that can be easily replaced. To get the mage streamer to renew the contract with me, I need to show him a certain level of dedication. Now it is time for Wadern Hai's trump card to appear. Back Yang Jun smiled smugly. Secretary Kim stopped and asked what the trump card was. North Yang Jun answered without hesitation. Bribery. Then returned to the swamp. This is a hunting ground located north of the Dorito mine for level 50 players. A place that challenges many competitors due to being covered by swamps and greenery. People who come here usually have only 2 complaints. It is a huge hassle and it is maddening. The vast swamp is usually only ankle deep, but sometimes the water rises to the waist, causing many players to hesitate. However, the slow effect also works on the monsters, making it extremely beneficial for hunters like Hyen Goo. Look at this mutated lizard. 1 fireball from Hyen Goo and it is done for. It also helps me level up my fireball skill and the catapult at the same time. You have earned the title One-Shot Lizard God. Sounds impressive, but these things are as big as a cow, so when they fall into the swamp, they stir up a mess of dirty water everywhere. Luckily I managed to cover my face with my hand. Otherwise how could I protect this handsome face of mine? The gear I just bought will be ruined. Do you know how much it cost? Hyen Goo frowned and scolded. He had equipped the Rift Mage's torn robe and the Rift Mage's torn boots, and when wearing the full set of 5 items, damage increased by 10%. Even Lucky, who is usually lightning fast, stumbles over a few steps like a total rookie. Hyen Goo rubbed its head to comfort it. Lucky, you must be tired too. Right, just a little more, finish this mission and let us go home. Hyen Goo smiled to himself. Even if he had to kill 1,000 monsters, he would gladly do it. A man and his dog heading to a makeshift base made of dry branches. This is a lizardman nest, classified as a dungeon in the main setting, ranked below legendary, with a large number of lizardmen hiding inside to guard against intruders. Players must defeat all the lizardmen inside. The number of lizardmen is actually small, only about 1,998. Seeing the number, Hyen Goo directly asked the system's mother. He tilted his head back and asked, "When will I defeat all 2,000 of them?" Ri said only Ri knows. It will happen when it happens. Hyen Goo clenched his jaw, certain this dungeon was made for a team. This one do. He has to get stronger. Hyen Goo sighed and decided to summon the guardian spirit. Lucky agreed with this idea. After a while, a man and dog had defeated 100 lizard warriors. Now, Hyen Goo can summon a lizard warrior as a guardian spirit. Let us try it right away. No need to wait. Summoning the guardian spirit. A golden light shines down on the lizard warrior. It immediately came back to life as usual and knelt at Hyen Goo's feet. Only then did he notice a question mark above its head. Why does it have this even though it is not an impasse? Could it be that the guardian spirit also has a hidden mission? System notification, an expression of loyalty. If you, the guardian spirit, must protect your master from ordinary monsters for 33 minutes without moving, your loyalty will increase to level 8. If your loyalty reaches level 8, your physical and combat skills will also improve, and you will be able to communicate intimately. Damn, the guardian spirit even has a loyalty system. If that is true, then this lizard spirit has to go kill another lizard spirit. No doubt about it, thanks to this lizard warrior guardian. How many tasks did Hyungu save? With all that, Hyungu estimated it would take the guardian about 3 minutes and 33 seconds to defeat a lizard god. If loyalty increases, how much stronger will he become? Listen. Guardian, this time you can only defend, not attack. Do you understand? The lizardman holding his etching head seemed to understand. There was no wind in the swamp today, and Hyungu sat hugging his dog, conveniently plotting, while Lucky took a nap. Hyungu, bored of watching the two guardian lizards fight, thought about some things to pass the half hour quickly. This was the hidden mission condition, to fight for 33 minutes without letting the opponent die. Come to think of it, Amor is a proud archmage who can learn all kinds of skills, even those of guardian spirits, but Hyungu is the first archmage to understand this loyalty system. At this moment, Lucky had also awakened, and the guardian lizard had protected for 33 minutes. The guardian had reached level 8, and a new attack skill had been learned by the guardian. Hyungu immediately ordered the guardian to retreat. The guardian obeyed, shouting a slogan honoring his master, then slashed the red lizard god in the chest and kicked it, flipping its jaw. Hyungu realized it just said something and now even has a new skill. Its loyalty only increased by 1 level, but it already looks completely different. This time, it only took 2 minutes and 57 seconds to deal with a lizard god. Master, give me a name, and I will show you a performance worthy of the name you give me. Well, I did not expect something this interesting. Then, Gold. This is your name. This name means tough, with the hope of being resolute. But if you take out a few characters, can also be spelled as Gold. I am deeply touched to have such a noble name. This lizard is surprisingly easy to tame. Gold asks its master for a new command. I will prove to you that I am better than that worthless creature. Lucky asked with a question mark. Have I ever argued with you? Hyungu smiled brightly. It turns out this lizard can talk, but it seems Lucky is not too fond of it. Hyungu just thinks this skill is better than anyone could imagine. While his two subordinates are bickering, the dog barks. The lizard calls the dog worthless, and their owner is lost in thought about the value of the skill. Suddenly, he thought of something. Should he use a close-range damage dealer with excellent combat skills as a frontline fighter? A 3-person team like this would not be bad at all. If I had another Golung skill, I might be able to catch 2,000 lizards in 5 hours. What bad luck. Does that mean I have to buy the Golung skill? Early in the morning, Haijin came to the room to wake her uncle up. She wanted to go eat, while her uncle wanted to catch up on sleep to regain his strength. Haijin cheekily said if her uncle did not get up, her dad would get angry. Hyungu immediately jumped up. Just as the phone rang, Hyungu glanced over and saw a notification from Bei that the Rising Star had sent him a Golung healing skill book. So Haijin's precious uncle rushed out of the house in a hurry without even eating. Before leaving, he still managed to promise the child that there would be dinner tonight. Elsewhere, someone else had also watched Hyungu's video. Is that why? She said we should send an assassin to hunt the Shimmer Mage. And the woman with long white hair confidently confirmed that was exactly right. She said after watching this video, she saw the chance increase and believed it was highly likely that the Shimmer Assassin Mage had a clue. The man confidently claimed he could find documents about the item that even O did not know because he had successfully resisted Pikek. If he says he does not need to collect that item, even if there are clues about the main event, he should still double-check. If he can find some clues, even if we defeat the Empress, there is nothing left to lose on this side. Right, it is all just speculation. Nothing is certain yet, that is true. But he can't imagine any player would rush to accept the challenge from the great assassin. The truth is that players already know they are paying just to play, and there are rumors it has become a collusion with a Mo. Who in their right mind would get involved with someone so dangerous? If the white-haired player boldly sets the price at $10,000, I know players will join if the prize is that big. The snip of the 7-Star Federation of Love. There were also characters at the appropriate levels. The young man thought it made sense, so he took on the task of sending them the request messages. But the woman also demanded a few more things as the manager of the Abyss Guild. Emma. While that Emma was busy scheming, Hyungu was about to have a heart attack because of the Golem healing skill. This can heal an Earth-made Golem. The higher the skill level, the greater the Golem's defensive power and size. Specifically, you can earn the Iron Wall title by having Golem block 3,939 enemy attacks, and the Suicide Squad title by withstanding 1,001 attacks from the boss Golem. It is hard to believe that Hyungu has acquired such a special skill, and it even came from a Rising Star channel. Hain-gu kneels down to thank the investors who generously funded him. If he wants them to keep sponsoring him, he has to show them something beyond their expectations. Hain-gu thought about killing the jewel crocodile himself, the boss monster in this swamp. Then he realized that would not be enough, but it has to be done in the shortest time possible to really feel satisfying. First, I need to clear out this lizardman's lair. After an unknown amount of time, a man, a dog, and a lizard god reached the very heart of the lizard god's lair. Only 3 monsters remained, and soon there was just one left. Thanks to the hidden mission, Haingu's stats have increased rapidly, and his power level is unbelievable for a mage. Moreover, thanks to the summoned creatures, he is not attacked by other monsters, so if you just focus on throwing fireballs, you can target enemies up to 100 meters away. One final fireball is launched, and the mission to kill 2,000 lizardmen ends here. You have earned the Nightmare of the Lizard God title. At this rate, killing the jewel crocodile will be a piece of cake. After this trip, the fireball was upgraded again, and Hain-gu was so happy he almost cried. After 8 hours of struggle, it was finally done. Master, that rude dog keeps stealing our scent. Gold is starting to growl, and Lucky is barking loudly. Can't these two stop? Look at the mud over there, behaving so well. Just as this battle is over, another disaster arrives. The cursed collar flew up, pointing to a different location. Hain-gu looked left while the 2 guards exchanged fiery glances. Not far away was a platform with something like an egg on it. The system barely identified it as a dragon egg that requires the power of an unknown god to hatch. What the heck? Is there a thunder dragon egg here? Could it be a new mythical thunder dragon species? Let us just bring it back first and figure things out later. For now, we have to complete the mission, especially with the reward being a legendary skill. Holding an egg in one hand and supporting the weight with the other, Hain-gu ordered everyone to return to Jiga City. On the way back, Hain-gu's squad encountered a red rice ambusher, a divine beast, and a guardian spirit truly worth the $10,000 price. This assassin brandished his Giga bow to greet his mobile treasure. This weapon is legendary grade, bow crafted by Giga with dedication and care. He has a special ability that once he attacks a target, his subsequent strikes will focus on that same target. He sighed and shot the arrow, hoping to finish the fight quickly. The arrow flew like the wind, and as it jumped up, Go raised his shield to block it. The arrow hit the shield and then fell with a thud. Finally, it is here. I knew I would be ambushed, so I planned for it. It is not easy to surprise me. I deliberately created an opening for you to attack, so get ready to take the counterattack. Go. Goat, this guy definitely underestimated me because of the terrain. So I will show him that terrain does not matter in this game. The assassin hiding behind the tree corner already saw the guy block a sneak attack and knew it was coming. But he was also very patient in tracking him down. He believed that in a swampy place like this, no matter how fast he moved this way, it would still take at least 30 seconds. And the distance between them is about 120 meters. Even with magic, it can't reach here. The fireball rushed forward to ask, surprised yet old lady, hey old lady. Then the fireball hit him square in the face without missing by an inch. The assassin took a critical hit. When he looked up, the person had already disappeared. Just as he was about to slip away, he saw Gold's bright eyes shining from the nearby bushes. Before he could speak, it came close without warning. An arrow shot from behind pierced through him. The assassin took another critical hit, his speed dropping straight below 20%. The assassin wondered what kind of creature he had encountered whose attack was many times stronger than the player's level. But Lucky was already finished. It faced him without a single wasted move. Got you. Now let us check that Ed and see who dares to cause trouble. I am sure you won't be pulling this stunt again. At this moment, the assassin was being stomped on the ground by Lucky. His id was AWA 13. No way. Is not that the side character of Lola Scumman from the Heartbroken Beast Alliance? Oh man. Good thing I held back. If I had gone any further, I would have made an enemy of a major guild. This person, Hain-gu hunted with her on the old account. She only became a bit more famous thanks to the guild's reputation. Why does she have to use a secondary account to look for me? But the biggest problem now is that Hain-gu can take responsibility for killing her side character there. Getting ambushed by the whole guild is intense. Lucky, stop right now. That is right. He can't take down an entire gang, but he can stop that dog. Seeing this, Go got angry and tried to attack Lucky, but Hain-gu had to tell him to back off before he calmed down. These two troublemakers are a pain. Of course, I do not plan to let that girl go easily without a plan. You are Lola from the 7-Star Alliance. Right, the assassin was about to deny it, but Hain-gu cut them off. No need to pretend. I know this is Lola's secondary account. I am pretty sure this character's name is Rel. Right, now that it has come to this, I wonder how she will react. Well, thinking about it, it is really frustrating. Hain-gu kept sighing. I did not know that not telling that bastard I was hiding my identity would be such a hassle. Rel was shocked the moment she heard the words that bastard, wondering how this guy knew the guild leader. The leader of the 7 Stars Guild is Dione, so dangerous that ordinary players dare not approach him. Yet those close to him all call him that bastard. Hain-gu was still raging, demanding to know who gave her the order to use a secondary account to trap him like this. It was absolutely unacceptable. Who told you to do this? Defeat me and you can strip me naked. Right. Lola was distracted thinking about the close relationship between Hyun-gyu and the guild, so Hyun-gyu continued. If not, then could it be that you secretly took money from the guild to buy expensive gear to PK other players? Lola immediately froze on the spot. Participating in P outside is forbidden by guild rules, and her silence only made Hyun-gyu more frustrated. Lola was just thinking that if he reported her to the guild, she would be as good as dead, so all she could do was kneel and beg. First of all, apologize to Hyun-gyu, then ask her what she wants him to do. Lola began to think that if she got caught peeing outside without the guild's permission, she would definitely be buried alive for breaking the guild's rules. Hyun-gyu was wondering if he should kill to silence her, because if he did not, he might be the one betrayed later. But then he changed his mind. I will cover for you this time. What the hell, bro? Honestly, I do not want the 7-Star Alliance to know what I am up to. Do you think I would use a secondary account with the stupid name Broken Great Mage for no reason? Because I have a big plan. You know, do you think I am just wasting time leveling up here for nothing? Just say you failed and I escaped. I won't tell anyone I met you today. Lola could finally smile. Oh mother, I am alive. But the story did not end there. Hyun-gyu wanted to know how she would repay the help. Of course it has to be that way, and if she tries to play dirty, she should be ready to see blood. Lola bowed her head and asked if he really promised to keep it a secret. Hyun-gyu firmly promised. A gentleman's word is his bond. Trust me. So, Lola decided to give Hyun-gyu a rare gubbo as compensation and offered sincere apologies. She left, and Gout started sucking up again. He said he had learned a lot from Hyun-gyu's kindness, and its owner had a heart attack so bad he completely broke down. Damn it. Doing so much is exhausting. It even scared me to death. Seeing this, Gout and Lucky thought someone had come to cause trouble, so they immediately got ready to fight. Meanwhile, Hyun-gyu felt lucky because it was the 7-Star Alliance, and he had heard rumors about their captain Dione. Otherwise, how could he have lightly touched that fool who thought there was closeness between them? But even better, he managed to get an item from the Ga set. The Gabo is one of the Ga weapon sets. Among them, this bow is the most valuable, starting at $40,000, if he were to sell it, but since he does not need money right now, why not try using it while he still has enough to buy a legendary bow? Hyun-gyu quickly raised the bow. There has never been a recorded case of a mage using a bow, but if it is a Gaze bow, that is a different story, using it with fireballs and guidance. As long as you hit the first arrow, the following ones will automatically target the enemies. However, he could not use the staff and bow at the same time. Moreover, switching between weapons was inconvenient as well, but Hyun-gyu still had not used them yet. What if I used telekinesis to switch weapons more easily? Back in the city, Lucky had already become a famous character attracting everyone's attention, and along with it, the owner, the great mage Hyun-gyu, was also being stared at. By the way, why are there a few soldiers around him? They are clearly NP soldiers from the game. But why are they escorting the player like that? Not only the crowd was curious, but Hyun-gyu was also very confused. How come as soon as he set foot in the city, this team came to escort him, saying something about the Lord of Giga City looking for him? Does this have something to do with politics? But this is not without its benefits. Since you are the only player escorted by Gagakarma soldiers, wonder how the rumors will spread now. Now, let us head into Giga's palace. There is nothing else to do. The other players won't get to see this, and just then, the old silver-haired lord standing beside Sakhalin smiled warmly to welcome him. The system announced a new notification. You have earned the title of the boy invited by Giga, and you will be gifted an ancient relic. Hyun-gyu never expected he would have the chance to meet Giga in person and shake his hand so warmly. Sakhalin glanced at him meaningfully. So the one who got the advantage is here. Of course, Hyun-gyu took out the dragon egg. Sakhalin looked at the egg and then pulled out a book to give to Hyun-gyu. This is the legendary skill card book. Hyun-gyu was about to give Sakhalin the egg, but Giga stopped him. Sakhalin asked if there was a problem. Giga smiled and said there was no problem. So why did you interfere? Old man. Exactly. There is nothing wrong. So Chen went in there. Hyun-gyu was like, Vicky F. The man named Midas found what we could not without any problems at all. Right, Galiga said with a gentle smile. Sakhalin frowned but reluctantly agreed. Then he suggested, why would we need anyone else to do the job when we already have such a skilled person right in front of us? That is right. I am glad to have found the right person for the job. I highly value your abilities, so I want you to continue researching this egg. I see. Sakhalin intended to keep the egg for study, but Giga wants you to hold on to it. It turns out NPCs have their own realms, but that does not affect me at all. I won't let you down. Giga highly praised Hyun-gyu's answer and also noticed that Miss Sakhalin did not seem to trust him much. So, they want to see if you can protect that egg. Then go kill the ruler of that place and see. That is the challenge set by Giga and Sakhalin this time. The system immediately issued a notification. A new mission has been added to the main event category. Jade Bad Luck. Mission level. Main event. Mission details. Kill the swamp overlord. Before coming here, Hyun-gyu had already planned how to deal with that monster, so he had prepared a surprise attack plan, so he was confident that this time would go smoothly like always. Besides, the system also had a hidden condition. The mission reward is that if you alone kill the ruler, you will be granted Gigas white staff. Oh, it is not just any staff but the white staff itself. Seeing you just standing there blankly, Guiga asked if something was wrong. Hyun-gyu immediately smiled like he had caught something. Yes, please give it to me. Before leaving, Hyun-gyu opened the legendary skill card book. When he opened the book, he had meditated on the mana recovery skill 100 times, just needing it, and the universe answered his prayer with a legendary grade mana lineage skill card. The effect grants the power of the mana stream by absorbing surrounding mana, significantly increasing mana recovery. Absolutely perfect. Gold also thought this was a great choice, but Lucky did not. What it aimed for was a super fire dragon skill card of the same level with the effect of being able to withstand fire, longer casting time, and higher mana consumption over a certain period. It is said to be worth $1 million. This skill is even better known by its nickname, the Inferno Dragon Wrath. This skill has never been traded on Bay, but the reason it has such a famous nickname is because of Amor. He said he would pay $1 million to anyone who gives him this skill. After that, no one knew whether he bought it for $1 million or found another way to obtain it. But afterward, the Superfire Dragon became Amor's trademark and the Mage class's signature skill. Known as one of the strongest abilities, this powerful skill was made for monster raids and requires a huge mana recovery. Even if he sold his house, Hyun-gyu could not afford that card. And now, it is right here in front of me. Lucky really is lucky. You have learned the Superfire Dragon. Back in reality, the rumor Hyun-gyu faces after going with the Quiga soldiers is that the Grand Mage is about to take over the city and become its ruler. When Hyun-gyu heard the story, he just wished there was someone nosy like Hyuk-ju. But instead, everyone acted according to their own thoughts, making it impossible to control them all, and the truth is, a strange power from an unknown source is targeting him. This solo raid to eliminate the Jade Crutch Crocodile hopefully won't cause any trouble. In a situation like this, Hyun-gyu can only do one thing. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim is resentful that the chairman gave Chima the Great Mage 2 skills at once, which is nothing short of being exploited. Park Young-jun paused and asked who was being taken advantage of. Secretary Kim immediately said it was the chairman of this company. The chairman probably has no idea how much those 2 skills cost. Park Young-jun not only does not deny it but is happily being taken advantage of. The line between investment and being exploited is very thin. Park Young-jun smiled, making many people want to faint of course. Except for Secretary Kim, he is still trying to argue. Bai-ji the mage has definitely gained something huge. But I do not think someone like him cares about petty bribes like that. If that is the case, Park Young-jun does not hesitate to show his secretary the vision he is predicting. Sorcerer Bai-ji is aiming for something very big. But what is it? Last time we met him in the swamp, was not he trying to defeat the boss there? So how do you think he plans to pull that off? Secretary Kim said, is not that already shown fully in the footage? Chairman Park immediately said that his thinking was wrong. Next time will definitely be a live broadcast. He has already gained enough attention. Just as that was said, another staff member came over to report a new email received from Mage Bai-ji, and just as the chairman predicted, this time the mage asked about doing a live broadcast on their Rising Stars channel. So Park Young-jun started bragging about graduating with honors by quizzing Secretary Kim, then confidently got ready for the live broadcast. In the game, Hyun-gyu received 2 expensive skills that the Rising Star gifted him, Rocket and Wind Arrow. He understood that this was the price for Mage Bai-ji to become their performer, so maybe it is time to prepare for that, a live broadcast. Since the birth of the War God, it has become the most streamed game. At first, many things happened, because the snipers kept targeting players and destroying everything during the broadcast. The kickbox raid was usually completed after the stream ended, except for the 10 guilds, because they bought dozens of snipers, and in front of tens of thousands of viewers. They will punish the snipers as an example, and those snipers probably followed him since he entered the swamp, because Hyun-gyu could see their names. It was easy to spot them. Besides them, there are dozens of players trying to kill you, so you have no choice but to do it. If they target you, you will show them there is nothing to take. In 20 minutes and 13 seconds, the Jade Death case will appear. All video content in Thenchin can only be broadcast through Thentup, a clone of YouTube. Most players do not have any problems with it. Definitely not because they are very familiar with the game, but the biggest reason is that streaming through Thentup is very easy. Thentup and Chin then connect effortlessly. So easy you can start streaming with just one tap. You have entered the Rising Star channel. Next, turn on the chat. There are currently 3 viewers, including the manager, him, and the last person with the name Quat Tin who left a message. So just focus on playing the game. He also said this is the first time the 2 of you have talked. Finally, he said, I am the CEO of the Rising Star channel. Oh wow, the CEO himself is stepping in to support the battle. Watton, start streaming whenever you are ready. Oh my god, thanks so much bro. I am going live right now. The 10-second countdown to the broadcast began. Hyun-gu was eager to see how many viewers he would get because he had been using view-fixing videos and faced many issues, so just 1,000 viewers would be satisfying. Who would have thought? Just as it started, the chat was flooding with messages nonstop. The 4-member team, both humans and beasts, were all stunned with their mouths wide open. The live stream quickly surpassed 1,000 viewers as soon as the room opened. Smooth. So fast. Calm down. Hyun-gu. Ruining your image on the first broadcast would be embarrassing. Hello, I am the mage Busy. Viewers are commenting that Lucky is adorable and want to see Lucky. Everyone really loves Lucky. Hyun-gu says he will defeat the jewel-encrusted crocodile in today's live stream. Surely. If we just keep doing that, it won't be very fun. Right now, our team has 4 people and the record for this raid is 10 minutes and 32 seconds. I will break that record. It sounds a bit exaggerated, but other viewers still want to join the sniper team. But even without them, snipers are already hiding everywhere, ready to strike at any moment. The level 58 Jade Crocodile, Master of the Swamp, has appeared. This is a boss over 10 meters long and true to its name. It has a gem on its back, also called a signal light, because the gem changes color whenever it shifts phases. Viewers keep commenting on how to catch this boss. The current yellow color is safe, but when its AP drops below 30%, it will enter phase 2. When the gem turns black, it activates the deep swamp diving skill, which is the hardest phase to deal with. During the skill, it cannot be damaged and will recover AP. Hyun-gu knew all that and had a plan. As soon as the gem changed color, he would launch a full assault. That was the standard method, and the gem turned red. The crocodile climbed ashore, ready to fight. This is when the real battle begins. Hyun-gu used his ultimate move right at the start of the match. Lola's Law. Emma was on vacation when she received this news. The girl with the hairband said she was just trying to keep an eye on him. Then why throw out $10,000 just like that? It is possible Amor is the one funding him, and if we interfere too much, one TM or just block us. Emma leisurely sipped her drink, saying she did not have a pawn like Lola who could easily take everything. The assistant asked what she planned to do next. Emma now has no choice but to ease Hyun-gu's guard. She has offered a huge bounty on his head, so as long as they catch him, there will be $10,000 waiting, and even if they do not catch him, he will still be under her watch. Right, as long as we can limit his activities. That is enough. The assistant suddenly realized the truth. This is exactly what Emma meant. Just then she got a call, an important notification that the live stream of Mage Bigi had started. Over here, the viewers were still stunned by the Super Fire Dragon when they got to see the combination of the Mage and Gliga's bow. Hyun-gu used it combined with Fireball and Dragon Eye. Everyone wondered how much money Grand Mage B had spent on that contract with all those skills. His arrows aimed straight at the gem on the crocodile's back. After 3 or 4 hits, the gem exploded with a bang. Hyun-gu immediately switched to the ice arrow and stone launcher combo, using all kinds of skills at once: wind arrows, light arrows, fireballs, and light spears all together. The viewers did not understand what kind of strategy this was since wind damage was almost useless against this boss. Next up was a direct wrestling match between the sniper and the crocodile without the gem. Hyun-gu knew that under normal circumstances, saving energy to attack the transformation stages of the highest level monsters was almost impossible. But here, there was no enemy other than the jewel-encrusted crocodile. The sniper squad hiding in the bushes is extremely frustrated and amazed. They can't believe someone can handle that much damage alone. The leader wondered why that person kept using wind power like that. It was driving them crazy with Peak. The young man was so panicked he did not know what to do, whether to cave before the Super Fire Dragon transformed or not. The woman with the gray braided hair advised everyone not to rush. The reason is that from the start, he has been wasting his own energy. Could it be because he has already stationed bodyguards among the pay criminals? If he is as rich as rumored, then maybe he can. The whole hill started buzzing with discussion, and as everyone got distracted, the gem on the jade-encrusted crocodile turned black. The match had only just begun for a minute when the boss transformed, leaving the assassins unsure of how to act. Everyone could only grit their teeth and wait for the second half of the transformation, because if they acted recklessly, they would be taken out by the bodyguards. Actually, those 2 troublemakers have already started acting. Gold keeps killing while Lucky keeps biting people. The performance was so exciting that many got drawn, and instead of debating whether the Great Mage B could kill the monster on his own. Meanwhile, Goldlum's performance was not highly regarded. Over here, Hyun-gu is still actively selling out his name. The crocodile's remaining health is 23%, and when it drops to nearly 3%, it will enter its 3rd form. Additionally, some villagers are only watching him out of fear. Viewers are also wondering where those who came to PK are hiding now. They are just waiting for the right moment. The moment when all of Hyun-gu's skills are on cooldown and his energy is at its lowest is when they strike. Its health is just under 20%, and Hyun-gu starts to stop fighting and switch to Buffett. If I were to estimate, I think I could finish this fight in 7 minutes. But ending everything in 7 minutes would be too heartless. The viewers started to not understand what he was rambling about. Some wanted him to finish quickly so they could watch Lucky. so I will take some extra time to let everyone watch for another 10 minutes. As he said that, he shot another arrow into the crocodile. At this moment, Gollum struck it again with a thunderous blow to the head. The viewers wanted to cry because of his slyness. The P-players were even more confused. This guy had already used a lot of energy but still planned to extend the PK time by another 10 minutes. What was he trying to do? Hyengu sneered. If I just keep creating a perfect recording, would not this game become boring? From what I see, in this game, there is only one person who can earn more than me. Hyengu smirked and raised an arrow glowing with a dazzling golden lightning effect toward the sky. Just as the arrow left the bow, the system announced that Amor had donated $10,000 for the second time. The arrow flew and struck the jeweled crocodile. As Amor took the stage, the commentary section grew even more lively. This made the audience even more certain that these two knew each other. Hyengu did not expect him to actually show up to welcome this new guest. Hyengu suggests changing the camera angle a bit for fun. Let us switch to a close-up for a sharper view. At this moment, Hyengu was very close to the jeweled crocodile. Up to now, the jewels on the jeweled crocodile had changed color faster than before. It has already entered stage 3. Gollum is about to leave too. The crocodile let out a deafening roar. It quickly pinned Gollum to the ground and struck him with its tail. Gollum took a heavy hit and then shifted into earth form. Looks like Gollum is out of the picture now, and since its level is low, Hyengu can help even if he wants to. Now this is his battlefield. Hyengu promised himself he would do his best, but overall this one is still too close, and his mana is now less than 20%. But everything is going according to my plan. From the start, my intention was to control the keys. He just needs to create situations where they can't fight each other. The assassins lurking around, seeing the tanker has fallen, start to hesitate about whether to continue their mission. Someone said this is not the time to be too close to the jeweled crocodile. He questioned the girl with braided hair, asking if she did not see the last attack, warning that they could get seriously hurt by the jeweled crocodile. At this moment, the jade crocodile is opening its jaws, ready to swallow Hyengu whole. The audience is excited as the battle is about to end. But why has Lucky been so embarrassed until now? The system announced that Lucky expressed a desire to risk his life to fight the jade crocodile. The audience expressed absolute trust and fully supported Lucky, with some believing that risking his life was the divine beast's ultimate move to steal the monster's mana. But the jade crocodile has also recovered its mana, so the viewers express their concern for their beloved Lucky, all worrying together as the crocodile turns its attention to him and snarls at the girl. Meanwhile, behind the monster, Hyengu quietly smiled. Super Fire Dragon. The gray-haired braided sister could not help but exclaim, "Impossible." Hyengu activated the Super Fire Dragon, his spellcasting speed continuously increasing. He unleashed another barrage of bombs and bullets toward the jade crocodile. The live viewers could not help but marvel at Hyengu's terrifying firepower, feeling that the monstrous crocodile was no different from any other zombie now, whether hot or lucky. The crocodile about to bite Lucky was struck again by Hyengu's powerful firepower. The gem on its back shattered completely and went dark. The crocodile trembled and struggled one last time before collapsing completely. The gem-encrusted crocodile has been defeated. The audience all praised the battle as incredible, a hunt that was too fast and too dangerous. You earned the title, the Crocodile Hunter. You have earned the title for single-handedly defeating the Jade Crocodile. You have completed the hidden quest requirements. You have leveled up. Let us go see the audience's reaction. Most viewers now are full of praise for Hyengu. The number of viewers has risen to over 30,000. Someone even opened their wallet to donate to him. Hyengu suddenly remembered he said he would finish it in 10 minutes. Because everything went according to plan. I finished the hunt in 7 minutes. He laughed awkwardly and apologized to the viewers. Trying too hard, man. And another notable thing is that Amor generously dropped a whole $10,000 in donuts, causing the comment section to explode once again. Everyone suspects that this was a plan orchestrated by Amor and Shimmer the Great Mage together. The assassins felt like they were being played, and they are sure these two are very close. Those two definitely planned ahead to control ps like us. I thought he only knew how to spend money, but he can use his brain too. Let us retreat before we get caught and humiliated. The assassins gradually withdraw, and Hyengu announces the end of today's raid. Much to the disappointment of many who have not had enough of watching their adorable Lucky, Hyengu suddenly remembered he had not praised his president yet. But how could he do it coolly? I will be live streaming again on the Star Upload channel, so follow me and turn on notifications. Next, he will let Lucky close the show. The girl tilted her head back and let out a long cry while bowing at the end, and Hyengu enthusiastically waved. The live broadcast reached 45,323 viewers. The whole Star Upload company cheered in unison. This month's bonus is going to be big, guys. But we have to wait until we hear Hyengu's closing line before the president can applaud. For others, it was just a formality, but for him, it was a clear message that future live streams would only be on the Star Upload channel, and that is also why President Back was free from annoying sycophants. Well, they need to move on to the next issue. They have established a symbiotic relationship with B the Great Mage, which benefits both sides. In this situation, if they only focus on immediate profits, would B the Great Mage want to maintain this relationship long term? I need something to lure Bigi the Great Mage. Bakyang Jun's mind is truly sharp, and his ability to read situations is excellent. Now, everywhere you go, people asking if you have seen BG Dai Fap's Success Crocodile raid with the Jade Crutch, and everyone knows about the current shortest record of 7 minutes and 1 second. But some still believe that if it were not for the money, no one would perform that well. Some say that even if it is just for views and money, no one can do better than him. Besides, B Great Mage is truly unique. At the same time, they also acknowledge that B Great Mage showed everyone what true advertising art is. Just as the whole group was chatting, Hyengu walked by, causing a commotion as everyone turned to look. They also wondered why he came to Wega's castle. Some hoped to get Lucky's head patted at least once. Hyengu is really tense right now. Luckily, everything went according to plan, but if even a small mistake had been made, the live stream would have been a complete disaster. There are also many people here who do not know if he should ask them a few questions. Hyengu turned around to bow 90 degrees, and Gold and Lucky bowed along. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who watched today's live stream. I have received many collaboration offers from various channels up until now, but right now I want to make one thing clear. At this time, I will live stream and upload exclusive videos on the Rising Star channel. Of course, players are not too thrilled about it, and Hyengu knows that too. But this is the company's customary way of doing things, so it has to be this way. Moreover, once he says this, I am sure the chairman of the Rising Star channel will like him even more. It is a win-win situation, so why not do it? Although it does not sound like much, praising the company in public is never a bad thing, just giving credit where it is due. But Hyengu did not intend to end the Kanda session there. I just said that and took the chance to share something even more interesting. The reward I am about to receive here is the White Staff of Giga. When he said this, people there thought he mispronounced the Gigascepter as the White Staff of Gliga. The Gigascepter is part of Gliga's weapon set, and is an expensive item with a transfer price over $30,000. It is a legendary item and rarely available for sale, so average mages can only dream of it. But the item Hyengu is about to receive is truly the White Staff of Giga. So he told everyone, in the Divine War, no one has ever seen it before. This will be the debut of the item. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Some quickly remembered to record a video. Hyengu declared, I will showcase the functions and features of this item on the Rising Star channel. Back to the sunny seas with Miss Emma. Jackie, you graduated from Kwatun School. Right. Have you met Park Young Jun from the Rising Star channel? Of course, he was my classmate at Kwatun School. Hearing that, Emma asked Jackie to tell her more about this chairman. She wanted to shift her approach to the Rising Star channel to extract information about the busy Great Mage. Jackie did not want to say this, but he still said his thoughts were different from Emma's. Emma did not understand Jackie's point. Park Young Jun was different from when he was at Kwatun School. Jackie explained, he means that he is very experienced. Yes, he is best at spotting other people's talents. Even now, has not he sponsored the Grand Mage before anyone else started paying attention to him? That is why if she approaches him vaguely, he won't tell her anything. Jackie also knows Park Young Jun very well. Emma grimaced and ignored it. She was sure the streamer mage had clues about the main event but did not know how to extract the information. She did not want the busy mage to steal all the attention like that. Emma did not want some kid who did not even understand the value of the main event to get it, so she was always rushing and trying everything she could. Just then, Emma received a call from Merlin, who was also asking about the streamer mage, and Emma suggested an early meeting to discuss it. Back at Wega's palace, he was beaming with praise for Hyengu's excellent work. Hyengu humbly said it was not like that, but Wega kept praising him. What he meant was that capturing that swamp monster was a big deal, especially since he did it alone. The system announced that you have met the hidden conditions. Hyengu smiled uncontrollably but also noticed that Sakhalin was not here. Wega said Sakhalin entrusted everything to me and went home. So what should I do now? Hyengu asked. You are very enthusiastic, but before that, I have something I want to give you. After all, I am the leader of this city. It is only natural to give you something worthy for your hard work in keeping this city safe. Oh. Of course. But you know what you said really touches the heart. Wega took his staff from his robe and solemnly expressed his gratitude on behalf of the people. This staff is a legendary grade item, crafted by Wega with all his effort in his workshop. It is very powerful and made in extremely limited quantities. Hyengu knew the Wega staff had great attributes. But where was the white staff you promised? Fine. Take it. Wega handed the staff to Hyengu. Hyengu felt like he was being judged equally. His face went blank, stiff as if glued. Just this one only. At this point, the headache was starting to kick in. Hyengu had always boasted that he would let everyone see Wega's white staff. Looking at his expression, he seemed to really like the gift. Of course, Hyengu could not criticize it and said he liked it very much. At this moment, Wega finally admitted that he had prepared a more special gift. Then the staff slowly transformed into Wega's white staff. Legendary grade, minimum level requirement 45 or above, the staff Wiga used. It has great power, 81 attack, 55 intelligence bonus, damage charm adds 55, increases all magic damage by 14%, and boosts subsequent damage by 14% if the target was previously hit. Power depends on achievements and cannot be traded. When using it, the number of spells you can cast simultaneously increases by 1. Hyengu reached out to take the staff, increasing the number of spells cast, plus the extra option of adding one more. This is like a game changer among all the items he has so far. This is the first one like this. Wiga said he used it when he was young, but from now on it belongs to Hyengu. He saw great potential in him and gave it as a gift, instantly earning Hyengu the title of someone noticed by Wiga. In return, he had a request, and Hyengu was willing to comply. Hyengu will of course be absolutely loyal, and if it is for the city, he will do anything. So a new mission has been added to the main scenario tasks. He said he would look into that mission in detail later, but for now, let us review the +1 option first. After checking again, it is clear there was no mistake. The great thing about this item is that it supports all skills. In other words, if Hyengu combines it with the double casting skill, it will be double casting. In the Divine War, the first person to discover the +1 option was Amor, but it was an item option at level 150. Now he has this option even before reaching level 50. With this, Hyengu's next video will get at least 1 million followers. He eagerly turned to Lucky and asked, "This is amazing, right?" But in response to his excitement, Lucky and Gold showed little enthusiasm. In the giant forest, true to its name, it is filled with enormous ancient trees. It is the second hardest hunting area near Guega City. And if you complete the mission here, you will move on to the next location. So it is also called the Graduation Forest. Currently Hyengu is there, and once they complete this mission, they can say goodbye to Guega City. The next forest stage is the Tunga Kingdom, a place that can only be reached by teleportation. And as everyone knows, once you leave a place by teleportation, it is quite difficult to return. These are systems that prevent high-level players from hunting in lower-level areas. In other words, you need to be fully prepared when leaving Guega City. Once the three use teleportation to the Tunga Kingdom, high-level players may come looking. Hyengu is glad the missions for the two squads appeared before using teleportation. Lucky, longing for a life, you will evolve after hunting 5,678 monsters above your level. After evolving, you will gain strength and new skills. Gold, share everyone's sorrows and joys. After hunting 5,555 monsters with your master, your loyalty level will increase to 7. Once loyalty reaches level 7, your stats and combat abilities will improve, allowing for closer bonds and new skills. Hyengu feels helpless with so many monsters to hunt. The giant forest boss monster is Tiga, a creature about 3 to 4 meters tall. Basically, it is in a state where it can be distinguished from a normal tree, called camouflage, but the number of mid-sized monsters is quite small. It is just that Hyengu can determine how long it will take to catch all 5,000 monsters. I still have to do a live stream about Wega's white elephant. Hyengu really has a lot to do. For now, I need to focus on the main quest, the giant forest type of quest. Main storyline, level 45 and above. Quest details. Wega has a mysterious request. First, find Tamaru in the giant forest west of Guega City. Reward distribution for the mission includes a rare skill item. After completing the task, you can proceed with the wild forest quest. On an ordinary tree grows a seemingly ordinary fruit, which other players believe to be a quest item. Because climbing the tree was difficult, the archer hastily shot an arrow to knock it down. Immediately, the Tiga monster revealed its true form, chased after everyone, and then used its branch to knock them down. Of course the tanker has to endure all this damage. And knowing the situation, no one wants to be the tanker anymore. They would rather switch to being a merchant. That is why they all love the giant forest. Hyengu and his two juniors were also nearby, and since he could see hidden information, no matter what was said it would be considered cheating. Hyengu could identify which tree was Tiga, so he would not suffer like the others. Golkwe excitedly told his master that he had not seen any monsters today, probably because his master scared them off. The priority now is to avoid the crowd. He can see the location of the main quest. At that moment, a mysterious figure peeking from behind a tree spoke up. "Stop right there. Midas." "Right." After confirming it was him, he revealed his face and introduced himself as the goblin Tamaru. "I have heard about Hyengu, and I must admit Lord Wega has chosen a talented person." Hyengu humbly said he is not that talented, but being able to find Tamaru is already good enough. Hyengu was able to reach this far, despite being attacked by Tiga many times without a scratch. Tamaru threw a skill book to Hyengu and said it was a gift from Wega, a rare skill-type book. Hyengu received the book with uncontrollable joy, quickly choosing a skill with strong offensive magic and unconditional attack. If it had fire magic, he would have chosen it without hesitation. Tamaru told Hyengu to follow her, so he was walking on the path of the elves, isolated or in the surrounding area. The title of the one who walks the path of the elf has been obtained. Hyengu looks around as he walks, so he can still earn the title here. This title is usually earned in higher level areas after a long period of time. The title of one who walks the path of the elf. A detailed title granted to those who have traveled the path only visible and accessible to elves, with a reward of plus 15 intelligence. If he keeps receiving title rewards like this, it would be truly amazing. Tomorrow asked Hyun-gyu if he knew anything about Tiga. He answered honestly, are not they just monsters disguised as trees? From a human perspective, that is true, but in reality, Tiga are not monsters disguised as trees. Through an unknown bizarre energy source, the trees transformed into monsters. But recently the Tiga species has also started to show variants. Fragmented types began to appear, and even Tamaru had never seen anything like this before. Fortunately, this phenomenon only occurs in a few places. Hyun-gyu thought to himself, so this is the meaning behind the mission called the Wild Forest. The unknown strange power must be referring to the power of the godless. Part of the main event, Hyun-gyu asked Tamaru how many variant Tigas there would be if they split, maybe more than 10. And the more they split, the smaller they get, but dealing with them is tough, so handle this before their numbers grow. They tried to establish a zone inside the forest where the Tiga variants appeared, and in those areas, there were over 500 Tiga variants that Hyun-gyu needed to eliminate. Thus, a new mission appeared on the main event task list, the Wild Forest. The mission details are to eliminate all Tiga variants in the Wild Forest of the Giant Forest. This is indeed a challenging task, as each of these 500 variants can split into 10. Hyun-gyu did not expect there to be over 5,000 to deal with, but he confidently said, please assign it to me. Meanwhile, Secretary Kim reported that he had purchased the 3 skills North Yangjun requested. And there have been some rumors about the Secretary's Guild in the past few days. The Abyss Guild is requesting information about the mage Bitsy, who seems to be more famous than Yang Jun thought. Suddenly, he receives a call from Jackie, and Yang Jun tells Secretary Kim to wait a moment. This Jackie must have joined the Abyss Guild, and he is the reason why a major guild like Abyss has started to pay attention to mage Bitsy. But Hyun-gyu's actions toward Yang Jun are on a completely different level compared to the other players. Yang Jun assessed that he was not working for any top guild, but he had already borne the burden of being the center of attention. Yang Jun refused to provide any personal information to Abyss, a major guild like this not knowing how to contact Mage Bitsy and resorting to this method instead. Yang Jun guessed that he was the only way to reach Mage Bitsy, which is why they had to do it this way. Wizard Bitsy definitely has no intention of joining the top 10 guilds, which is why Park Yang Jun can't afford to let this big opportunity slip away. Secretary Kim, seeing the chairman's knowing smile, wondered what he planned to do next. Park Yang Jun will send an email to Wizard Bitsy. If he signs a 1-year contract for all videos and live broadcasts, the profit split will be 9-1. At Capsula Caf, Hyuk-ju was yawning when Hyun-gu came over and asked if he wanted him to buy some food. Hearing that, Hyuk-ju's face lit up. He really liked it and even asked if he could choose something expensive. I thought I was going to get to share a fancy meal, but cheap Hyun-gu pulled out the menu from the Chinese restaurant, and ordering from there is anything but cheap. Suddenly his face turned pale like he was scared of something, and a call came in. There are only 2 reasons to make someone this scared, a call from hell or a call from the boss. Like me. Every time I get a message from the boss, my heart races. I am terrified. Hyun-gu shyly apologized to Hyuk-ju and said he had a call from his boss, so he had to log in immediately, then asked Hyuk-ju to help him fake a connection drop, losing a free meal because of a terrible boss. Hyun-gyu sighed deeply. Getting the same skill again. It was definitely a skill, but the accompanying details felt a bit off. Hyun-gyu thought this was probably the pressure forcing him to reveal the true white authority to the public. If that is the case, there was no choice but to agree to the request, so Hyun-gyu decided to start the livestream. This item has never been seen before in the Divine War and will be used to hunt monsters that have never been seen either. This event will also be broadcast live, so the livestream has started on the Rising Star channel. Everyone is really excited watching the livestream and commenting non-stop. This is my first time watching live. I do not need likes from B the Mage. I just need luck. Luck. Right now gold is the hottest, according to the popularity poll. Is not lucky at the top, followed by gold, then rock gold, and finally Biggie the Mage. Hyun-gu raised his white staff and said, "Hello everyone." Biggie the Mage sends his greetings. I am here to keep my promise and show you the attributes of this item. I have prepared a special monster. That monster was Tiga, and people were a bit upset because it was just a regular Tiga. They wondered why the BG Mage was streaming just to show such a common monster area. But then the Tiga began to split, and everyone was amazed by this new monster. Surprised that a new creature appeared in such a normal area, Hyun-gyu spoke up, saying that from now on he will temporarily stop responding to messages in the chat because he is about to take a skill test and cannot be disturbed. Then Hyun-gyu cast Fireball, Ice Ball, and Light Ball. Everyone started talking, 3 skills at once, plus chanting. How could someone at that level have something like a white staff that also adds a spell? Attribute check complete. Hyun-gyu asked everyone if he needed to explain anything since he had revealed all the attributes of the new weapon and could end the broadcast now. It seems no one is interested in anything other than the new weapon. Just as he was about to hit the stop broadcast button, everyone started commenting at once. No, do not stop. You should show us some scavenging moves too. Someone cheered and stopped him, asking for a demonstration, so the Lakoth fan game audience tipped $4. There was a bit of excitement in the air as he prepared to take down a few new monsters for everyone to admire. Then the audience from Harry Fang also chipped in an extra $10. Iangu demonstrated a few light moves to effortlessly burn the branch Tiga. He asked everyone to step back and watch him perform. Everyone is watching curiously. How did he recognize that it was a tree or a Tiga? Nuke it. The Demon War does not have nukes. If it did, I would have used them. There are plenty of Tigas. Just poke one and you will know immediately. The Tiga instantly split into two. Iangu also took action, using Wind Arrow, Ice Arrow, and Ice Spear simultaneously, launching them straight at the Tiga, successfully destroying one of the split Tigas. The audience watching this spectacular performance kept boosting the stream. Quadruplasting donated $40. Bijajmasfun donated $1. It means he can keep all the earnings, which is the motivation for Iangu to livestream well. While fighting, he silently and solemnly thanks the chairman. Another branch Tiga was defeated, and after the monsters lay scattered on the ground, today's broadcast will end here. But the audience does not want Iangu to stop streaming. They keep refreshing and want him to keep going. But obviously, continuing to hunt these weird monsters will get boring quickly. Everything needs a limit. The best time is now. He said he would show everyone more hunting videos on the Stars channel. Then the broadcast ended. Over here, Park Young-jun was also watching the livestream. The chairman asked his subordinate to message Iangu saying he did very well today, with the new weapon and new monsters. Park Young-jun had predicted that Iangu would do this during today's livestream, which is why he proposed a 90-10 split. Since discovering that the Abyss Guild was interested in the BG Mage, Park Young-jun had anticipated things like this. In the end, they finally have a true talent, someone with the potential to become a shining star. Secretary Kim wondered why he ended the livestream so early today. Park Young-jun knew the reason. It was because Amber did not show up. Amber not appearing means it is useless to continue. No one will add any more spice. Now the company just needs to focus on fixing it. From this point on, they won't have any interaction with the Grand Mage B for the next year. Today, the three of them continued their live stream, and the Grand Mage B just broadcast surpassed 40,000 views in just 10 minutes with so many people tuning in. If it goes on for another 30 minutes, it will attract even more viewers. Gold is showing off his skills, slashing, and then Lucky jumps on Gold's back for support, flies straight at Tiga, and bites it, turning it into a golden shore. 3 hits of 900,000 each. Next, Iangu used Ice Spear, Fire Spear, and Fireball to finish it off. He was really curious about how the viewers would react to this sudden appearance that turned into a trending top pick. Even the top 10 guilds are worried and more viewers are drawn in, but Iangu does not regret deliberately becoming the top pick trending player. From the start, he never intended to just play the game casually. At this moment, a notification appeared. The Guardian had eliminated enough enemies along with its master. Its loyalty level rose to 7, unlocking new abilities. As the number of Tiga increased, he turned to Gold and told him to focus on the battle. Lucky also lunged forward to bite Tiga's weak spot, the light spear piercing another Tiga. The power of the myth was raging inside Lucky, his body transforming. Iangu also leveled up to level 50 and earned the level 50 title before he even realized it. The Frenzied Dragon battle granted Iangu a new opportunity. This is the first time Iangu has opened 3 cards at once, and he will open for Gold first. Iangu takes out the skill cards and makes his choice. At this moment his attention was caught by the yellow card, a legendary card, Giant. Skill rank, Legendary. Skill effect, Body enlargement, simultaneously increasing damage and defense. This is a skill used only by high-level tanks, and Gold is just a guardian spirit but already has it. This is quite a perfect choice. But not only the giant, loyalty is also a type of skill. For bodyguards, the emergence of loyalty in the skill system is information only Iangu knows in War God, and the viewership would explode if this information were revealed, something like BG Mage announcing the first skill of a bodyguard. Gold is done. Now it is Lucky's turn. Lucky's card is War Symphony, the battle hymn. Skill ranking, Legendary. Skill effects, and legendary beasts will boost in the middle of battle, increasing all stats of all allies. War Symphony, also known as Battle Tier, is a skill that appeared for the first time in the Guild Wars of the War God. It is a large-scale support skill that can increase all stats of every teammate in the group. Rappo of the Immortal Guild, who owns the legendary beast Smarts, is the one who created Li Qin in the midst of the large-scale battle with other guilds. The moment the skill was summoned, the Immortal Guild ended the war with a resounding victory. Lucky received the War Symphony skill just as expected. Things are going pretty well right now. Iangu feels like he might pull a legendary card too. Get ready to celebrate pulling 3 legendary cards in one draw. The Azure Dragon War has given you a chance. Do you want to use it? Turns out Iangu is the most unlucky here. He does not even have a super rare card, let alone a legendary one. He drew the Pure Fire card. Skill rank, Super Rare. Skill effect, burning the path you walked on. Earn the Pure Fire title if you can move 1004 meters at high speed in one go. It seems the Pure Fire card is not too bad after all. Not exactly terrible but more like a good one. Only then did he realize it could actually burn the path he walked on, so if Hyangyu is ambushed by monsters or in a pay fight, this skill will deal more effective damage than just punching, although its skill effect is good. The downside is it requires too much mana. This has to be a mana-burning skill, not some road-burning nonsense. In his current state, Hyangyu can't use it. He still has to recover mana with mana supplements. What he needs now is to get a mana recovery skill at any cost, even if it means spending money at an auction. At that moment, Hyangyu saw Tamaru appear, guessed that he was here and had completed the mission. He never expected him to defeat all the mutated Tiga like that, which was what Hyangyu thought Tamaru would say to him. Just as Tamaru said, it made Hyangyu proud and feel like he was on top of the world. Tamaru acknowledged that Wega had accurately judged Hyangyu's skills and character. He handed me a super rare skill card. Hyangyu was excited and anxious, not knowing what it would be, but you should not expect too much, since you can see the contents of the cards, so it is clear there is some intention behind them and they are not chosen randomly. However, the skill cards from this skill pack are completely random. There are also many skills from the Divine War here. Hyangyu began unlocking the super rare skill cards. He was quite surprised because unlike the skills Ballista provided, this one works even when standing still. It is the energy recovery card. This is the most useful skill. Ranked as a super rare skill, the skill effect reduces mana consumption when activated, but the skill cancels if you move. It is like a wish come true. I was just hoping for a way to restore mana, and now it is actually here, so Hyangyu can freely fight while standing still without worrying about mana anymore. The system asked him if he wanted to take this skill. Of course, it is there, sucking up everything in sight. With it, he is confident he can annihilate them all. Tamaru wants to see Hyangyu go hunt monsters, and this monster is Vichy, who seems to have transformed into a monster thanks to some mysterious power. Vichy is the tallest tree in the Forest of Giants. The iconic tree standing straight in the middle of the forest. Hyangyu started to grumble, not expecting Tamaru to ask him to catch it. He is only level 50. So they probably do not take him seriously enough to give him a monster hunting mission like that, but Tamaru really did ask Hyangyu to take care of the mutated Vichy Vinger. So a mission from the main scenario quest list has appeared, leaving Hyangyu stunned. The mission rank is a main scenario quest, with a level requirement of 70 or higher. Mission details. Eliminate Vinger. Vichy has transformed into Jiga in the Savage Forest. The mission reward is a legendary skill book, and its development will begin as soon as the mission is completed. Hyangyu has encountered this monster many times, so he knows this battle will be very difficult to win. Without the ability to cheat his level, he can't handle it alone. Knowing how difficult it is, Tamaru still entrusted a level 50 like this to hunt an incredibly powerful monster. If it is a monster the size of Vichy, it would take a team of at least 10 people. It is not just 10 people, it has to be 10 high-level players. This is definitely a boss hunt unlike any other because Hyangyu needs skills equivalent to the combined strength of 10 people. It seems he has an energy recovery skill, which eased my worries, but he still needs to use recovery potions and money to buy them. At that time, Hyangyu was wandering the streets, reflecting on life, realizing he had been spending quite a lot lately, especially on preparations. This is a problem with no clear solution. Going into debt to buy items is too much, and spending money must have limits. Still, Hyangyu can't keep postponing the broadcast. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification about signing the Rising Star Channel contract. Only then did he suddenly remember that today was the official day to sign the agreement. The amount of $25,912 was added to the account, leaving Hyangyu stunned and confused, not knowing how he earned so much money. If this is the case, the situation changes a bit. First, send a thank you email to the Rising Star. Because he was so focused on his phone writing a thank you message, Hyangyu accidentally bumped into a girl. She dropped her hat. He dropped his phone. And as they hurriedly picked up their things, their hands accidentally touched. Both of them blushed shyly. The girl quickly picked up her hat and belongings and ran off without a word, leaving Hyangyu feeling really strange. Luckily, the screen was not broken, and the girl probably had not seen the content on the phone. That girl's name is Lee Sun, and it has been a long time since she made eye contact with anyone in real life. She always locked herself inside because of social anxiety, and all she did was play games. But the Battle of the Gods was different, a life where she is praised and becomes the god of poetry of the Abyss Guild. This game is like a second reality for her. In the game, Sion is known as the poetry god. As soon as she logged in, Merlin contacted her not with the next raid schedule but with a message from Emma. Emma wanted Merlin to pass on a message to the guild members. Don't pay attention to the Archmage. Emma said he is dangerous. His existence threatens the destruction of the guild. Does she know the Archmage is busy? Sion said she had also watched his videos and would remember Emma's warning. Sion was full of question marks in her mind. If even Emma mentioned his name, he must be a very dangerous person. Anyway, it does not really concern her much. The company meeting is happening over here. Secretary Kim spoke up, saying that even after finalizing the contract, the profits remain that high. This is the first case among all the players we have ever contracted with. Recently, he opened a restaurant specializing in quite delicious Korean chicken. Yang Jun invited everyone in the company to dinner. Everyone was thrilled because it was the first time Chairman Yang had invited them out to eat. At this moment, Secretary Kim announced that Busy the Mage had sent a response. Nothing special. He just thanked them for the contract money. The message Hyungu sent was, "Thank you. I will repay you with a special title that will amaze everyone." Nothing could be more wonderful than these words. Busy the Mage is the owner of an item that even Amr does not have, the one who slays monsters that even the top 10 guilds have never seen before. The thank you message sent personally by the great Busy Mage was definitely not ordinary. Baek Yang-jun immediately ordered his subordinates to call the video production team. As for the company dinner, he asked to postpone it, no free meal, and the boss still made him work overtime. The next day, everyone was buzzing because the Grand Mage Busy had posted a new video. Some praised it while others criticized. Some felt the video quality had dropped, while others saw no flaws at all. It was like watching a movie. The quality was no joke. They are quite curious about Wega's white staff, not Wega's magic staff, and what kind of skill level bonus attribute is that. If this thing were put up for sale, how expensive would it be? Over here, Hyungu was also watching the video and felt a bit strange. He was sure he had read the announcement that the video would be posted after a week, yet suddenly they went all out and upgraded the graphics. Could it be that they are urging me to watch what they have prepared right now? If Hyungu plans to go on a conquest, he will need at least 20 million military supplies, which could probably buy a whole flock of chickens. Suddenly, Amer's comment caught Hyungu's eye. "I am a bit busy and could not watch the live stream yesterday, so if possible, please broadcast it now for me to watch. I promise I won't treat you badly. So Amor has stopped taking my money. Everyone is calling for the Great Mage B. If you can hear this, please start the broadcast quickly. This chance 1T come again." Of course, Hyungu 1T let the money slip away. He teleported away immediately. Hike Judo. Heart medicine. Hyungu charged straight into the chaotic forest. Sensing a mysterious power, Biltron was reacting to Hyungu's presence, and he would not be able to escape the wild forest. Hyungu sensed the distance between him and Biltron was about 500 meters. The three were ready to fight. The special feature of the RP game, the giant monster Biltron. Many characters before, Hyungu had reached level 180 when defeating the first giant monster. Looking at its happy bar, it is no joke this monster is really oversized, but its steps are very slow. Announcement now, prioritize ranged attackers. Natural regeneration skill activates if EP drops below 70%. Force discard skill activates if EP drops below 40%. Self-destruction skill activates if EP drops below 10%. This boss is truly something else. With 3 stages, Hyungu is focusing on the self-destruct phase when EP drops below 10%. So the preparations for the fight are complete. Hyungu immediately started the livestream, proving that those who smell money move much faster. Hyungu announced, "Today I plan to defeat the new boss monster, Biltron. Seeing it with your own eyes will be quicker." Right, everyone was amazed by its size. It was truly gigantic, yet the Grand Mage B was going to storm it alone. Some even thought today's livestream would end in failure. Before starting, Hyungu pulled out 3 bottles of coffee bean elixirs, each costing 800 gold, and the golden elixir beside them was 700 gold. He drank them all in one go, instantly restoring his mana, then launched fireballs, light orbs, ice orbs, fire spears, ice spears, ice arrows, and light arrows. They all attacked the monster from quite a distance. Finally, there was a fire missile, but its intensity was not very strong because it was fired from far away. For the viewers, this is the best shooting game, and they want to see a solo performance like this anywhere else. The Rising Star skill has great effects. Every effect is truly spectacular. Surprisingly, a notification appeared saying mana was insufficient, so Hyungu pulled out the divine herb from the cliff again. No matter the game, the mage class always has one limitation. They are constantly low on mana. Viewers felt sorry for Master Hyungu because the bottle in his hand was even more expensive than Sato Lafit Roshchai's magic wine. At this moment, the monster moved closer, and everyone focused their worries on Hyungu. Reap donated $1. Ream Reaper donated 500 yen. Lucky expressed the desire to fight to the death with Tran. And those waiting for Lucky's appearance could not help but feel excited. Hyungu said he was not worried about its aggressive behavior. Viewers kept raising the stakes. $10. $20. Bunchen started using the pruning skill, and the branches began turning into tree monsters. It has shifted to another phase. Phase 2. Lucky on the other side won't be much help. The one stepping up to protect the master now is Gold. Hyungu had to admit Gold held back for quite a while, but now it is time to go all out. Gold is starting to transform, and the one who is needed has arrived. Amor entered the chat room and immediately raised the bet by $10,000 without hesitation. Gold let out a roar, and Amor's fans sent an extra $2. Hyun grew even more excited, using ice spears, light arrows, fire rockets, and wind arrows to rapidly drain Bunchens. Everything was going according to plan. Even with Amor's arrival, the atmosphere is heating up. It seems like it is time to finish. At this moment, Amor raises another $10,000, and everyone watching is amazed. wondering how much money he makes from likes in a day. Hyun-gyu called Lucky over. The monster looks incredibly dangerous right now. Gold has been nonstop. Master, I will protect you. Amor continues to raise the bet by another $1,000 with a comment. Hey, your bodyguard is quite talkative. Hyun-gyu admits that his bodyguard is indeed a bit too talkative. And now that monster has arrived, the closer it got, the louder it became. And unfortunately it got stepped on, so it might have been completely crushed. Hyun-gyu opened his inventory and put the spear away. He declared he would end the fight with a single spear, but that monster pressed the self-destruct button and exploded right before Hyun-gyu's eyes. Hyun-gyu planned to end the fight with a crutch, but things turned out like this. He was just pretending to be clueless in front of everyone, but he knew the monster would self-destruct. Hyun-gyu successfully captured Bilchin, earned the title of Bilchin Hunter, and received the title of Witness to Bilchin's fate. A new item has been added to the inventory. Hyun-gyu completed the mission requirements and leveled up. Now it is time to end the livestream. I did not expect the viewership to reach 120,000. Hyun-gyu put on a cool face and said to the 125,132 viewers watching this livestream, "This climax was a bit disappointing, but thank you all for watching." Amor comment, is watching too, and ended up throwing in another $20,000 for Hyun-gyu. Emma and Merlin are also following the broadcast. The way things are unfolding is quite complicated. Merlin said, but Emma thinks this makes it easier for them. The need to spend a lot to reward the head of the Archmage B is gone. The streamer Archmage has turned himself into the prize. An enticing prize can instantly bring fame to anyone just by hunting it down. Moreover, Emma noticed many weaknesses of the BD Archmage during today's livestream: great firepower but lacking mana. Mana regeneration on the spot is a skill used to replenish one's own mana but is not suitable for PK because the user cannot move while using it. Another confirmed fact is that the streamer Archmage is not protected by the guild like a VEP, so even just playing the game won't be easy if he reveals his identity. So the Abs Guild just needs to target his weaknesses to get clues about the script from him. Merlin immediately called the members together, as it seems the Archmage trusts the level restriction system of the Divine War and is roaming in low-level areas. Merlin confidently asserted that they could create new characters and catch up to him starting from level 1. Emma also trusted that Merlin would prepare a class equivalent to the Grand Mage, and with the power and resources of the Abs Guild, it was feasible. Today's live stream has ended, and Hyun-gyu admits he would not have succeeded without these two pesky kids. He opens the title window to check the titles and rewards earned. The Bujian Hunter explains the title, which is only awarded to those who have hunted Bujian, with a reward of all stats plus 20. Those who witnessed Bujian's end explain the title, which is only given to those who saw Bujian's death but survived, with a reward of 20 extra health points. All stats increased by 20 is a bit generous, but it makes sense since it is a main quest reward. Since Hyun-gyu hunted a giant monster, of course he should get a bunch of items. He opened his inventory and found the 2 treasures of the Bujian fairy inside. He thought he would get a bunch of items, but it turned out to be only 2. Hyun-gyu looked around to see if he had missed any items. He could not believe he had defeated a monster the size of a residential building and only received 2 items. Not even knowing their level, Hyun-gyu was utterly helpless. This game was more useless than useless. Even Gold growled seeing his master suffer like that. Sayami dares. I will unleash the judgment of the gods to punish those who injure my master. Coma will be destroyed too if this game gets deleted. Hyun-gyu decided to open it anyway, revealing a staff made from Bujian wood. Unique level requirement over 56. The staff was crafted from the remaining Bujian wood after it self-destructed. The powerful mana of Bujian is contained within. Iron Spear damage 70, intelligence plus 1, mana plus 99. Hyun-gyu's Coma does not need this. The important thing is whether it can be sold or not. It has to sell so he can buy more chicken. Luckily it sold. Just about to hit the button wait. Selling it made him a bit curious about the stats of the staff. At that moment, a voice rang out, startling Hyun-gyu, you are really something. I did not expect you to kill that stupid mutant. It turned out the speaker was Tamaru, so Hyun-gyu put down the staffs, calmed himself, and focused on completing the main quest first. More importantly, the reward for the main quest is of legendary rank. He keeps taking risks, but it is not easy. I am just doing what I have to do. But since Hyun-gyu invested so much, it was only natural that he could defeat it. He was waiting for Tamaru to hand him the next reward. Suddenly the ground trembled and everything around turned bright red like blood. The power of the nameless god launched a surprise attack. Even Tamaru does not understand what is happening. No game has ever had this level of pressure in a god war before. At this moment all defenses severely weakened. Hyun-gyu fell into a state where he could not use any skills. His AP started to drop. He felt like he was about to die right here. Suddenly a beam of light emitted from Hyun-gyu's body. It came from an egg. An unidentified egg that had absorbed the power of the nameless god. Hyun-gyu narrowly escaped death thanks to this egg. But no information about the egg could be confirmed. All that is known is that it is a dragon egg, requiring the power of the nameless god to hatch, with a 3% hatching process. Tamaru stepped forward to ask. It seemed like he was in the middle of doing something I could not have guessed. And the truth was even Hyun-gyu did not understand it himself. It is okay. Tamaru said Hyun-gyu should tell Lord Wega about this. He is waiting outside. Weiga could tell from Hyen-gu's expression that something serious had happened. He recounted that just after defeating the tree people, the energy of the nameless god had tried to assassinate him. Hyen-gu could have died without any chance to fight back if he had not had the evidence. He guesses it was designed to eliminate players trying to climb the ranks without completing the main quests. Weiga also received a letter from the Tunga Kingdom reporting that the same incident just happened there. Mutated monsters never seen before have appeared, and the power of the nameless god has also been involved. They say it was used for assassination. Everyone in the kingdom of Tunga who tried to confront that power was crippled. Only Hyen-gu survived. Hyen-gu knows Weiga wants him to investigate this case. He gave him a legendary skill card and said that when he arrived in the kingdom of Tunga, someone would come to find him and he would learn the details from them. Hyen-gu received certification from Weiga City, allowing him to teleport to the kingdom of Tunga at any time, and a new mission appeared in the main quest script. Open the quest book. Main scenario. Mission info. Meet the person who sent the letter from Tunga. Entering the restricted area requires completing the quest. Nothing special in this hidden info. Hyen-gu will have to learn more in the kingdom of Tunga, but for now, he puts the quest aside and immediately opens his inventory. Having received a staff from the first treasure, the builder's wooden staff increases mana recovery by 20% and mana regeneration speed by 100%. Its stats are average, but its effect on energy recovery is undeniable. If Hyen-gu uses it along with an energy regenerating shield, all mana depletion issues will be resolved. His psychic abilities will handle the rest, so changing equipment won't be a problem, even if it is called a unique item. Equipment like this has to be as expensive as legendary level gear. Hyen-gu chose it for the first treasure since he needed one, but he is unsure what kind of weapon to use for the second treasure. The monsters he has to face in the Tunga Kingdom include centaurs. If Hyen-gu changes his appearance and skills to those of a centaur, equipping a spear for the guardian deity would be the most suitable. Hyen-gu will start live streaming about the never-before-seen weapons after promoting them. He plans to put them up for auction if the situation demands it. Then he hesitated again, unsure whether to open the skill card book right away. Hyen-gu prayed to the heavens, the earth, the gods of wealth and land, and all his ancestors, hoping this book would unlock the dragon mana card. He even let Lucky give a little cheer for good luck, but when Gold asked if it was necessary, he flatly refused. Does appearances really matter that much? The cards were revealed, and there truly was a dragon mana card. Skill level. Legendary. Skill effect. Granting the power of the dragon by absorbing surrounding mana, significantly increasing mana regeneration. With this card, I am confident I will sweep away everything in my path. Gold asked his master, so where will you leave your mark next? I will follow and give my all for you. However, Hyen-gu decided not to go to the hunting ground. The maximum level in the Tunga Kingdom is 100, and the moment Hyen-gu finishes in Quaya City and teleports to Tunga, he will be ambushed by level 100 players. Going there with this level 50 body is foolish, so he decided to temporarily gather as many benefits as possible here before setting off. Hyen-gu had truly spent all his time leveling up over the past few days. Restoring energy. Dragon energy. The builder's wooden staff, the original necklace, and even Sakhalin's ring. Hyen-gu's current energy recovery rate is astonishing, with his energy nearly inexhaustible, though still not enough for the dragon fever. Suddenly, a young man rushes over shouting, "Everyone listen, I have some information from a highly important source. The top 10 guilds have teamed up to put a bounty on that wizard's head." No one there believed it because that great wizard was not that terrifying. It was just a ridiculous rumor, but he firmly insists that he is telling the truth, and if anyone records themselves successfully defeating that mage in a duel, the reward will be 100,000. No exceptions. Hearing this, Hyen-gu almost spat out the water in his mouth. Hai-huk-du heard this happen because that mage dared to challenge these guilds. Saying something like, "Bring out your strongest," Hyen-gu was stunned. What pain. He never said anything like that. Hyen-gu was helpless who would spread rumors that he was provoking the top 10 guilds. Could it be that Hai-huk-du was the one behind these rumors? At that moment, a call came in from Thu Hyung. He called to check on his younger brother's health, but Hyen-gu said he was eating well and told him to take care of his own health first. Looking back now, I realize Hyen-gu has been streaming and doing missions without checking on Hiren and me. Since you have a salary now, if Hiren wants anything, just buy it and I will pay you back. How many times do I have to say this is legal money? After talking to my brother, I felt better. The rumors will fade if he just ignores them. At this moment, Hyen-gu bumped into the same girl from before, but this time it was worse as his phone cracked. The girl quickly ran over to apologize, and in the end, they recognized each other. Hai-huk-du teased Hyen-gu nonstop when she saw his cracked phone, but since they had talked and agreed to settle, the girl admitted this time it was definitely her fault. But bumping into the same person twice is not coincidence, it is fate. But for Hyen-gu, the broken phone was just bad luck. He really did not understand what romance was. No wonder he was clueless. At that moment, Hai-huk-du hurriedly announced that he had new information from the mage streamer and the top 10 guilds they would face off soon. They say the mage streamer is grinding nonstop in the giant forest to prepare for the battle. Hyungu wonders where Hyukdu got that nonsense. Just from the war community. Hyungu interrupted. No thanks, I am not interested. Can you prepare the control for me? Even though he was the one who asked first, the top 10 guilds and the mage streamer will soon face off. Park Yang-jun is confident that this will no longer be a rumor but will soon become reality. The streamer mage does not intend to stay friendly with the guilds forever. On the contrary, the streamer mage will likely want to dominate the top 10 guilds. Guild abs battling the mage streamer will draw huge viewership. The crazy mage streamer will become a hot topic. And Chairman Park insists he never thought about slowly gathering viewers like other streamers. Therefore, there will be a major conflict between the streamer mage and the guilds in the next area, the Kingdom of Tunga. This will be a highly profitable event for the company. Secretary Kim wondered if you plan to buy his master too. Honestly, I do not think he will use most of the skills we gave him anymore. Will they be useful to him? Park Young-ju handed Secretary Kim a list of new skills and asked, what do you think a reckless driver needs? A spare airbag. On this side, Ian-gu and his 2 juniors are still diligently defeating Chien to level up, and the fireball skill level has increased. Lucky is on the right, Gold on the left, and I am right in the middle. Together, the 3 of them make these Chien creatures nothing more than mere nails. Hyungu successfully reaches level 60. The battle dragon grants you a chance, and Hyungu immediately opens his inventory to receive the Chien set equipment. The Demon Hunter coat, Demon Hunter shoes. All stats increase by 20 when equipping 2 pieces. Attack damage increases by 14 when equipping 3 pieces. Armor and magic resistance increase by 10% when equipping the full set, and all damage increases by 10% when equipping 5 pieces. Hyungu gave Gold a set, and after equipping it, Gold looked incredibly cool. It thanked its owner profusely and affirmed that it was the most loyal to him. Lucky felt left out and also wanted a set, but Lucky can't equip any items, and if he equips items for him too, Hyungu will be broke for sure, so he just has to accept the loss. At this moment, the battle dragon granted another chance, and Hyungu quickly accepted it. He prayed that this time he would receive a legendary form. Wishes granted exactly as hoped. The legendary form is the regeneration form. The skill effect grants enlightenment about natural principles, allowing you to restore strength by consuming energy and recover energy when healing. Hyungu had never seen this skill before. Basically, the effect of this skill is to restore F by consuming M, or alternatively, restore MEP by losing E. Clearly this skill is meant to prolong life in dangerous situations. But if that is the case, would not using a healing spell be more effective? I thought I found a decent skill, but it turns out this one is specifically for healers. Though Hyungu guesses that the mage class can learn any effective spell, or maybe he should buy a shield-type skill. The armor Hyungu is using is good but a bit weak in defense, and since his mana is full, he should use a mana shield. Speaking of the mana shield, he just remembered that because it is a shield created from mana, consumes mana each time it absorbs damage. And moreover, if combined with regeneration, the mana shield will absorb damage, and each time mana is consumed, the body also recovers a little. But the mana shield skill cost over $15,000, so Hyungu was a bit worried. After thinking for a moment, he decided to log out, then log back in during the days when the mana shield skill was available for the Rising Star channel owner. Hyungu now possessed the mana shield skill. In the Kingdom of Tonga, this is a place you can only reach through Wega Town after leaving the Giant's Forest, serving as the main stage for players of the same level, with the central arena as the battleground. The Kingdom of Tonga is surrounded by 4 arenas to the east, west, south, and north. The first area players enter after passing the magic barrier is the Western Arena, and Hyungu has also arrived at the Tunga Kingdom. Everyone recognized the Divine Beast and the Lizard God, meaning that person is Shimmer the Mage. Archmage Bitsy has arrived in the Tunga Kingdom. Everyone is buzzing with speculation. Where will he go next? Is he planning to assert his dominance right from the start? They say he is in the middle of preparing for the battle against the top 10 guilds, so he will probably begin with a declaration of war. Hyungu signaled to those nearby, and just one look from him made the others uneasy. With guards around, anyone thinking of causing trouble must have heard those rumors were true. After all, to them, the Shimmer Mage was crazy. That is what made him the enemy of the top 10 guilds. Hyungu told everyone to come over, saying he would take as many selfies with them as they wanted. Like in any other game, players who start late just have to accept falling behind the veteran pioneers. They receive all kinds of support by uniting with each other and with guilds that hold great power and reputation. As a result, these guilds grow stronger, which is why Shimmer the Mage attracts enthusiastic attention and becomes a hot topic on every front. Now Hyungu's presence in the Tunga Kingdom has become a hot topic for everyone to discuss. Everyone thought he came to start a war, but it turns out he was just here to take pictures. Tak eagerly liked being photographed with the celebrity and the legendary warrior. Gold said he was not a legendary warrior but a true guardian spirit. Everyone came down to ask about Gold's new equipment, and he said it was a symbol of the loyalty his master had bestowed upon him. Everyone had to admit it talked as much as Amor did. In the end, everyone just gathered around Lucky and Gold, completely ignoring Hyungu, who stood there like a fool, utterly embarrassed. But anyway, Everything is still going according to plan, and I wonder if this will help the rumor that he provoked the top 10 guilds calm down. In the end, the most important thing for Hyun-gyu is to complete the main script's mission. He can't let himself be held back by those false rumors. The group a short distance away was watching Hyun-gyu's every move, thinking he was truly a persistent thorn. Who would have thought he would start taking photos right after arriving? He seemed like a desperate attention seeker. The blonde wonders how they will deal with him now. Sneeko Company plans to capture the streamer mage before others swoop in. After struggling to take photos for a while, Hyun-gyu shyly announced that the photo session would stop here. As Hyun-gyu and his two juniors were preparing to enter the city, the Sneeko group launched an ambush, with the girl in purple and her group pretending to ask for a photo with the great mage Biji. She was excited like meeting an idol. Hyun-gyu realized this girl was from the Sneeko guild, and since she brought a bunch of combat support spells, her intentions were clear. Yet Hyun-gyu still agreed to take a photo with her. She kept acting curious, but conveniently he had already switched his staff. No longer white. That is right. This staff was much better, especially for hitting those clumsy guys. They were startled, unsure when Hyun-gyu had realized they were the bad guys approaching, or if he had known from the start. The two drew their swords and slashed from both sides, thinking it was too late for him to fight back since they were already too close. No matter how well equipped he is, this guy is still just a mage and can't withstand such close-range attacks. Hyun-gyu blocks the blows with his hands as the two attackers activate their rage sword skills, striking him repeatedly. But Hyun-gyu did not even use any shields, and they were confused. Could it really be that easy to take down this mage? But no, from Lucky and Goldfi to the hidden support troops, they had all been eliminated, and these people were panicking, not understanding how Hyun-gyu knew where their support forces were. Hyun-gyu immediately spoke up. It seems like you fighters are quite surprised. Huh. Turns out the mana shield absorbing damage has been on all along. Hello. This is the Great Mage streamer. You must be surprised that I am streaming without any notice. Hyun-gyu suddenly started streaming to mess with this damn group. I am sure many were looking forward to the first Lev stream in the Kingdom of Tunga. But unfortunately, I ran into some boring guys because too many people were trying to ambush me, so I changed my strategy. That means becoming a tanker, with a portion of absorbed mana converted into health, and mana regenerating rapidly. Hyun-gyu boldly declared that if these guys find a way to kill him, he would invest $100,000 into the Sneeko guild, then signal those fools to come at him. Mages are usually weak in close combat in most games, and this is no exception in Divine War, so Hyun-gyu thought they would try to get close first, but if he used Lucky or Gold to fight back, the battle would turn into a mess. In the worst-case scenario, both Lucky and Gold could be wiped out, so Hyun-gyu would rather become the target and take the hits himself. They had no idea how Hyun-gyu knew they were from the Sneeko guild. The viewers were also buzzing with excitement, saying is not Sneeko one of the top 20 guilds in Japan? They are really famous. They arrived after completing a few short quests for the healer and the mage. Lucky lunged forward with a kick and successfully took down Nakado, while Gold was just as impressive, dealing with the frost mist. Hyun-gyu did not even need to intervene. The skill gap was just too big. Hyun-gyu looked the group lying scattered on the ground and said, 37 points. That is their ranking score. Since they had all come this close, Hyun-gyu decided to take the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Then he started stealing items, but people would be suspicious if he only carried a few good accessories, so he raised his hand a little. Even a thief has a conscience. Hyun-gyu only took a wooden shield, a center wool shirt, and a Tunga sword. The other players also stopped after seeing a large group fail. Everything was going smoothly, so he decided to move on to the next plan. Hyun-gyu did not think stopping here would be enough for the broadcast, so he wanted everyone to put on a show. Hyun-gyu intends to take down a Sento, but no one has managed to kill them yet. It is still quite difficult for a lone mage because they move very fast. Hyun-gyu will put on a spectacular show to scare those hesitant bastards into hiding for good. As the Centaurs charge, Hyun-gyu hurls a fireball straight at the Cento. The fire rockets and fireballs incinerating them. One Cento was destroyed. The others had not even reached him before they were down, and the rest hesitated, unsure whether to attack. If they did not dare come forward, Hyun-gyu would go first, confidently throwing ice spheres and ice spears straight at the Cento. Everyone around was amazed. Did anyone see what he drank? I know he is good at fire magic, but I did not expect him to have such stamina too. Hyun-gyu defeated 90 enemies without drinking a single recovery potion. As everyone knows, Hyun-gyu's weakness is low mana. He even spent tens of thousands of dollars on recovery potions last time. The last one will be gifted a lightning missile by Hyun-gyu, and from now on, he can support Cento as a guardian. After the last enemy was defeated, Hyun-gyu asked to end the livestream. Everyone did not want the broadcast to end, but if they showed all their power, there would be nothing left to enjoy. He called Gold over and chose Cento as his guardian spirit, starting to assist the guardian spirit's recovery. Hyun-gyu equipped his guardian spirit with an easy-to-wield spear. The new guardian appeared and said, Master, I welcome you with a new body. I will repay this debt with loyalty. Gold seemed to have become more reliable than before, saying it would defeat any enemy and asking its master to give orders. Ian-gu wanted to test Gold's abilities but needed to head to the Western Tower first. He needs to continue the main mission as quickly as possible while the tailing enemies remain inactive. This man is Nick Zagara, the Lord of the Western Prince's Arena in the Tunga Kingdom. Ian-gu never expected to meet the Lord of an arena right from the start like this. It is truly an honor. Zagara knows Ian-gu has probably heard a bit about the situation from the home base. Zagara's soldiers were killed by some kind of mysterious power. However, Zagara heard that Ian-gu survived that power, so he wants Ian-gu to find out what kind of power it is. Still, he is very curious about it, even though Ian-gu barely escaped from that mysterious power. Zagara said, "If you succeed, I will officially grant you a reward worthy of your talent." Thus, a new mission has appeared in the main quest, a Forbidden Zone type. Main quest. Mission details. Travel to the Forbidden Lands in the Gold Fields and investigate the current situation. The mission reward is a legendary skill boost. Additional rewards and a title recognized by Zagara will be granted if the mission is completed without anyone dying. Additional reward, a unique master level advanced skill boost. This extra reward is truly a rare treasure. Master skill scrolls grant players the ability to instantly upgrade a skill's proficiency, a process that would normally take a huge amount of time and effort. The master skill transfer right, which lets you skip that whole process, has become incredibly valuable. So the condition for the bonus reward is to complete it with everyone surviving. Ian-gu confidently said, "Leave that matter to me. Over here in Seoul, I am on a flight landing at Miami International Airport." She thought to herself, "I already told them to avoid calling me to in-person meetings. Just how important is this announcement that they are asking me to focus at headquarters, a new raid campaign or reorganizing the guild?" While lost in thought, Ian-gu sent a message about the compensation for the broken screen. At that moment, she remembered. Ian-gu informed her that since it was a bit urgent, he had already fixed the screen, so she did not need to worry about the compensation anymore. Seoul felt terrible for just covering up what happened after causing trouble, especially with two neighbors still living nearby. She hesitated about sending him the money, not even knowing how much the repair cost. At that moment, Seoul realized she could not keep avoiding someone like him, so she sent a message back to Ian-gu. "I am really sorry about this. I will pay you back later." In Florida, Yusa, the owner of Miami in the Abyss state, guild specialists and high-ranking members are all gathered here. Merlin speaks. "Hello everyone, I am Merlin, the guild master of Abyss. Thank you all for taking the time to come here today. We have gathered you because there is an issue threatening both the Abyss Guild and the entire Divine War ecosystem." A video of Ian-gu single-handedly defeating members of the Sneeko Guild was played. Someone spoke up, saying if he is the mage streamer, "Were not we already informed about him before? We are truly afraid of a lone player even though we are one of the top 10 guilds." At this moment, Emma, the leader of the Abyss Guild, stepped forward to explain. "It seems everyone here knows about the Grand Mage. Emma and the Abyss Guild believe he is destroying the Divine War ecosystem that the top 10 guilds have built so far. He uses countless items and tricks they have never seen before, even escaping ambushes from high-ranking opponents as if he knew in advance where they were lying in wait. Now you might be wondering how that is possible. It is because the streamer mage is hacking into the game's system. The Ampha Corporation has recently ceased its investigation, so if we have no other choice but to bring him to justice ourselves, on behalf of the Abyss Guild from this moment forward, the guild will declare war against the rampage of the streamer mage. Regardless of level, everyone can use any method as long as it disrupts the gameplay of the streamer mage. As long as there is proof of successfully sabotaging him, the Abyss Guild will reward generously." Someone immediately raised an objection, saying we can't go to the streamer mage's leveling spot because our levels are too high compared to his. That is why the Abyss Guild will provide them with substitute accounts. Everyone started discussing, "Is not that actually very beneficial for us? We will be lent replacement accounts matching our level for free, so whether we defeat him or not, we still come out ahead." If what Emma said is true, this is quite a good plan, but Seal has a strange feeling of unease. On this side, Ian-gu and his two juniors have reached the entrance gap, which will disappear after 9 minutes and 11 seconds. Gun felt that this place was far from easy to handle. Ian-gu was certain this was the entrance to the Zagara sanctuary they had mentioned, and they had also hidden the area where the event took place. In other words, this is a perfect leveling spot where Ian-gu won't be disturbed by other players. Now the three of them will get to work and enter the Forbidden Zone. Ian-gu earned the title of Forbidden Zone Visitor, the first person to step into the Forbidden Zone. His vision was obscured by a gas cloud, so he could not hear clearly. They want Ian-gu to face monsters in a place where just fighting is already difficult. On top of that, the condition that no one must die makes the main scenario extremely challenging. If he had this ability, completing the mission alone would be nearly impossible. Gold warns his master that the center zombies are approaching. This is the perfect moment to test just how strong Gold's abilities are. Gold is ready to show the master a few basic moves. The ballista was activated, the fire blaze ignited, and a center zombie was destroyed. Lucky also cornered another one, showing determination to fight a life-or-death battle with the centaur zombies. Hyung could not just stand by either. He confidently used the ice spear and ice ball to advance alongside Gold. Gold thrust the spear, piercing through the bodies of the centaur zombies. The spear's power weakening the targets. Oregon's eyes were activated. Then fireballs and ice spears struck the zombie before it could even react. Hyung successfully defeated a centaur zombie and leveled up. Hyung will gain more experience here because all the monsters in this area are high level, and other players can't even enter this place, so he can hunt more easily. Suddenly, he spots a glowing centaur zombie, which is the mission target. However, Hyung could not leave this great hunting ground so soon. On this side, the meeting had ended, and Merlin felt Emma was taking too many risks, because until now, Divine War has been a flawless game with no bugs discovered, so how could the Grand Mage B possibly control the system? Emma herself knows this is highly unlikely, but from the recent live battle, it is clear that targeting the mage streamer with half-hearted power is impossible, so at least ABS must accomplish this to encourage and educate guild members while spreading trust that ABS never expel members. What is needed is to provoke the victim's mindset, by not standing idly by as the Great Mage BG cheats so easily. Emma said she had prepared equipment to confront the Great Mage, namely, the Xiao Yuan leaderboard. The TUVN leaderboard is created by a channel named TUVN on WhatsApp, which specializes in reposting various stats from Qian, such as attack times and other ranking criteria. Even though the ranking metrics are objective, the leaderboard itself remains unofficial and subjectively created by its founder, but the number of subscribers to the TUVN channel is 51.32 million, taking advantage of the curiosity of interested players. This channel has been reborn as a place where all the players of the Divine War pay attention to as a source of accurate statistical reports. One of the ranking topics is the under 200 leaderboard, excluding the top players. Should we wait to see who is the strongest among those under level 200? If the name of the Great Mage is mentioned here, it will definitely catch the attention of strong players. Moline wondered. So she plans to have him ranked on TUVN's leaderboard even though he has not even reached level 70 yet. M3 has paid the channel owner a lot of money, so the channel will make a move soon. Finally, it is time for the TUVN channel to broadcast, and he mentioned the Great Mage Bai Gi, a fairly famous figure recently. Haikju listened intently to the ranking of the Great Mage. Although he started with quite a few advantages, he still had the skill to perform and was not a bad player. Meanwhile, Haikju was the most miserable, sitting with his head in his hands, helpless and confused about what the hell was going on. Everyone watching the channel started to talk, mostly saying that the Great Mage was only level 70, not even reaching level 100 yet. How could someone under level 200 be ranked on the leaderboard when those ranked above are around level 150? Haikju did not understand a thing. How did it all turn out like this? If it keeps going like this, the guilds won't care about Haikju, or those named might target him. Rising in the under 200 rankings on the TUVN channel means that person is expected to show significant potential for growth. Some aim to reach the distant sky and become stars. It is a shortcut to fame. Haikju had no idea why his name was on the ranking list. Could it be that the president of the Rising Star was involved in this? There was no way anyone else would go this far just to confront him. Even if it is for advertising, this chairman's name is way too risky. Those were the thoughts running through Haikju's mind. The situation can no longer be taken lightly. We must focus on quickly completing the mandatory regional challenge. On the North Yangjun side, they have also seen today's ranking, and Secretary Kim asked if the chairman is involved in this matter. Chairman Baek firmly denied any involvement. And the owner of that channel did not even bother to listen to a single word from the company anymore. The channel owner, TUVN, is Oju, a senior from Yangjun School. That stubborn guy is extremely hard-headed, so unless it is the managers of the top 10 guilds, no one can make him budge. But one thing North Yangjun is sure of is that Archmage Bai Ji must have done something to catch the attention of the top 10 guilds. The Grand Mage has completely defeated the Sneeko guild, so the average guilds won't dare to bother him. Of course, the Grand Mage won't be satisfied with this situation because he craves attention, which means he is deliberately trying to make himself a target. Baek Yangjun believes that if his name appears on the minor ranking board, even those players who once saw him as a greedy fame seeker will change their minds and come to him, even if Grand Mage Bai Ji takes no action. He does this so that the prey who brought him fame will come to him on their own. So we should expect that the company will continue to contact the Grand Mage with a letter. It is time for the company to also request help from Bai Ji. Since that event, high-level players have come to the hunting grounds of lower-level players, clearing out every monster. Other players are definitely here to capture Archmage Bai Ji. Even so, what is the cost of defeating the Archmage? Could a whole group of level 90 players really come just to catch a single level 70 person like him? It means they are determined to capture the Grand Mage no matter the cost to their pride. Their names will rise on the minor ranking board if they catch Grand Mage Bai Ji. But right now, even those sponsored by the top guilds are here, like Aved from the Kankwang Guild. He turned to his guildmates and told them not to worry about the other players, and to make sure they capture the Grand Mage Bai Ji at any cost. Anyway, he has to make up for the interrupted evaluation from before. Then there is a lap from the Blood Guild. Both of them came here as soon as they heard the news, and Alap taunts, "This is your first login since you died. Right, you must have been resurrected at the Western Tower after dying, so coming here probably was not difficult." Avid felt a sting in his nose hearing this. They both wanted to settle the score. They started talking about the Grand Mage Baiji, who has become really famous lately. They also heard that high-level players from the Stonewood Forest have all come here. Avid glanced around, thinking to himself that if anything happened, he needed to defeat them first. Reducing the number of opponents would not hurt. At that moment, a player appeared, the Great Mage Baiji. The whole group turned their eyes toward Hyun-gyu and the two little brothers with him. They quickly ordered the archers to check and see if he was really the Grand Mage. The archers began using hand signals and confirmed that the ones beside were Lucky and Gold, so the one in the middle must be the Grand Mage. But upon closer inspection, it was not just two centos. They found it very strange. Clearly just now they had seen the Grand Mage Baiji and Lucky, but now they had turned into two cento. The truth was that Hyun-gyu was live streaming while hidden in a polymorph state behind the cento's appearance. Of course, this stream will be in private mode. Everything is still progressing according to Hyun-gu's plan. He has truly gone mad over what has been happening lately. Why are they rushing to the Golden Plains to hunt down a level 70 player like a pack of rabid dogs? Especially the Kankwang Guild alongside the Bloodshed Guild. They are all top-tier guilds, and the number of followers on their main channels has exceeded 50 million. Hearing that players above level 90 are also gathering here, he really wonders if their conscience has been left behind the game console. High-level players farming in lower-level players' zones, also known as bullying, is something all other players oppose and despise. More than that, they are here to fight, not to farm. Then not only will they be blamed by others, but they themselves will also be criticized for this. Yet they still insist on coming here. It means they have completely abandoned their conscience and self-respect to come and target Hyun-gu, no matter what. In this game no one can do everything alone. Fortunately, Hyun-gu has the awakened cluster received from the level 70 skill. When fighting against a large group, there is no skill better than this one. But whether he wins or loses, there will be problems. If he wins, all the guilds involved might retaliate, but keeping them under control will hinder the mission's progress. So Hyun-gu decided to face those people the way a Grand Mage would, and luckily more players showed up than expected. It was not just luck. They did not realize that would only get them defeated faster. Each guild has many different factions, so they want to be able to coordinate smoothly, which ultimately works in Hyun-gu's favor. While these bastards are busy holding each other back and being wary of one another, neglecting the main target, he has had enough time to widen the gap. Low-level classes won't be able to keep up with Hyun-gu's speed. He will slowly escape, even if his appearance is a bit strange. Right now, Hyun-gu is streaming privately. He is not sure if he should stay like this, but in this silence, they probably want to leak the information. He turns to the viewers and says, "Dear viewers, thank you for keeping this secret. But how could so many viewers not have leaked anything? They discovered that the two centaurs running away were not cento. They just heard this news from the surveillance owner, who said that monster is the Great Mage B." Hyun-gu realized he had been discovered, so he unlocked this private live stream and recalled his polymorph. He revealed his true form, and the live stream switched to open mode with 33,287 viewers currently watching. The show Catch Me If You Can will start airing from here. With the speed boost activated, he and Gold ran headlong, and the others quickly gave chase. However, they could never catch up to Hyun-gu's speed. They chased him until they were out of breath but still could not close the gap. Only then did they give up, deciding that catching him was enough, no matter which guild it was. Avid realized that the Bija Archmage deliberately did this to make them look like fools. He was determined to catch him at any cost. Seeing this, Hyun-gu turned back and took 6 taunts. They chased him to a deserted area, and only then did they start to worry. What if Lucky assassinated him here? If a divine beast equipped with full support magic like Lucky assassinated him here, and without a healer or tank to protect him, he would clearly lose immediately. They began to hesitate and dared not chase Hyun-gu, standing there helplessly screaming. After a while of cat and mouse, the cat finally gave up. Hyun-gu stopped to interact a bit with the viewers. In Tom and Jerry, have you ever seen Jerry running when Tom is not even there? That is exactly him right now. No Tom can catch this Jerry. Everyone was deeply moved by the great generosity of the big Archmage, so they decided to give all their money to support him. Hyun-gu was very skilled at making others furious. From now on, if there is a problem, running away is also a strategy. The number of people chasing him has decreased a lot, and he is unsure whether he should PK them or not. Of course the viewers were very excited about that. They did not want those damn level 90 plus guys to keep acting like kings and generals. In the end, Hyun-gu decided not to go after them. Chasing weaker enemies would not bring him any wealth or fame. Catching those guys is not even worth the cost of the polymorph spell. Turns out he is quite skilled. And just as he finished showing off, someone donated $4. $10, $10,000, and Hyun-gu opened his inventory. He even managed to find traces left by the upgraded party before the quest item appeared. Hyun-gu told the viewers that if he wanted to quickly show everyone the new monsters and dungeon, He had to complete the quest, so today's live stream will end here. Just as I was about to back out, Amor joined the live, donated $10,000, and commented, "Let me see more." Then he added another $11,000. Money is nice, but Hyun-gu still intended to stop the live stream. Everyone encouraged him to keep going. Amor was there too, and more than 130,000 people were watching. Everyone is curious to see the missions live as they happen. Amor keeps adding $12,000 and says they will increase by $1,000 every 10 minutes. It is not just a small part of the mission, they want to see the entire mission board now. Hyun-gu has gathered a lot of information related to the mission, so he has to be very careful, and above all, he needs to be cautious and confirm whether they can see the hidden information or not. Amor even timed it perfectly to create this atmosphere, making it hard for Hyun-gu to refuse, as he kept thinking if there was any other excuse to decline. Suddenly, a knight NPC from Loda, Zagara's servant, appeared. He appeared suddenly and hurried over to Hyun-gu, saying, "You are safe. After hearing that you had safely left the restricted area, I came here to escort you. Zagara is waiting for you." Luckily, just when he did not know how to refuse, Jonas came to the rescue, so he had a valid reason to stop the livestream. The developer has a rule that forbids broadcasting the mission process. If that is the case, they won't be able to ask Hyun-gu for more in the future, so the livestream ended. Then Hyun-gu immediately appeared at the East Watch Tower and gave Zagara the clues he found in the restricted area. The mission was completed, and the level also increased. Zagara had heard about Hyun-gu's abilities but never expected him to be so skilled that he could bring all of these here in one go. Hyun-gu successfully received the title recognized by Zagara. Then two soldiers handed him a rare mastery manual and carried the legendary skill card. Hyun-gu felt like he had taken a step into immortality. He never imagined the day would come when he could lay his hands on a mastery manual. Legendary skills might be bought with money, but a mastery manual was something even money could not buy. Training a skill to master rank is said to require at least level 150 to achieve. Even if you learn a skill at level 10 and use it continuously, you still need to reach level 150 to advance to master rank. But to instantly reach master rank, this is something that can't even be priced. And from the start it could not be traded. Hyun-gu decided to keep it, only to use when necessary. First, he will quickly accept the next quest without unlocking the mythic skill, and proceed immediately. There is no way those bastards targeting Hyun-gu would give up after seeing that, and the game will crash in an hour anyway. The system has announced that Hyun-gu must exit the game within 57 minutes due to the terms and conditions policy of the Divine War, within 9 hours of the game shutting down and reconnecting. Over 100 players may gather at the Western Arena, just like Kim Gi-yeon. He asked Zagara what to do next. According to the clues Hyun-gu brought back for Zagara, the troops at the arena were attacked by a mysterious man. Hyun-gu just needs to find that mysterious man. So a new mission has been added to the main scenario quest portal, the mysterious man. Mission rank, main scenario. Mission description: find the mysterious man in the restricted area. The reward for this mission is Zagara's ring. Hyun-gu could use instant teleportation to get there right away, but wasting time would be pointless. Hyun-gu knew about Zagara's ring but did not think His Majesty would give it to him. But the soldiers immediately pulled Hyun-gu into the magic circle and said they would perform the 7-step spell inside it. Hyun-gu had not even learned any specs of the ring before being sent off to complete the mission. Before he could even recover, he was already at Kim Noonien without receiving any further explanation about the reward. But since it was the main quest reward, it would surely be very effective. Maybe even better than those Sakalans. This time the missions allowed Hyun-gu to teleport instantly, and he thought there must be an entrance to the dungeon nearby. Suddenly Lucky spoke up. It turned out other players had spotted Hyun-gu. They surrounded from the side. This group had probably been waiting a long time for the great mage Bitsy to appear. Hyun-gu ordered his 2 disciples to quickly enter the restricted area, just as Hyun-gu thought. They still gathered in groups, and the situation outside remained quite dangerous. Just the thought of having only the restricted area as safe made his head ache, and at this rate, it would take too much effort away from Hyun-gu's gaming. Running away is not the solution, so Hyun-gu decides to open the legendary skill card book to draw a new skill effect. Hyun-gu continues to chant the 9 directions and 10 directions mantra, hoping to get a powerful skill. Gold also worried for his master when he heard him say, "It is over, please do not be disappointed, sir. I will do my best for you, master." It means that bastard attacked them and they are done for. Hyun-gu obtained the legendary skill Willpower Suppression, which cancels all spells under any circumstances and reduces casting time penalties as the skill level increases. Like many other games, the higher the monster rank in the Divine Seal, the more diverse the skills they use. But among them, the factor that increases the game's difficulty is the use of long-range attacks, also known as area of effect skills. Mage classes often have their attacks cancelled when hit during casting, which is far more dangerous. They need longer casting times to use stronger spells, yet they still risk being hit by area attacks no matter how far they keep their distance. As a result, the skill of forced casting became a must-have for high-level players. It comes with a penalty of increased casting time but is still much better than having the spell interrupted. Anyway, if he plans to pee those guys, he definitely needs to learn area of effect magic skills, because it is not easy to fight fast melee fighters like the two last time with just a bow and energy bridge skills. It is best if those area of effect magic skills can cause status ailments like blindness, 5-second stun, 30 seconds of bleeding, or paralysis. But those skills are insanely expensive. Having long-range options is nice. But first, I need to focus on the situation at hand. Hyungu looked at the bleak and gloomy empty landscape, unsure if he could find the quest monster in such a desolate place. He checked the information. An unidentified object had appeared, which would leave a clue if the attack succeeded. Looking at the requirements, he can see that he only needs to attack it, not defeat it. But would not it be better if Hyungu quickly completes the mission and leaves before other players gather? Though the entrance to the restricted area will be blocked if Hyungu does the main quest, it would be better if he could postpone the mission and level up in the restricted area. Judging by the number of players earlier, it seems the count has increased by 100, and it will definitely keep rising. Heen thought that selling the skills and items he had collected would be enough to buy the mobile magic skill, and he would reach level 80 in 4 days. Heen would prepare thoroughly and then go out. Everyone watching the live stream in the area has gathered about 1,000 people. They are all here to catch the Archmage Bissy. And with this number, it is like a large-scale guild war. It has been about 3 days since Archmage Bissy disappeared from the Kim origin through space-bending magic. Yet the numbers have not decreased. In fact, they have increased significantly. The situation Hyungu displayed during the live stream was very careful. The chase to claim the Archmage Bitsy's medal has begun, but for Bak Yang Jun, that is no longer fun. If it is just repeating what has already been done, there is nothing exciting about it. The young man next to him agreed, saying the Grand Mage should show something new to others. Even if the content is similar, it must imply something new. Catch it if you can. But now, Bak Yang Jun believes Hyungu will fight back instead of running like before. It is time for the Great Mage Bitsy to respond to all the company's demands. He and the Hunchback remains a hot topic for everyone to discuss. Some say Grand Mage Bitsy is a strange man with a unique talent for never boring his audience. This is far from the end for Grand Mage Bitsy. He must be planning something. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the upcoming big event. Hukju even wants to go to Kim Gyan to capture the Grand Mage if his rank drops. While everyone was eagerly discussing the Archmage, the real Archmage was quietly sitting and pondering. The final price at the recent auction for the mobile spell was $37,000. And the amount I have after selling all my items is $43,000. Even if it costs more than $40,000, I have to buy it. Hukju must show those guys what it means to spend money like a boss. Hukju threw a fireball at the zombie center, struggling to reach level 80. But reaching level 80 was not anything to be happy about. It cost a whopping $80,000 just to acquire the mobile spell skill. Such an absurdly draining mechanism. As for Hukju, even if he can't buy the mobile magic skill, at least he still gets to choose a skill form from the level 80 set. Just as expected, the battle spirit gave Hukju a chance, and he quickly accepted it, praying to the heavens for the price of mobile magic. Mobile magic is a super grade skill. I do not need a legendary skill. But ironically, not a single super grade card appeared. Then suddenly the dice rolled, and a familiar golden light appeared. It is the appearance of the legendary skill Shockwave Strike, a legendary level skill whose effect creates a shockwave that deals massive damage to affected targets and causes stun. Thanks to its control effect, this skill naturally becomes one of the most powerful ranged offensive skills. Hukju clenched his fists, reluctantly accepting this, even if he failed to get the mobile magic skill. With his determination and the wave shock skill, he was confident he could win even if it meant choosing an entire team of 7. He took a deep breath to gather his spirit before starting the livestream. At that moment, he received a message from the chairman, and Haikaju wondered what matter the chairman needed to discuss that required coming into the channel like this. Park Hyang-jun asked if he planned to do another Catch Me You Can like last time. Hukju did not intend to overuse content by king others, but it seemed the chairman did not like the last livestream. Well, the 36 stratagems are the best plan. Is not that what a mage streamer should do? But right now he has no reason to refuse a K challenge. After all, Haikju is planning to go VIP, and he can't let others think he is afraid, so he agreed to the chairman's request, who said he had prepared some skill forms to support him. Park Hyang-jun got Hukju ready for the mobile magic contest at Kiminian. Avad is facing a lot of criticism from those around them. Hey, have you guys heard any news about the kids from the rumors these past few days? Avad's crew has been acting like a bunch of braggarts lately, only to get completely wiped out by that mage streamer. Right, if they had been willing to pee, it would not have ended so badly. Every one of them gets sponsored with tons of gear by the guild and other members. Setting aside the fact that they were fully funded, if they had started with nothing, would they be where they are today? Not only Avad but Alap is also here. Despite living with whispers and rumors, Avad reminded himself that he must not retreat, because if he retreats now, all the hard work he has built will be for nothing. 4 days ago, after Catch Me If You Can ended, on the day he stood in front of the West Castle gate waiting for the mage streamer, that brute Hyun-gyu used teleportation to run to the endless plains, no, the golden plains instead of the main gate, wasting all his efforts. Now, No matter if people call it dirty play or whatever, he just wants to take that mage brute's life. All the problems will be resolved as long as the streamer mage is game over. At this moment, Hyanggu and Idol Lucky also appeared, and everyone eagerly awaited the livestream. The Kankwang Guild brought people. Aved stepped up to challenge Hyanggu. He threw down a white cloth, meaning if Hyanggu wins, he will be paid $10,000. The act of throwing a white cloth by a member of the Kankwang Guild symbolizes a challenge to a one-on-one duel. Any member who wins the duel they initiated by throwing the cloth will receive a reward and respect, but if they lose, according to guild tradition, that member will lose their Kwang scarf and be expelled from the guild. As for the challenger, if they win, they will receive a cash reward. This is also seen as the Kankwang Guild's way of showing confidence. Or simply put, if you win, you get the money, and one-on-one duels are one of the reasons why the Kankwang Guild became a top-tier guild. Lap stood outside. Sweating nervously, Aved had just made a huge decision. Before starting, Aved did not forget a warn run if you can. Hyanggu did not hesitate, accepted the challenge, and launched the first attack with a fireball. Aved blocked it with his shield and pushed him backward, aiming to strike first and interrupt Hyanggu's attack. Next came the dagger strike, confident his opponent was already hurt. But no, the fireball appeared out of nowhere and exploded right in Aved's face. He took critical damage. Only Emmer knows why the fireball was not interrupted, and that is because Hyanggu had mastered the Unyielding Will spell. After investing $1,000, Hyanggu successfully transformed the Unyielding Will skill, and once transformed, the casting process cannot be cancelled even if hit. Aved did not expect Hyanggu's fireball to be so powerful. It drained 10% of his epi with just one hit. Coupled with the Unyielding Will, he had no chance of winning if he kept getting hit by skills like this. Aved needed to attack and defeat Hyanggu before that happened. Seeing Hyanggu's calm and ready to attack demeanor, Aved judged him to be a truly formidable opponent. Calling him a rookie in the guild was completely inaccurate. Normally, when casting the Unyielding Will skill, you can't move during the spell, but now Hyanggu can still close in on his opponent, which made him more immediately guess that he had also learned mobile casting. Aved was immediately paralyzed. That ice barrier had immobilized his opponent. Moore believed that close combat like this was still a disadvantage for a mage, as movement speed slows when using will magic, making Hyanggu easy to catch. But no, Xiang's speed was very fast. Of course, because he had maxed out his skill level. He used the skill book and chose the skill he wanted to master. It would not be satisfying if Xianggu ended like this. He will use the fireball and shockwave to make him give up hope of catching up. Then he will completely crush him. Everyone watching the fight was amazed. Is not shockwave supposed to be an area skill? If that were true, Aved would not have been able to dodge it. Trapped with no way out, Aved had to speed up, using a short burst skill that boosts all attack and movement speed to close in on Hyanggu. Hyanggu stood there without fear. Even warning, there were still 10 seconds left until the fire spell casting was complete, so why do not you run away? The shockwave was still on cooldown. Hyanggu easily dodged all the attacks. The 10-second countdown was over, and the shockwave was activated. The paralyzed opponent could not move an inch. Hyanggu confidently told his viewers, "I will finish this slowly. The final blow should be something special." Right, everyone expected Hyanggu to use Wege's bow. But no, he chose a crutch instead. Aved started to panic, unable to believe he was going to be taken down by such a lame crutch. So the mage streamer has won. It was like a complete domination. Let us see if anyone else dares to challenge him now. Everyone wonders if anyone is brave enough to challenge Hyanggu after watching this PK match. Unfortunately, Hyanggu and two others teleported east to guard the lowlands, excitedly saying he had done it. I defeated the rising star of the Faustin Guild by a huge margin. Zagara knew Hyanggu had won. But what was needed that day was information about the mysterious person, but he still has not found anything at all. Hyanggu said he found him, but he was too fast, so he only got this trace. He gave Zagara a black item as a trace of the mysterious person, like the letters Zagara mentioned. Back then they did not know his identity. Suddenly the necklace on Hyanggu's neck moved towards Zagara, and he instinctively held it back. Zagara told everyone to stay calm, then asked who made the necklace. Hyanggu honestly answered that it was because of the dwarf Yuga. This was not something a lord like Zagara should get involved in, and back then he hesitated, unsure if he could entrust everything to him. Hyanggu was overjoyed and quickly agreed, adding a new mission to the main storyline. Zagara would give him this ring for accepting the request, and owning it meant Hyanggu could receive help from anywhere in the kingdom of Tunga. Zagara's ring, a legendary item, level requirement over 80. The Ring of Zagara, Lord of the Western Arena and Prince of the Tunga Kingdom, grants you noble treatment in the Tunga Kingdom. All stats plus 50, defense plus 30, attack plus 10, cooldown reduction for all skills 10%, health and mana regeneration speed plus 30%. The locked item cannot be traded. Once the King's Ring is equipped, the hidden option is activated. Hyanggu was a bit curious about that hidden option. At the company, everyone is thrilled as the viewership has hit a record 389,000 for a highlight video, with total views and subscribers increasing by 11,000, leaving the staff unable to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, Chairman Park is on the phone. Have you watched the Mage streamer's live broadcast? Then this will be brief. How much can we offer for the advertising fee? Hyun-gyu is on his way to take Hyun to school, and she really likes the new backpack you bought her. This time Hyun-gyu is wondering if he should rent a bigger house. After receiving his payment, he plans to save some money to buy a skill that lets him move and cast spells at the same time. Hyun-gyu's current inventory for the next hunting area should be fine, so he does not need to spend more money. Now that he is making money, he should improve his quality of life a bit. At that moment, an email from the chairman arrived. Chairman Park wanted Hyun-gyu to join an online meeting. Hyun-gyu immediately joined the Rising Star channel, which was currently in private broadcast mode. The reason for today's meeting is a serious matter concerning advertising contracts and sponsorships. The company believes that creating advertising contracts and receiving sponsorships under the name of the streamer Fap Su is important. If Hyun-gyu does not like it, he still has the right to refuse. However, he agreed immediately without hesitation, then asked what he needed to do next. Hyun-gyu will have a live stream for the client. He just needs to showcase his skills as usual during his streams. Hyun-gyu agreed and asked for some time to prepare properly. The payment has been sent to the partner. Secretary Kim just now. Was he in the stone tree forest hunting small Galung creatures? Park Young-jun nodded. Yes, this will be a live broadcast to impress the clients, so we need to put in a bit more effort in directing. Normally, a team of 5 would be needed just to catch the small Galung, but the mage streamer defeated them all alone. Park Young-jun assigned Secretary Kim to gather more comparison footage of Hyun-gyu and other players. If there are a few short clips of the First Legion members from the top 10 guilds hunting those small Galung, that would be even better. Then take the opportunity to assign more tasks to your subordinates. And if you have done these, you should also look for some clips of Merlin hunting beasts. Leading the Archmage class, Merlin from the Abyss Guild, while Hyun-gyu casually farms the small Galung beasts, leaving everyone around stunned with their mouths wide open. In just 10 seconds, Hyun-gyu wiped out the entire group of small Galung. Everyone knows these beasts resist magic less than physical attacks, but this is a bit too much. After the Galung were defeated, Hyun-gyu also received the Galung crystals, so he had collected all the quest items. Knowing that Hyun-gyu was chasing the anonymous figure, the dwarf Yuga said he would make him a compass like last time. After taking the shard of the nameless god from the ring, he would combine it with the trace of the anonymous figure that Hyun-gyu had. If he does that, it will point more accurately to its owner, which is why he hunted down 10 small Galung and brought 10 Galung crystals to Yuga. Since Hyun-gyu can see which ones will drop items, the hunting ended quite quickly. He was not sure if he should livestream hunting the small gulls for the viewers, but these gulls were too weak compared to Hyun-gyu's level. Showing the customers him hunting such a weak monster just would not be right. After collecting enough crystals, he brought them to Yuga, who had to admit that he gathered them very quickly. Hyun-gyu did not intend to finish so fast. He preferred leveling up while hunting a bit more, but times have changed because there are now 10 advertising greetings, so Hyun-gyu completed the mission within the set time. He will receive an additional reward and earn the title of the one who surprised Yuga. Yuga handed Hyun-gyu his hammer, which seemed to be the additional reward. It was not very impressive as a weapon, but hopefully it could be traded. Hyun-gyu received Yuga's hammer, a legendary item of feasible level above 90. You can extract the item's skills and grant them to another item, with the skills bound to the recipient item. Cannot be used on items above level 90. Can only be extracted and granted to items of the same type. Usage limit is one time only. Non-tradable. Hyun-gyu examines its information. Yuga said if he uses the Gulang crystal, he can revive the Gulang Lamthach. After reviving and capturing them, he will get melting stones, which can be used to combine 2 energies into one. A new quest has been added to the main quest section. Gulang Lamstone. Quest rank. Main scene. Quest description. Use the Lamstone recovery crystal and eliminate them to obtain molten stone. Quest reward. The original turtle necklace. There is too much information coming at once. Hyun-gyu has not had time to process it all. Extract one option from an item and grant it to another item. This system has appeared in many games but has never appeared in Divine War before. Therefore, players assume that such a system does not exist in Divine War. He is confident he will get it from Wegas Platinum Staff. The goal is the option to cast an additional spell, and the item that will be granted this extra skill is Tunga Staff. The average price of the level 89 legendary item on Z-Bay is around 120,000. Hyun-gyu is not confident he can buy it after securing the upcoming advertising deal. I knew this was a good game, but I did not expect it to be this good. Lately, many advertisers have appeared all at once and want to propose partnerships. This means the value of the mage streamer is rising, and the chairman plans to spend more time on advertising. The value of the mage streamer will continue to rise as long as he maintains his current performance. Secretary Kim wondered why the chairman was focusing on advertisements now. The value of the mage streamer is rising faster than Park Young-jun expected. Now they will start preparing thoroughly for the live event. There are 3 hours left until the scheduled time for the mage streamer. Park Young-jun assigned Secretary Kim to announce the live broadcast along with the edited version of the Veliga raid and a very simple title. Warm up, Chairman Park said. I would like to express my gratitude to the advertisers who joined us for today's launch. There is no need to rush. The broadcast will start shortly. The price has been set. The streamer mage just needs to showcase his skills as usual. The official live broadcast begins. Hyungu says today he will show everyone a simple start, so there is no need to give a clear answer to the advertisers yet. He never intended to sign a big contract here. Just a few major ads for a short time. Hyungu threw the golem spirit stone, and the blue golem was instantly healed. Not even Chairman Park has ever seen this monster before. Hyungu announces that the blue golem raid will begin right now. His whole body was becoming restless, and the evolution conditions for Lucky and Gold were also perfectly met by chance. Lucky will evolve when hunting a higher level boss monster. Gold, the desperate warrior, reaches level 6 loyalty while protecting his master from a higher level boss monster. First, Hyungu will create some distance. Everyone was amazed to see this bluestone monster. Its abilities include AP regeneration and cloning. The level 99 bluestone golem disappears 1 hour after healing, and when its AP is low, it consumes surrounding stone trees to recover. If it drops below 60%, it will split into 3. If below 20%, it will split into 10, instead of capturing it immediately. This will be a good opportunity for Hyungu to showcase his potential. Even the scouts from major tournaments rated his potential higher than his results. He ordered Golem to destroy the surrounding trees to create a fighting space, while Lucky entered a life or death state, showing a will to fight to the death against the bluestone golem. Hyungu will activate the fireball and ice ball. He thought to himself, if I just keep defeating it without any plan, how can I impress the scouts from the major tournaments? So instead of firepower, Hyungu will show them his ability to plan. After each swing, Golem needs 7.3 seconds to cool down, and a viewer commented, "You guys are really dumb. Just rushing in like that is not a good idea. You should observe the boss monster's health bar when you first encounter it. Then strike hard while it is on cooldown. That is what true conquest looks like." Just as that person said, Hyungu launched rockets, ice arrows, wind arrows, lightning balls, and lightning arrows straight at it. The golem's happy bar dropped to 60% and entered phase 2. Immediately, the bluestone golem splits into 3. Lucky attacks one. Gold uses giant transformation to attack another. Hyungu targets golem. A giant golem appears, and the smaller golems run away in fear. Hyungu opened his inventory and took out Wegas' bow. Letting it escape and have a chance to recover hate would be troublesome. He quickly drew the bow and fired an ice rocket straight at it. Successfully defeated the bluestone golem clone. Gold and Lucky are still fighting fiercely. Everything is going according to Hyungu's plan. He turned to the viewers and said, "Hey everyone, do not you find this a bit boring? The usual routine sounds good but is actually dull, with all the saving potions and staying safe. No one actually likes watching stuff like that. Right, so now I am going to stop following those standards. I will use the dragon fever when fighting the last one, and if I fail while fighting it under the effect of dragon fever, I will reveal to everyone the mission that only I can participate in this game." This makes the viewers even more excited, and Hyungu immediately activates the dragon fever. In the private chat room, everyone was very satisfied. They liked Hyungu's attitude toward the challenge. It is definitely worth leaving such a strong impression on the viewers. They feel he fits their brand perfectly. Over here, the people from Gamma Pharmaceuticals are also watching the live stream. The four-eyed girl told Emma, "It is worth investing in. You do not need to ask for a special favor. That is good. I was worried that asking for one might be beyond my position." The four-eyed girl thanked Emma for helping build the bridge between their company and the Abyss Guild, which is why the company has grown like it has today. Emma said she was just a manager and what she wanted was for this girl to gather all the information about the mage stream. Meanwhile, Hyungu had already killed the last monster, but immediately the bluestone golems split into 10. Among them were short and stubby ones. Hyungu activated the lightning chain and shocked them, causing the stubby golems to scatter and flee quickly. At that moment, a notification appeared. Emmer donated $10,000 with a message saying, "If you fail, I will give you 10 times that amount." The golems ran in every direction but were blocked by Hyungu's men. In the end, Hyungu was the one to finish them off, shattering the golems to pieces. With only 23 seconds left in the Dragon Tribe Fever, he decided to take them out with one final spell. Hyungu opened his inventory and considered which spell to use to finish it off. In the end, he used the legendary staff to end the battle. Hyungu successfully cleared out the Golem Lamthach and earned the title of Golem Lamthach Hunter. This battle lasted 19 minutes and 10 seconds. A perfect time. With these items, he is confident he can unleash all his skills. The number of members is sufficient, and the advertisers will surely be pleased. But since Hyungu gained his skills, without a stage to showcase, they are useless. He reveals to everyone the schedule for the next stream, with the next target being the Night Center. The exact time and date will be announced on the Rising Stars channel. The live broadcast ended. Hyungu received a melting stone. He felt amazing, cool as a toilet. Truly a top-notch performance by Chop. Now the power of the divine is filling Lucky's body, and it is gradually transforming. Hyungu will choose a new ability for Lucky, and the chosen skill is the indestructible Golden Claw. Skill level legendary. Skill effect. Once activated, physical defense will be greatly enhanced, but no other skills can be used while it is active. This damn mutt should not be called Lucky. It should be called Cheater. All the good and beautiful things belong to it. Lucky has acquired the indestructible Golden Claw skill. Gold is feeling frustrated and wants its owner to give it a chance to become stronger. Gold the Defender has also been very productive, thinking alongside its owner, and its loyalty has increased to level 6. Hyun-gyu continues to choose new abilities for the Defender. He used up all his luck and skill selections for Lucky, so now Gold's stats are at a decent average, which is quite satisfying. But no, what just appeared made him unable to believe his eyes. After that live stream, many videos with related titles were released. The wizard streamer is a hacker who hacked the War Star, revealing the items dropped after defeating the Golem Blue Stone. Predictions. While Park Young-jun was watching the video, Secretary Kim rushed in a panic to report on the advertising contract situation, as advertisers kept calling the company right after watching the live show. However, the chairman still had not made a final decision, and from that performance, Park Young-jun thought the streamer mage probably was not interested in things like advertising. The chairman wanted a live broadcast on site with the advertisers, so he asked the secretary to schedule it for him. Suddenly, the streamer mage launched a surprise attack on the boss monster without any information, and Secretary Kim wondered if he did it to create a bigger impact so that the advertisers would bet more, but Park Young-jun thought differently. He believed the streamer mage would not take such a risky move just to earn a few $1,000s in star money. This was exactly what the streamer mage wanted to say. No matter what, whether it is advertisers or not, you can do whatever you want, but pay a price worthy of what I have shown. Through the Star Channel, the streamer mage will continue to show everyone monsters or items never seen before, so the company should also set reasonable exchange conditions for that. Secretary Kim thought they should negotiate further with advertisers to increase advertising costs, but Chairman Park Young-jun opposed, saying they are not discussing advertising fees. Secretary Kim panicked, so we won't run any ads at all. But the chairman means they won't charge advertising fees in exchange for the privilege of obtaining items and skills, which will be useful for the streamer mage. Secretary Kim screamed. Distressed. What about the company's drop in ad revenue? After all, employees still need to eat and live. Park Young-jun smiled confidently. Streamer mage, I am glad to have your attention. I will definitely do my best. The next day in the Tonga Kingdom's West Tower, Hyun-gyu was still stunned when, while drawing Gold's cards, the skill Rage card appeared. A legendary skill level, skill effect that temporarily boosts all intelligence. But when activated, you lose your mind and only attack designated targets. Hyun-gyu was truly afraid because even he did not know how strong Gold could become. At that moment, the Kingdom's soldiers came to greet Hyun-gyu and said Lord Yuga was looking for him. Then they took him to another place, not the road to the Eastern Tower, but the Golden Blacksmith Shop. The Golden Blacksmith Shop is a place every player who comes to Taylor will definitely know, as it is the only place where you can obtain the Tonga set, the legendary items of the Tonga Kingdom. And it is a place that every player has to pass through at least once. Seeing the shining legendary items displayed on the wall, Hyun-gyu could not help but get excited. Each item is worth at least $6,000, so if Hyun-gyu sells everything here, he could afford to rent a place near Gangnam. The Tonga staff is his next target, a legendary item of level 89 or higher, forged with the special abilities of master smiths. It is imbued with resilient qualities, and the chosen effects will activate when equipped. Each item is worth $120,000. And with the advertising fee he just received, nothing can stop Hyun-gyu from buying them. Juga asked if he managed to get the Molten Stone. Hyun-gyu immediately handed Juga the Molten Stone as requested. Juga said the spirit gold he found in the Dorito mine reacts to the owner's mana. So the stronger the mana, the stronger the spirit gold's reaction. On one side is the trace of the mysterious person, on the other is the melting stone. And he begins to combine them. Hyun-gyu opens the pendant, and the liquid from the trace of the nameless person is being dropped onto the surface of the pendant. So this is the energy of the melted stone, and the chain started pointing in one direction. Now that he has such a sensitive compass, finding the mysterious person will no longer be difficult. Hyun-gyu has obtained the cursed necklace. He just needs to hunt whatever this compass points to. Before leaving, he decided to check the stats after the upgrade. The cursed necklace, legendary item level, usable above level 80, a necklace containing the power of a cursed entity. A strong mana source that grants the wearer mysterious strength, all stats plus 75. It allows the use of the replay skill when equipped, which lets the player reuse one previously used skill once, ignoring the cooldown time. This skill cannot be displayed, it only exists in the item effect options. Even Amor has declared that the replay skill can only be used through the item effect selection, will reward a white bag to anyone who brings the skill display card. That is why this skill is also known as the white bag. He was as happy as if he had won the lottery. Truly luck was on his side. So now Hyun-gyu has received the instructions and everything is ready. May he have a safe journey. A new mission has been added to the main quest window. Centaur Knight. Quest level. Main quest. Quest acceptance level below 99. Mission description. Move to the Forbidden Area and eliminate the Centaur Knight who wields the power of the Nameless God. The quest reward is the Toonga staff, with an additional bonus if completed with a party of 6 or fewer. Hyengu paid attention to the staff reward, similar to when he received Wege's Platinum staff. He was sure it was a high-level item with premium effect options like the Toonga staff. Everything went exactly as Hyengu expected. So much so that he could not believe it was real and thought he was dreaming. Then he calmed down and thought about the condition to receive the hidden reward. To kill the Centaur Knight with a team of 6 or fewer. This means the mission is just challenging enough for 6 people to complete. Compared to the difficulty of the Divine War, it is not so hard as to require a typical 6-person team, but it is definitely as tough as a level 90 pro player. Hyengu will have to complete this mission alone. And thinking back, it has been a long time since he had such a high-stakes raid. The boss monster appearing in the gold mine is the Ace Centaur. Agile and possessing destructive power twice that of a normal centaur. It is the boss monster that many players struggle by constantly using speed skills. And it is even stronger than the Ace Centaur. Even so, as long as Lucky activates the speed boost and the race speed effect, it definitely won T-lose in terms of speed. But once the race speed effect wears off, that boss will catch up to Lucky. He is an aggro with a life or death skill, meaning the battle will never end until one of them dies. In the end, that means Lucky could get worn down. Even now, even if Lucky uses life or death skills, it catches the enemy before it gets into danger. This time, Hyengu can't guarantee Lucky's safety. On this side, Emma has received news that the Rising Star will not accept advertising money, only advertising fees in the form of items and skills. She admits this is a very clever move from Park Young-jun's position, because the truly important things in the Divine War cannot be bought with money. But Emma believes this actually works to their advantage, because the items offered by the Abs Guild will be better than anything else. No matter who the real identity of the mage streamer is, Emma trusts that Hyengu won't be able to hide from her for much longer. Secretary Kim handed the chairman a list of items proposed by the advertisers. Some were good, but most could be bought on Z-Bay. Park Young-jun refused, saying this would not do. Secretary Kim worried what if demanding too much makes the advertisers want to back out. Park Young-jun bluntly said, "Forget them. You have to trust your own instincts to survive the battle." Chairman Park believes that almost no advertiser will pass up the chance to connect with one of the most talked about people right now, the mage streamer. The live broadcast will start on the Star Channel. Hyengu entered the restricted area, and compared to last time, the fog seemed worse. The compass on his necklace still pointed the way. And finally, Hyengu encountered a level 109 Centaur Knight with the attack and speed boost skills now activated. The speed boost skill activates when HP drops below 70%, and the fire affinity skill activates when it falls below 20%. This monster is extremely strong against mage players. The speed boost skill helps close the distance in an instant, while the attack skill increases damage after the effect. Speed, attack, acceleration, and even pure fire. Hyengu must catch it at all costs. Normally, before starting a raid, he would take some time before and after liking, but this time, Hyengu needs to hurry due to the special situation. That is why he will do his best to finish the raid quickly today. Aimer starts a $1,000 donation with a comment, saying he should take time to update and interact with viewers during the stream. Trust me, Hyengu activates the Dragon Curse, intending to finish within 10 minutes. Fire Spear, Ice Spear, Fireball. Despite the Darkbone fog obscuring vision, he still throws them accurately right at the giant armored centipede. The truth is Hyengu can fight them thanks to the cord around his neck that points to the monster's direction. The giant Sen Knight begins to reveal itself. It is bigger than a giant Sen Hawk and even wears armor. Its fur and armor are both black, so it completely blends into the bone fog. High simultaneously activated dragon eyes, ice arrows, lightning arrows, and fireballs. It charged forward, but Hyengu had no intention of dodging. He jumped back and spun several times in the air. Then the signal for Lucky and Gold is now. Lucky and Gold received the order to attack from both sides with a full force strike. Everyone noticed Gold was using the Rage skill. Rage and Giant Form are the best skill combo for a berserker attacker. However, Centaur the Knight, twice Gold's size, still swung his greatsword at Hyengu, but he could withstand many skills. During the recycling ring effect, the EP restored is equal to the mana lost. Both sides attack simultaneously. Hyengu continues using ice arrows and ice wind, while Centaur the Knight charges at him at full speed. Everyone is watching anxiously for Hyengu. That huge monster alone is terrifying to look at. He defends well but still has to dodge. The damage taken by the Shimmer Mage must be enormous. No matter how strong the Guardian or Divine Beast is, the damage dealt will decrease if the mage does not make a move. Gold stands behind, poking the spot between its two buttocks, while Centaur, feeling a bit sore, turns around to see who is bold enough to play such a dirty trick. But this time Hyengu uses the staff's cooldown. The golden moment has arrived. This is the aggro ping-pong strategy. Then he launches fire rockets, wind arrows, and fireballs ready to take it down. If there is no clear threat, the War God's monster will attack the enemy dealing the most damage. But when the damage difference is small, the monster will keep switching targets. That is aggro ping-pong. but it is hard to predict how the monster will react. So because no team member can react quickly enough, aggro ping pong is very dangerous for ordinary teams. Viewers know what the streamer mage is trying to do, but they think it is not easy to pull off aggro ping pong alone. To pull this off, your reaction speed and observation skills have to be godlike. Hyun-gyu can see the monster's aggro numbers, which is how he gains this advantage. The footsteps of the center knight grew lighter as he activated his speed boost and headed straight for Hyun-gyu, the effect of the dragon curse fading away. Anyone watching could predict the fate of the streamer mage. The monster had only just entered phase 2, and the dragon curse was already losing its power. Umar thought the same and raised the bet by $10,000 to encourage him before Hyun-gyu reunited with his ancestors. But no. Lucky suddenly appeared and expressed his desire to become the opponent of the center knight. Lucky will be the main character today, the heart-carrying factor. While the center chased Lucky, Hyun-gyu used a catapult. Viewers worried. Lucky kept commenting, "Is Lucky in danger? What is the mage streamer doing? Hey heart carrier, if anything happens to Goki you are done." But everything was carefully calculated by Hyun-gyu. He used the breeze throw back at the center, but it was unharmed, even knocking Lucky down to the ground with one hand. Just as the center was about to deliver the finishing blow, Lucky suddenly glowed from his position, activating the Divine Beast's ultimate skill, Diamond Unyielding. But that is not all. Replay was still available, allowing him to use a skill without waiting for cooldown. Hyun-gyu continues to activate the Dragon Curse thanks to replay. The current distance is 64 meters. The buoy field has been activated. The Dragon Elegance has been activated. The catapult has been activated. Fire and ice spears are thrown. He keeps surprising the viewers one after another, even in these ridiculously bad situations. I never managed to guess right. Even if I say this, it is no exaggeration with this level of accuracy. The damage he is dealing has already surpassed armor at the same level. Centaur obviously won. He just sit back and block. The fiery steps of the Night Centaur have been activated, and it has fully entered the final stage. Hyun-gyu almost predicted this, but even so, he was confident he would not lose to this half-human horse creature. So Hyun-gyu decided to get a little closer, then pull out the legendary axe, planning to stop its arrogance and take its life. Who would have thought its ape would suddenly drop so fast? It turns out the culprit was Gold, so he got outplayed by Gold's centaur fell under Gold's spear. Hyun-gyu turned to stone. Completely defeated, sitting down helpless and desperate, he was just about to put on a cool act to impress the girl, but now he could not find a hole to hide in for his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gold was still excited, thinking he had helped his master defeat an evil monster. But both were safe, and when Lucky fell, Hyun-gyu's team had already jumped out. The live broadcast was very short because Hyun-gyu gave it his all, and he is worried it might have been too short. What if the advertisers complain? What if he does not get any more ads and ends up starving? The reward for defeating the boss was the treasure of Sir Centaur, and Hyun-gyu began to complain. Defeating the boss and only getting one reward. I defeated the boss easily, and usually it takes 10 people to fight. So is that all there is? He opened the treasure hoping it was not a non-tradable item and received a total of 5 items including Centaur Knight's legendary level crossbow. Usable only by those who defeated Centaur Knight and restricted to those with the regional champion title. At least this one can be traded and sometimes activates an attack. Like the name suggests, this skill is exclusive to archers, allowing them to shoot an additional support arrow alongside the main one. But if it is an option attached to the weapon, that means others can use it too, which makes this even better than Tunga's bow. Its value must be at least around $100,000 because it is a legendary item. It can glow, but it seems to be shining more than usual. That orb continues to absorb the power of the nameless god, just like when Hyun-gyu defeated Viltrium. This time the incubation progress is 9%. Just as Hyun-gyu expected, it incubates faster when absorbing the power of the nameless god. Immediately after, the restricted area was cleared, and Hyun-gyu received the title of Restricted Area Cleaner. Suddenly, in the distance, Hyun-gyu saw a dark shadow retreating and immediately recognized it as the nameless person he was looking for. He ordered Lucky and Gold to get ready for battle. Just now I got some items that are pretty good in this and that. Hyun-gyu was excited. I will make you taste the double bow. I will show you the fear called the legal streamer. Then his smile faded when he saw the level of the nameless player. What the hell? Level 444. Even the highest level player in the Divine War has not surpassed level 400. He sighed warily and thought to himself, this monster was definitely not made to be captured. Yet Gold kept eagerly rushing forward, urging, Master, please give the order. And even Lucky dashed along barking a few times. Hyun-gyu looked at the kids and wanted to pray for their souls, then loudly warned. Of course, the whole group had to run away. Right, he was a bit confused and turned back to ask. What? It also stopped and barked once, clearly very curious. He looked at that unknown dancer over there, trying to judge the situation, wondering if it would not attack us. Suddenly, he glanced back and felt suspicious, sensing the presence of someone else. Suddenly a sharp spear flew in like a slash, but the nameless player was no pushover and easily dodged with a single step back. The person just stood there calmly, showing no intention to attack or counter. A purple magic circle appeared behind him, and the nameless person slowly moved inside without a word or attack. Gu was astonished and whispered to himself that it was gone. The person who came to the market was Zagara, accompanied by a whole guard. He anxiously asked Han if he was okay. "Are you okay? We rushed here after discovering the restricted area had been cleared. Are you hurt? The system just announced that you have completed the challenge and leveled up." Gu let out a sigh of relief and responded kindly that he was fine, feeling more at ease. No need to worry anymore. Thank goodness. So this is the event where an NPC comes to the rescue. Next. The system announced that you have been teleported to the Eastern Watchtower. Zagara then spoke seriously, saying that thanks to you, we were able to eliminate the threat heading straight for my castle, and no reward could ever match that contribution. He looked to one side and hesitated. So I brought the most precious item I could give him, and what was presented was Tunga's black staff. Gu thought to himself, that is right. He was so moved to tears that he ran over, his heart bursting with happiness. The hidden reward a testament to his efforts. The system displayed all the details about the weapon, a legendary grade item usable above level 89. The black staff being an extremely rare creation in the making of Tunga's staff. The item holds a very special power, with 127 attack, 109 intelligence, 68 mana, 17% increased magic attack, and all spells have their range increased by 28%. Gu held it in his hands, thrilled and excited, wondering if these stats were some kind of cheat. He analyzed its skills himself, with the spell range increased by 28%. Just considering the damage, it is about a 20% boost, but this is only an option that comes with Tunga's staff. Gu broke out in a cold sweat as he thought further about this issue. The main ability of Tunga's black staff is the system's continued explanation. Once the accumulated magic damage reaches a certain level, the false eye spell will activate. And indeed, the main ability he was thinking of was the false eye. He was so fascinated by it that he instinctively raised the weapon, as if proudly showing it off, secretly delighted this was the first time he had seen that skill. Of course, but it is definitely not an ordinary skill. We need to add an extra function to it, like Yuga's hammer perfect. That is not all. Zagara continued, I also have something else I want to give you, found by my people in the purified restricted area. He immediately ordered the soldier behind him to show it to him. On a wooden board was an orange autumn leaf that Zagara said had appeared in the nameless place where he stood. Suddenly it transformed into a green leaf. Gu marveled, thinking its shape had changed. Seeing that he had noticed, Zagara explained that it was indeed a leaf from the Shadow Forest, where everything seen changes form. He laughed and continued, it seems he has already determined his next destination. The scene shifts to a vast jungle, and the system then displays a notification that a new challenge has been added to the main quest window. Progress on the challenge. Head to the Forest of Shadows and find information about the nameless god. The cursed necklace might give you a clue. Seeing those words, Gu eagerly grabbed his black staff, ready to fight. Finally reaching the next area, in a high-rise building in the city, Yang Jun thought about Gu's earlier battle. A boss raid would happen in 6 minutes, and today's broadcast was also very successful. He hesitated a bit, but it was too successful. The reason for the success was that live streaming was very difficult. Even though boss fights were very popular broadcasts, it is because we do not know the exact time the boss monster will appear, and later he wondered how the mage streamer could set a live schedule announcement. On the computer screen now was an image of Gu announcing, I will go to Sun Center night next time. Yang Jun silently wondered if he was taking on the challenge alone. He kept having more questions and theories about Gu. Surely as a mage streamer he must have some connections with Ampha Company, the creator of the Divine War. There is no other explanation for why he has so many new sources of information revealed for the first time. The more Yang Jun watched those live videos, the more suspicious he became, which is why he felt worried about this request. Seeing you frown like that, I have to ask, what is bothering you? Yang Jun said as he handed over the documents. It is a request from an advertiser. Add a description of it in the email. Secretary Kim immediately replied that he understood. He picked up the stack of papers to review, noting that the request described a solar rift ghost, the boss monster of the illusion forest with the current power of the mage streamer. Is not that completely possible? Secretary Kim questioned. Yes, but what is the reward? Yang Jun sighed and replied, a close spirit skill. When he heard that, he was so nervous he said, body skill for a close spirit. Isn't that an item not even released on the market because it is completely monopolized by the Exploration Guild? He stammered. Do not tell me this is from the advertiser. Suddenly Yang Jun asked, what do you think about the streamer mage's skill? On the computer screen now appeared a news page saying, you are currently in a private summons. Gamma Pharmaceutical Company sent a message. It is shocking, but I am not completely satisfied with the video quality. He did not hesitate to say straight out, if you do not like it we can refund your money. Secretly thinking they must be hoping for a discount, Gamma Pharmaceuticals sent another message. How about a supplementary contract instead of a refund? Yang Jun replied that depends on the rewards too. They replied, agreeing to cooperate in exchange for a close-range spirit skill orb. The black-haired woman smiled softly. He was astonished, wondering to himself, wait, why the sudden change? The two women behind were very pleased and sent a final message. If you agree, I will grant your first request at a high-rise building in the city. Someone's voice rang out with curiosity. Giving the mage streamer a mission, Emma calmly replied in front of the computer screen. Yes, it is related to Gamma Pharmaceuticals. She continued, if he can solo defeat the ghost boss in the jungle within 15 days during this livestream, we will reward him with a spirit skill token. Merlin smiled and said, if the streamer mage takes the bait, we will be able to decide his next move. Emma quietly took off her glasses and said eagerly, I have leaked information about the path for Jill the snake bait. Merlin was shocked and hurriedly asked, did she plan this all along? She replied that it was because we could not let the mage streamer continue his actions any longer. Merlin raised his coffee cup, squinting his eyes before saying, I am curious how he could possibly take the bait. Emma said eagerly, I hope he will be truly happy without knowing what is happening. I hope he will be like that. And it seems her hope has come true, as inside the illusion forest right now Hyun-gu is as happy as a festival. Margil is great. He was so happy he wanted to jump for joy and brag that the advertisers had not abandoned him. Gold and Lucky just stood there watching him celebrate, grateful to the senior brands, looking at the information on the screen. This is the solo mission to defeat the Phantom that he happily pondered. Solo boss fight should not be too hard with his current skills. A piece of cake. Hyun-gu planned his next moves carefully, deciding first to sell Vegas Bow and Vikas wooden spear to buy new armor. He fell into deep thought again. But that alone was not enough. Then seriously recalling my recklessness last time, when I fell right into the center knight's strike, it was truly painful. So this will be my chance to make up for that mistake. I need to put on a shocking performance for everyone. Just thinking about it made Hyun-gu deeply determined and resolute. He would prepare thoroughly and get ready to land some advertising deals. He smiled contentedly, imagining a bright future with his small family, knowing that this way, he could pay off his remaining debts and escape from his cramped little home. Thanks to that, my brother's life will be a little better, and he can continue his rehabilitation treatment, and Hiren can attend an art school. With that great aspiration, Hyun-gu will never give up and is determined to prove he can do it. He looked at the tall branches swaying in the wind and pondered. But this is actually the second time I have entered the vast forest. Since then, this has been the character I start with. Cut to a vast town with ancient European charm. A hunting ground for players level 100 to 110. After receiving a quest from the eastern castle of the Tunga Kingdom, you can reach it through a magic portal. Besides the existence of Slim, a shape-shifting monster, this place is also home to not only physical states but players affected by the forest can have their appearances altered, like a group pointing at a terrifying creature and questioning, prove yourself, are you a monster? But it turns out that creature was their teammate who said, no, it is me. The only way to distinguish Slim monsters from players is to attack and confirm afterward. Gold glanced around and said, this truly is a strange forest. We cannot let our guard down. Hyun-gu carefully looks around and thinks to himself, perfect for rude players to peek, while disguised as monsters, which is why this forest is nicknamed the Rude Forest. There is an important factor that brought notoriety to this forest, and that is the ghost thief incident from the Weiyang Guild. At that time, the Weiyang Guild was known as a top-tier guild that launched a raid to attack the boss of Mirage Forest. The ghost, and the 14 guild members who took part in that raid died instantly. The boss was completely stolen from them, and those thieves formed a guild called the Snake Guild, known for stealing and peeky. Hyun-gu kept thinking that since that incident, if you want to hunt in this area, you need 3 groups with 5 members each to fight against Peak. This has become common, and Lucky is now roaming everywhere. Suddenly it excitedly turned back and made a few pleased sounds. The system announced that Lucky had detected a unique scent. It was Slim's hidden lair, a rare dungeon level requiring under level 109 to enter. Slim's lair has entered the Mirage Forest. It seems they ate and left something inside. The quest reward for attacking the dungeon can earn the title of Mirage Forest Cleaner, with the Zolmana reward +3. Hyun-gu looked very satisfied and thought to himself, if I level up in the dungeon, I won't have to worry about Peak anymore. The truth is, many hidden dungeons in the Mirage Forest are known to many, but the area's appearance changes frequently, making it difficult to find these hidden dungeons again, and even harder when everyone is worried about being pied. Hyun-gu thought to himself that he might be the first to find this hidden dungeon. He happily hugged his little friend and praised him without holding back, saying it was all thanks to him. Then all 3 of them, full of spirit, were very determined, saying we should go in and level up. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, someone was sitting on the ground cursing someone, calling them cowards. Boy with a bowl cut is furious. Are you just wandering around here for fun? The dark, terrifying figure before him spoke up. Of course we do it because it is fun. You have no idea how fun it is, especially when all that is left is a priest like you. Right, he was a red-haired young man with his hair slicked back, wearing a cruel smile as he said, if you do not want to end up like them, you should stay within the area protected by the Expedition Guild. Then he casually raised his spiked mace, still wearing that gentle smile, and warned, do not crawl outside when you know nothing about this place. A sharp sound and a loud thud echoed through the dense forest. The mace lay rolling on the ground as a voice called out to the hound. From afar, Another figure approached him and warned, I already told you not to act recklessly. We are on an important mission. The man with black hair and a blindfold scolded. Even a dog knows how to obey if trained. The one with the hunting dog mask spoke up. Why do not you give me more information? We do not even know if that streamer mage accepted the mission. The blindfolded man replied, if you do not like it, you can quit. Even without you there are still 4 others waiting in line. He heard that and angrily clenched his weapon, shouting, giving up. I can't. Then he swung the spike club high, smashing it down on the poor priest's head. Thinking, if only I could catch a big fish like that streamer mage. His face lit up with a satisfied smile as he imagined future achievements, thinking he could make a name for himself and become as famous as the guild leader. Finally, he confidently said, have you ever seen a hunting dog easily give up its prey at noon? Heengu is in a battle with shape-shifting slims, defeating a few of them. When the system notifies him that he has leveled up, the screen then displays, mid is level 89 Dragon God Warrior, Profession Grand Mage, Strength 419, Stamina 983, Intelligence 1451 652, Wisdom 94509. He was very pleased with his current achievement, smiled, and said, finally I have reached level 89 after waiting so long. The system then notified you have equipped the Black Staff of Tunga and received the title of Master of the Black Staff of Tunga. The title of the Black Staff of Tunga owner is awarded to those who have used the Black Staff of Tunga at least once, granting 11 intelligence points and 11 wisdom points, and Heengu read it from the screen with great satisfaction. The rewards for this title are quite impressive. Around him were 3 magical orbs, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 purple. He turned his head slightly and said, the Black Staff of Tunga holds a hidden power beyond gold. Lucky both heard and quickly ran over. Yes, Master. Looking at the humanoid slimes ahead, Heengu shouted with renewed vigor, then let us see the power of the slime. Currently at 0% charge, in divine battles, there are skills called area control skills, commonly known as crowd control, which temporarily restrain enemies. The most notable among them are paralysis and sleep, as well as deception, a skill that blinds and disables the enemy's vision. Petrification is a secondary attribute of Tunga's Black Staff, with the benefit of sealing the enemy. Now that everyone is actively attacking the enemy, more energy is absorbed. The eye charge is at 72%. In an instant, the eye charge reaches 80%. Heengu thought to himself that the eye charge was filling up quite fast. He decisively threw another fireball, raising the success rate to 96%. He felt this was easy, just repeat the attack spell 3 more times, and he could fully charge the eye. After a while, the Xanihan was fully charged, and Heengu saw in the distance the slims of the illusion forest. A sly smile crept onto his lips as he thought to himself, these monsters are incredibly difficult to deal with because there are so many, but if I use the new Sainan skill, I wonder what will happen. Without waiting any longer, the Black Fist's eyes flared red. The Xanihan was activated. He just needed to raise it high, and all the slims advancing were instantly petrified on the ground. The system announced that all enemies who looked at the Xainan fell into a petrified state. Heengu had anticipated this but was still amazed internally. A wide area control skill that turned all enemies who looked at the Xanihan to stone. The petrification skill alone is already impressive, but it can affect multiple targets. With 10 seconds left on the petrification, Lucky suddenly dashed forward while I was still talking to myself, and if the dragon curse is effective, I can use it every 30 seconds like this. I might have to delete it. He rubbed his nose helplessly and said, because I will be accused of hacking the game. Lucky now sped forward like lightning, destroying each stone statue step by step. Heengu could not help but praise. Honestly, Lucky's battle scenes are really impressive. It calculated the most effective attack while they were petrified. I should probably change my streaming name to Streamer Lucky. It scratched once and shattered a stone statue in 1 step. After finishing, he let out a howl that echoed through the forest. And now the system announced you have leveled up to level 90, the line of fate giving you a chance as countless cards instantly fell down. He smiled quietly, thinking, who cares about the username as long as I do well? The level 90 reward is a skill card. Pick a card and go deal with the ghost. Finally, he chose a card glowing with golden light. The skill was, Heengu was deeply stunned, thinking, oh my god, with this card all I have to do now is hunt ghosts. Just like before at a big house. In real life, Heengu wonders if he should sell some items and buy snacks for Hiren, as the weapon staff of creation appears on his phone screen. Do you want to sell this item, rare or brown? He was focused on the transaction when suddenly Heengu spoke up from behind. Man, what are you doing? Heengu, startled, quickly stuffed his phone into his pocket and awkwardly replied, nothing, but he raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Why are you hiding it so hastily? Don't he tell me it is? He nervously scrambled for an excuse, saying he just sent a message to his girlfriend, when Dechun stepped in and said, hi, Ju. Add 3 more hours for him please. Seeing his face looking like a plate, Dechun wondered what was going on. Seeing us arrive just in time, he immediately leaned close to my ear and whispered, Heengu said he already has a girlfriend. And the other person was so shocked their mouth dropped open. Are you sure that girlfriend is really a person and not someone else? He silently thought helplessly. How could these guys find it hard to believe he has a girlfriend? He was annoyed but still tried to say he was joking. So why were they so surprised? Dechun waved his hand laughing and said, I knew it. You only go to that coffee shop every day. So what kind of girlfriend could you possibly have? Hukju added beside him, man. I was so shocked I thought tomorrow was the end of the world. Hingu was deeply hurt by those words from his two wonderful juniors but eventually had to accept it. He told himself, looking at himself, does he really seem like someone uninterested in girls? Just thinking about it made him annoyed. It seems the last time I contacted a girl was to receive phone compensation money. Right, what kind of girl would pay attention to me? So I casually tapped a bit to sell some items. While Dechun was still joking about Hyun-gu having a girlfriend, Hukju had already noticed a notification on his phone. He picked it up and was shocked by this hot news. Suddenly excited, Hyun-gu was startled to learn that the legendary artifact had been sold somewhere. You said that the dark mage uses it, and I was like frozen in place, panicking and screaming inside. I am still leveling up, not even a second left. I hope it sells for a good price. At the Abyss Guild, Hyun. You did not record today. She closed her eyes and replied, as soon as work ended, I rushed here right away. Thanks for letting me borrow the plane out of the blue. Emma was pleased to hear that and said, that is good then. But what about the substitute character we mentioned in the last meeting? How is that progressing? Hyun replied, I am still stuck in the swamp, and at that, she still had some doubts in her mind. Why did Emma invite the shadow mage? Suddenly the door to the room opened, and Merlin entered cheerfully, saying, our muse is here at last. Hyun was delighted to see him so excited and smiled warmly as Merlin slowly approached and asked, are you two discussing something important? She waved her hand to deny it. No, we are just asking each other questions. Merlin, understanding the situation, politely said, so, may I borrow Emma for a moment? I have a personal matter to discuss with her. Hyun gladly agreed, and after the two stepped outside and closed the door, Merlin frowned, ran his hand through his hair, and said there is always an invisible pressure when dealing with top members because you never know what will happen. Emma replied it is best not to tell her. She asked directly what is going on. Mu Jiang shrugged a few times, and said there is something I have to tell you. Our obscure mage has been offered such good treatment, but he did not seem to agree to the offer. Emma calmly judged, it seems Pak Ang-jum, the rising star, has noticed that. Merlin, knowing the name, seriously said that Pak Ang-jun, a graduate of that school, is so smart he surprises both his seniors and juniors. She said again that even if he liked those conditions, he would not give an answer right away. He is the type to push his opponents to the limit to maximize his own profit, and so far he has not rejected any offer. Merlin continued, saying they were handling things very cleverly. Emma thought to herself that in the worst case, the streamer mage might have discovered our plan, and if so, it was likely that there was a traitor among us. Anyway, we just need to wait and the answer will come soon. Suddenly, the smartwatch on her wrist buzzed, interrupting her thoughts, and the man beside her asked what was going on. Emma replied that the mage streamer had started the live broadcast. Merlin immediately turned on his phone to check the situation, wondering if he started streaming before responding to our request. She glanced over and said it might be a live stream related to the item posted on the auction. Hyun-gu was extremely excited and boldly declared it in front of tens of thousands of live viewers. Hello dear viewers, I am the mage streamer. Both were stunned and uneasy as they heard his next words. Now the solo live stream to kill Ghost will begin. Inside the building, the group of gunmen sat chatting, and one of them asked the person next to him if he had seen the staff made from the gas valve being carried on the wire ledge. The other, surprised, responded with his own opinion, saying is not that the item only the mage streamer has. Then they puzzledly asked each other why he would sell it. Was he really that short on money? Then the other man skeptically confirmed, he even paid the fees. Did you really think he is selling it because he is broke? Hearing that, the person next to him covered his mouth and confirmed, he is definitely just showing off. He took it down before even selling it. They were watching Jung Yun-gyu and his pet fighting in the game live while commenting from outside. Maybe he is also looking for investors. Then he added, like if you buy this staff, I will promote it for you. Meanwhile, in the hallway, two people were talking about him. A man in a blue jacket leaned on the chair armrest and asked his friend, but what does any of this have to do with us? Then he added, anyway some slick guy out there will buy it, so why bother dragging ourselves to the auction and getting tired? In the virtual forest area, inside the game, Jung Yun-gyu tugged his ear and shouted in frustration, why is not the price going up? While Gan and Licky looked up at him with a mix of suspicion and awkwardness they could not explain. Then he looked at his pitifully empty inventory bag and complained with a sniffle, I trusted it so much that I wasted my entire budget buying items and skill materials like herbs and cards. Nearby Licky also stared at him in disbelief. In Jung Yun-gu's mind, he confirmed again that we should not run out of mana while surprising them. Then he added that even if that happened, there still would not be a shortage of mana. Next, he excitedly reflected on the online space during his live stream and concluded that this broadcast was more than just a boss raid. Jung Yun-gyu added that how a mage streamer is rated and recognized depends entirely on this broadcast. Then he reasoned that investing that much was not a waste, imagining the 3 gold lucky members and himself holding a staff during the live stream. Next, he looked at the necklace around his neck and fell into thought, convinced that with this level of preparation, gold would not be an issue. Next, Jung In-gu made another observation, but the problem was, he was at a loss for words. Then he looked at the system panel displaying the hint information about the necklace in his hand. The system panel instructed to bring the turtle-encased necklace to the illusion forest area and search for clues. Then he let go of the necklace, tossing it warily as he thought to himself that he was already in the illusion forest, yet it showed no reaction at all. Right after, he looked around more broadly. There were only the 3 of them in the forest, lost in their thoughts, and the only clue he had was this notification window. A system hint frame was still open in the distance, stating that the mysterious power of the illusion forest was causing the turtle necklace to lose its way. Thinking of this, he imagined the boss wearing a black shirt covered in dust and muttered to himself that based on his past experience, he had to defeat the gold squad boss here before the mission could proceed. Then he added more about the current situation. I was still planning to complete as many main missions as possible before the live broadcast when suddenly Jung In-gu faltered. The forest around them grew dark and eerie sounds echoed through the air. Then he muttered reluctantly to himself. The turtle-shaped necklace was seriously disoriented by an invisible force. The necklace on his neck tugged him somewhere, and Jung In-gu smiled, looking in the direction the necklace pointed, reluctantly deciding in his mind that he had no other choice. Then the area around them flared red with a loud warning on a red notification box counting down the time before gold appears. 5 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The 3 looked up at the notice and the misty forest ahead, and Jung In-gu shouted his final decision to catch it no matter what. Then he leaned slightly, smiled softly, and calmly said to his 2 companions, "Everyone get ready for a surprise party." Outside in the real world, inside a large building, a voice echoed, "CEO, the mage streamer sent you an email." In the chairman's office, Park Young-jun looked at the tablet and pointed to it, confirming to Secretary Kim standing beside him. "Yes, I see it." Secretary Kim also pointed to his own tablet and reminded him, "The live stream he is about to start." Secretary Kim interrupted and could not help but ask if it was because of the solo mission Geech Ga. Hearing that, Park Young-jun leaned forward, adjusted his chair, and replied to Secretary Kim that the terms of this mission are indeed favorable for the Misty Stream Mage. Then he made another confident deduction, saying, "I am sure they have another purpose." Next, Park Young-jun sat upright in his chair, glanced at the computer screen, and explained further to Secretary Kim across from him. Surely the mage stream has also noticed something strange, and then he confirmed again that despite that, he still would not refuse. After saying that, Park Young-jun swiped his tablet with a smile and said to Secretary Kim, "I am really looking forward to his performance this time." Then he opened your like screen and looked at it with a meaningful expression, confirming that whether it was a solo siege ghost or not, he could not miss it. The sky inside the game was gloomy, with stormy winds blowing through the trees, and Jung In-gu stood before the dark forest, unable to help but exclaim, "Whoa, this looks really scary. Where else could this scene exist besides here?" He wondered aloud in doubt, then he turned back to his eastern team, biting his lip in thought, still feeling a bit worried despite his calm exterior. Behind him, the recorder let out a bark, and the dog beside him, gripping its spear tightly, excitedly shouted in agreement, "Master, please give us your orders." Seeing them always ready to follow him like that, Jung In-gu smiled with some relief and thought to himself, "Thankfully, I still have everyone." Next, the system screen lit up, and he entered a request on the display saying, "Please enter the channel code to switch to the live broadcast." Seeing this, the system quickly showed a confirmation message. "You have successfully entered the code." Immediately feeling motivated, he shouted in his mind, "Let us get started then." Next, the system connection window beeped to notify him that the live broadcast was starting through the Rising Star channel. Next, a notification quickly popped up saying Watern had joined, and seeing that, Jung In-gu smiled excitedly and exclaimed, "CEO, you joined really fast." Then he added, "Anyway, I have something to talk about," and on Park Yang-jun's screen, the last login appeared as he asked him, "What is it?" Inside the game, Jung In-gu stood with his 2 companions and answered his question. "Nothing much, just the topic of today's live auction broadcast." On the chat frame, his message appeared in response. "Yeah." Next, he casually reminded them about the solo ghost hunting mission I accepted the other day. Then he quickly crossed his arms and calmly confirmed with Park Yang-jun, "I want to accept it." At the same time, the system's notification sounded, announcing the broadcast would start soon. Then it set a countdown timer. On the other side, Park Yang-jun replied, "Just as I thought." Immediately after, Jung In-gu confirmed with him that the mission was to catch Ghost within 11 days starting now, and on the other side, he did not hesitate to confirm, "Yes," and the system began the countdown again. 4. Hearing this, Jung In-gu scoffed and spoke up, then he interrupted, then he chuckled softly and shouted with determination to confirm, "I will start right now." Along with his shout, the system began counting down again. 3, and he shouted to confirm again. Solo killing ghost. In the stormy wind of the forest, the countdown continued to echo. 2. Immediately after, the body of a ghost began to form sharp claws and the system started counting down once again. 1. Finally, in the dark and stormy forest, a fierce ghost took shape. Then the system kept announcing his growth stats. Using the aura freezing skill, and the ghost transformation skill activated, reducing AB by 16% each time. The ghost whale activates when AB drops below 70%. The phantom triggers when AB falls below 10%. And the live chat system announces, Balaki fan joined, Bulgojo fan joined, Grasmo fan joined. While in the game he and his 2 friends and a small glowing dot gaze at the terrifying ghost. Then he smiled and said in the live chat, "Hello everyone." Then added, "Welcome to the solo ghost killing livestream." As he spoke, the comment box started filling up with messages. "What was that?" Followed by another comment from someone who recognized him. "Wait, do not tell me that is me." Next, Jonghyun Gyu's voice rang out again. "Introducing, this time we have a new ally. Please enjoy today's performance." The comment section exploded with someone shouting, "A spirit," a small sun smiling foolishly with 4 wings spreading out. Another person in the live room was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Typing, "No way." On the other side, Park Youngjun looked at the live room through the tablet screen and smiled excitedly, saying, "There is even a spirit." Then he spoke again, full of doubt. Wondering, throughout the solo ghost slaying live broadcast, Jonghyun Gyu continued, shouting out ice arrows, pointing forward, then yelling fire rockets, and finally wind arrows. After a pause, he shouted again, "Nearby spirit's thunder," causing the spirit beside him to glow faintly with a blue light. Next to the system frame, a confirmation sounded. The nearby spirit had begun to recover thunder strikes. Seeing this, the livestream frame exploded with comments covering the screen, recovering all 4 types at once. "That is way too cheating." Next, someone joked and scared others, saying to rename him as a cheating streamer. As for Jonghyun Gyu, he swung his bow forward and shouted, "So now let us move in." Under his strike, the ghost lost some health and staggered, and he could not help but comment that 3 hits still lacked a bit of damage. Then his eyes lit up and he smiled quietly, while beside him, sharp rays also flickered. Finally, the system announced confirmation that the close spirit had completed the thunder judgment. The divine soul beside him flapped its wings and flew over, a stream of blue light still lingering there. Jonghyun Gyu smiled, breaking his staff and adding, "There is still one more strike." Then one of the ghosts lunged at him, but he calmly called it to stand with his 2 friends. "Come on baby." The claws and fierce face of the ghost snarled at them, while he calmly called out to Lucky and Gold. Hearing the command, they quickly moved up to shield the front. Next, the system announced Gold stats. "You have activated gigantification. You have activated the enraged state." Along with that, his body flared with flary flames as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. His hand intertwined with the ghost's hand to subdue it. The monster's mouth roared relentlessly toward Gold, their battle seeming evenly matched. Next, a flash of light streaked through the air. Viewers watching the live stream were puzzled and murmured, "Huh," while inside the game Lucky lunged from behind, biting Ghost, who then growled and pulled away, releasing Gold's hand. Immediately after, he clenched his fist and swiped toward the ghost, while the chaotic scene around the frame caused some to ask in confusion, "Does physical attack work?" Then another person spoke up to explain that it had already undergone the materialization process. Seeing this, the other person asked in confusion, "Materialization? Huh." The viewer did not hesitate to continue explaining, "Ghost is basically a spirit soul, and nothing can affect it except magic attacks." Then he added that when it takes a certain amount of magical damage, it will materialize. Inside, the ghost's body was thrown against a rock, while outside its frame, the person continued to explain, "At this moment, aside from physical damage, other types won't be very effective." He concluded. Inside, Dong Hyun Gu watched the struggling ghost spin around and thought to himself that the real surprise would begin when it turned ghostly again. But suddenly he felt something strange and looked around, letting out a puzzled sound. His eyes narrowed as he reassessed the situation, and Dong Hyun Gu froze. The system rang out a long string of stats. Then he clearly saw his face and shouted inside, "The assassin of the Blood Serpent Guild," and he was still staring coldly at Dong Hyun Gu. At the Abysma Guild, she was furious, cursing Hyun Gu in her mind. That damn streamer mage. She gritted her teeth, her face twisted with resentment toward him. Knowing it was a trap, yet he still accepted the mission. Seeing the real spirit flying beside him only fueled her rage even more. He was even proud to use the reward from the mission, the familiar spirit skill. Just how many steps ahead has this streamer mage gotten from us? Right now, in the high-rise building of the Rising Star, Jun is seriously staring at the computer screen, quietly calculating, revealing the close spirit skill during unexpected live broadcast. Emma is still closely watching his every move, her mind filled with thoughts. He started the live stream for the audience to witness the battle. Meanwhile, Hyungu remains calm, watching the fight unfold and casually chatting with the viewers. "Everyone, do not be so surprised yet. This is just the beginning. Stay calm. Both Emma and Ang Jun understood the hidden meaning behind that sentence. It was a message. She was so absorbed in her own judgments that she did not notice Merlin calling her, revealing the skills of a close spirit. The main quest reward was the message he wanted to send us. If we want to keep the clue, we have to pay a higher price. She was very serious about the arguments she presented for comparison, predicting that he had most likely discovered the PK mission. Our plan has failed, and if we want to minimize losses, we must stop immediately. Merlin was a bit surprised by her firm decision, and Ben asked again, "Are you sure about stopping the live broadcast?" She knew the situation well and replied firmly, "Merlin, the plan has been cancelled. He knows everything about our plan, so nothing we do will be effective." Then she took out her phone, sent a few messages, and said, "Tell the Predator to retreat and cancel the plan." He was even more surprised and asked John more urgently, "What now? What is your plan?" She smiled mysteriously and said, "We have to respond to his message." On Ang Jun's side, he also clearly knew what Hyengu was referring to. This was the message from the mage streamer. I knew exactly about the trap set by the client and the forces behind it, but it was all useless. The more he watched Hyengu's live stream, the more he felt himself being outmatched. He knew this streamer mage was very strong and tough to beat, but pulling off such a big operation without a single mistake was truly unimaginable. But then Ang Jun laughed as he thought about the current reality and another layer of meaning. He stood up, satisfied with his own efforts, finally accepting to become his ally. Ang Jun immediately left, reminding them there was no need to watch the live broadcast anymore. Secretary Kim beside him was very confused and questioned what the chairman meant. He kept it to himself until he stepped outside where many of his staff were waiting, then boldly declared, "This broadcast will definitely succeed. Our top priority is to plan support for the mage streamer." But after hearing this, they were not very happy and complained about working overtime again, saying we eat, sleep, and live at the company. So what is the point of going home anymore? Before Hyengu's spectacular battle, someone hiding behind the bushes secretly watching suddenly received a notification. "Baiho, do not tell me you are far from the mage streamer. You are not allowed to catch him without new orders from above." That mysterious person heard the alert and just sat quietly thinking, missing this chance means no more play. The level cap is 40, watching him fiercely attack, fully focused on his plan. That bastard does not even know I am here yet. I will ambush him as soon as the Phase 3 Soul Ray is activated. Meanwhile, Hyengu is still fighting hard. Ghost's AP keeps dropping continuously. Ghost is in great danger. The entire forest plunged into darkness. Thick black clouds gathering. Ghost has activated the Demon Ray, and the viewers immediately erupted again. The Demon Ray will not stop until one of them dies. Lucky was too fast, so he managed to block the attack. How could our precious Lucky block it? Contrary to their expectations, Hyengu shouted loudly, "Lucky, fall back behind me." And the viewers were immediately shocked. What is he planning to do? Is the mage going to confront the Chapma beam head-on? That is basically suicide, right? Looking at his attack setup only makes them shout even louder no matter that he is a streamer. The mage can withstand it. But why? Explaining the Spirit Strike. It attacks the nearest enemy silently for 30 seconds. In other words, you have to deal with it while taking hits for 30 seconds. That Ghost has entered an enraged attack state. Both he and the mysterious figure seized the moment, and right then, he dashed toward him, confidently thinking, "I know you like the back of my hand. You plan to escape with those mystical creatures and the Guardian." He rushed forward while analyzing as if he was right about everything. Then dealt damage and dodged attacks with mobile magic. It was the perfect moment to strike when he was completely unguarded. But he realized he was completely wrong when he himself was petrified and unable to move. Hyengu used Farsight, simultaneously petrifying both the ghost and the mysterious figure rushing over. Witnessing this surreal scene, all the viewers panicked, realizing that petrification was a top-tier control skill, Chop's ultimate Farsight petrification ability. They looked at the mysterious figure and asked, "Who is that?" The assassin targeted the blurry mage. Truly no live stream ever goes smoothly. But as soon as he appeared, he was immediately petrified, and while everyone focused on him, Hyengu was counting down from 32. By the time the countdown reached 1, the stone layer on Ghost had cracked into small pieces, and the mysterious figure was stunned and silently questioning what was happening. Now that Ghost's petrification was lifted, which was very dangerous, he immediately broke free from the stone state, while the mysterious figure was still hesitating about him and how he could use the petrification skill. But this is not the time to think about that anymore. Ghost's eyes had turned strangely terrifying. The mysterious man was still worried about Hyengu's issue, something he had never heard of before, but now Ghost's cursed beam target had shifted to the nearest player, and that person is the mysterious one. The chat group guessed his identity together. "I feel like I recognize his face. It seems he is an assassin from the Snake Gang, taking the hit from the Ghost Ray for the kind mage streamer. What a sacrifice." The next day, a huge explosion occurred in the forest, witnessed by everyone. Hyengu was confused, wondering what was going on as the mysterious figure suddenly jumped out and took the hit for him. But the chat group thought it was his plan, that he turned the assassin to stone and used him as bait. Was he Santa Claus or something? After a while, Ghost spoke up and asked him, since Ghost had eliminated the intruder, should we start attacking again? So Hyengu gave a big order to Lucky, "Live or die." It obeyed and let out a loud howl, and everyone watching the live stream excitedly kept messaging. Lucky. Keep going. Lucky. Is it okay to be the vanguard like this? It will be fine. That ghost quickly wiped it up, seeing it transform into a golden color. Someone else sent a message. Our Lucky has the indestructible shell. Just look at that brilliant golden aura. Netizens were debating, but even with 4 times the skill level, the damage was still a bit lacking. Could they kill it before the indestructible armor stopped? Haingyu held the bow firmly and confidently declared to the audience. Of course they could. The system notified that you have been equipped with the Centaur Knight's bow and arrows. He pulled back 2 glowing arrows at once, and someone excitedly messaged. Do not tell me that is the double shot skill. That is right. The double shot skill has been activated. He fired those 2 arrows and immediately shot 2 more. The group was so excited they were going crazy. It really was double shot, the unique skill of the archers. If he fired 4 times, with 2 arrows shot at once like that, doubling to 8 arrows. Ghost in front instantly took Haingu's magical arrows and was knocked back. As soon as Ghost had only a sliver of health left, he thought, perfect. It will be defeated with just 1 more strike. Then he immediately seized the opportunity, wielding the battle axe and charging straight ahead. Finishing it off with this, no wonder he was excited to throw the axe. Truly a magical physical weapon. He shouted an order. Lucky, do not attack. But he kept teasing him, so Lucky kept urging him to finish it off and attack, catching him off guard. Then a message popped up saying Lucky's attack earned $10, and his eyes grew determined. Truly, money drives the mind. Haingu was so helpless he cried out in despair but could not keep up with its lightning-fast strike. And finally the system announced that you have received the Ghost Hunter title, awarded for solo defeating the boss. The magic of the illusion forest is fading, and the chat is gleefully mocking him, saying he got boss killed and failed again, and Lucky was busy standing tall and proud while he cried in pain. You stole my credit again. But then the corner of his mouth twitched as he thought to himself, of course it was all staged. But this really is a perfect ending. Haingu slowly dusted himself off and stood up, thinking to himself, so now let us get started. Asmo donated $1, and the viewer named Asmo messaged, the streamer mage is doing a giveaway. He was a bit surprised and asked back. The other viewers all recognized Asmo and wondered why he only donated $1. Asmo continued to message answering my question with true or false. I will auction off the staff made from a screw tree. He was even more surprised because Asmo took the initiative to ask what was going on. Asmo messaged again, saying you are currently doing the main event. Right, on Haingu's live stream, Asmo donated $1, asking if you are doing the main quest, which left him confused for a moment. Angjun silently wondered about the main quest, unsure and a bit flustered by that unexpected question. What exactly is the main quest? Is it some kind of plan? Listen, that is what players in the Holy War tore the whole game apart to find years ago before giving up. Is not that just a rumor? Haingu straightforwardly confirmed it was true. That answer only made the viewers more intrigued, enough to explain the items and companions they were seeing for the first time. Bro, if you know anything, share it with us. Angjun closed his eyes and thought no one had uncovered the main quest since the game's release, but Shimmer the Mage had found it. So now how could they help Shimmer the Mage? The more I think about it, the more headache I get, so let us just deal with the immediate issue first. After a moment of hesitation, I seriously suggested, Secretary Kim, run the pharmaceutical company's ads. He pushed up his glasses and asked, what did you say? Didn't we already refuse the advertising money? I laughed and said, I tried to refuse, but I could not say no. He explained the situation thoroughly so they would understand, saying he is doing advertising for their side. Right, if we do not want to suffer losses, we should run their ads. Secretary Kim then asked, since he is live streaming but not giving them a clear answer, will they compensate our company? Angjun replied that whether they compensate or not, the important thing is not to sever the relationship. He had already planned the strategy and steps for their side early on, and if they truly wanted to bring down Gamma Pharmaceuticals, they had to maintain their relationship with them. Ruokot sticks to one principle. Once you throw the broom, you have to follow through. Angjun turned and left, not forgetting to say, they will reward us, and if we do well, we will bring about their downfall even faster. A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No. We should do this even if it means using everything we have learned from Quoten. The virtual reality gaming device slowly opened, releasing a wisp of white smoke. Haingu rubbed his tired head, thinking to himself that too many things were happening at once, giving him a headache, so he needed to sort everything out. He recalled the event during the live stream earlier, when after defeating the ghost, the system announced that the power of the illusion forest was weakening. Just now a strange phenomenon appeared. The necklace finally reacted. Haingu clenched the necklace tightly with determination. I can let the viewers see the clue. He quickly found an excuse to shift attention. The monsters in the area were all hunted down, so hurry up and collect the dropped items. The viewers noticed something strange but soon ignored it. Was not that the necklace just flying up? Take your time. Keep collecting the items. Keep collecting. Haingu bent down to pick up the items, probably gathering all the stuff from this stranger first. The viewers amusedly messaged, this assassin is so generous. Why not just vote him for the Nobel Prize? Now he suddenly found something. This is... Haingu found a plaque and was a bit confused as he exclaimed, Firefang Serpent. According to the information on the plaque, Firefang Serpent is a legendary item level 128 that deals deadly poison damage to enemies. The players were amazed. Firefang Serpent, a legendary item. Right, even a red dog managed to pick up a legendary item. He held the items of the assassin who tried to kill him in his hands and sighed deeply. It seemed the assassin was very determined to kill him. Unexpectedly, even the underworld was involved. The cursed necklace was also activated, so he could continue the main quest. But once again he remembered Asmo's words, "Are you really on the main quest?" Hyun-gyu is still rubbing the sore spot on his head. Sooner or later, he will have to reveal the truth. But this is really troublesome. It is such a big lie that he has to be careful all the time. From now on, viewers will keep asking him about clues to the main quest. Should he just reveal it? Hike suddenly popped his head in happily to announce that Hyun-gyu had some earth-shattering news. He kept pressing his phone in front of him excitedly, saying that the Shimmer Mage had just revealed he was on a main quest in the Holy War, and it seemed Asmo was the first to notice. He was so delighted that he closed both eyes and laughed like a 3-year-old. I think the Holy War community is about to be stirred up by a fan, and my gamer spirit is rising again. Hyun-gyu forced a smile and said, "Congratulations. Let me borrow your phone to check Sanji Fly." Feeling helpless, he changed his plan, putting the brat Hekru aside to check if Asmo was really keeping his word. Looking at the price in his hand, he pondered, $10,000 and he still has not bid. But he quickly corrected himself. No, there was a bid. He just raised the bid amount a little bit. Hekru was very surprised and questioned, "How can you be so calm? Do you know how much money Asmo spent to get this information? You might as well report the sky-high price." He spent a full $100,000 for that answer. Hearing this, Hyun-gyu was utterly shocked, eyes wide open in disbelief. $100,000, 100 million won. And he only moved his finger slightly to the right, startled so much that even the phone seemed to float in the air. Hekru panicked loudly. "My phone." That night, Hyun-gyu came back holding a box of fried chicken. He entered the house in a good mood, calling out, "Hyun, Uncle is here to visit," and the girl happily called back. He bent down with joy, smiling and chatting, asking how she was today and saying he brought fried chicken and the ice cream she likes, and the girl excitedly ran over, chirping that Uncle was number one. He gently reminded her to put the ice cream in the freezer first, then go set out the fried chicken so her dad and the two of them could eat together, and Hyun politely replied yes. From a distance, Taehoon saw them and called out, "Hyun-gyu, you are here. Come here. I need to tell you something." He heard that and quickly ran over, saying, "Come eat chicken with us again." Taehoon asked worriedly, "Hyun-gyu, are you okay spending so much money like this? Can you afford it?" He laughed and teased, "Do you think I am selling myself just to buy fried chicken and ice cream?" Taehoon seriously told him to stop joking. He looked deeply worried, his expression darkening, and asked if I was not doing anything dangerous. Hyun-gyu, feeling helpless, firmly assured him that he would be honest because this matter was very serious. He seriously explained that a group of people is targeting the information you have. Your life is in danger because they are trying to uncover your real identity. Taehoon panicked and exclaimed, "What?" Hyun-gyu calmly continued to explain the whole story. "The group's name is Yumfin Ethan Hunt is the name of the person working with me. His real name is Tom Cruise. He played the professional actor role, narrating as if it were real, saying this mission was called the impossible task." But before he finished, Taehoon pinched him sharply. He winced and asked why he pinched him, then gently warned his younger brother not to overwork himself or do anything reckless while working the mine. Hyun-gyu fell silent, thinking to himself, "Do not overwork or take risks," while Hyun excitedly cheered after finishing her meal. But with Dad eating chicken here, he looked at both of his loved ones and questioned himself, "How could I not overwork?" The innocent girl picked up a piece of chicken and smiled brightly, warning that if the two did not come out soon, Hyun would eat it all. Hyun-gyu lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, "This is just the beginning, because I know that powerful forces have noticed my constant appearances. Even the Extermination Society, one of the top 3 guilds in the game, has started targeting me, and I will do whatever it takes to eliminate anyone who stands in my way at the Abyss Guild." Jackie, standing nearby, spoke up, saying the mission assigned to the Extermination Society failed because Beagle acted on his own, and Emma replied, "I saw it on the livestream." She rubbed her head, sighed tiredly, and continued, "We did not just fail, he even got the Fire Serpent Fang. That guild is full of idiots." She thought for a moment then ordered, "We need a new plan. Tack the Extermination Guild again." Jackie obeyed immediately. Emma stood up and left but did not forget to call back. Also about the identity of the Shimmer Mage, she asked again, "Have not you investigated it yet, Jackie?" He replied right away, "The only information we have is that he is in South Korea." She wondered if there are any guilds in South Korea now, and he said there is only Moose. Emma spoke up, "Then contact Moose and say we have very important instructions." At a convenience store, Soon was pushing the door to go inside. She fumbled choosing the items she needed when suddenly a few messages came in. That was from Jackie, mainly saying that if Emma is free, call me. Emma has an important mission for you. She just finished reading it and is still very confused. An important mission from Emma means something has happened, and she needs to go home to check. Suddenly she saw Hyun-gu sitting outside eating noodles. She immediately recognized him as the guy with the smartphone from the other day. Just as she thought, he lives nearby. Then Sun awkwardly paced around the cashier like a lost puppy, her mind in turmoil, wondering what to do. Should she go say hello or not? The cashier helplessly announced the total, 3,501. Then Sian made up her mind, deciding to greet him first since he did not seem like a bad person from their last meeting. So she slowly approached from behind, saw him watching something on his phone, and thought to herself, he was watching a battle clip. It seemed to be a streamer mage's video uploaded on the Rising Star channel. Hyun-gu smiled warmly, thinking this time they edited the clip well, unaware that Shun was bowing behind him, quietly greeting him. That made him jump up, yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Then, flustered, he quickly turned and asked, "Who are you, a phone repairer?" She replied softly, "Yes, that is right." He realized he had been a bit rude, awkwardly rubbed his head and apologized, saying he was focused and did not notice someone approaching. She waved it off, saying it was fine. Then Hyun-gu politely gestured to the seat, inviting her to sit, while Xin kept talking but silently blamed himself, thinking he should not have started the conversation. She slowly sat down across from him and began, "I am sorry about your phone," but he replied casually that it is already fixed. No need to apologize. Looking calm on the outside, he was actually worried sick inside. Hoping she did not hear what he just said, Soon did not notice and kept chatting. But luckily he was a fan of the streamer Mage Ha and had watched the clips very closely. Hyun-gu forced a smile and tried to find an excuse to avoid the topic, saying, "I am not, but he has been quite popular lately, and I am also a player of the Holy War." She was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Oh really? Me too. What kind of work do you do?" He stammered, "I just do everything to make money, like a miner." Soon listened carefully and said, "A miner? That must be really tough." Hyun-gu scratched his head and shared his situation, saying that because of family and livelihood, he has to keep trying no matter how hard it is. It is actually quite interesting once you get used to it. Very straightforward, not wrong. It is like farming items. Suddenly he remembered something and said, "Right, I have to go now because I have something to do." Seon smiled and said, "Yes, take care of yourself." Hyun-gu replied, "Then see you again." Her eyes looked at him with much more clarity now, filled with deep emotion for his determined spirit. He is truly a hardworking person, and it would be good if I could at least help him in the Holy War. A silver pendant shaped like an 8-pointed star swayed in the air. Hyun-gu moved toward a shadowy figure of a dark entity and quietly said, "So this is the destination." Then he thought to himself, "Does he look like a ghost?" He smiled and explained his purpose. "I came here to find the godless. That person is Natasa the exile." He looked at him and said, "So you came here craving the legacy of the godless." The system notification appeared. "You have completed the bounty mission. You have leveled up." He began to introduce himself. "My name is Natasa. I was exiled and became a wandering ghost driven by the desire for the power of the godless. But in the past I was a guardian spirit of a village." Hyun-gu was utterly amazed, thinking to himself, "Is not a village supposed to be smaller than the cities I have been to before?" Natasa continued, saying, "Those who pursue the power of the godless will one day be consumed by that very power and become ghosts. But since you seem normal, how is that possible?" He looked at the thing in his hand and explained, "I think it is because as this egg has absorbed that power." He marveled that the egg really existed and asked in surprise if I knew about it. Seeing my expression, Natasa said, "Are you curious? I will tell you if you prove you are worthy." A notification was sent that a new mission has been added to the main quest window. The exile ranked main quest. Mission level above 90. The mission description is to pass Natasa's test. The exile, with unknown rewards. And the mission reward is the Guardian Gloves, which allow access to the Cho Forest after completion. They pass the challenge easily. 6 minutes and 42 seconds is the time if I only focus on hunting monsters and not performing. The system announces you have earned the title of one who passed Natasa's test. He pointed forward and said, "You passed the test easily. So what do you want me to do now?" He created a magic circle leading to a withered land. He pointed forward and said, "You passed the test easily. Then what do you want me to do now?" He created a magic circle leading to a withered land and said, "This is the true state of the forest. The communication system announces you have earned the title of one who sees the true face of the illusion forest." Seeing your astonishment, Natasa continues, "This cannot be a fertile land inhabited by creatures like Slim." Hyun-gu turned to wonder who had hidden this. He did not conceal anything but said someone had destroyed the forest, and it was unknown who hid the truth about it. However, his power was enough to change an entire forest, so it had to be nothing other than the power of a god. The more Hyun-gu listened, the more certain he became about his suspicion that this was definitely related to the atheists. Natasa summoned a glove like a 3D projection and warned, "I will assign you a task," and when he saw it, he was so shocked he stepped back. He began explaining the floating item, saying it was one of the legacies left by the guardian deity. The guardian deity's glove that holds proof of his past as a guardian deity. The glove's information is as follows. Legendary item rank, usability level above 95. The guardian deity's glove grants latent power to the user. Power plus 55 health plus 49 intelligence plus 187 energy plus 113 attack power plus 13 casting speed plus 10% cooldown time for all spells minus 10 magic cooldown casting speed plus 40% non-tradable. Seeing these great benefits, he showed clear joy while Natasha continued speaking. Find the village chief's original authority and deliver my message. Then he made a deal. If you can do it, I will give you information about that proof. But before he could finish, the system sent a message: you have received the Guardian's Glove. Hyengu looked at the 40% magic casting speed boost and whispered excitedly, a 40% magic casting speed boost, this has to be a skill choice from the 6th seal. Natasha continued, you already have the glove, now it is time to take my headband. Go to your village's forest and you will find it there. Hyengu grabbed the glove. Thrilled, a legacy of the Guardian God, I will uncover everything. And a new mission was added to the main quest window. Scene shift to the Abyss Guild, where a remorseful voice is heard apologizing for Beagle's incident. Imma, serious about the matter, declares that he did not follow the rules and failed the mission, so he has no say if we cancel the contract. Above all, the assassin targeting the society has been exposed, making my next move extremely difficult. Eze asked if the contract was still valid, and she replied, I will give you a chance to make amends. That was the announcement to the streamer mage about the upcoming attack. And as soon as she finished speaking, the person was horrified and blurted out, what did you say? The person on the other end of the line urgently asked, do you think he will accept this mission? Imma calmly reassured him not to worry, saying she would prepare compensation so good he could not refuse the mission. She emphasized one more thing. Remember, this is his last chance. The other side, though reluctant, had no choice but to comply. All right, she stepped outside, wondering if he would survive the direct attack from the streamer mage extermination squad. Cut to the Rising Stars meeting, where Secretary Kim expressed her curiosity. What did the Gamma Pharmaceuticals chairman say? Are you saying the mission failed again? They won T give the reward. Yang Jun calmly replied no, on the contrary, they assigned a new mission and said they like surprises. He added that the intruders would act the same way next time and they want him to successfully pull off a double boss fight. Secretary Kim was utterly shocked and blurted out, sorry. Crazy lady, he already has a ton of enemies. Doing this is like walking right into a trap. Yang Jun gently turned the computer screen showing a pistol and said, but look at the reward for this mission. You stammered this. He explained that the pistol is a skill that speeds up the release of magic for 6 bullets by 40%. One of the skills mage players in the Sword faction desire to have. Secretary Kim responded that pistol skills have never appeared on Dai Bei, and he nodded, saying that with this reward, even the mage streamer would gladly accept it. Then he flipped the screen back and said seriously, combined with the live broadcast and infiltration verification, there is no better scene than this. We will easily get over 1 million viewers, so it is very likely the mage streamer will agree. And suddenly he received something. The mage streamer just sent a video, saying he would send something over. Yang Jun looked closely at the video and read the title, Solo Demon Slayer. Had not he already shown us the Solo Demon Slayer from before? But suddenly something made both of them freeze in place. It was the video length only 6 minutes and 42 seconds set in a village with an ancient, massive tree, where the players present suddenly stopped, staring at something, saying, is that really from the heavens? Because they saw Hyengu waving at them right in front. But what they were talking about was Streamer Lucky and Streamer Gold Gear, and right next to them was BG's tank. The gel player excitedly asked if they could take a photo, and he confidently brushed back his hair and said of course, which made them even more excited, saying he would definitely agree, and in the end, just as expected, they only took pictures with his 2 teammates while he was left standing alone in a corner, and her husband laughed happily, saying, Lucky, look here, please line up. Suddenly, a girl approached from behind and said, I asked Master Baji for permission to take a photo. Hyengu immediately struck a charming pose, asking which style she preferred, but the girl sighed inwardly, realizing she probably could not get him to take a photo with Lucky for her. After they both got in the frame, she glanced at him and said, I watched your solo demon slaying livestream the other day. He happily replied, thank you. I am preparing an even better video for next time. She smiled and said next time as planned. You mean the Goblin Forest, right? Hyengu replied yes, but I can't say anything more. Then he rubbed his head and explained, currently the broadcast schedule on the Rising Star channel is expected to air for 8 days. She heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, asking back, for 8 days. He was also at a loss and did not know what to do, then added that this broadcast schedule is still a secret. It is an important plan, so I would be in big trouble if anything got leaked. She felt even more that this information was precious and promised to keep it quiet, assuring him not to worry. In the Goblin Forest, Lucky's fan streamer has entered, Asmo's fan streamer has entered, Gold's fan streamer has entered, and I want to fight the BG Archmage who has entered. A red warning sign is right in the middle of the forest entrance, indicating that a 2-headed goblin will appear in 2 minutes and 29 seconds. And the participants have started commenting, is he really soloing demons? So all those rumors were true after all, and the things announced 2 days ago were real too. Hyengu suddenly crossed his arms arrogantly and said, yes, that is right. If anyone wants to invade, With a visit, I will not take any personal retaliatory actions. Not sure if he is panicking or if he is even sober. Definitely not. I give up. Only players with high stats can catch him. Looking again at the red warning board, the two-headed goblin will appear in 42 seconds. They keep chatting back and forth, but catching a level 200 monster is better than catching the great mage BG. Definitely. He glanced in one direction and thought to himself, just as expected, they are all coming, but he could not understand why they hated him so much. It seemed like assassins with stats 470, 178 strength, 280, 128 stamina, 1545 intelligence, 2392 mana, using invisibility skills, were everywhere in the forest, leaving Hyengu confused and overwhelmed. But I can see you, and you will face even greater deception if you cause trouble with me. He looked around cautiously and said, the boss will appear soon. But before that, according to the information I received, many members of the guilds have already arrived here. He began reading out each name one by one, making the people over there jump in shock. Blood boiling. Then he listed everything, from the Scarf Guild of Tama, the 5-Star Guild, to the 8-Banner Great Serpent Guild, and the Hope Guild. The viewers were shocked. Oh my god, is this for real? This list is really something. At least they are above level 2. There are even some at level 1. It seems that except for the top 10 guilds, all the others are humble here, but there are rumors that he has created a blacklist. And I heard that this time the big companies sponsoring him will cut funding for the other guilds. The assassins hearing this worry. Thinking, he has discovered us. How could we have hidden so well? He turned around and said that there was also a society extermination here, possibly surprising one of the 3 most sinister guilds. Those hiding began to feel uneasy, as if he was indirectly threatening them. Thinking about how he even discovered the society extermination, how could the mage BG have been discovered by him? No one can say this is a trap. Sweat poured down his body like a shower, his eyes darting everywhere. Are we really going to keep going like this? Wait, I will try talking to the higher-ups first. Hyengu is smiling here, clearly pleased with how he has unsettled them. You want to come out until it is over, and if that is the case, he shouted loudly, if you really do not intend to come out, then I will go in first. Then he unleashed countless magic needles straight into the trees where they were hiding, scaring the hidden enemies. Damn, they didn't even know our positions. The assassin was shaken to the core. Glancing back, and the mage BG realized how much they knew. Retreat now or we will be kicked out of the guild at this rate. At that very moment, many assassins in the forest began to flee. Hyengu looked as if he had lost his prey before even starting. Standing still. Utterly helpless. While those familiar soldiers had all run away, now only the assassin remains. And as that thought crossed their minds, the spectators who witnessed the recent eerie scene started to panic. Damn, he really knows their positions. At a glance, the scarf-wearing group has already fled, running even before his invisibility spell was fully completed. The two-headed goblin had 2 seconds left. Hyengu thought the assassin was waiting for him to lower his guard after being kickboxed. Suddenly, a huge green foot stomped hard on the ground, shaking everything violently. The viewers were all amazed, shouting over each other in elf. Just as things were unfolding, the boss suddenly appeared and started getting kickboxed. And indeed, the current situation is a 2-headed angry elf emerging from the shadows. But he treats it like a toy, his expression full of excitement for what is to come. Let us begin. Gold laughed and said, I am still waiting, master. Lucky barked once, implying it was ready too. The players are extremely excited and send their love. Streamer Lucky a lot of you. Streamer Gold, show us what you have got. Great Mage BG, do not get in their way. From above, we can see a huge explosion just happened in the Goblin Forest. The battle began fiercely as Lucky struck like lightning with rapid attacks while Gold continuously slashed at the enemies. The viewers were thrilled, shouting that Phase 2 was about to end. Stage 3 will begin when the ogre's hop drops to 10%. The 2-headed ogre's healing mode is like it is on drugs. Lucky is already using it, speeding up the lightning stone transformation. Truly admirable. Now Hyengu's whole body suddenly lights up, and he shouts out loud that it is just starting now. Dragon Fist. Kung Trach almost opened his eyes in amazement at his fighting style. Hulong Quine, but we are still in Phase 2. Even if he used Relay it would not be enough yet. He shouted once, Lucky Life or Death, and it immediately barked loudly, its whole body glowing golden. He is now running while launching 2 attacks at the giant monster, Ice Rocket and Ice Arrow. The 2-headed elite's health drops significantly to just a quarter of 4 cape, and the spectators comment again that the 2-headed recovery mode is truly insane. Even though they are seriously injured, they want to weaken, thanks to Lucky and Gold's strong attacks. Do not underestimate the 2-headed elite's recovery mode. Do not underestimate Lucky and Gold. We might underestimate the Grand Mage. But if he heard that, he would probably cry for 3 days and nights from the pain. Back to the intense battle, Hyengu gave a direct order. Lucky, go to the forest, and he obediently replied yes. Master. Dark purple magical energy was rising. He confidently stepped forward. It is my turn. And the audience was thrilled. Oh wait, there is something behind Grand Mage BG. They now realize that it is the Hell Demon from Hell. Oh my god, that is hell. Yes, right behind Hyen Gyu at this moment is a giant horned monster looking very demonic. He achieved what he wanted and smiled proudly. Come on, Archmage BG. Hell awaits. Asmo donated $10,000 and sent a message in the Hell channel. He began recounting recent events where I leveled up and received a privilege to freely choose cards and skills at level 100. This is the monster, its mouth wide open with hellfire blazing inside. Then it shoots a massive burst of energy straight at the two-headed goblin. The chat frame explodes. Is not this hell ranked second in damage potential among magic skills under level 100? It ranks second after the lightning bolt in pure damage output, but even so, it can heal itself. Do you know the effect of hell? Are you new here? When hell first starts, it is really terrifying. While everyone was busy debating about the fire, the two-headed goblin was already wrapped in dark purple magic. Due to the effect of the original Hell's curse, the goblin's magic defense decreased by 17%. Due to the effect of the Hell's decree, all stats of the two-headed goblin decreased by 12%, and its recovery rate dropped by 17%. Hyen Gyu, very satisfied, drew his bow and shouted the dragon curse relay, using the new gloves he just received to pull the bow, causing an online viewer to hesitate. Sensing something was off, the arrows shot at the speed of light only added to their astonishment. Was he a bit different from when he soloed the demon? It seemed the arrows flew faster now. 2 arrows struck straight into the back of the two-headed goblin. Gustav had gifted $10,000 and left a message. His arrow shooting speed is getting faster and faster. Has he gained a pistol skill too? The remaining assassins are lurking outside with their intentions. This kickbox raid is slowly coming to an end. Get ready. The system now announces that you have defeated the two-headed goblin, earned the title of two-headed hunter, and achieved the title of solo two-headed goblin slayer. That guy is sitting in a bush plotting. No matter how monstrous he is, there will be a time when he lowers his guard. And then we will catch him. Not sure if it was because of the gunsight or Jonga's fight, but everyone suddenly praised him. What is going on with Archmage BG? You did pretty well today. Hell was definitely a surprise, but he looked touched. Lucky's expression was so awkward and silly right now. He is really enjoying that almost emotional face. Those beside him cheered with joy, just as expected from their master, while Lucky clearly felt overshadowed this time. Suddenly, Ajong spoke up, the riddle of the great mage BG. He continued to ask, what is the reason I did not use the eye release skill today? While the mysterious figures all rushed forward, unsure but joining in his excitement. Thinking about it, could it be because you forgot the advantage? He shook his head and explained, because I still have to catch another scent. The mysterious figure was a bit panicked now. Thinking, has he realized it already? Before they could fully understand the situation, he shouted, unleash the skill. Angjun watched silently, thinking to himself that he never expected even the Extermination Society to get involved. Leaning back, he muttered inwardly that although the Extermination Society was not the only guild taking part in this mission, he could not let this happen. It was a critical battle. At the Abyss Guild, Ima's voice rang out with indignation. The bee-mage, that damn freak, now knows everything. She raised her eyebrows and said, is the traitor behind this too? As long as the traitor is around, it will be hard for us to carry out the assassination. The player next to G spoke up. The popular channel host made a proposal. She wondered. A proposal? He replied. They asked if we wanted to take on a different mission arranged the same way as before. Ima snapped harshly. Are they mocking me? Fine, tell them that if we refuse they will have a reason to suspect us. She continued talking about the elf twin pen reward being suitable here, and she ordered to gather all the players currently near a village. In the forest near the village, 2 players were talking when the spiky-haired guy spoke up. Have you heard the rumor? The mage streamer just announced a new boss monster raid. The guy with the mushroom head replied, oh, I heard about it too. Apparently he caught a multi-headed dog or something. The slicked-back hair guy asked if he meant the two-headed Chu, and if there were any other monsters, while the mushroom-headed guy was a bit confused but curious. But why was he announcing it? Was he trying to attract attention? He thought about it and said, I am not sure either. Maybe we have to see it for ourselves. Only 2 days left. The internet is buzzing with rumors. Is it true? This is the first time I have heard about it. Why ask? Of course it is true. He has been famous lately. They say he got caught up in the hype of a rising star channel. Then an employee spoke up, expressing concern for the CEO. Yang Jun turned and asked, huh? He said today is the day of the raid, but everyone has been talking about it for days. Is this okay? Right now there is another live stream online that is really exciting and drawing viewers. Hello everyone. The Revengers team has now started hunting the two-headed control. You have probably heard about this hunt before, right? The live streamer continued. It seems this is the target in the mage streamer's raid, and we will take care of it first. Young Jun and the whole group were stunned, all thinking the same thing. Was the boss raid hijacked? On the Abs Guild side, someone was live streaming and narrating the battle unfolding right now, and he exclaimed, M3 the viewer count is exploding. Forming the Revengers was the right decision. She is very satisfied with her actions and no one could underestimate us. Clearly, everyone wants to trigger the boss, but we were the first to find the two-headed control. She is absolutely confident that, under the current circumstances, the mage streamer will not be able to interfere with the Revengers boss raid. Yang Jun stood far away, deep in thought. Realizing he needed to stay calm, there was no way the mage streamer could have predicted this. Watching the familiar battle unfold, countless viewers were thrown into utter confusion. Was the mage streamer really not here? He is not live streaming either, or maybe he is preparing for the raid. Our lucky one would not do that. Our goal would not do that. That guy who leads the likes keeps slashing and laughing loudly. Just look at the damage we are dealing. Not sure if I will fall into the cycle of jealousy and disappointment again. Wait, is the streamer's announcement wrong? The rising star explains. Are they all just talk? Emma felt satisfied seeing the netizens' reactions. This time I have won, and Yang Jun felt worried, wondering if the mission had failed as Xian watched a live stream being widely broadcast online from a modern designed house. She shared the same question as the other viewers. Why did Abyss suddenly raid control at both ends? Then she thought, do not tell me she called the wrong day. Only now does Xian realize Emma's deep scheme was to gather forces for the raid. How could they do this to the streamer mage? Suddenly, a move catches her off guard, making her look closely at the screen. It turns out the streamer mage was live with tens of thousands of viewers flooding in like a boss rallying his clan. Hyengu cheerfully said the usual opening line for every live stream. Hello everyone, streamer mage here. Looks like we have a lot of viewers today. The online crowd waited for him so long that as soon as they saw him go live, they rushed in eagerly. The streamer mage wished him luck, asking why he was so late this time and if he was going to fail. But the streamer mage explained, quickly check the notifications. While Lucky tilted his head in confusion, Hyengu asked curiously, sorry, is something wrong? Soon quietly said, he does not know the raid has been hijacked yet. But then she immediately realized, wait, why am I even worried? He remained calm and said, I do not know what you all mean, but as announced before, the multi-headed Chu. Now a terrifying sound echoed through the forest, and the chat was startled. Questioning, multi-headed Chu. Huh, is not it two-headed? What big thing is coming? Gold announced in a clear voice that their master had something very big approaching and promised to protect him. While Lucky lowly barked once, Hyengu turned and ran back toward the large lake to start the three-headed dog raid. Engjun froze for 3 seconds, and Emma was no longer smug but internally panicked. The three-headed dog, that huge monster, was charging forward with ferocity and savagery. The viewers were shocked and kept discussing. Wait, is not it supposed to be a two-headed show? He just said it was a multi-headed show, and it really does have many heads. Gold and Lucky were running away at that moment. Hyengu and Fickley were also rushing quickly in the opposite direction, while the audience kept praising his impressive move. A three-headed dog. Really a magical streamer, but why is he running the other way? He turned around to explain. Everyone knows the dragon hair skill, right? The farther the distance, the greater the damage to the opponent. Hyengu ran a bit, then stopped, placed his hand on the ground, and shouted, but that also means the opponent can dodge more easily than endure the golem's recovery. The ground beneath the water shattered into many small pieces, with too many obstacles making it hard to hit the target. From where he stood, a giant earth monster floated up thousands of feet with glowing green eyes, and he immediately felt confident to finish it off using this method. Standing high up, Hyengu continued, not only increasing visibility but also removing all obstacles, making it feel reasonable, no more barriers. That is right, it is a long-range cannon skill. Gustav raised the bet to $10,005 and sent a compliment, calming the tension. In his hand was a fireball, a slight smirk on his lips as he shouted the slogan, let us begin the attack. The battle had just begun when the fireball was thrown, causing a massive explosion, and the system immediately announced the start of Phase 3. Everyone watching was amazed. Phase 3 already? Is he really making everything this easy? The dirty trick is always letting Lucky do everything, only letting Lucky handle the hard parts. The stream mage. But who will deal with it when the life and death ends? It just jumped down to the ground and Hyengu immediately realized and said, it seems Lucky's life and death is about to end. Show them gold. He surged with energy, his whole body glowing with a powerful golden light as he responded. Clearly ready. Humanized. The system announced that the life and death effect had disappeared, then messaged again. Lucky's gone. Well done, Lucky. The mage's stream faded away, and he stood firm, waiting until the three-headed monster was about to swing its fist. Then shouted, stop. Gold, holding the shield tightly, ran over and immediately responded. Orders received. He shouted once and the guardian's shield immediately appeared, creating a massive barrier that held the three-headed monster in place. The viewers were both amazed and blaming Hyengu, saying, oh my god, he blocked it. This is insane. Lucky stunned. Now it is Gold's turn. He smiled and said, it is time to end this. Then he shouted, Hellfire. As purple flames surged forward like they wanted to devour the terrifying thing ahead. It screamed in pain and collapsed. You have defeated the three-headed monster. Without further ado, Hyengu quickly ended the livestream. So let us wrap up the broadcast here. See you all next time. They kept spamming messages. Show us the items you picked up. Drop the new items. Open them right away. The system then announced, you have received the title of Lone Three-Headed Temple Hunter. You have received the title of Three-Headed Temple Hunter. You have received the title of the Invulnerable. He muttered softly to himself. Now there are more important things than looting items. And then the live stream ended. Natasa was surprised when she saw him arrive and said, "So you defeated the three-headed temple. As promised, I will give you a guardian item. That is the Crown of the Guardian, a legendary great item, usable at level 105 and above. Natasa's Guardian Crown absorbs the immense power of nature and grants the Guardian a mysterious strength. Strength plus 61, stamina plus 59, intelligence plus 213, mana plus 155, attack power plus 16, camouflage skill usable when equipped." He was very satisfied and thought to himself, "Damn, look at those stats and camouflage. A new mission has been added to the quest screen." Gold whispered excitedly in my ear, "My master has completed the mission." Lucky cheered happily. He said joyfully, "All thanks to the new skill." Hyun-gu thought to himself, upgrading Gold and Lucky before the raid was really useful. They stood by my side celebrating as if they wanted to share the joy with their master. He was still lost in the powers he had gained and been given, and he had also learned a new skill. Now only one protective gear remained. Back at the Abyss Guild building, Emma was furious. Damn it. Her hands clenched tightly on the table, feeling like a joke. Then she leaned back in frustration, thinking how many times they had humiliated her and wondering if she should send them into a nightmare forest. But she recalled that they constantly patrolled in groups there, making it extremely dangerous to go alone. Suddenly Emma spoke seriously. "I have to prepare a new plan." On the Rising Star side, Yang Jun was scrolling through the latest information. Like the Spellbird being the first to hunt the three-headed beast, the Spellbird broke the viewership record with 1.65 million, keeping his promise, and he sighed, saying the news was airing about him too. That made him very pleased, like achieving great glory, and our subscriber count is skyrocketing, now reaching 2.5 million. Secretary Kim pushed up his glasses and announced that the CEO had another call asking about advertising. Yang Jun immediately questioned, "Is it Gamma Pharmaceuticals again?" He said no. Then he explained, saying from Blue Bull. He was a bit surprised and wondered, is Blue Bull a competitor of Gamma Pharmaceuticals? Near the garrison at night, there are a few small huts. 3 men sit around the flickering fire, and one of them speaks up. This time, he must be working in a team. Right, the man sitting next to him replied. Of course, even if he were a mage, he could not possibly fight off a dozen wolves at once. Right, the man added. Even top guild players have to form a team of at least 10 to hunt there. Thinking of the fierce monsters always lurking to pounce on their prey, everyone had to be cautious. They always travel in packs with 1 alpha wolf and 9 hunters. Someone questioned, is not there a rumor that he will collaborate with the top 10 guilds? I heard they plan to spend a lot of money to film the hunting team in action. Then he shrugged off his previous words, saying well, rumors are just rumors. Try asking him yourself. The guy sitting there speculated. He would probably have to stop by here if he wanted to go to the night forest, just as you said. Only a few seconds later, someone exclaimed in surprise, the bird mage is coming. Facing them at that moment were Hyun-gu, Lucky, and Gold. And someone asked if that was the person. As soon as they saw him, the other players eagerly wanted to recruit him. The mage is rumored to be forming a team with the top 10 guilds. The young man spoke up, asking if he wanted to team up with them. Hyun-gu was still a bit confused and suspicious, doubting the rumors. It was not just those 3 guys but many others who wanted the same, crowding around him with invitations, urging him to join their team, saying their stats were much higher. Someone else is calling you the bird mage. What do you think about joining a team with a tanker and a support? Their constant invitations put Hyun-gu in a tough spot. Let Lucky form a team with me. Bird mage, join my team. He quietly thought that hunting in the night forest with a team was basic knowledge, so he had expected things to turn out this way. After thinking it over, Hyun-gu loudly told everyone he was sorry. He firmly said he had received several invitations from different places but had rejected them all, intending to continue playing solo. System notification. The Night Forest Cry quest is a main mission with a level requirement above 108, tasking you to kill 333 wolves in the Night Forest. Once completed, a vengeful enemy will appear and come to you. The quest reward is unknown but offers a unique master-level skill. After completing the mission, you can start the Avenger quest. Everywhere in the Dark Forest is obscured, clearly marked by the red eyes of the wild wolves. Hyun-gu analyzed that the Night Forest is pitch black, so you can TC even a foot ahead. And even a mage like me can T-fight them with magic. He glanced back and said, but in my case, I am confident that if I prepare in advance and succeed, I can take down 3 to 4 of them before they even reach me. There won't be any problem as long as I still have Gold and Lucky by my side. No matter how much you try to hide in these bushes, you won't escape my sight. As soon as Hyun-gu finished speaking, he and his team attacked and took down countless golden wolves. The system announced your achievement. You have defeated 333 wolves and fulfilled the mission requirements. Suddenly, someone stepped out from the bushes with a calm expression and said, wait. Hold on. I have no intention to fight. The boy, Jun, respectfully introduced himself. My name is Ung-ti. I only need your help. Hyun-gu looked at the other person for a long time, silently scrutinizing him from head to toe. This was a level mission, and he must have a plan to take revenge on me. He carefully spoke. Questioning, "Why should I listen to your proposal?" Ungta replied straightforwardly, "I will reward you generously." The boy pulled out a thick skill book, and he immediately recognized it as a unique, master-level skill book, which made Hyun-gyu even more cautious about him, quietly reflecting that this must be the reward for the night cry mission. Then he asked to see more. "Is this all?" Ungta stammered, "No, if you can catch the Black Wolf." At the same time, a new mission was added to the quest window. The Cry of the Night with main story mission level, required level above 110. Mission description. When the person wakes up, the Black Wolf will appear. Only Ungta knows their location. Defeat the Black Wolf to avenge him. The mission reward is unclear, but the reward is a legendary master-level skill book. When the mission is completed, the final willpower title of the Guardian will be awarded, and after reading it, he felt a bit shaken inside. A legendary master skill book. Huh. Ungta grew impatient as the young man remained silent and asked, "You will catch it, right?" Hyun-gyu, clearly excited, declared, "Of course, whether it is on the ground or up in the trees, I will catch it and complete the revenge for you." There are still 59 hours until the boss appears, so he feels pretty confident. 59 hours is enough time to level up. Meanwhile, he casually takes down a few monsters in the forest. The system notifies him that he has leveled up, and he happily raises both hands, cheering for reaching level 110. It showed some valuable rewards and asked, "Dai Longqin has given you a new chance. Do you want to use it?" Hyun-gyu did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Of course, he pointed to the most unique card among them. This one was shining brightly too. Wondering what it could be, after drawing it, he hesitantly read its name. Flick Flick Lightning. That is right, the card was called Flick Lightning. Skill level F, a skill effect that releases a powerful electric shock, causing the target to lose consciousness for a period of time. The title Electric Shock is awarded for defeating 444 enemies using electric magic, and the title Punishment is given for defeating a boss with electric magic. Cut to the Rising Star headquarters, where Secretary Kim delivers urgent news. The CO streamer mage has started a live broadcast. Yang Jun paused for a long moment before replying, "I know, I have been watching for a while now." Seeing their skilled battles amazed him too. It was truly worth the announcement that he would play solo. "I know it is incredibly impressive, but I think this is the first time I have seen someone hunt so aggressively from Asmo until now." He is sweating profusely, but you can see his image clearly right now. Right now on Hyun-gu's livestream, viewers are gradually getting excited because they love it. Lucky Code is just amazing. Really adorable. Ask for that person's name. Meanwhile, he is petting his furry friend and acting silly. Much love to everyone. Lucky is truly very cute, is not he? Then he happily said he would end the stream now. Thanking everyone for watching Lucky's healing love. The online crowd was buzzing, saying, "Streamer Mage, stop hesitating and let Lucky start already. Continue, just go. Lucky is amazing. Keep streaming about Lucky. I was not very lucky, but I said something hopeful. I will show everyone I am stronger in the next stream. See you then." Hyun-gu returned to a serious demeanor. Silently planning, "I did show all my skills this time, except for the last move." He thought he would show it off with the final strike against the werewolf. Suddenly, a message arrived that surprised Hyun-gu a bit. CO Watern praised him, saying today's stream was great and that he was amazing all day long. He smiled faintly and replied, "You do not have to force yourself to praise me. There is really nothing worth praising in this stream." He asked if something was wrong. Ang Jun explained that he was considering accepting advertising from Bluebell this time and asked if I was okay with it. Hyun-gu was surprised. Bluebell, huh? He analyzed it in his head. Bluebell, not Gamma Pharmacy. So we will be getting a sponsorship amount that is too big to refuse. After thinking it through, Hyun-gu made his decision and said I do not need to worry about his opinion on that. Ang Jun messaged back with surprise in his voice, "Are you giving me full control over this?" Hyun-gu calmly replied, "You can give me as much as you want." Hearing this, he became very determined. "Alright then, I will handle this without letting you down." Ending the conversation, Ang Jun leaned back with relief and said, "So it is decided." He smiled, subtly suggesting, "Call Bluebell to make a deal. I understand the secretary's instructions." Before leaving, he still had some doubts, wondering if Asmo would give him that item. Ang Jun laughed and said, "I am not sure either, but if we knew in advance, it would not be any fun. Right?" At the Abyss Guild, hearing Emma's voice discussing, Merlin strongly suspected that Bluebell would be the next sponsor for streamer Fap-Do. He asked in disbelief, "Bluebell? Don't tell me those bastards have already gotten their hands on the skill card Fitchlich." She closed her eyes tightly, firmly rejecting that idea. No way they could have gotten it, and that is why streamer Fap-Do wanted it. That answer only made Merlin more suspicious. What kind of deal had Bluebell made with Fap-Do? Emma then said it was Fap-Do's nameless armor. She explained its rarity and potential, the armor that only Asmo possesses. Asmo has already started moving. Merlin turned to Jackie and asked, "What deal did Asmo make with Bluebell?" He replied, We do not know, but if Asmo has decided to take over Bluebell, it will be very difficult to create any conflict with them. Emma ordered to just keep observing for now, and Jackie respectfully replied yes. Miss Emma, she made a request to send me a message, and I asked what I should write. Merlin spoke up, saying now it is truly war. Emma smiled mysteriously and said, we can't just sit still. Can we? Ian-gu was holding Hiran's hand as she skipped happily down the road, and he gently asked, you can walk on your own, right? Do you like chicken that much? Hiran, the girl excitedly replied, yes, but, pausing for a moment, then giggling softly, she said, I like eating chicken, but I like you more because you buy chicken for me. Ian-gu felt warm and relieved, realizing Hiran had truly grown up and was even more adorable, filling his heart with affection for the little girl. Now that I have signed a contract with Bluebell, I will buy her 10,100 pieces of chicken. The two of them walked and sang happily, with him starting first, chicken winner winner, and the little girl excitedly echoing, chicken winner winner. Unexpectedly, someone recognized both of them. It was Scene who suddenly called out Ian-gu's name, and so the three of them walked together in awkwardness and discomfort. Hiran innocently asked, sister, did you really give birth? Are you his girlfriend? Both of them blushed deeply and waved their hands in unison to deny it. No, we are just ordinary friends. Then the girl understood and asked again, friends, how do you like playing games? Hiran seemed like she wanted to plant the seed of love between them as she continued, you play God Wars, right? Do you play it? Soon forced a smile and replied, God Wars, how I do. Hearing that, Hiran confidently boasted, little brother is a very strong wizard. Her words made him feel like his heart was dropping, trying to stay calm but failing as his mind spiraled. Hiran, please do not say that out loud. But Cian had heard everything. She asked if he was a mage, full of admiration while Ian-gu wiped sweat from his brow and forced a smile. Hiran was curious again. Yes. Are you a mage too? Hearing this, she straightened up and happily replied yes. The system displayed the personal information panel. Mid is level 118. Earth Shrine War Dragon. Profession Grand Mage. Strength 5 plus 588. Health 5 plus 533. Intelligence 591 plus 942. Mana 123 plus 808, with 4 remaining attribute points. You have leveled up and caught 100 war dragons. Ian-gu shouted with joy, finally reached level 118, then happily said, congratulations, master. He turned and ordered God Wars to remove the equipment. Who replied, yes, master. Besides hunting 100 monsters, there is another condition when summoning a monster as a guardian spirit, which is that the user and the monster's power level cannot differ by more than 10 levels. Because the monster is level 128, so I need to be level 118 to summon it as a guardian spirit. Ian-gu thought to himself that first, to get here, the player must be above level 130. But I got here because I am too strong, so I had to grind levels all this time. Then he shouted loudly to summon the guardian spirit, and immediately the bear transformed into a powerful warrior with a muscular six-pack body. He was satisfied and asked what the person thought about his new body. Gong knelt on one knee and bowed his head, saying, I feel like I can do anything. Ian-gu said to match that body, the person should also have some new equipment, and so he gave the opponent 2 treasures. The first is a legendary level 128 Fire Fang snake that causes critical damage to the target's mind. The second is a unique level 123 three-headed dog leather armor, made from the hide of a 3-headed dog, which is incredibly tough yet very light. Gong put on the gear excitedly and boldly declared, in response to these gifts I will not disappoint you, master. Then he proved his worth by challenging a dog. What do you think? Little dog, it does not matter if you have a rival gene or not. Lucky glanced without even looking and immediately turned his head away. Ian-gu loudly announced that everything was ready, so we should start the live stream. On the screen appeared the words, do you want to start liking? And he decisively chose yes. Immediately, countless people joined in. I love you Lucky came to watch. Lucky no, a fan came to watch. Love Gold came to watch, and at that moment he introduced himself. Hello everyone. This is the Mage stream. Viewers started guessing all sorts of things when they saw a big badger. Lucky is walking on 2 legs. Is Lucky some kind of hybrid monster? That fool is the guardian spirit Gold. Ian-gu then said, yes, this is Gold's new appearance. He smiled and said, let us get straight to the point and start hunting the werewolf. But the viewers were still distracted by the new look and did not pay attention to what he was saying. What did Gold do? He looks so cool now. I love you Gold stream. Open the mage, move aside. I can't see Gold no more until the full moon. The pitch black sky also has fog appearing. On the tall tree glowed a round fruit that caught everyone's eye, leaving viewers curious about what he was going to hunt. Looking at the strange object, Ian-gu realized that this was what they meant by coming to life. It was not the moon but a type of fruit. The system announced that the mangacap fruit has appeared and will disappear in 10 minutes. Defeat all the werewolves while the fruit ripens. He shielded his eyes from the glare, thinking that this test is not about hitboxes, it is about the beasts this time. On the ground, ghostly figures resembling wild boars rose with terrifying red eyes, leaving viewers amazed and commenting nonstop that this was a beast challenge. He must have faced beast challenges a few times before. Just fighting hitboxes all the time would get boring, and watching on other days is dull, especially since those huge monsters mean nothing to a mage streamer. At this moment the real mission was revealed. Defeat all the werewolves while the lunar fruit ripens. Seeing those words made Hyengu feel a bit hesitant inside. If things continued like this, the match for the firecracker would be completely ruined. But there were only 10 minutes. In front of him was a horde of sand demons. He thought to himself, there must be hundreds of them. He could unleash all his power right from the start. Then he swung his hand forward to command, casting lightning speed, strengthening the attack, followed by fireball, ice ball, and lightning ball. Then he shouted loudly to summon the nearby fire spirit, completing the spell. The viewers watched in awe at the speed of the spell casting. He used the curse, but he did not use it. Hyengu jumped up, holding 2 magic orbs, thinking that the mobility and doubling spells he had upgraded to level A with the master skill book. Kung Chat was amazed. Could a real mage really be that fast? Don't tell me he is wearing elf shoes. That is crazy. Are not those one of the best survival items? He read their comments and thought to himself, a mage image no one has ever achieved or could achieve before. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smug smile. He was the main character of today's live stream. Gum was fighting fiercely, one swipe taking down a werewolf, as if he wanted to wipe out the entire pack with none left standing. Kung Chat was extremely excited. That is a guardian spirit. He is amazing. He is carrying everything alone. So now Gao is stronger than Lucky. Seeing his cool and powerful expression, the viewers wanted to switch sides and choose the boss again. The ranks need to be rearranged. Gold, Lucky, Golem, Soul, Close Mage. I have no objections. Hyengu could only force a smile, feeling completely crushed. Then he shouted a fierce curse. The remaining were 48 werewolves. In just a moment, the remaining wolves are gone. You have defeated all the wolves. You have earned the title of Wolf Slayer. You have completed the mission requirements. The viewers excitedly take turns saying, he really did it and the gold alone did it all. At this moment, Hyengu felt a bit frustrated inside. In the end, he still could not use the time bomb, leaving no choice but to set it on the field. Meanwhile, Asmo had already sent a message saying to make use of it. The chat frame was confused. What did he mean by make use of it? Are the Archmage and Asmo really that close? Maybe they have some kind of connection. Feeling tired and discouraged, he muttered to himself, why would Asmo do that right now and ruin the whole atmosphere? Even I do not know what to say. So Hyengu decided, I will end the live stream here. The broadcast has stopped, and suddenly a figure approached. He thought indifferently to just ignore Asmo for now and focus on the mission reward first. Yeah, now I call out from the wide bushes. Explorer. He happily thanked them for defeating his parents' enemy and asked them to accept it. He took it without hesitation, smiling with satisfaction finally. This thing was in his hands. After giving the reward, Ungta also said goodbye, saying he was returning to the village now. At this moment Nataso appeared and said, you have come this far. He continued, you are now qualified to know everything. Have you heard the reason why I crave the power of the nameless god? Hyengu replied, no. You just told me to gather evidence and go to a village. So Nataso recounted. Nothing special. I just need a greater power to protect a village like a guardian. He said that at that moment he discovered the power of the nameless god and succeeded in making that power his own. They say if you crave the power of a god, you will be punished. He was bitten by that power and became like this. Nataso brought out an item and said, but the proof you possess will protect you from the power of the nameless god. The item he brought out is the legendary guardian armor, usable at level 115 and above. Nataso's guardian armor enhances your magic power, adding 68 strength, 79 health, 235 intelligence, 177 mana, 18 attack power, and 10% magic damage. When casting spells, it releases a projectile that cannot be traded. Holding it in your hand, you feel thrilled. Could it be true that it shoots projectiles? Just like the effect of the nameless Archmage's armor. Hyengu looked up in doubt, wondering where he should go after gathering all the evidence. Nataso replied that there was a secret laboratory in her room in a village, and he would meet an assistant bird that would help him. The system displayed a notification. The Guardian's secret laboratory unlocked a main quest. Level requirement above 110. The mission is to go to the Guardian's laboratory and find the secret room inside. With unknown rewards, the assistant mission reward unlocks access to a new imminent threat mission after completion. The three of them set off after reviewing it. He thought with interest that an assistant bird was just as expected. This really is a god game. And now the new mission has been added to the main quest screen. Outside, a dark village filled only with trees and leaves tangled together. Hyengu raised his eyebrows and reminded, why is it so quiet yet someone keeps making noise? The Gonkuk lowered his long ears apologetically. I am sorry, master. It is because tonight is a full moon. Ahead is a small house that used to be the Guardian's laboratory. He looked at it with some surprise and wondered if this was really the place the Guardian used as a lab. Hyengu slightly opened the door and softly asked if anyone was there. Since it was completely silent inside, he rubbed his chin and said it was quite noteworthy that he mentioned a secret laboratory here. Looking straight ahead, there was a candle burning with a blue flame, and he said this place looked just as he expected. Hyunga did not hesitate and quickly pulled it down. No time to waste into the secret laboratory. As soon as the door opened, a brown feathered bird flew straight out, startling him and causing him to fall backward. Hyunga looked up and muttered, "A bird. Don't tell me this is the assistant bird in the Guardian's laboratory." Hyunga spoke up, "A new colleague is certainly good, but really annoying." The system notified that a gift had been sent to the gift box, and he silently thought this must be Asmo's way of telling him to use it during the live broadcast, along with Young Jun's message saying it was a trial for the previous live stream. He pondered the matter and guessed that the item only Asmo possessed in the game, the armor of the nameless archmage, was something he was the only one to receive from Asmo so far. Hyunga sat down deep in thought beside his two skilled juniors, saying the problem was he had no reason to use it since the Guardian armor he got from the quest worked perfectly. Embarrassed, he turned to hug Lucky tightly, whispering, "If I sell it, I might lose Asmo's affection. Lucky, what should I do? What am I going to do?" Lucky. He took out the armor card of the nameless archmage again and saw that it had changed a lot. A legendary item usable above level 125, the armor left by a nameless mage contained one of the archmage's powerful strengths: intelligence plus 31, health plus 29, wisdom plus 254, mana, magic damage plus 10%, the number of projectiles when casting spells, and there was also a hidden option below. He sighed warily, looking at these options. Even the stats are different. Right, but if you look closely, it was then that Hyunga noticed something hidden. Gently rubbing it and wondering what it was, then in the quiet forest, a young man let out a piercing scream of disbelief. He was so happy it was like finding gold. Laughing joyfully, "There is even an option like this in the Holy War. I have never heard of it before." The next morning, there was lively chatter at the shop in the city. Shimmer the mage is serious. Gold is really strong. They keep passing game issues from hand to hand. And now it is Shimmer Gold's turn on the stage. Shimmer the mage met an NPC in a village, and we have not heard any news since he left with that NPC. Suddenly, someone rushed in with urgent news. Hot news here. That was Hukaju holding the phone and shouting. Shimmer the mage suddenly went live. He said he would reveal the gift Asmo gave. Everyone seemed completely shocked after hearing it, wondering if it was true and what the headline was. They kept asking during the live stream, "Unboxing. What gift will be revealed?" Over here, Hyunga is sitting comfortably next to a strange machine, greeting everyone as Shimmer the mage. The viewers all wonder, what is that? He has that kind of skill too. How did an item get removed like that? Hyunga sent the bird flying high and said, "Jackpot. I have to go live, you go rest first." One surprise after another. The netizens were blown away. Jackpot had received a mythical beast. No way, and without wasting any more time, Hyunga decisively and excitedly got straight to the main point. "This time I received a gift from Asmo, the armor of the nameless archmage." The chat frame exploded with excitement. Did Asmo really give him that? It was surprising that Asmo gave you his item, the one only he possesses. Right, Hyunga created 2 fireballs and explained the item's function. The core function of this armor is to add an extra bullet path. The viewers grew even more amazed, arguing among themselves, an extra bullet path. 2 fireballs. Something seems off. How can he have these effects without equipping the item? Then he turned on the machine beside him and firmly declared, "But unfortunately this item is useless to me, so I have decided to dismantle it." The crowd heard this and each of them felt heartbroken. "Are you crazy? Why would you dismantle such an expensive item? This armor is one of a kind, the Holy Realm." Hyunga took a risk holding the armor ready to throw it down, feeling excited inside. It has to be a crazy stunt no one else would dare to do. He originally had his own plan. What could be more exciting than crazy stunts like this? Suddenly Asmo donated $10,012 and messaged excitedly, "This looks fun. Go ahead." And without waiting he immediately went for it. "Alright, once it is ready I will dissolve it right here." Viewers were terrified and kept commenting nonstop. "Damn, he actually did it. The item with version 102 in the Holy War has disappeared forever." The armor was almost completely dismantled, and many from Tich Nui even scolded him, calling him crazy and asking if he knew how valuable it was. Hyunga wiped the sweat from his forehead without paying attention and said it was done, silently praising himself for the perfect performance that no one would know it had a hidden option. The legend and the item stated that the hidden option when destroying or dissolving an item could grant a skill point, and he immediately realized it was a skill that added an extra attack path. A legendary skill shard dropped from the machine, and viewers wondered if something had really fallen. Was it a skill shard? It was a legendary skill shard that increases the number of projectiles by 1 when using the skill. Not sure if it is too soon to be surprised now, but a skill shard appeared after dismantling a legendary item. Truly a big deal. He also pretended to be surprised to join in their excitement, saying, "Alright everyone, let us call it a day for today." And then the live stream ended. Hyunga amusedly revealed himself, acting perfectly. At first everyone reacted as if he were a crazy rich jerk, but their reactions suddenly changed when they saw the skill fragment, because there has never been a case where a skill form appears after dismantling a legendary item. This livestream is a major event that will change the history of the Holy War. Now Hyungu seriously returns to the main issue, but acting surprised now is still a bit premature, because the next livestream will be a solo fight against the Fire Assassin. The system announces an approaching threat at the main quest level, describing the lightning task that warned you of some dangers. Go find Anticazera. The quest reward is unknown. He moves to a large tree trunk with many small slots. Starting with the main quest, you entered Azara's tower and upon hearing the news, you looked around and spoke up, "Is there no one here?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hello. I have been waiting for you." The voice instructed, "Grab the vine." Hyungu reached out and thought to himself, "So I am supposed to swing up like this? That is kind of new." And it really pulled him up. The voice continued, "Recently I have sensed something strange and sent rangers to investigate, but some did not survive." Hyungu jumped down onto a small patch of land and wondered if it was time. The owner of that voice was Nimpia Sara. She told him to go to the underground maze beneath a village. Then he opened his eyes slightly, and trust to defeat the fire sand. A new mission was added to the main quest window, and he confidently replied, "Of course, San Hosao is a main quest level monster above level 145, with the task to defeat the monster in the underground maze, find its lair and destroy it, with the reward being a legendary master skill book, and you can continue the quest after completing Yuga's healing mission. You have entered the underground maze beneath a village and earned the title of one who has entered the underground maze beneath a village." Hyungu cracked his knuckles and said, "This is pretty tough. No joke. Just the entrance and you can already smell danger, but it is no problem for us. Right?" He continued, saying, "Let us see if there are 3 slims in that corner. The mission does not even tell us where the fire sand is." A slight smile appeared as he said, "First, let us use the master skill book." Then a yellow energy appeared, and he shouted, "Guardian." The skill level of the Guardian had risen to rank, handing it over to you Gold. After a while, he suddenly felt a bit confused. The soldiers were lying motionless on the ground. He scratched his head awkwardly watching Gold show make it look so easy, never expecting Gold to be this strong. So after the unboxing livestream, I am still the team's burden. Seeing him so fired up and shouting loudly, Hyungu was helpless behind. This time I have to live stream really well. Now I go in a spacious, magnificent mansion. Asmo has started a live stream, viewers flooding in with countless questions. Asmo is What do you think about the unboxing stream of the mage streamer? Be honest. 34,513,212,154,889,436. He answered frankly that I was very annoyed. Then they complained that if he is going to unbox, he should show what the skill is, if the performance is good and the design is neat. This is the first time I have seen this skill, so I am dying of curiosity. Asmo indifferently recounted. I mean, like, damn, when watching the Rising Stars channel. You know, should I just put up with this and pretend I am not annoyed? Comments keep piling up every day. Yeah. Unboxing. If it is unboxing, then he should clearly show us that skill. Of course he should. Yang Jun is also watching Asmo's live stream and says this is getting a bit troublesome. Not sure if he should keep messaging. Streamer made show us how the skill works. The live stream is like your unboxing. He muses, thinking about the bad reputation of the streamer mage and his embarrassed face. This is the first time I have seen him so flustered. It is hard to tell if it is intentional. If he wants to turn public opinion around, he has to showcase the skill properly in a solo Fire Blast livestream. Suddenly, Yang Jun's lips curled into a smile. "Oh man, what am I even worried about? The mage streamer is a genius who always surpasses my expectations." He gently picked up the phone showing an incoming call, then answered cheerfully, asking, "Yang Jun here. Have you decided on the reward for the upcoming live stream of the Fire Demon Hunt?" Yang Jun thought to himself that he should just organize the game like usual. Then he would handle everything and deliver the best results. He spoke up, saying the Dingbi skill is good but not suitable for the firecracker. He continued, "I will talk to the mage streamer." Then he ended the call, smiled mysteriously, and picked one of Asmo's items. It was truly a huge gamble. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Is not this too much already?" Di-chun complained in a bad mood. There has not been any news for days. Haikju also felt frustrated. Yes, even Asmo admitted defeat live on the stream. Di-chun frowned in confusion, wondering if it was okay for him to keep his subscribers waiting like this. "I am unsubscribing," Haikju suddenly said. Huh. But the mage streamer just went live on his channel. He just said he would unsubscribe, then quickly flipped like a pancake, smiling and saying, "Oh my god! The day of the gold streamer. The day of the lucky streamer. Everyone is here," Haikju helplessly thought. So loyal. Di-chun watched and thought, but during the 10-second live stream, he realized this streamer is quite famous, a genius maybe. On the announcement, Haikju said he would live stream fighting the boss Hokusai tomorrow, and he shouted, "What did he say? He is going live? Was that just a mistake earlier?" The next day, the mage streamer started his live broadcast with 1,894,294 viewers who kept asking where Lucky and Gold were and what he would do today. Haju calmly began. "Hello. This is the mage streamer. and I will unbox a support skill never seen before in the battle month. The chat is flooding with messages asking why it is so quiet. No offense, but where is everyone else? We're a gold lucky jackpot and the fire snake. Has not he entered the boss room yet? He is still rambling on. I will show you the case of applying the bullet increase option under the effect of the guardian armor first. Then I will show you the stacking effect when using the support skill. Suddenly someone noticed the shadows moving behind him. Wait, what is that back there? Do not tell me it is the fire serpent. Now the camera has captured its whole fiery muscular body and its terrifyingly fierce eyes. They are excited and hyped up. Its body is burning. Is he starting the stream while hunting the fire snake? But it seems the fire snake can be chased away. Lucky is now flying in the air with the fire snake's sharp-toothed mouth wide open below. The chat is panicking. Streamer Lucky. Is it going to swallow Lucky? In midair like that, there is no way to dodge. Suddenly a wing flapped. Jackpot arrived and saved the cute dog. The viewers were thrilled. Streamer Jackpot, I believe in you. The fire snake was furious to lose its prey. Lucky lands safely. And someone messages that because of Streamer Jackpot, the attack pattern has intensified. Do not tell me it is in that stance. Lucky's whole body immediately glows as he takes a fighting stance. Then it weaved and darted swiftly through the gaps on the fire serpent's body. The chat exploded. Can you see this? This is a live broadcast, not a movie or VC. Hyenga's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Do not get so worked up." The system announced the spell was completed, and viewers flooded the comments, saying, "Is not that a trident skill?" Instantly it was thrown out shouting trident, activating the chosen items effect. The trident flew and froze part of the fire serpent's flesh. Did you see that sign? He was about to launch another attack, surprising the viewers who wondered if he was using another legendary free spell. The fire snake, frozen by the trident's effect, had its tough skin turning to ice wherever the trident struck. He cast it with excitement, saying, "We still have a long way to go." Replay trident. The viewers went wild upon hearing this. That is right, he has a replay. Wait, does that mean he can throw 5 more tridents? Another spear rushed forward. Hyengu shouted Dingbit. He caught the weapon and called for support. The audience responded. Here it is. He is stacking the effect. He himself is the wall. 5 spears really are insane. He kept relentlessly attacking the fire serpent, shouting Dingbei every time he threw. Finally, its entire body turned into a massive block of ice. The chat frame was stunned. The fire snake was frozen, with the spear strikes coming in rapid succession. What would not freeze? And there were still 5 seconds left. The torch skill activates once a P drops below 10%, and viewers kept commenting nonstop due to the intense tension of the match. What? The freezing status is over already. Just like that, but there are still 3 seconds left. Just as I said that, the fire snake activated its torch skill, and cracks immediately appeared on the ice layers. Then it completely broke free from what was holding it back, igniting a terrifying blaze. And everyone watching was amazed. So that is the torch. No wonder it is called the fire serpent. It is no joke. But no one can even get close to it. What do you mean get close? Touch it and you are already dead. Hyengu suddenly shouted memorize. A comment came in saying memorize is the skill to receive a mantra earlier. Seems like I am the only one who is behind. Retreat. It is coming. Just a swipe and you will be dead. The reason they said that was because the fire serpent was rapidly closing in on him. But he just stood there frozen, then suddenly leaned forward, a smirk on his lips as he delivered the final blow with a taser. Powerful electric shock struck it directly, causing it to scream in pain, and the viewers were stunned. Oh my god, he actually has a taser. The system announced that you have defeated the fire serpent and earned the title of Fire Serpent Hunter. Hyengu was as happy as if he had just taken a stroll. Koi-Tri laughed and said this is also the end of the live unboxing stream of skills, with confused comments below asking where the boss's third state is, if this damage is real, and saying it is as cool as a gourd. He returned with a serious look, thinking to himself that he had no other choice. But surely the sponsor was satisfied. If the stream went on too long, no one would pay attention to the ads anyway. Alright. Let the hunter catch the fish. Asmo appeared again, raising the bid to $10,013 with a message. Are you done? Let us have a private talk. Hyengu rubbed his head and forced a smile. Asmo thanked him and said he was about to end the broadcast but still had a bit more to do, leaving him no choice. Asmo tipped $10.014 as if to cut him off. So what item do you want next? Hearing that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What item is he planning to sponsor for me this time? First, the things I can bring. It can be things like gloves except for weapons, necklaces, helmets, and boots. The rest are just the shirt and pants. And after a while, I replied with the elven shirt. The viewers were also amazed by Asmo's generosity. He is giving him gifts again. The spirit vest is a bit too much. Whereas his self-awareness. Hyengu laughed and said he was just joking. I was already forcing a smile and quietly trying to calm myself down. The elf vest is an extremely valuable item. Did I overact a bit? Anyway, let us get out of here first, he said. The unboxing is done, so I will end the live stream here. Thank you all for watching, he said as he pressed the button to end the stream. But suddenly the system notified him that the mission was complete, and he realized, right, collecting the items. In short, this time it is the Fire Serpent Crystal, a legendary grade crystal obtained from the Fire Serpent's essence. you will be able to feel the great power that the fire serpent possesses. Hyengu spoke, is this the fire serpent crystal? Don't tell me it is. Then the scene shifts to a village forest at dawn. He enters a small roadside shop and politely says excuse me. Wondering to himself, is Yuga at the tavern? He approached a man to ask a few questions and asked if he was Master Blacksmith Yuga. To which the man turned and questioned why he had come here. Hyengu replied that he heard Yuga was here and came to find him, and Yuga asked what the matter was. He smiled and explained it was nothing special but that he had just discovered an unknown divine power. He placed down the new crystal he had just obtained. And the man looked at it, wondering if it was a fire serpent crystal. He replied yes, that is right. He seemed very pleased and happily said well done, it has been a while, let us test your skills a bit. Then the system appeared just in time asking if you want to enhance Tungus Black Staff. Hyengu pointed at himself as if he could not believe it here already, but is not he a bit out of it? Yuga smiled. Don't worry, I am a master with a 90% success rate. He was helpless but kept telling himself. He seemed a bit broken inside. But it is okay to be shy. He also tried to put a smile on his face. Do not say oh do not worry, 90% means it will succeed. Right, it can't possibly explode. Right, just as the thought crossed his mind. The house suddenly blew up with a bang that shook the heavens and earth. There, in a village forest, Hyengu was gasping for breath, wondering what to do with this thing. Oh no. This can't be happening. In front of him was the blazing information board of Tungus Staff, a legendary item above level 126, empowered by the Fire Serpent. The Fire Serpent's power enhanced all magical attributes, adding 171 attack power, 155 intelligence, 109 mana, and increasing all magical attack power by 19%. Increase the number of spell casts by 1 when the equipment increases the spell size by 30%. When magical damage accumulates to a certain level, the Snake Eye will activate. Increase the effect of the pain state by 100%, bound and non-tradable. After reading all these lines, he immediately thought there was also the option to increase the effect of the pain state by 100%. Suddenly he shouted no way, then turned to his two companions and said it is time to boost Gold and Lucky's stats. Hyengu calculated and analyzed everything. Their stats leveled up instantly. But if it was not like that, the mission would be too easy. Then he made a decision. Alright, I have to let the Rising Star channel know. I will step out for a bit. Gold spoke up asking to be careful. Lucky corrected him once. A SRSS request. Mission rank Kanchine. Mission level above 125. Task description. Find clues about Zealing and Hongsun. Is there a mission reward? Completing the mission allows you to proceed to Yaya's request. You have logged out. At the Rising Star headquarters, Secretary Kim spoke up, expressing concern about the difficult challenge. He pointed at the file and stammered. I do not know either. The merchant said the streamer mage sent an email. Yang Jun wondered. And Secretary Kim explained that he said his power has changed. At the Rising Star channel headquarters, Yang Jun rubbed his aching head as he read an email from Hyengu. The streamer mage had just finished an advertising contract with Lam Mingyume and sent an email saying, Hello. This is the streamer mage. I am currently exploring how strong I am to prepare for the next raid. Yang Jun pondered the other party's intentions. He told him to wait because he was still in the process of unlocking his powers. In other words, the streamer mage is upgrading himself and advised us to hold off on negotiations for now. Who knows what new things he will bring next time. As a partner, we have to send him a fitting reward. Yang Jun planned while smiling with satisfaction. Remembering the elf cloak, he felt regretful. And there was also the new Phasmo elf cloak just sent. He had missed a good chance to use it. Suddenly a phone call caught his attention. And he was surprised to see it was from Gamma Pharmaceuticals, but still answered to hear what they wanted to say. At the Abyss Guild, female voice greeted her warmly. Turned out to be Sion cheerfully saying hello to a customer. Suddenly a conversation caught her attention, a proposal to collaborate with a mage streamer. She was surprised and thought mage streamer. She listened carefully again and then guessed the voice was Merlin S. He was laughing comfortably. I heard you plan to renew the contract with them. Yang nodded and asked, what benefits are you giving them this time? Emma calmly replied, I give them a clean slate. Merlin was startled and asked back, a clean slate. She said seriously, yes, only by doing so will they sign the contract with us. They have ended the agreement with Lam Ningyu. This is our only chance. He sat back down with a sigh. And I understood first. We have to stop the mage streamer from signing with us. Mata. Merlin anxiously asked, what if they start making unreasonable demands? Like asking for the armor of the nameless archmage. Emma closed her eyes and said, that is why we gave them an impossible mission. He understood the cost issue and smiled. Maybe from now on acting alone with the mage streamer will be very difficult. He can't defeat the Blood Fiend chief alone. And when she heard that, she replied, exactly, that is why our condition is a Blood Fiend raid. Merlin continued, even if we give them full control over the prize money they want, they still have the option to refuse us if from the start we gave them such an impossible mission. Emma said that is in the case of a solo raid. He was surprised by the stammering tone as if to say no way. She leaned back and explained, yes, the content of this cooperation proposal is to raid the Blood Fiend chieftain alone or as a team. I gave them two options, she said, so they would be more interested in forming a team rather than rejecting us outright. because the blue demon would want a solo raid to draw attention. The mage stream would naturally lose interest in cooperating. Merlin turned to question if he was lucky enough to successfully form a raid party. Was she really going to hand it over to him? Emma did not consider that because from the start she was certain that even if he formed a guild, he would still fail. The man beside her still did not understand her point. Why was that? She did not say much, just turned on the device and suggested, "Watch this." He looked a bit surprised. Inside was an image of a tall mountain that looked like a volcano. Emma explained that they leveled up quickly after I negotiated with the joint venture, and they were all gathering at Whitsun. Suddenly, a foot stepped onto the barren ground. "The ones standing there are the Abs Guild's avatars," she said firmly. Not even a mage's blur stream could do anything. Soon, standing outside the door, had overheard the entire secret conversation. She showed no worry at all and actually looked quite excited, never expecting to accidentally overhear such an interesting conversation. She quietly left, took out her phone, and called someone. Still hesitating whether she should lend them a hand or not, the name displayed on the main screen was Raffo from the Immortal Guild. Soon said excitedly, "Emma would be very happy to know this later." She got through and the voice on the other end said, "It is me, Lycian. What can I do for you?" She greeted him, asking how he had been lately. Raffo, as she walked back to her workplace, she explained that she had a favor to ask him, and he replied, "Yes. Really, thank you very much." At the dark and gloomy Blood Peak, the setting is designed for players who have reached level 130-140. Waiting behind the great wall surrounding the peak, it is the Blood Demon tribe from the vast plains, with red skin and sharp fangs. They are very aggressive with up to 40 goblins in this tribe, forcing players to have a strong team to fight them. The team must include all the key roles to be able to defeat them. That is why players who do not meet the required stats have no choice but to use the random matchmaking exploration mode. The problem is, skilled players do not need to use this exploration system. The guy in heavy armor could barely hold on and had to call for help, shouting, "Those dealing damage. What are you doing? Attack them quickly. The tank and mage positions will have an even harder time attacking." So they had to shout, "Do not let the goblins escape." An arrow flew straight into the man's armor from behind, and he shouted, "Are you blind? The weak defender." Sorry. Many others were still playing around. "Sorry." Something happened. He angrily yelled, "Stop alerting the team and running away. You bastard." The armored man shouted in frustration. "That is why you should not join this damn expedition. It is full of idiots." The people behind laughed mockingly, saying to themselves, "Looks like these expedition teams are doomed." They confidently declared as they saw a pair of legs approaching, "We are the best." The familiar dog with soft fur appeared. They called out. Shimmer Lucky, bird of their kind, excitedly appeared. Shimmer Jackpot, a strong and powerful boar they could not hold back. Shimmer Gold, the last one walking is Hyengu. And there is also the Shimmer Mage. This exploration mission is as easy as pie. He forced a polite smile and said, "Protect me," but inside he was already in pain. Why is it like this? Earlier, when Hyengu entered the forest to ask around, he greeted him. Koyan asked if he happened to see Li Lim anywhere. He sat up and smiled, saying, "If you help me, I will answer." This person is NPC Choi, the fourth prince of the Tunga Kingdom. Hyengu thought everything was going smoothly until he received that mission. It was Choi Group's mission, a main quest, requiring a level under 155, and the mission details proved you were qualified to receive my guidance. Hunt 30,000 blood demons in an expedition. The X-title reward can only be claimed after completion before starting the Chim Church questline. Hyengu thought while fighting, not expecting there to be conditions to start the expedition, but that XP is not something to ignore. The reward for the hidden quest is a master-level manual. The system then announced an additional reward for the player who sets the best record in the expedition. A bonus quest reward featuring a unique master skill, seeing the players busy dealing with all sorts of things. Hyengu thought that since it was hard to explore alone, he needed to watch out for the other players as well. The Abyss Guild members acting as his stand-ins watched him fight warily. Had the bird mage already discovered our identity? A girl also cried afterward, surprised that he refused the offer to form a guild and join the expedition this way. Punk also noticed him and silently admired. This guy is really unpredictable, but the more chaotic the expedition, the more it benefits me. The guy eagerly thought about it and decided to cause trouble by pretending to make a mistake, then carried out the plan by acting like he was hit by the blood fiend and shouting, "They got away." Meanwhile, Hyengu was completely unaware and just lazily shot a few sparks. "It seems like the members of our team do not intend to fight these monsters. Should we give them some corn to help them out?" Now the monsters are rushing towards N. The guy with the spiky hair smugly thought that no matter how great a mage he was still just a mage, and mages had no advantage in combat. The more excited he was, the more he saw it as a perfect ballet performance with him, secretly thinking that if they pushed the blood fiends toward the mage, he would not be able to avoid getting seriously hurt. The guy with slanted eyes was stunned. What was that move just now? He kept trying to prove you did something wrong and forgot to disrupt, while this brother was perched on that branch, unaware that someone behind him was holding a surprise waiting to strike. The blood demon in the tree branch raised its weapon to strike, And the man was stunned, wondering since when it had spoken back. In this life or death moment, Hyun-gyu activated the fairy tribe boots and completed the Dingba technique. As expected, I have to take care of the weaker players to complete the mission. He launched the Dingba straight through, taking a chunk of flesh from that guy. The guy with the spiky head dropped his bag in shock, wondering, did he just save me or is he planning to finish me off himself? But what Hyun-gyu did was kindly ask, are you okay? Nothing, but his eyes were already filled with fear, if not now. Then when, suddenly, outside the script and in a desperate moment, he gently brought out a bottle of laughing gas with a bright smile and said, I will give you some rainbow gas. Let us try a little harder. The man blushed, shy and moved to tears. The gas costs 800 gold. For me, the expedition has ended. The total number of elite monsters hunted is 2,222 to be exact. Everyone cheers in unison. We did it. For the first time we surpassed 2,000. Great job everyone. But Hyun-gyu is not happy, still crying hard, wondering how much money he spent on those magic flames. But at least he completed the hidden mission. The monkey ear guy hugged Lucky, crying and shouting, my magic flame. While Gold stood beside him, jealous and said, owner hug me too. The Abyss Guild member angrily said we should have blocked the streamer mage. But in the end, everyone was swayed because Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot were here, yet he still resolved that we have to protect the streamer mage, as Emma requested, so he put on a friendly face and came over to chat, saying the streamer mage is honored to team up with him and hopes to do it again next time. Hyun-gyu was about to say something about forming a team, but then he stopped and thought to himself, after finishing the mission, there is no need to team up anymore, quietly thinking to himself that Lucky and Gold's mission was also complete. And a few days ago hunting the blood demon had already helped him reach level 130. Hyun-gyu even had the golem principle he gadgeted, which enhances the stats of the golems the player summons. For every 100 levels gained, a player can summon a golem to take the hit, so killing the blood demon tribe leader alone is no problem. He decided he should answer honestly and firmly. Right, Hyun clearly declared I plan to play solo chess. The system announced that you have completed the mission. You have received the title of Blood Demon Conqueror. You have received the legendary title of Blood Mountain Explorer. And Choi then smiled and exclaimed, I do not know what else to say. I did not expect you to perform so well. He handed Hyun-gyu a book and said, the expedition team leader told me to give this to you. He took it and was very pleased with its quality. With this, I will have 2 legendary skills and 1 super skill. A transmission screen appeared with a new mission in the main questline, the Sunken Church Group mission. The level requirement is above 130, and the mission details, guided by Koi, are to find the church buried underground and kill the blood fiend chieftain there. The reward is unclear. It can only be unlocked after completion and includes the legendary exorcist skill set and the title of Discoverer of the Sunken Church. The gate language adds 59 to all stats and grants extra equipment if the mission is completed with a team of fewer than 9 people. The reward includes a legendary skill set for the collective master. He gasped in awe. This is definitely a boss-killing mission. Slowly becoming a legendary corpse handler. Suddenly he screamed in horror. It is the legendary corpse handler. Hyun-gyu clung to the screen excitedly, eager to see clearly. It was a secret manual never before seen in the Holy War. It seemed he was about to create a legend. At the Goiso channel headquarters, Yang Jun was quietly watching something and said there were countless rumors about the streamer Fap Du online. Yang Jun rubbed his tired face and spoke up, saying that when he announced he would play solo, what kind of gameplay video was he planning to show us this time? Now he received a message from streamer Fap Du, saying he was about to schedule a livestream for the upcoming boss fight, and suddenly he spoke up, mentioning cunning tactics. He said again, this time the Gamma Medicine gives us a white bag. I will send the elf shirt over as you requested. At the Bird Church, Hyun-gyu was stepping inside with Fitchlich by his side. He glanced at it and advised, so this is the Bird Church. Analyzing the surroundings before starting the stream, he looked around and concluded, only broken stones and complex architecture. This is truly a perfect place for the Blood Fiends to hide. Unlike other bosses, the trait of the Blood Fiend leader is to fight while running. It is a support-type boss that often uses curses, healing, and buffs, but its basic stats are also quite high. The most terrifying skill among its abilities is the Slave Song, which activates every 10 minutes and summons countless blood fiends, making the situation increasingly difficult. He glanced to one side and thought to himself, I need to defeat it within 10 minutes. But before that, the mage streamer started the live broadcast. The first viewers who tuned in saw the scene and complained, why is it so dark? Is the stream glitching? Where's the Lucky and Gold? Show us the checkbox. Hyun-gyu jumped out cheerfully to start. Hello everyone. It is the mage streamer again. I am ready to get started. And as the stream began, the Blood Demon Clan leader was activated. A viewer joked, that mage streamer sure is full of surprises. They were still confused. But where exactly was this? What if I just left? They would see the Demon Blood Clan die instantly. Meanwhile, I was happily chatting away. If the Great Mage were like everyone else, it would not make much sense. He walked past the stone mutant statues, viewers panicking because the 2 stone statues just moved. Look closely. The stone statue's hands are slowly gripping their weapons. Suddenly its head slowly lifted, startling a netizen who realized it was really moving. Is that a monster? Meanwhile, Hyengu was still happily smiling, explaining his purpose. At this new location, I will defeat the boss within 10 minutes. But the system suddenly screamed a warning behind you. Turn around. Forget the 10-minute mission. You might be done in 10 seconds. Now he has created a golem, activating the golem principle. Water is gradually breaking through the surface from underground. The comments were no longer panicked but excited as they saw the two giant golems. Golems. Huh. Since when did he learn the golem principle? When the golems had subdued all the enemies, he finally asked curiously, "Is there a problem behind me?" The online crowd quickly replied no. Just hurry up and fight the boss. Hyengu was very pleased, thinking to himself, alright, the shot looks great. This introduction scene should be enough. Now that he has arrived at the destination, he gently strokes his chin and thought this is just a small reveal. The main issue has arrived. The Blood Demon Chief has taken notice of you. The Blood Demon Chief was about to hide the canoe, but his eyes suddenly lit up brightly. As soon as he entered the hunting ground, he saw it. But how could it escape him? Then Hyengu suddenly pointed forward and shouted, "The Blood Demon Chief is over there," and Kung Chat curiously commented, "What? He already found it." Suddenly he dashed off to another country, leaving viewers wondering if he was running away. But he usually does that, rushing back quickly. If not dealt with early, he will get caught. Then suddenly he banged his head on something and looked dazed. Someone nearby noticed and asked if he hit something. While the Blood Demon Chief looked up, his face flushed. Right in front of him was the massive figure of gold. Kung Chat was extremely excited, shouting, "Gold. No way, Gold is using the spirit eye." Slow down. I am about to pee my pants. Now Gold the strongest has raised the bet to $20. Gold appeared and raised it to $30. Gold the main character has raised it to $400. From the sky above, Jackpot is flying in circles. Asmo has boosted to 102015 and left a message saying, "I like this scene." Slowly letting go. Releasing Lucky, who is soaking in the spirit below. He sees it and runs away in fear. Viewers keep watching it nonstop. Lucky is still the best. The hero has arrived. Adorable Lucky has leveled up $200. Cool Lucky has leveled up $30. Hyengu secretly excited. Their appearance is truly perfect. The fight begins. He immediately throws out two talismans. One is dual wield, a legendary skill. The new effect in the battle with the boss monster leading the group significantly boosts stats. And the second is the shadow clone. The legendary skill effect allows the shadow clone to receive healing, and the clone has the exact same stats as the original. He thought to himself, is it time for Gold and Lucky to use their new skills yet? Seeing the dark spirit absorbing mana, Hyengu grinned widely and said, "Gold, use dual strike." Turning to Lucky, who had just been healed by another shadow clone, he added, "Lucky, go dark." Much to the delight of the viewers. What is this dual wielding? Darkness. Rafa just raised the bet to $10,000 and left a message saying this Ingizvol game is just too unfair. Looking at the battle surrounding them, the comments below keep coming in. Can the Guardian also dual wield? There are even two Luckies. Lucky and Gold must be carrying at least 30% of the damage. Now the Blood Demon Chief turns around, swinging wildly, activating the slave bar. Viewers say, he is healing again. It seems he won't defeat it in 10 minutes. But what is the weak mage's role? Hyengu smirks and says, "Thank you all for your patience. Everything is ready. Lucky and Gold, you both did great." He stood off in the distance and said, "5 more chants and we are done." Netizens wondered in turn. When did he get there? Is he finally going to show us? Was Gold and Lucky just stalling? Hyengu grabbed his staff and confidently shouted, "Dragon Heat." And right behind him appeared a huge golden beetle blazing with energy. Lo arrived in excited state and said, "I will show everyone what continuous attacks look like first." He quickly shouted out short phrases. Hell left wheel spear +1. A huge amount of mana shot out from the golden beetle. Then he threw the trident again, shouting trident. The viewers were shocked. 3 tridents. He is getting serious now. The Blood Clan Chief is frozen, and Tunga's great staff has its durability distribution increased by 100%. Rafa raised the bet to $10,000. Hyengu kept throwing weapons and shouted, "Another trident strike." The Blood Clan Chief was frozen. The chat was curious, sending comments nonstop. Why could not he control it longer? Only 8 seconds. How did he do that? He quickly turned around to prepare for the next move. No time to explain. Just watch the next attack. He shouted. Unleashed electricity, trapping him with no escape. The Blood Demon Chief fell due to severe paralysis. Asmo raised the bet by $10,000. Hyengu smiled and said, "There is one big move left for everyone to see. It is the Eye Spear." He turned to stone in an instant, unable to dodge. He looked at Fiklik and instructed, "Leave the rest to him." As soon as he called his name, Fiklik unleashed a terrifying surge of electricity that nearly sent the old man to the afterlife. Rafa raised the bet by $10,000. Asmo raised it by $10,000. After the dust settled, it was surprising to see the Blood Demon Chief still sitting there. Everyone confusedly asking each other, "He is still alive? Is not it over? Did he miscalculate?" But suddenly he laughed and said, "No, there is still one last round." Comments kept coming in. He said, "5 more chants." Right, you are out of turns. It has only been 4. In an instant, Hyengu grabbed the axe, chopped the old man in half, and declared loudly, "The last round is physical magic." The chat exploded. No saving him now. He finished him off with the axe. I knew physical magic was still the strongest. The system announces you have defeated the blood demon chieftain. The church guardian is dead. The system announces the reincarnation event is over. A creature with a human body and a dog's head with glowing eyes called Go happily runs to Hyungo, praising his powerful firepower. Hyungo was praised but showed no joy, slumping over a chopped tree trunk with his head down. Sighing, "I am so tired. I have used up all my mana." He explained that his dark clone was continuously attacking the golem with magic, while Lucky the dog sat on the ground, anxiously watching his master. In front of that dark platform, the silent space now held only one person and two beasts. Hyunga determined to perform even more impressively. "I need to prepare more skills or mana recovery gear." He rallied himself and said, "All right, let us move to the next place." They moved together to the next place, their footsteps light and cautious on the stairs. Hyunga now stood before a strange glowing object. Curious, could this tombstone be a trace of the Vetling star? On the tombstone were carved strange glowing pink letters that suddenly shook the ground, surprising Hyunga. What is happening? A strange wind stirred up dust, and the system suddenly displayed a message. "You sense an unknown power." Hyunga was stunned. This powder was a star-cutting monster. It was coming closer, and he sensed something strange. Suddenly, the strange thing attacked him, catching him off guard and causing him to cry out. The system continued with a series of notifications, confirming that you have absorbed the power of the nameless god and completed the mission, earning the title of Discoverer of the Sunken Temple. Hyunga seemed a bit surprised, quietly opening one eye and wondering about what the system had just said. Mission completed. This time, a book appeared floating in the air before Hyunga, blazing with a mesmerizing fiery glow, and he could not help but shout, "Do not tell me this is the legendary epic skill book." Opening the legendary epic skill book, the system announced. The pages suddenly flipped wildly, flying up into the sky, enveloped in a dazzling golden light that looked very impressive. Hyunga stood before the floating book, constantly amazed. "Oh my, this equipment level has never appeared in the Holy War." A system prompt appeared, asking if you want to upgrade the Guardian skill. The Epic Guardian has skill levels of Legendary Epic, allowing you to turn defeated monsters into your Guardians. Moreover, you can absorb skills and evolve monsters. The system continues. The Guardian's skills have reached Legendary Epic. A new mission has been added to the quest window. Main storyline. Then a mission appears. Its name is the Dying Tribe. The mission type is main storyline. The mission level is above 130, and the objective is to eliminate the Dying Tribe according to Redlink's request. The reward, which is the most important part, is the Zeitling Ring, and upon completion, you will receive 10.04 Redlink points. Cutting back to the present. Hugh-Do, with a serious expression, watches the person in front of him and asks what is wrong with Hyunga's strange face. Sitting on the sofa, Hyunga looks a bit unsettled, holding his phone and trembling as if under a spell, making Hugh-Do think he is selling his house to top up his game. Honestly, Hyunga was so happy he felt like going crazy. He bought a mana recovery item with the vouchers he earned from advertising. What Hyunga got was the legendary level staff of an anonymous mage, estimated to be above level 133, wielding one of the superpowers of a mage, plus a bunch of other stats like 45 strength, 33 stamina, 251 intelligence, 253 mana, and a ton of other notes. Hyunga was stunned for 5 seconds by this unbelievable bonus, but they gave him an item worth billions. He saw a bright future ahead with this mana wall, so even if he maintained 2 fire golems from the skill book this time, he would still have some left over. But on the other hand, they gave Hyunga a challenge. He would have to fight Blood Mountain solo, and he wondered if Blood Mountain meant lucky number 7. This means killing 777 Red Goblin tribe members in the shortest time possible. Apparently the record is 19 minutes 29 seconds by a 10-person team from the Abyss Guild. Hyunga stared hard at his phone, wondering, please do not tell me they think I can break this record. But with such good equipment, I can just go through the motions. Hyunga was overwhelmed by the battle raging in his mind, exhausted and tormented, and he could not help but curse under his breath. It seemed they expected him to accomplish something great, and Haikju was scared by this reaction, continuing to ask if he was really okay. When asked how he was doing, Hyunga could only sigh and say he was fine, but Haikju believed he should not bear it alone. He confidently insisted that sometimes he had to let others help lighten his burden. Telling him, listen to me, she said it as if she was leading the deer on, which suddenly gave Hyunga an idea. He jumped up, grabbed Haikju by the shoulders, and thanked him profusely, leaving Haikju confused. He did not explain anything further, just said he was heading in right away to get ready. Hyunga, full of determination, messaged back to accept the request. Hello, this is streamer Fapsu. Please get ready for the lucky number 7 solo at Whitsun. I will give you a performance worthy of the gear. Hyunga smiled confidently. Even if he did not break the record, as long as he did not fail, it was enough. Scene shifts to the Abyss Guild headquarters where someone speaks up, saying thanks to the streamer mage's promotion, our stock prices have gone up quite a bit. Moline feels that giving the unknown mage leader so much credit is a bit much. Imma understood that too but had underestimated the power of the streamer Fapsu. Imma recalled the scene of the monster attack from before. She asked, you watched the live stream the other day too? right? She continued, thinking of Hyango's confident gaze and expression. Those rare skills that he would not sell no matter how much money was offered. He has everything, Emma said firmly. Emma is confident. We still do not have enough information about the streamer mage's abilities, so I gave him an overpowered item and added a condition. Molin was curious and asked, what is the request? She smiled and replied, a solo match at Whitsum. Hearing that, Molin seemed sure it was nothing but the lucky number 7. After the uprising of the Red Goblin Chief, he will probably do his best to break our record, although it seems impossible. Molin said this with a hint of contempt and arrogance in his eyes. The meeting room door suddenly opened, and a man holding a tablet rushed in to report that Emma, the mage streamer, had started the live stream. Upon hearing this, Emma immediately ordered someone to record everything and analyze all the skills Hyango used. But the reporter hesitated because there was a problem. She heard that and furrowed her brows, asking what was going on, so he quickly handed the tablet to Emma to watch the live stream. Below were a series of exclamatory comments. I have never competed solo like this before. But is this really solo? So he is still chanting spells? Right, the person they are talking about is wearing sunglasses. Next to him is a cup of water with a slice of lemon, making people wonder if this is really the live solo stream of the mage streamer. People are shouting that if he is not going all out, then who is? It is understandable to wonder since Hyango is now sitting back wearing sunglasses, enjoying moves that make fans think he is combining a vacation with a solo match. The one fighting in place of Hyango now is Lucky, and his fans hope he will give the channel to streamer Lucky. But interestingly, Lucky's not solo, he also has a dark clone. Yet fans tell each other to look at the fire golem first. An account named Rappo donated over $1,000 just to ask if the blood mountain was burning. 2 golems appeared, and fans were amazed when one fan pointed out there were actually 2, never expecting so much mana since maintaining one is already difficult. People still can't believe he is not sleeping but actually just resting. A golden beam suddenly appeared, and fans thought the mage streamer was finally taking action. Whoever has that skill is a close spirit. The comments kept popping up. An account named Asmo spent over $10,000 on Hyango, commenting that they could not see clearly but guessed he had changed his equipment. Hyango finally cheerfully took off his tinted glasses to thank and praise everyone for their sharp eyes. Osmo continued to speculate that it was thanks to the nameless mage's leader's power that he was able to recover mana. Hyango held up the chief mage's staff and said, "You saw this too. There is really nothing that can slip past you." He told everyone to focus on gold. Everyone was amazed when they saw that the creature was gold, with huge beast-like feet and hairy hands full of sharp claws that left viewers in awe. Everyone was surprised that Gold's name was the boss's name, the boss of the tribe. This time, Asmo's account was so excited that he topped up $20,000 for a giant gold. Asmo let out a long groan as he sent his enemy to the afterlife, then spent over 20,000 gold and commented in disbelief, "Wait, is this for real?" And of course, victory came as the system announced he had defeated the Spirit Island tribe. Hyango happily showed off, saying, "Let me show everyone Gold's new look." Then the gold with a giant, majestic black mane and bright yellow eyes that made it even more intimidating. The system announced that you have defeated 777 red goblins and the mission is complete. Your mission was a total victory. But you had no idea someone was silently watching you from the other side of the screen. That is Rappo from the Phonics Guild, holding a cup of water and smiling. Truly an interesting person, just as the rumors said. He was typing and talking at the same time, saying, since Li Saoan asked, "Should I try harder?" Hyan Gyu's voice on the screen sounded cheerful as he enjoyed the commentary. Solo battle Blood Mountain no. 7 lucky 23 minutes 12 seconds. The guy named Rappo said he would do it and quickly handed over $20,026. Hyan Gyu kept talking to the audience, saying we can break the record. Sorry everyone, but despite the apology, he looked quite happy. Viewers kept leaving praise comments, saying that a solo fight lasting only 2-3 minutes was already amazing, and if he had tried a bit harder, he could have broken the record. The guy named Rappo also joined in, proving he was truly extraordinary as rumored. It seems some people have already recognized that account and wondered if Rappo belongs to the Phonics Guild. Rappo, the butler of Smart E. Hyan Gyu, standing with his spirit beast, was so shocked to hear the name Rappo from Phonics that he almost sprayed glue. Ignoring the comments, Rappo made an offer to Hyan Gyu. There is a dungeon in the Ice Realm. Do you think you can clear it? The system immediately added a new mission to the main scenario quest window. Hyan Gyu seemed a bit awkward, forcing a smile and scratching his head as he tried to politely decline, thanking him for the offer but saying he was not sure what to do since he still had the next main mission to complete. Rappo did not give up and kept trying to persuade Hyan Gyu, saying he had found the dungeon but it was not cleared yet. Hyan Gyu seemed reluctant to agree and politely declined, asking to take the request to his boss instead. This only made Rappo more determined to win him over, so he made an enticing offer. "I will reward you with anything you want." Blinded by greed, Hyan Gyu did not hesitate to bow deeply and obediently agree to Rappo's request. "If it is your order, I will complete it at all costs. Just tell me where that dungeon is and I will go immediately." Fans were rolling with laughter at Hyan Gyu's lightning fast change of heart. Rappo casually raised the stakes by another $10,000. The main setting that appears is the right link ring left behind. The mission requires taking the right link ring and going to the dungeon of the Nameless Wizard. Upon completion, You can enter the dungeon of the Nameless Wizard, surrounded by a forest blanketed in white snow. At this moment, there are two men, a black-haired man and a blonde man walk side by side. Gritting their teeth, Jun trembled as he struggled to drag his heavy steps through the knee-high snow. The blonde man was not allowed to speak. Isn't this frostbite punishment a bit too harsh? The black-haired person agreed, saying that although the stats would be reduced by 50%, it felt much worse than that now. His pale face showed he thought they would all be dead before they even dragged themselves to Dark City. The blonde quickly covered his mouth, trying to clear his throat but still staying alert just in case there were monsters nearby. The black-haired one felt the same. Just because you do not see them does not mean they are not there. You think the monsters in the frozen forest are all white in appearance, so they can be chased away by the fog. They reminded themselves to be careful, the black-haired one said cautiously. We could be ambushed by them from any direction at any moment. His face pale but still warning the blonde not to let their guard down. But at that moment, the blonde seemed to notice something, pointed in that direction, and asked what it was. Right in front of them was a path without snow, which was quite strange during this snowy season. The blonde wondered if the snow was melting. The black-haired one was a bit surprised, while the other thought it was just a game glitch. The blonde did not overthink it. He just jumped from the snow onto the clear path and cheerfully said, "What pressure? What if it is just the road the Undead Guild passed through? They said they had to go to Dark City because of the streamer mage. But trudging through the snow out there is too hard, so they took this road instead." At that moment, snow was also falling in Dark City, and a voice called out, "Is that the Undead Guild?" Two men stood on the wall looking down and talking. The long-haired one said, "Yes, they must be here to meet that streamer mage." The short-haired one quickly asked, "So is that rumor true?" "The rumor is that they will join forces with that streamer mage to attack the dungeon of the Nameless Archmage together." As they continue watching the flags raised high along with the impressive spears, they immediately noticed even Rimia, an enforcer of the Undead Guild, had arrived. Described as a woman with dark skin and long hair clad in armor, she carried an imposing presence. At that moment, Rimia thought to herself that she had no choice but to come here under Guildmaster Rappo's orders. But was that streamer mage really such a talented kid? She was still lost in thought when suddenly someone shouted, It is the streamer mage." Rimia immediately went on high alert, furrowing her brow. "He is here." Fairy heat blazed from afar as the icy forest began to melt, steam rising thickly. The giant magma golems were the cause of the thaw. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered to watch, but the thick steam made a man exclaim, "I can't see anything," while the girl next to him looked on in surprise and focus. "Is that the mage streamer over there?" Indeed, far beyond the thick steam, people saw a man dressed neatly and coolly with many others following him. They wondered, wait, who else is standing behind him? But the two men who appeared at the beginning are now walking behind Hyengu. It turns out he came with as many as 200 other players, a large crowd, led by Hyengu with Lucky and Gold on either side. Behind him are several magma golems, and at the very back are the other players. They slowly entered the city together. Everyone amazed. "Does it look like a steam train? Are we really transporting by express?" Rimia was surprised by the scene. Unable to hide her suspicion, he brought along 200 elite players. Truly unpredictable, Rimia's heart was filled with complex thoughts, wondering if standing alongside the streamer mage, could they break through the dungeon of the Nameless Archmage? Hyengu's group had now entered the city, and the players with him were thanking him profusely. While the streamer mage thanked him for the great support, the two players who appeared at the beginning smiled brightly and flattered, moving quickly and safely without any damage. Hyengu replied cheerfully, "Thank you both, travel expenses paid," with a like, comment and subscribe to my channel. Rimia then approached him with her beast that looked exactly like Lucky except for the fur color, gently tapping his shoulder to greet him. "Hello, streamer mage. We are from the Undead Guild." Hyengu tilted his head and replied, "You must be Rimia. Pleased to meet you." Rimia smiled. "You recognized me right away, did not you?" Hyengu did not deny it. How could he not recognize me when not many players have a mythical beast? Rimia praised him, saying just as the guild leader said, he was truly an interesting person and she liked his calm demeanor. Hyengu accepted the compliment with a forced smile, feeling it was no big deal. Rimia then reached out her hand in friendliness, saying she was sincere and honored to cooperate with him, hoping they would quickly succeed in conquering the dungeon. But on the contrary, Hyengu did not seem to think so. His eyes avoided contact, and although he felt grateful, this was truly a matter they could not cooperate on, because in the end, if any mistake happened, the challenge itself would be exposed to the whole world immediately. Thinking this, Hyengu coldly closed his eyes and turned away, leaving only a few words. "It is unfortunate, but I must inform you that for now, I cannot cooperate with the Undead Guild." Rimia was confused by his words and asked him to clarify what he meant. Hyengu shrugged and turned away, saying if I agreed to team up with the Undead Guild, we could definitely break through the dungeon successfully, but then it would not be interesting anymore, and receiving a clean slate would really hurt my conscience. Hyengu's words sparked a lot of discussion, with everyone agreeing he was right. He firmly declared that to properly adjust the difficulty, he would play solo. Rimia was so shocked she could not close her mouth. Slowly asking if he was serious, Hyengu replied bluntly, Of course, playing solo is the style of the mage streamer. A few days later, this mission is the Dungeon of the Nameless Archmage. This dungeon, created by the Nameless Archmage, is a place to experiment on creatures trained to sweep away enemies, and Hyanga, the streamer mage, has started his live stream. The live stream just started and already there are many comments. Some ask if this is the Undead Guild dungeon that has been unlocked. Others firmly state that the streamer mage will play solo, along with many other comments. Hyanga has just appeared with Lucky to chat with fans, saying hello to everyone. It is the streamer mage again. And surely those who are sharp have already figured out what type of dungeon this is. Right, he explained that this dungeon is an ant nest type with both easy and hard layers appearing randomly. So if you are lucky, you can easily reach the boss's lair, he said briefly. Many people urged him to choose the hard lair. Hyangyu is relaxed and does not care much, saying he will follow the path his ancestors Mac advised. Lucky starts sniffing around, ready to lead the way, exciting the viewers who all want Lucky to guide him to the hard chamber. But the reality was the opposite of what the audience expected, and everyone left comments expressing their frustration. Why has not he entered the hard zone even once? 9 easy zones in a row. This game really measures luck. Once again, the Rabo account appeared, showing a balance of $10,404. Hyangyu and his spirit beasts now stood before a new dungeon door, a massive gate inlaid with a skull with long horns and strange patterns. One commenter said with excitement that the game is only just beginning because every time he catches the boss, another one appears, and the one behind them is the real danger. Hyangyu looked up at the door in front of him with some hesitation, wondering how there could be no problem since the monsters that appear are NPC Kurma. The system now announces entering the boss room. A level 165 Frost Knight using the pure white skill. An image appears with layered armor, surrounded by a cold mist. The system warns that when HP drops below 80%, the overwhelming freezing skill will be activated. The boss SF synchronized sword sends a chill down the spine. The system continues. When HP drops below 20%, the armor shield skill will activate, and the audience starts to get excited. Wait, do not tell me that is the boss. I mean, why is the boss from the icy forest here? Everyone looks confused. The boss now appeared more clearly, clad in full armor wielding a giant sword, its glowing eyes flashing and intimidating the opponent. The boss sat poised on its throne, waiting for its prey to come. The system warns that the Frost Knight is watching you. The audience, witnessing the boss, can't stop reacting. This Frost Knight is so cool. So the plains boss is actually the dungeon boss. That makes it hard to recognize. It seems not only the audience, but Hyangyu is also showing a surprised face, sticking his face out like glue. Wait, why is he here? The opponent, of course, does not answer him and moves directly toward him. Startled, Hyangyu rushes forward and quickly commands Magma Golem. Following his command, the golems ignited their bodies and advanced, and the audience eagerly expected the fire to backfire on the Ice Mage since those golems were 100% resistant to copper. But an unexpected scene unfolded as the boss swiftly dashed like the wind from its spot, gliding with effortless steps, passing through the golems. Each step it took crushed them, surprising the viewers as the powerful golem squad was completely defeated, earning genuine praise for the Ice Knight's strength. Then the boss swung its sword fiercely at Hyangyu without hesitation, making him catch his breath. Just one strike had taken down the entire golem squad. Hyangyu seems a bit hesitant. His movements are too fast. I should have gone all out from the start. The boss continues its attack, closing in on Hyangyu, who can only try to dodge. Damn, has he already gone on the defensive? The audience kept flooding the comments. But Chimo might not be able to outmatch the Ice Knight, who was clearly much faster, though the next strike might not be dodged, so the raid failed. A user named Gustave tipped Hyangyu over $10,000 just as a beast's paw appeared. That was Golem, using its body to block a powerful strike from the boss for him. Much to the audience's delight, Gold asked with concern if the owner was okay or injured anywhere, and Hyangyu, seeing Gold, also felt a sigh of relief. Thanks to Gold, I still have not lost any strength at all. After this move, Hyangu's face grew serious as he thought, his eyes becoming more cautious. From now on, if he let his guard down for even a moment, the raid would fail. So he made a bold decision. Everyone must give their all and push forward. Gold transformed into a giant for the duel, letting out a shout after his command, his body glowing with energy. Lucky's shadow clones unleashed a lightning strike, and following orders, Lucky also began to clone himself, looking incredibly cool and fierce. Finally, Hyangu's eyes shone brightly, his face now clearly showing confidence as he simply said, Dragon Fist, a golden orb appearing from his hand, lighting up the space with a power that intimidated the enemy. He said, even the strongest hero would be overwhelmed by numbers. The battle passed like that. The system issued a brief notification saying you have defeated the Ice Knight, earned the title of Ice Knight Slayer, and the title of Lone Ice Knight Slayer, which is enough to show he defeated the boss in no time. Hyangyu stretched and flexed after the exhausting fight while the spirit beasts surrounded him. Truly, the boss was a high-level plains beast that was tough to take down. Notification Rapo has raised $10,405. Rapo comments, the main character causing mental obstacles for you all is finally on stage. and you will be forced out of the dungeon for not meeting the standards. He showed his id while Hai and Goose group was exercising. Unaware that someone was approaching, the mental disruptor has finally appeared, the mysterious figure wearing a green hood that covers his entire face. Looking cool, said. I have been waiting for you all a long time. Asmo topped up money and commented. But it seems like he does not really look like someone who is mentally disturbed. Does he? Hai and Gu faced him calmly as viewers kept dropping their uds. Is that an upgraded version of Rappo? It seems the streamer mage anticipated this and really prepared something just as expected. Rappo asked, so why did you have to say that earlier? The line that no longer meets the dungeon standards. Asmo replied, because he has already cleared the dungeon, so the deal with the Undead Guild is considered finished. And at that moment Hai and Gu suddenly felt something was off. Wait, clear the air. Asmo continued, I will also entrust a dungeon that even the top 10 guilds in the Prosperity Association cannot conquer, and the reward for this quest will be a set of items. Asmo commented, some people wonder, but if the items are prepared for the streamer mage, he will just end up dismantling them anyway. Asmo replied bluntly, I know that is why the gear I prepared this time is reserved for gold. Gold was pointed out and immediately raised a questioning finger at himself as if he could not believe it. And in the sudden silence, a loud scream startled everyone. It was Hai and Gu lying collapsed on the ground. His eyes welled up with tears. It is all over. He hurriedly ended the stream because of the main scene. What did he think? Asmo calmly said. I also want to set a challenge. One of the top 10 guilds had to give up on this dungeon. This made Hai and Gu deeply troubled, having accepted a challenge to clear a dungeon that even one of the top guilds had not conquered. Lying collapsed on the ground, he caused Gold and Lucky great worry, but Hai and Gu did not care, only feeling pain in his heart. I only agreed because the location matched the main scene. But could the challenge I received really be the same as the mission? The system notified. You have completed the mission. You have cleared the dungeon of the nameless archmage. Hai and Gu looked up with a face full of tears and hatred at the mysterious man before him, blaming everything on that guy. The stranger spoke, explaining why he brought the relic of the guardian to him. Raising his hands to his hat, the hand slowly pulled the hat down and spoke. Perhaps it was because strange things had been happening in the labyrinth beneath the wooden village, ever since the guardian disappeared. The hat was removed, revealing a girl named Jitling, with long blonde hair and elf-like ears, her face quite beautiful. She said, I discovered it thanks to the power of the godless, and on the path to finding answers, I stopped here. Hai and Gu thought to himself, Asmo's challenge can wait. I will just accept the main quest reward for now. If you are trying to find the power of the godless, I will help you, Jitling said as the jackpot bird perched on her hand. She looked up at it with a cold face and said, First you have to strengthen this little thunderbird. Right, little thunderbird? Hai and Gu could not believe it and argued, but it is so big. Jitling said, the thunderclap of a fully grown thunderbird can go toe-to-toe with that line. And as she finished speaking, Jackpot transformed, like a fairy's metamorphosis, its body glowing brilliantly. Jackpot spread its wings wide. The short wings had turned into longer ones, and its feathers became thicker and more beautiful. It seemed to have transformed into a magnificent phoenix. The system presented new skill options for Jackpot, with 3 skill cards to choose from. Hai and Gu wondered. All 3 were elite divine beasts. He muttered, any choice would do, then reached out and randomly picked one of the 3 cards. The chosen card was Orion's Melody, a legendary skill that can awaken Orion's song and grant the designated target a portion of Orion's power, enhancing all of the target's stats. Hai and Gu stared at the card, mouth agape in surprise, wondering why the star skill was not there. Reitling then came up behind him, turned his head and said, your familiar bird has been enhanced. Now follow me. I have a book I want to show you. The system announced. You have entered the training room of the Nameless Mage. Excuse me for disturbing. Hai and Gu's voice sounded as he slightly opened the wooden door from outside. The system said there was a mysterious energy ambushing him, and just as it finished speaking, fierce red striped aura burst out. Hai and Gu was suddenly hit by a burst of energy, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his face. The system announced that the third eye had absorbed the mysterious power. Reitling saw nothing and stared at him like he was crazy, asking what was wrong, if something had happened. But he just shrugged and said nothing. Hai and Gu sighed in relief, running his hand through his hair, thinking maybe that had happened before and scared him. The 2 of them were in the room. Reitling said over there. Hai and Gu quietly observed around. The mage's training room was not here, so why were there some illusionary items? Reitling stepped closer to an old book that looked a bit strange, raising her hand to introduce it, saying that with her abilities she still could not understand its contents. The system notified. You have received the untranslated book of the Nameless Mage. Hai and Gu also approached cautiously, knowing the book was bound by an undeciphered red chain and assumed it could not be read. The system explained that the undeciphered book of the Nameless Mage is unreadable until the system is activated to unlock the item's supernatural power through translation. Hai and Gu was a bit surprised as the system accepted the item's power. This book is a mystery that is hard to unravel. He was afraid, thinking it could not possibly be real. Maybe it was not what he was imagining. But if there was even a little hope, the Raidling standing nearby with an expressionless face said, someone can decipher this book and you can find their trail in the misty forest. If you show them this ring, They will help you, she said as she extended her hand, revealing a red ring in her palm. Hyengu seemed to realize something. His eyes lit up. This ring is the ring of King Tunga. A legendary item that requires level 150 or higher to possess. The ring will help its owner meet King Tunga. The system displays information along with other stats of the ring. Hyengu holds the ring up to admire it. Its appearance is unremarkable. Simply engraved. I think with mana regen slowing down and mana consumption decreasing, I will definitely reach level 150 because of you. The main quest notification appeared. The mission is to find Litling's teammate. Part of the main quest, the task is to find Litling's teammate, Abia, in the Misty Forest, with the reward being the title of the one who meets Abia. Rightling said, let us find a woman named Abia. Hyengu grinned and raised his hand in agreement, saying, I am on it right away. But actually he thought it was because that was the Asmo dungeon mentioned. If it is too easy to get through, trouble will come looking for you. After the conversation, Hyengu returned to the Gold group. Lucky. Jackpot. And Gold saw him and said, the master is back. We have been waiting for you. Hyengu hurriedly told everyone to go. But then he suddenly stopped. And before that, Gold kept smiling at the master and obediently replied, yes, master. This time the Ice Knight is for that person, he said. Behind the livestream screen, someone was sitting alone laughing crazily, even praising Hyengu, saying he was truly an interesting guy. This person sat in the room watching Hyengu's livestream, muttering to himself, really not understanding why he was kicked out but still waiting for the legal streamer. He must have prepared in advance. And just as he was speaking, someone called named Lizine. He answered the call, saying, it is me, Lizine. On the other end was a woman holding the phone while watching the live stream at a cafe. She spoke up, hello Raffo. Have you watched the streamer Fapdu yet? The person on the other end responded casually, getting straight to the point, and the girl admitted she felt a bit disappointed. I had been hoping since the Immortals had failed there, she said evenly. But your team does not know what the next move should be, and the difficulty of the dungeon goes without saying. Her tone unclear whether it carried some annoyance or mockery. Yet Raffo did not seem to care much. I am just curious how the streamer plans to handle it. Raffo watched Hyengu through the small screen of the commentary room. I was also very surprised by this result. With his unique playstyle, this was truly an unusual breakthrough. Raffo grinned with delight. Thanks to you I am very happy. I can see the streamer is really enjoying the game. I am starting to like him, Raffo said over the phone. The girl frowned upon hearing this. Raffo continued, I want to keep watching him. She must be disappointed the progress is not going the way she wanted. The girl just smiled to herself and replied, no, Raffo. I simply want to thank you for helping me. Then she hung up. Cut to the Rising Star. A voice reports, Sir, Asmo has already given the reward for that challenge. The man wearing glasses and a shirt asks, Yangjin, will the streamer accept the challenge? Yangjin handed the tablet to the other person and said, do not make a big deal out of it. It is my request. The other person was confused. Is that the boss? Yangjin explained, this is the second time he has received a challenge under unusual streaming conditions. Usually people hide the rewards, but that is the perfect way to increase the value of the streamer Fapdu. Simply put, the race has already begun, so I will accept giving the rewards first, Yangjin said as the screen showed the prizes sent from Rafa. Yangjin's staff, hearing this, wondered if their boss did not think their intention was to stop competitors from taking him by any means. He just smiled and said, give the streamer Rafa sword dancer set along with the full swordsman gear from Asmo. At a shop, Hyengu's thoughts appear. What should I do? He sits deep in thought, looking very serious. So what should I do? The reward the director gave me, I received the commission from Rafa, which is their sword outfit, plus the full swordsman gear from Asmo. Now Gold has absorbed the ice swordsman skill, and the images of the rewards appeared one after another in Hyengu's mind. He leaned on the counter, eyes closed, deep in thought. Then his appearance also transformed into a beastman. The person he thought of was Gold, and if I equipped him with the swordsman set, would not Gold be unstoppable? Hyengu imagined these thoughts in his mind. Not only that, after reaching level 150, Lucky also evolved, and I even gained the petrification skill. He was scared by his own thoughts. Could Lucky and Gold actually surpass him? How could he keep everything balanced? Hyengu stayed still, knowing that moving strangely now would draw attention. He was sitting lost in thought when two men walked by talking to each other. Is it really that good? One asked. The other replied, I told you, hurry up and go to the waiting room. Hyengu watched the two figures pass by and wondered, is something going on in the waiting room? Inside, everyone was buzzing with loud chatter. Whoa. Unbelievable. The men all stared wide-eyed at something. One muttering, is this for Lucky and his friends? Hyengu stepped in with a curious look, glancing around and wondering, what is all the noise about? Suddenly he widened his eyes, realizing everyone was intently watching a large screen showing a spirit beast like Lucky but with fur color and size on a whole different level. Hyengu was shocked. Is not that Raposo's Fenrir spirit beast? Wait, why is it so big? Hyengu nudged the person next to him, Haikju, and asked, Hike, has the beast evolved? Haikju saw him and just smiled, asking, Hi Gu. Are you here too? The beast is using Fenrir's first skill, Hukju explained. Hi Gu watched the large creature with thick orange fur and sharp claws lifting the scent under its feet. The first one is what skill? Pyrokinetics. Hukju replied briefly. Hi Gu rubbed his chin. Q-ho. Huh. He smiled to himself, thinking this would lighten Lucky's burden. The scene shifted to the fire sword, and a voice shouted like a command, causing a flame to blaze fiercely. A group of 3 people in the forest wield weapons and control their powers. The one in the middle with long purple hair past the ears laughs arrogantly while controlling the firepower. This expensive fire sword is pretty awesome. Huh. A wealthy viewer comments. Oh, this firepower is no joke. The Grand Mage Beijing is better with this skill. That person just forced a smile. Brothers, please avoid mentioning other channels. But some stubborn people still insist that Grand Mage Beijing is better. Some even said do not tell the truth or he will cry. Others said leave and watch the Great Mage Beijing. The guy on the left with short black hair quickly spoke to provoke the viewers. Wait, he still has his knight skills. But the audience comments were pretty harsh. Yeah, no one asked or cared. Lucky Love has left. Gothelbest has left. Fansupport has left. A bunch of accounts are starting to leave their live stream. More and more people are leaving, causing chaos. Wait a minute, we are about to start. Now even the Scarf Guild is not interesting anymore. Someone commented. It seems this has made them angry. The purple-haired man clenched his fists in frustration. He calmly said, it seems today's content had many shortcomings. We will improve and bring you better content next time. What? It is all over. The top guilds have lost fans. Just half of the Grand Mage Beijing's followers would be enough. A series of hostile comments appeared, and then they still decided to end the live stream. The purple-haired man clenched his teeth in anger, saying it is all because of that Grand Mage Beijing. Our live viewership has dropped by 20%. The black-haired man sighed. I can't do anything either. I can K a solo player in the elf forest. Wait, I might not win if I peek him, but I can disrupt his live stream. At least I have to warn him. The purple-haired man suddenly came up with an idea. The black-haired man called out to the other, asking, disrupt his live stream. Do you have an idea, ass? The purple-haired Maz replied. Hunters can encounter each other in the hunting grounds. Right. And the Gilda said they want to stop us from fighting the Grand Mage Beijing. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they did not realize a hidden camera was watching them. How could I possibly hack in while Archmage Beijing is live? Someone replied, hacking in like that is not that too reckless. The footage of the 3 of them was all recorded. The black-haired man said, the Grand Mage Beijing does not belong to any guild, so no guild will come to his defense. Maz replied, I have a few ideas. Just listen. It turns out the ones who set up the camera were Emma and Merlin. Merlin praised. The top guilds are starting to unite just as I wanted. After just a few conversations, she already managed to shift the aggro. Impressive. Sitting in her chair, Emma accepted the compliment and replied bluntly, not only that, I also have to pay mass. Merlin was a bit puzzled, but was not her goal to disrupt the stream. Emma smiled confidently. Of course not. Mass is just bait. I plan to send a Pike Rose to take down the guild. She revealed her plan. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes to relax. And when Merlin asked what if she fails this time, she replied bluntly, if that happens, then I will have to change my approach. Merlin asked, what approach? I will recruit him. Emma answered briefly. Emma's beautiful face radiated confidence as she said we need to find a way to summon the Great Mage of Beijing. Cut to the misty forest where Mass's group quietly moved according to their plan, whispering to each other, are you sure it is today? The other person replied, are you sure? He said he would perform the main character as special move in the misty forest. Mass said quietly, the stream content in the misty forest is just for show. He plans to show off by running straight through and catching the prey. Maz mocked but then revealed his own plan. But what if we catch the prey first? Then the rest of his content will just be walking in the forest. He sent it maliciously. Just one word that sounded heavy during the broadcast. One of Mass' companions using a fancy device said, stop, detected the big archmage 50 meters away from us. Maz nodded approvingly. If I use reconnaissance when broadcasting in the foggy forest, I can mix in monsters without the archmage noticing. He is confident in his plan and immediately orders his group loudly. Let us get moving everyone. Head back to position. At this moment on Hyengu's live stream, everyone is spamming comments with Lucky, saying this is truly the main character's special move. Following the know-it-all, Lucky also uses this transformation. Everyone watching the giant Lucky fight the monsters could not help but be amazed and impressed. Lucky carried everything. Is this the Lucky Express? Hyengu scratched his head and smiled at the audience, asking, how do you all feel about our Lucky? Truly worth every penny. Right, but the viewers showed signs of dissatisfaction and disdain. Our Lucky. I do not know what to say. How dare you say that after letting Lucky carry everything? You should be calling him Lord Lucky. The account Rappo appeared again and donated over $10,000. He was commenting while Hyengu was petting Lucky. And this must be for Lucky and his friends. Others quickly joined in. Even Rappo had to admit it. But why are there so few monsters? Lucky, show us your firepower. Great Mage BG. What are you doing? Hyengu suddenly noticed something unusual. He looked around carefully and wondered if it was the first-class guild. Seeing a bunch of guild members with scarves in front of him, He felt annoyed they were just standing there blocking the battle. Was not that going too far? The viewers did not notice anything unusual and said it felt a bit boring. No wonder there were so few monsters. Not only were there no monsters, but Goda was not here either. Seeing this, Hyengu quietly created a fireball in his palm and told the audience, "If you are looking for Goda, then keep an eye on this fireball." Without hesitation, he threw it hard forward, the orb flying straight toward the black-haired man with the mask, who was still clueless. The viewers immediately recognized him as a member of the top-tier guild and understood why there were so few monsters. It was all because they were stealing them, and the orb had clearly been aimed right at that black-haired man's face. The person with modern tools realized that Hyengu had probably spotted them. The masked man gritted his teeth. Could he have already struck them in this foggy forest? This monster, he cursed inwardly. A flash of light flickered again as if another fireball was about to come. The viewers started getting excited. The accuracy of the great mage BG was incredible. Were they really in the foggy forest? He actually hit his shots. Is not that unfair? Comments kept pouring in. As predicted, the orbs kept knocking down the masked man without missing a single shot. While others were still searching for their goal, angrily raising his staff, he said that at this point, they had to fight up close, and the tough-looking guy agreed, saying, "Let us go. We have more people anyway." But before they could hold their ground for long, they noticed something strange. A large figure appeared, and someone wondered if something had shown up. As the fog lifted, they were stunned to see the Ice Knight. With a flash in his eyes and no warning, the Ice Knight struck fiercely, leaving them no time to react. They were all knocked back. The audience stunned. How could the Ice Knight be in the misty forest? Could it be? The viewers speculated wildly. It was Golda, the very Gold, still wearing his full swordsman armor. The crowd cheered as they realized this. Gold, wearing a close-fitting helmet, only his eyes flashing coldly, spoke calmly to Hyengu. "Master, leave this place to me." Gold slammed his sword down hard. The audience kept rushing to comment on how Gold could be so strong even with the armor set. Is not this a bit too powerful? Gold exuded deadly intent, standing firm with legs apart and hands on his sword, warning the reckless crowd that anyone who wanted to touch the master would have to get past him first. Mars, pale-faced but determined, told his teammates there was nothing to worry about since it was just a guardian spirit. But the others believed its power still would not be enough to drive them away. At that moment, a giant winged bird suddenly soared across the sky, letting out a loud cry, causing the opponents to fear something was wrong. The viewers immediately recognized it as Jackpot, now larger than before, and both Balaki Jackpot and Gold seemed to have evolved. Jackpot's gaze was beautiful, emitting a soothing sound like music that made the audience wonder where the singing was coming from. Then something unexpected happened. Orion's song began, and Jackpot spread its magnificent wings wide, bathed in a golden light. Not only Jackpot, but Gold is also transforming. With its movement speed, attack speed, and mobility increased by 15%. Viewers see this scene and are almost certain that Hyengu can easily defeat the other team. Mars thought it through, looking anxiously at Lucky, Gold, and Jackpot's transformation. Wondering why he had not heard anything about it, he gritted his teeth stubbornly, still believing they had the numbers advantage. Facing Gold equipped with armor and immense power, Mars boldly told everyone not to hesitate but to unite and launch an attack. Meanwhile, Hyengu and Lucky were preparing to sweep the opponents, unaware that someone was watching from a nearby tree, whispering that their chance had come. There are actually 3 people up in the tree, and it seems their target is to send a message to Hyengu, so they discuss that without Jackpot and Gold here, they could take him down. While the others worry about Lucky, they watch Hyengu talking to the audience, warning that intruders will get hurt if they go too far. As they whisper among themselves, they think it is better to ignore Lucky, just focus on hitting him first, then put Lucky on the altar to watch the show later. Hyengu is still happily chatting with fans, unaware, while they comment that he seems pretty cunning. But being ganged up on like this, it is no surprise I am still sharp. Hyengu replied to the fans, "My plan is to cut through the noise caused by these interlopers. But never mind. Gold is already handling them," he said proudly, as Gold alone seemed more than capable of dealing with these guys. But the audience was still a bit worried, wondering if facing so many members of that guild might be too much, and some viewers even thought Gold was being exploited by Hyengu. Understanding their concerns, Hyengu smiled, conjured a fireball in his hand, and said confidently, "Do not worry, I am also selling some support spells, so let us keep the fire going." Lucky. Some people commented that we should feel Lucky the mage streamer can only use his powers in the game. Rumor has it he could take over all 10 strongest guilds, so becoming number 1 is nothing to him. Someone said, "It sounds annoying. Will this name appear on the 9 hot news feed tomorrow?" At that moment, Hyengu was forcefully launching a fireball from his hand and replied, "Problems in the game should be solved in the game. If I use this power in real life, what fun would the game be?" But actually, in his mind, he was thinking about his older brother, real-life strength. Actually, he only had his brother, whose health was gradually improving because he was training to recover from an injury. And he was not sure if it was because the niece had been eating a bit too much chicken lately, with her cute chubby cheeks. As he thought about his loved ones, Hyengu's face turned cold. All of that was his motivation. Without it, he would have quit long ago. Then he quietly noticed movement behind him and discovered something unusual. These guys have been following me for a while now, slowly closing in. After being tricked once, I am more cautious, he told himself. The three masked men hiding behind the bushes were social exterminators, and Hyengu felt that even with their stealth skills, they could not fool him. He glanced behind and thought, are they planning to send me off for good this time? If there are three of them, I have to strike first. Calmly, he stood beside Lucky, gently stroking its sleek and soft fur, talking to it like a friend. Dear viewers, just catching monsters is boring. Right, how about a flashy move? Look, Lucky turns this way and uses Fenrir Sphere. Lucky happily howls once, then starts activating Fenrir Sphere, a perfect buff skill. Because of the anthropomorphization, its eyes even look bigger. Fans donated $1,000 to Lucky. After transforming, Lucky suddenly became strangely adorable, its sparkling eyes making others want to donate more, and viewers could not resist donating another $200, while others donated $3,000. The system announced that Fenrir's Sphere has been activated, temporarily disabling all enemy buffs. Lucky's face is truly adorable, so much so that fans can't stop praising it. The social exterminators stood in the trees observing. Fearing Fenrir, we must take down the shadowy mage before the invisibility skill is disabled. They strategized together. The game system notified, you have been affected by Fenrir's fear, your invisibility has been nullified. They took a risk, all three charging at him, but he had vanished. The viewers unaware of the existence of the social exterminators thought Hyengu had split up when their invisibility wore off. The social exterminators were stunned as Hyengu disappeared without a trace, standing there with a sinister smile. Perfectly disguised, he turned invisible, skillfully hiding behind them, leaving the viewer stunned not only by the reaction speed of the social exterminators but also by Hyengu's. Coldly, Hyengu muttered to himself, memorizing and using his familiar spirit to complete the spell. Seizing the chance to show them clearly, a loud crack echoed through the sky, lighting up the corner, and someone nearby loudly wondered, the assassin of the social exterminators. The group with Max had been beaten up but still stood chatting together. We have not heard anything about these guys yet. The other person replied that if there are rumors of cooperating with such an unethical guild, then just wait to be kicked out of the guild. The two looked at Gol in front of them and whispered to each other, while Gol stood still. Then one said, maybe we should back off now. And the teammate replied that they were a bit worried about the opponent, but did not think it was PK. They shouted loudly, Max is an assassin. Things are getting a bit strange. What do we do now? Do we continue? Max gritted his teeth and ordered, everyone retreat quickly. Our goal is to trip them up, not to— Do not hang around here and get suspected. Emma watched the live stream on her computer, agreeing with Max's decision to retreat. Her face showed satisfaction at this rate. The streamer mage would temporarily be unable to cooperate with the top guilds interested in him. Emma sat with her arms crossed. This was unlike the confident actions and attitude the mage streamer had shown before. From the perspective of the top 10 guilds, if the mage streamer willingly cooperated, they would demand a steep price, and in the end, he would end up soloing the dungeon that Asmo wanted. Emma thought. She leaned on the table and stood up, knowing from intelligence that the dungeon was extremely difficult and no player could raid it alone. If he wanted to play solo, then whether he liked it or not, I would make sure he stays single for life. Her eyes turning cold as she thought of Hyengu. Back in the match, the system announced that you attacked a player. The atmosphere turned dark. The gloves and knives were burning on the ground. Those were the fire paralysis gloves and knives taken from some assassins. Hyengu stood with his arms crossed, staring at the ground, expressionless, knowing that the sabotage from the top guild and the elimination of the viewer society happened because he is kind of unpopular in real life. He had to use this chance to show off first. He sat down on the grass, never expecting that just with these few items he would want BK to at least bring 2 legendary grade 1s next time. If you are going to attack me with weapons worth less than the money I spend on beer at the market, then just let me fight you in real life, he muttered while Lucky was leisurely licking him. It seems Hyengu is bragging a bit too much here. Asmo suddenly jumped in, looking sharper than a $1,000 man. The audience strongly agreed with him, feeling annoyed by the interference. They also noticed Asmo's appearance, and thought that if he was going to fight seriously, then maybe they should just quit playing for real. Hyengu angrily reads comments, saying he is speaking seriously and not to interrupt him. Then Gone from the blockade returns to report after completing the mission. Hyengu puts his helmet back on and tells the viewers not to worry. He will definitely complete Asmo's mission, then ends the broadcast. At that moment, the whole crowd in the company was watching his live stream on the big screen. Finally, he said goodbye and ended the live, leaving everyone in the company speechless and stunned. Secretary Kim spoke up. I thought he would get ambushed during the broadcast, but the person next to him replied he really did get ambushed. Yang Jun rubbed his temple, thinking the top guilds are not all fools. They would not target the streamer mage right now. That means someone is pulling the strings behind all of this. If there is someone trying to attack the mage streamer, then we need to gain more allies for ourselves. Yang Jun thought. He frowned because the chances of improving the relationship between the mage streamer and the top guilds anytime soon were very low. He opened his eyes. So that only leaves one thing. Cut to a scene of a sunny sky with white clouds and a few birds flying by, and a voice asks, Asmo, are you out there? A luxury ship was sailing through the rolling blue waves of the sea when someone asked how the recent broadcast went. A man dressed in white with a headscarf looked at the tablet and reported that the viewership had increased by 3%. Recently it has been stable, but the viewers have increased. Asmo wondered. Analysis showed the mage streamer has become a concern. The other person replied, and there is a request to hold a meeting with the Star Channel. Meeting. Asmo smiled mysteriously. Alright, go talk to the biggest gambler in Waternaw. The system sent a notification for a new mission, a main story mission where the player must find Avia to unlock the seal. The reward will be the translated version of the Nameless Mage's book. Upon completion, you will earn the title recognized by Avia and gain all types of magical herbs. Hyun-gyu sighed and thought, who would have expected it to be in the abyss beneath the martial world? If not for the light, I would have missed it, he thought as he jumped down to his spirit beast's place. Now, should I leave the book of the Nameless Mage with Avia? Hyun-gyu hesitated a bit, then spoke. Hello, I came here following Rattling's instructions, he said to a woman sitting in front of him. The woman stood up as soon as she saw him and asked, has Rattling sent someone here? What is your purpose? Hyun-gyu handed the locked spellbook of the Nameless Mage to the woman and explained that she could unlock the seal. So she touched the chain on the book, then without a word tore it off and asked coldly if that was enough. Hyun-gyu was a bit stunned and said, oh, by unlocking I meant removing the seal. The system announced a new task added to Window 9. Hyun-gyu needs a very beautiful white flower in hand. Gel feels great. Found it. He looked over the items he had found, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It had been 9 days and he had only found 4, but without Lucky Snows, he probably would not have found even one more. Hyun-gyu glanced at Lucky Gold and Jackpot and smiled, saying, then let us get going. If the guild does not extend the mission time by another day, it is all over. We should not keep them waiting any longer. Speed things up. Hyun-gyu goes ahead with the spirit beasts following behind. The system now shows the quest name as the Spirit King's Fragment. The mission requires finding the guild dungeon and retrieving the fragments of the Spirit King hidden there. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a fragment of the Spirit King, but things do not seem to be going as planned. The woman below the cliff said with crossed arms. What else? I have already melted the ice flower for you. Hyun-gyu looked helplessly at the melted flowers in front of him and quietly said thank you. But the ice flower returned to its original form as if nothing had happened, and he sighed as he looked at it. How was I supposed to know it had an expiration date? The reason is that its usage time is only 24 hours. Hyun-gyu thought. Ice flower could be used to extract the abilities of items after collecting a lot, and he was planning to extract bit by bit. But why does it have an expiration time in this damn game? Hyun-gyu switched to mining mode. He rubbed his chin and closed his eyes and thought, so the items I can extract immediately must be the ice flower I carry, the Guardian's gloves, the Guardian's helmet, and the Guardian's armor. But I need a replacement item to wear after breaking these. I can wear the flame gloves. The gloves he mentioned are the flame gloves made from the herbs of the little demon that appeared in the spirit forest with mysterious powers. But what about the helmet and armor? He wondered anxiously. Hyun-gyu worried and hesitated. If I consider the remaining time until the next broadcast and the lifespan of the ice flower, I need to find a replacement item and complete the mission within 24 hours. Hyun-gyu held the ice flower in his hand, encouraging himself. I have to hurry, but hopefully someone is selling some effective items on the market. Hyun-gyu did something with the ice flower, and a glove appeared from it. The system announced that the magic casting speed skill increased by 40% was extracted from the Guardian's glove. Hyun-gyu watched closely, hoping for some good items with spellcasting speed. The system displayed a series of notifications. The Guardian's gloves were destroyed. You have gained a new skill. The Guardian's helmet was destroyed. The Guardian's armor was destroyed. You have gained a new skill. Cut to the office. Hyun-gyu was lying back in his chair, holding his phone and complaining. It is so boring. It has been 9 days since the streamer mage last went live. He scrolls through his phone, noticing prices rising on eBay, wondering if there is anything interesting there. The flame helmet and armor are up for sale. Those are all rare legendary items, Hyun-gyu said in surprise. Then he sighed, saying they were a bit too expensive. While sitting bored, someone came over and called him, so Hyun-gyu got ready to leave. The other person looked at him curiously and asked what he was so focused on, and Hyun-gyu replied that it was the items being sold on eBay. He handed the phone over to explain that because of the streamer mage, the items for that profession had become more expensive, but no fool would blindly buy them at those prices. What? They are really selling it? Is there really someone foolish enough to buy these things? Hyun-gyu was stunned, surprised that someone would actually buy them. At a company headquarters in the city center, a slender hand opened a computer. Secretary Kim reported to Yang Jun that the deal was ready, and Yang Jun rubbed his temple and replied, all right. Connect them. Yang Jun spoke with someone, his face wearing a polite smile. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Khalid bin Mujammid. Pleased to meet you, Park Yang Jun. The voice on the other end replied, feel free to call me Asmo. It turned out the person connected to Yang Jun was Asmo. Yang Jun said happily, thank you for understanding this mission. Asmo smiled back. It is okay. I also have what I want. He sat back in his chair, clasped his hands, and said, the mission information, and I want to buy back the star listing. Yangjun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Guessing it was like that. We definitely have to bring Asmo over to the mage streamer side. But if you do that, I am not sure the mage streamer will still sign an exclusive contract with us. He was referring to Hyen-gu. Asmo smirked. Waternee's best channel as expected. What I want, Yangjun said mysteriously. It is your investment in the rising star. Su-jun offered his opinion. Actually, he thinks Asmo won't easily deceive the company he is investing in. So you want to cooperate with me? Asmo turned the question back and took the phone from the bodyguard. Yangjun admitted it. Asmo did not answer. Just raised the phone with a call from Rappo saying, "Alright, I will consider this if he completes the mission. But there is an urgent call, I have to go. Then I will see you after he completes the mission." Yangjun bowed and said goodbye. The screen went dark. Asmo answered, "What is going on, Rappo? I just heard the news." The voice on the other end said, "Are you planning to invest in that rising star?" Rappo asked directly without beating around the bush. Asmo was amused, saying, "You catch on quickly but not yet." Rappo was intrigued, saying, "Oh really? Well, I also owe thanks to the streamer mage." Hyen-gu, far away and unaware, kept singing something continuously. Asmo walked with a group of people like a secretary, still holding his phone and saying, "Why is that? Because of Lucky's chemistry degree." "That is right. Thanks to that, my family also got noticed." The person on the other end replied. Rappo jokingly answered, "After all, he is quite interesting. Do not you think so, sir?" At some apartment complex, the sound of hiccuping kept echoing. Hyen-gu's family was having dinner when his older brother Taehoon, hearing the hiccups nonstop, worriedly asked if he was okay. Hyen-gu covered his mouth while hiccuping but still said he was fine. Taehoon asked Han, "Is not today your day off?" Hyen-gu smiled kindly and said, "I told you it is fine. Today is my rehabilitation training day." He turned to his niece and said, "Get ready quickly. Hyrin, you should also go to the daycare soon." The little girl obediently replied, "Yes, uncle and dad. Have a good day today." After breakfast, Hyrin put on her backpack and went to school. Taehoon reminded his daughter, "You can go alone, right?" Hyrin smiled. "I am heading to the daycare." Hyen-gu said, "Be careful of the old bike." Hyrin, he folded his arms and watched the father and daughter with a warm smile. Once his physical condition improves through rehabilitation training, he can have surgery and live healthily. Then we can move to a cleaner place instead of this shabby house. I have to work harder to earn more, he thought. Hyen-gu stepped closer to Taehoon. "Hey." Taehoon looked up at his younger brother. Hyen-gu smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Remember to train hard in your recovery. I have to remind you after spending all that money." He joked with Taehoon, who looked at him kindly and said, "Thank you." The sky today is clear blue, with white clouds drifting gently. Hyen-gu thought with determination, "I must not fail today's broadcast." He walked alone down the narrow path, hands in his pockets, relaxed. Unlike before when he tried something new in the second half of the game, by speeding up the spellcasting to the highest level, Hyen-gu rubbed his hands and thought, not noticing that as he passed the playground, someone sitting on the swing was watching him. That was Lizum, the beautiful girl who called out to Hyen-gu when she saw him, but it seemed he did not hear her even after calling 2 or 3 times. She then walked up in front of him and asked, startling him as he shouted for his parents, saying, "Hey Hyen-gu, what are you thinking about that you look so serious?" Su saw his reaction and smiled awkwardly, explaining, "Sorry I called but did not see you respond." Hyen-gu smiled while placing his hand behind his back to calm himself. "I was just lost in thought about work." He grew a bit serious. It was an important matter, and Listen stood there staring at him. Then she suddenly said a few words that left him speechless. Soon praised him for being sincere and serious about his work. She believes that if it is him, he will do well, so keep it up. Listen encouraged. Hyen-gu blushed at her words and happily replied, "Yeah, I will do my best." At the company headquarters, Yangjun suddenly shouted, "Everyone gather around." 3. The countdown clock ticking. Yangjun put on a serious face, raising his eyebrows. Today's live broadcast will be handed over to the mage streamer. Time passed. Asmo smiled. The dungeon that the guild prosperity raided had failed. Let us see what he has accomplished over the past 10 days. The time has come. The mage streamer has started the live broadcast, opening with a gloomy, dark scene surrounded by mist, and viewers begin commenting nonstop. The live stream has started. The mage streamer has begun the broadcast. I heard today the mage streamer will fail miserably. I am here to watch the mage streamer's failure. Come on mage streamer, you can do it. A flaming head appeared as Hyen-gu's voice rang out, welcoming the audience. It has been quite a while, has not it? Then a fiery glove appeared as he spoke. Now Hyen-gu appears in an impressive outfit, bowing his head mysteriously and saying, "I am the mage streamer and I will start today's broadcast as I explore Asmo's fog-covered lost dungeon." Viewers noticed something special and asked, "Is that a flaming hat?" Hi Australia watching the live stream at home was so surprised they rubbed their eyes. "Is he even wearing a full snow armor?" Viewers commented excitedly, "Did he just buy it? That thing is sold in the market at an outrageous price. Where does he get so much money?" But Hyen-gu just brushed past the issue, saying these things do not matter. Let us get straight to the fog-covered lost dungeon. An account named Gustav tipped over $10,000. commenting it seems like he is very rich to think he will pay it off with just one payment. Hyengu looked at the path of light ahead and said, if I stray from this path of light, I will be completely lost, and the lay monsters here have 2 hidden attributes, so unless the attack matches each attribute, there will be no damage. Hyengu explained. One user voiced their frustration saying if there is nowhere to run, is not that a bit unfair to the mage? Rappel bet over $10,000 on lay, commenting somewhat sarcastically that in the end Lucky will handle everything. As expected, the legendary rhythms are the best, Hyengu said confidently, creating a fireball with his hand and declaring that it had been too long since he hosted a live stream, so today he would take the lead. Viewers commented that the success rate of the fireball streamer was like a real scam, as these lay monsters only attack when the temperature is suitably low. The fireball, Hyengu shouted, then threw the ball at the beasts charging towards him. The system announced the fireball was successfully forged. The audience was quite surprised it was completed so quickly. Asmo jumped into LidoNet with over $10,000. He watched Hyengu continuously throwing fireballs at the monsters and commented that the fireball spell only lasts a few seconds before going out. Then someone else corrected him saying they just checked, and it is actually 1.39 seconds. Others were also surprised. Just 2 seconds? Really? If only it were an infinite fireball, that would be crazy. Hyengu paused and glanced thoughtfully, knowing many new things were about to happen. Hyengu's face turned cold as he continued to cast orbs to everyone's surprise. The scene shifted to the owner of a company. Merlin and Emma were also watching the live stream. Merlin could not help but express admiration, while Emma sat with her arms crossed and replied that it was not the correct answer. A smile appeared in her eyes. This is not a dungeon that can be conquered by simply increasing damage. In the live stream, Gold and Lucky eagerly entered the battle, with Gold saying, "My master will handle support from behind." The audience kept commenting that Gold was the one directing the quick strike strategy, and without Gold and Lucky, it would be game over with tears. Merlin watched and asked, "Emma, what do you think?" Emma smiled. "I was expecting that the real challenge starts in the final boss's chamber. If you attack the final boss in this dungeon with ordinary spells, you are bound to fail miserably." During the live stream, fireballs kept appearing, and viewers wondered how the mage streamer's equipment was snow armor, yet the extra damage was still maintained. Hyengu, while killing monsters, laughed and said, "So now you finally notice." He was confident. "You do not know that because its casting speed is just right." Taking the cue, Hyengu unleashed a powerful fireball forward. The viewers were extremely surprised. Some even thought it was a glitch, whispering that after all, he was just a mage streamer with a bug. Some went so far as to say they reported him to the God Wars command, while Hyengu stood with 2 fireballs in his hands facing 2 half-fire, half-ice golems in front of him, calmly responding to the viewers. "I have much to say, but now is not the right time. I will explain next time." He shouted orders. Gold and Lucky, fight with all your might. Gold and Lucky were now ready to take down their opponents. Gold obeyed the command. The skill ring was ready, and Lucky barked in agreement. Hyengu's eyes suddenly changed, narrowing and glowing golden like a dragon's, and he whispered, "The dragon fever." The system announced that forging skills have increased by 50% and temperature has dropped by 30%. "I also upgraded the dragon fever with a legendary epic book," he thought. Hyengu unleashed a dazzling ultimate move while Gold stood in front slaying monsters. Hyengu thought, "With my current skills, I am not afraid of anyone." Suddenly, a bunch of notifications popped up. BG Archmage Brady Good donated $10. BG Archmage again donated $10. BG Archmage, a fan, donated 100,000 coins. After finishing the monster hunt, Hyengu stood next to Lucky and shrugged, feeling it was even more boring than he thought. Instead of streaming the dungeon raid, streaming a race with Lucky would be much better. The audience could not help but comment that the Sly Mage was impressive, but today they had to admit his skills. And Hyengu suddenly stopped while walking during the live stream. "Is this the end of the road here?" he wondered. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before him. "Do you want to proceed? If he does, he might have to face the level 183 Arctic Giant and the level 138 Blazing Giant." Hyengu thought he could see something inside the boss room in the distance. He felt a bit worried. 2 bosses are always tough. "Wait a minute," the system announced. "Health recovery speed increases by 300% when alone. Attack speed increases by 200% when alone. And attack power increases by 100% when alone." Taking down each boss's routine, Hyengu thought as the 2 monsters began to advance. He hesitated, thinking that to succeed he had to capture both bosses at the same time to look impressive. The shadows of the 2 bosses appeared terrifying, muscular with horns on their heads. Hyengu faced with 2 monsters, thinking about what to do. "If I attack them like this, it will surely raise suspicion. Is there a better way?" He hesitated. 2 gang leaders from different factions appeared in full force. Even the audience was surprised. They were a final boss duo with different traits. So if there were 2 like that, you had to take them down one by one. Right? Gold and Lucky suddenly jumped out from nowhere, standing in front of Hyengu and said fiercely, "Master, do not worry. We will protect you." Hyengu smiled brightly as if he had struck gold. "That is right. This is the way." Elsewhere, a man sat in a room watching the live stream on his computer, thinking to himself, "This is so ridiculous, I am speechless." They were never a match for him from the start. I thought without Lucky, he was nothing. This guy was talking about Lucky and Gaul as they jumped up to strike the Arctic boss. But clearly this is the broadcast of Gaul Lucky fighting against the BG mage. Hyun-gyu is currently battling fiercely with the Arctic boss. The man watching the live stream thought that a quick match to capture the boss might not be possible, as he was severely damaged by the skillful arm support. In other words, his skills were top-notch. And even through the screen, you could still see Hyun-gyu's confident smile. He thought, but they had to adjust their abilities to take down both at the same time. It frustrated me, but this bastard was on a whole different level, while someone else was drowning in their own jealous thoughts. Just a few minutes later, the system announced that you have defeated the Northern Giant and the Southern Giant. Hyun-gyu happily announced on the live stream. Unfortunately, today's match ended in a draw. Next time I will come back with more exciting content. Finally, the live stream ended. Hyun-gyu completed the mission. He returned to the abyss from before, and the woman asked him, "Did you bring it?" He placed 2 stones on the table, 1 fire and 1 ice, and said yes. The other immediately praised him. She then said, "Give me your staff as well. The only thing that can contain such powerful energy is the staff." She looked at him and suggested upgrading it, surprising Hyun-gyu upgrade instead of remaking. He then knelt on one knee, presenting the staff solemnly, saying, "I will leave it to you to handle." The other person only responded with praise for his slender knees, the torchlight still blazing brightly. Finally, AVSG staff was completed, and it had many advantages and strengths. Hyun-gyu looked at the staff with curious delight like a child, unable to keep his mouth shut. Muttering crazily, the system notified him that he had obtained Avia's staff, but the other person immediately shut him down, saying, "Stop messing around and help me out instead." He froze. "What?" The woman replied bluntly, "I help you. So you have to help me back, do not you?" And so a new mission was added to the main context window. The mission name is Avia's Purpose, and he must find Hitu after hunting 1,000 bell-tailed monkeys in the forest. Hyun-gyu froze, his face turning to stone at the thought of 1,000 monkeys in the forest area, forest surrounded by towering trees and lush leaves, yet eerily dark as the thick canopy blocked the sunlight from reaching the ground. Suddenly a man in iron armor holding a vine from the ancient trees said, "Get ready. We are moving into the area." And it turned out to be Di-chun. As the 4 of them began to advance, they saw the silhouettes of bell-tailed monkeys living in groups atop the tree trunks. These bell-tailed monkeys often throw stones and look incredibly fierce. Di-chun drew his sword and ordered everyone. There are about 20 to 30 of them. We will catch them quickly. Everyone get ready for battle. The monkeys attacked them by throwing bombs from the trees, and the bombs hit the ground at such high speed that it caused a massive explosion. Fortunately, Di-chun was unharmed, but if a mage with low endurance had been hit, they could have died from a single powerful strike. Unexpectedly, the monkeys threw them at Dong-yongyu, but at the same time Di-chun realized that there were not just a few bell-tailed monkeys in the forest, they were hiding in the trees. Watching their group, he was confused. They were planning a sudden ambush from above. Each monkey holds a powerful bomb with a fierce expression. If you are really unlucky, you will face over 100 hidden monkeys, and many guilds have been wiped out by sudden bomb attacks. They attacked Di-chun by throwing bombs at him. Cut to the large tree area. A notification appears. You have completed the main quest and have been promoted, in the town of Dong-yongyu. Looking tired, he said to Lucky, "Jackpot. Fiddlestics. And Seaver, we finally caught 1,000 of them. Glad we also got promoted." Seaver said to him, "I am getting stronger and stronger." "Thank you, Master." Another advantage is Gold's new skill card, the shrinking technique first introduced in God Wars. Using his large body in the tree area is suicide because the bigger he is, the easier he becomes a target for the bell-tail gas. If Gold and Lucky take continuous damage like that, they will die. I spent a lot of money to buy a high-quality potion, and since Lucky is a mythical beast, I can awaken it with an item. Hyun-gyu worriedly thought, in Gold's case, if he dies, he is done for good. He will have to start over. But of course I have a way. If I use the shrinking spell I just got along with Fatu's short throwing knife. But the problem is I do not have Fato's short throwing knife. Meanwhile, Silver bragged to Lucky that he had just become stronger than that person and would show the difference in the next fight. But Lucky and Jackpot did not care. Their owner was worried because there was no money left in the pocket, and recently he had not had a single coin left after buying things at the bay. He suddenly thought, I urgently need money. Should I sell information about the main route or something? Or should I go find MBC Hidu to complete the mission first? While he was lost in thought, everyone saw a strange creature flying in the sky, and they were very surprised. That person flew closer and asked, "Are you the one who came to replace Avia?" Startled, he replied, "I do not even know if I will get a good item or not. That loud guy just called you. I guess I was right. Come up here first." You look confused by that strange and unusually large creature. What? The creature introduced itself. My name is Hitu. A new mission has been added to the main quest window. With a blue notification introducing the magical potion Hitu, a towering skyscraper appears, and inside its conference room, 3 employees are engaged in a lively discussion about the mage streamer's live session in the forest area hunting 1,000 bell-tailed monkeys. The female employee replied, "That is right, this time it is absolutely epic. He used his sword to take down each bell-tailed monkey in the blink of an eye. It was like he was dancing with his sword." The male employee seemed to have an idea, especially since she noticed the magic swordsman style presented by the streamer mage while wielding the black cross sword. She replied, "That is cool, but did you notice anything strange?" He wondered. "What do you mean?" The girl continued, "The mage streamer is someone who always gives his all, but it seems this time he is a bit more exhausted." The female employee in the white shirt agreed. "I feel the same way." She looked at the image on the laptop and said, "According to the broadcast, the amount of elixirs he drank increased significantly. I think he needs to gradually shift from playing solo to playing in a team." Suddenly the blonde man appeared and dismissed the opinion, who said he needs to join a team, holding 2 boxes of delicious fried chicken in his hands. Everyone was surprised. "Boss," the blonde man said to everyone in the room. The streamer mage announced he would play solo once again. "But has she started the task I assigned?" The employee replied. "Oh yes. It seems the Explorer Guild has found the starting point. In the forest, many young people are searching for something, and just as expected, they have found it." The boss raised his hand and thought for a long time. In the email the streamer mage just sent, he wrote that he wanted to sell information about the main route. The exact message was, "I want to sell the main route information, and in return, I only need the short-range phase blade." He was puzzled. Only the Abyss Association or the Explorers Association could buy and sell this type of short-phase teleportation. In other words, the streamer mage will. Putting aside his doubts, the boss told the staff, "Everyone eat some chicken and get ready to work late." The entire greenhouse reflected the vast blue sky. The well-dressed employee said, "I have already sent the short-phase cultivation talisman to Sizing Star." The boss replied, "Very good, Jackie." He continued, "But Miss Emma." After receiving a call from the Explorer Association informing that they have found the location, there was a post about buying and selling the main route on the Sizing Star channel. Right. Moreover, the unique short-range teleportation spell in the Abyss Guild has also been pinpointed. Could this be a coincidence? Amma said, No, that is not true. They are trying to trick us. There is no shameless thief like him." Her words seemed to imply Asmo, and add anyway recruiting the streamer mage did not fit Asmo's investment. "Now we have no choice but to clear the main line before the streamer mage does," Emma said seriously. "Gather all the information Park Young-jun has spread and make a list of those dissatisfied with the streamer mage among the top-tier guilds. Following your orders." Jackie replied. "Yes, understood." In the forest area, Jung Jianggu is fading. "I have to log out now. Your friend is surprised." "So where are you going while playing the game?" the older sister said guiltily. "The streamer mage has started the live." The game notification appeared again, showing a total of 150 two-tail monkeys and one-tail monkey leader in the forest scenes. The live stream begins. Monkeys start appearing in the 8 trees, and viewers are chatting excitedly. There are actually 150 monkeys. Not just 100. Wait, it seems there is also a leader monkey. Should not we attack him? Jian-gu appeared waving to the audience watching him on the small screen. "Hello everyone. Nice to meet you all. Anyway, the battle is about to start, so I will reveal this right now." He introduced Gold looking no different than a little mushroom. Gold's new appearance. Someone donated 10,078 coins to the live stream. That person commented, "I do not know what this trick is, but it is very hard to get inside because it is as small as a nostril." Another person named Asmo donated 1,009 dong. He also commented that it is a short fatu throw, and he is curious which guild it belongs to. Jian-gu is not paying attention to what is behind him, just focusing on the donations, and it is quite a lot for just starting out. Everyone watching live warned him, "Look behind you." As soon as he saw the money he got distracted. One hit from them and the mage would be finished. The monkey started throwing more and more bombs at the Hyun-gu group. A huge explosion shocked the viewers. He was done for, but then used Hyun-gu to force a smile. An ice wall. A single step of the ice wall rose up, covering him and his spirit beasts. Leaving fans amazed. When did he learn that skill? He started interacting with his audience, saying, "Let me explain today's live stream." Before the ice wall broke, there were 150 ring-tailed monkeys chasing me. When he said that, the viewers did not believe it. 150 monkeys. No way. Even 100 would be enough to wipe out a whole team in an instant. He was really exaggerating. Those monkeys seem to be getting wiser, and the ice wall is already showing many cracks. He immediately signaled, "Gold, get ready. It is about to start." Gold focused, his eyes shining brightly. What will happen? Will happen. The ice wall has been broken, but they show no fear. Gold runs straight out, determined to say, "I will not forgive anyone who dares to stand in the master's way." Gold, with his small frame, quickly took down the monkeys in the blink of an eye, impressing the live viewers who exclaimed that his tiny size allowed him to weave through the circle of monkeys. But Gold's strength comes from the short dagger Fatu wields. Some spectators recognized it and said, "That is Fatu's short dagger." Right, even a light swipe can cause a fatal wound. They used so many skills that the audience went from one surprise to another, exclaiming, "Is not that a cheat to reduce power? Look how slow the stone throwing has become. And with that shrinking spell, he is so small the stones can't even be thrown properly." Deng Haiyan-gu watched Gold's brilliant fight and told the audience it was still too early to be surprised. There was one more power reduction left. Hell. Then a monster with large horns appeared behind him and unleashed its power, changing everything. Lucky's shadow clone transformed into a black dog with fiercely red eyes. Notifications appeared again. All stats decreased, all defenses lowered, all elemental resistances dropped, movement speed slowed, and attack speed reduced. So from strong and fierce monkeys, they have now become a lifeless troop as if starved for months. Haiyan-gu unleashes his ultimate move, Fire Golem. Behind him appear two giants with what looks like molten lava flowing over their bodies, an almost unbeatable formation. He said, "Come on everyone, let us take them down." The live viewers were surprised and impressed by his gameplay. And finally, after defeating all the ring-tailed monkeys, a notification appeared. "You have completed the main quest." He said, "I will end today's live broadcast." After ending the live, he reviewed his stream and noted that the channel's response today was quite good, but it is harder than I imagined. Earlier I was surprised when the ring-tailed monkeys transformed because of their leader's power. Before, specific conditions had to be met, but now the power of the nameless god has affected all the monsters. The game notification appeared again. A new quest was added to the main story quest window. "Do you want to exit the game?" He pressed the Is button, standing there thinking, what if all the monsters received the power of the nameless god? Suddenly something jumped down from the tree, startling him. Oh my god. It was none other than Hema, the giant monkey. He quickly jumped back and looked at him. There was still one left, but he was sure he had already defeated the leader. For a moment, he felt confused and worried, caught off guard because he had not fully recovered his skills yet. Hema asked, "The one who defeated the whole pack?" Huh. Only then did Haiyan-gu realize, "Oh, it is Anith." The giant monkey made an offer to him. "Do you want to trade with me?" He wondered, what kind of trade? The notice board appeared, clearly showing the details of Hema's trade and the rewards to be earned upon completing the mission. One early morning, with clear weather, two people were whispering in the hunter's office, probably because he spent all his money upgrading weapons. "Quiet down. Everyone can hear you." Deng Haiyan-gu pondered silently. There were no discounted items at all. Why is that? There is usually one or two fatu items on the shelf. Damn it, I do not know who added the discount items this time. This is driving me crazy. Why now? He thought for a while. Maybe I should ask the Rising Star channel. The employee came to ask, "Sir, see, you have an email from the Grand Mage of Beijing, but the content is a bit strange." The boss said, "Show me." Reading the email, he began to feel confused. The message said that he needed to invest in the Fado line, but there were no discounted items on the shelves. He thought, the Fado line is not ordinary gear, but they are not too hard to collect if it is the Grand Mage Beijing. He should be able to get them easily. Right, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, the person who could buy out the Fado line was a friend of the Great Mage Beijing, an investor of the Rising Star Asmo. After pondering for a long time, the boss finally realized he wanted us to seize it ourselves, demanding that we show the true nature of an investor. "Are you ready?" "Archmage Beijing," he said with great confidence. "Over in that building," the employee said. "Emma and I have bought all the legendary items of the same rank as Archmage Beijing." Emma said, "Great. Whenever there is a discount, buy everything for me." The employee obeyed and left the room. But someone in the room looked very familiar. It turned out to be Merlin. He asked her, "Do you have to go this far?" She sat back comfortably and replied, "Of course, Grand Mage Beijing always likes to play solo, and to do that, he has to upgrade his gear. If we buy all the items, the main quest progress of the Grand Mage Beijing will slow down, and we can purchase main story information with items like before, killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Meanwhile, Haiyan-gu walked while thinking. He was quite sure Asmo got the magic skill from Emma. This spirit warrior magic skill could not be obtained from physical skills. A golden card, extremely powerful and mysterious. It was the crucial skill that allowed Asmo to solo on colonial land. Emma was suddenly mocked. It seems like someone was badmouthing him, but surprisingly he could trade it for a cursed item. Truly a thief. NBC Emma is actually a kinder monkey than I thought. Suddenly his phone buzzed with a message, and he hurried to check it. An email from the Rising Star, truly worthy of being a professional former boss. Deng Haiyan-gu was so happy he cried, drawing everyone's attention, and said, "Thank you. I will never forget your kindness." He said, "I also saved a little. With this money I can buy him the 2 notebooks he always wanted and get toys for hygiene. I also have to go to my older brother's surgery consultation room." Arriving at Sunram Central Hospital, Haiyan-gu carried 2 bags with a happier spirit, feeling like today was the best day ever, as Emma instantly assigned a legendary mission. The mission level was below 199, requiring a virus eradication operation with Emma, and the reward could be one of the skills under level 199. The mission reward includes a necklace that can break or protect against curses and a book containing high level Legendary skills, in a vast forest. I really liked this as soon as I received it. Jung Hyun-gyu could not believe he could own 3 of Fato's collections. They have not even been released for sale yet. Am I allowed to buy this many? Silver advises the master not to worry. I will destroy everything blocking the path. Jung Hyun-gyu calmly replies that of course. We just need to make the most effective use of what we have. Above all, we should not waste time worrying about these things. In the vast forest stage, Haima sat in a chair with a tense expression as Silver. Lucky. Fight Lich. Jung Hyun-gyu and Jackpot arrived to meet him. Jung Hyun-gyu said seriously, I am here to negotiate. And Haimo immediately asked if you brought what I wanted. Jung Hyun-gyu replied confidently yes. This is Fatu's hammer. And Haimo responded well, I will grant you the magical skill you desire. But first I want to invite you to my home. Haima's guest. This title is given to those who visit Haima's house as guests, granting a reward of +20 intelligence. Haima used magic and said welcome to my home. But Jung Hyun-gyu was surprised this game's scene transitions can be escaped. It was time for Haima to get straight to the point and ask what magic he wanted. And Jung Hyun-gyu replied that what he wanted was the Soul Warrior. Haima raised his magic staff and said with authority, very well, because it is you, I will grant it to you. His face brightened and his eyes sparkled when he saw the card. A skill that could only be learned in physical classes. Skill that only Asmo possessed. The Soul Warrior card. Skill level. Compression. Skill effect. Use power to summon a soul into a Soul Warrior. With skill level increasing, the number of souls that can evolve into Soul Warriors also increases. Currently, the number of Soul Warriors that can evolve is 2. When you summon the 100th warrior, you will receive a white warrior. And when you summon the 999th warrior, you will receive tens of thousands of troops. You have acquired the Soul Warrior magic skill. Jung Hyun-gyu thought to himself, this is it. With this I can use multiple skills and combine them all at once. He immediately used the card to summon a low-level soul, and a low-level warrior was summoned. Jung Hyun-gyu snapped his fingers to summon the Soul Warrior. Their combat power is basically average, but they become stronger when equipped with items. Haima asked Jung Hyun-gyu what he thought about using magic skills on the battlefield. Jung Hyun-gyu replied, yes, that is right. Sorry, a new quest has been added to the main interface window. Haima said, finally, let me give you a small gift before you leave. Put this compound into your necklace. But be very careful because the moment you add this compound to your necklace, it will become extremely greedy, slowly pouring the compound into Jung Hyun-gyu's necklace until it is empty. Are you surprised? My necklace suddenly Haima explained that is pointing you in the exact direction. You just need to look at it to find your way. Haima handed the book to Jung Hyun-gyu and said it would not be easy, but he hoped it would help him. The book contained high-level legendary skills, and Jung Hyun-gyu smiled and said thank you. I will use it effectively. The 3 bell-tailed monkey brothers are main story quest bosses above level 179, with a temple entrance located in the forest. Defeat the 3 bell-tailed monkeys in the forest and successfully reach the entrance. There is no quest reward, but you can destroy the altar immediately after completing the quest. Suddenly a voice rang out in the forest. Wait, 3 bell-tailed monkeys. You have leveled up. You have reached level 180. Jung Hyun-gyu said firmly. Whatever, 3 or 4 monkeys do not matter. If they want to come, let them come. After all, I have already upgraded the curse-breaking necklace. The curse-breaking necklace. Legendary rank. Can be leveled above 170. A necklace containing the power of a curse. Its strength grows stronger and greedier. With all stats increased by 150. Attack power +20. Movement speed +29%. Magic casting speed +20%. Stamina and energy recovery speed +50%. Skills can be reused when equipped with trade restrictions. Cannot be exchanged or sold. Who knows how effective this really is? The war line is giving you a chance. Passive skill will be upgraded once more, increasing the number of healing pillars by 1. Jung Hyun-gyu held the magic card and said the mission was complete. An incredible performance was about to take place. Jung Hyun-gyu confidently said everything was ready. So let us start the broadcast. Thousands of comments and questions poured in. Hello mage streamer, is that rumor true? Hurry up and show us. I am getting restless. Show us the Soul Warrior. Donated 3 USD. Jung Hyun-gyu was surprised that everyone seemed quite interested in the Soul Warrior. Are not you all curious about the monster I am going to catch today? There was another comment saying it is obvious you will catch the 3 brothers when the tail is still there. Show us your Soul Warrior skills. Those were just words of encouragement. Jung Hyun-gyu replied, calm down everyone. I won't waste your time any longer. Let us get started. One comment seems really interesting. That is amazing. Asmo is the only person in the world who owns that skill. Woodtap donated 10,081 USD and asked what you think about selling the Soul Warrior skill you bought from Asmo to me. I will buy it for double the price. Or do you need Asmo's permission? Jung Hyun-gyu hesitated and said I knew someone would make that offer. I would sell it if I wanted to, but it is tied to the main storyline mission so I can sell it. He added I am sorry, but it is very hard to sell. Repo donated 10,082 USD and messaged that it is hard to sell. Does that mean it is very expensive, or that you have to be careful with Asmo? Jung Hyun-gu replied nervously that he is asking tough questions and he needs to dodge this one, answering that he and Asmo are good business partners. Right, Avok thought to himself, quite surprised by how positively he portrayed his business relationship with Asmo. Merlin donated 10,083 USD with a message saying, I am quite curious, how can one become their business partner? Jung Hyun-gu feared, oh lord, the greatest mage in battle. Merlin, is this for real? At this rate, things will spiral out of my control. Stop it, your introduction is way too long. Jung Hyun-gu immediately spoke up. I can continue chatting with the audience here now. Some of you must have realized today's title right. There is another comment saying there are 3 monkey brothers there. Not 2. Gustav donated 10,088 USD with a message saying today's raid seems different from the usual ones. Jung Hyun-gu replied that the attack on the Great Monkey King is underway. Someone else commented, huh, wait, are there actually 3 scarlet monsters, low-level hailings evolving into soul warriors? Merlin donated 10,092 USD and messaged to check if his soul summon count has increased. He must have equipped another skill. Not one link to the weapon he is using but a different item. Jung Hyun-gu is satisfied. That is right, the summoning efficiency has reached 1, allowing him to summon closely connected spirits. Last but not least, 2 magical cards appear, Thuong Fatu and Kung Fatu, along with 2 comments noting that he is equipping legendary grade weapons for the soul warriors. This is crazy. No, it is not crazy, he is just spending way too much. He replied, let me show everyone the new members of my team. No longer just lucky and gold. Asmo supported you with 1093 USD and added that of course you can equip weapons for the spirit warriors. But this is really crazy. Another person commented that if these are 2 spirit brothers, could he possibly summon 5 different characters at the same time? The 2 spirit brothers, Ice Ball and Ice Spear, one by one. The Trident, Fireball, and Fire Spear spells were unleashed. Jung Hyun-gu wearing a confident expression in the new style of the Shimmer Mage. Another comment noted the fire barrier was broken. A monkey with a common tail screamed. And another comment suggested he was trying to wake one of them to get through it. 5 monkey-tailed apes attack. Fatu's incantation has been activated, and the 2 brothers Ice Spear and Ice Lance immediately counterattack. The monkey-tailed apes endure the magical assault. Fatu's incantation is triggered, and Jung Hyun-gu's determined gaze shines. Let us begin. The fierce battle between the tail monkeys and the 2 brothers with ice spheres and ice spears unleashed thunderclaps, tridents, fireballs, and flaming spears, sending shockwaves of energy. Gustav supported you with 10,094 USD and a message saying hoo. This is the style of a top-tier wizard. Another person commented that the 3rd monkey tail is about to die too. Jung Hyun-gu triumphantly said this will be your end. Someone else commented, oh, 2 of the 3 monkeys have already run away. Another comment asked if he is not going to catch the remaining 2 monkeys the same way, and another said if he did that, he would not be such a fun wizard. You have defeated the 3rd common tail monkey. Jung Hyun-gu said of course not. Next up are Ab and Ib. A comment appeared expressing curiosity about Ab and Ib. Are you talking about a different group? Another comment said a different group. Even stronger. Do you want the 3rd ring-tailed monkey to become your guardian? Jung Hyun-gu's sly smile of triumph said he would obey. The Protector. One of the monkeys with a shared tail spoke up. Severe. Ready to follow the master's command. Instantly sparking a comment wondering if this was Ab and Ib. Both teams split up. Which team can catch the remaining 2 monkeys faster? One commentator wonders if this could really happen. Another comment says those 2 monkeys look very confused. Jung Hyun-gu with a rather comical expression says this is the mage streamer, the one responsible for narrating this match. Let us get started. Asmo has your back. Asmo commented that the team already has it, but does not Sivir also need to build items? In the wild frontier land, the flat mountain peak resembles the smooth brain of an anonymous rapper with the letter N. Beneath those hairless, shiny mountains, human voices suddenly emerge, but not much remains now. 2 men around their 40s are fighting together against the surrounding hyenas, but the man in black armor still seems quite relaxed. Chatting casually, it looks like the selection for matter is gradually ending, and the man in red armor responds that we will also receive this regular bonus, as if talking about his own turf. The uncle in black armor took the chance to boast loudly. Of course, because this is where the top players in the small park rankings gather. The uncle in red armor was no less bold, letting his words fly, saying he felt quite sorry for the other factions. The small park ranking table is used to rank players under level 200. The young warrior standing nearby felt amazed hearing their words and had to ask his teammate, what kind of people are they? The little mage who did not know anything had to show off her skills, probably because the central guild was scheduled for the next round. But unexpectedly, a senior member appeared and said, please do not be too harsh on the central guild. Then the air round slowly became polluted, but it still could not stop her from talking. The reclaimed land only belongs to the competitors. You can earn rewards and level up in that area. She only needs to raise her staff, and the dark energy around is drawn in. The blue-haired woman starts dancing again. The weak users and those discarded have no other choice but to reach their limits. While I was just showing off, She started lecturing. Could the problem really be only about the strong? As soon as she finished speaking, she cast the violent snowstorm spell, and dozens of sharp ice blocks fell from the sky, striking the leopards and knocking them out on the spot. The young mage could only sigh helplessly. Today I am struggling to level up. In this awkward situation, the little warrior even had to force a joke, saying, I think I need to push myself to rest for a few days. Over there, the red-armored uncle hurried over to chat a bit. Just as expected, Jua really does have the most devastating power in the previous park rankings. That lady replied slyly, it is not that great. I am not the only one who reached first place. Right, the man in his 40s looked at his watch and said, the new record is 4 minutes 30 seconds. 3 minutes earlier is good enough. She is already showing signs of severe narcissism. Reaching this level, catching up to a novice mage is not too hard. Huh. Just wait a moment. A familiar face appeared, and Joa immediately switched to a voice sweeter than sugar. Dear Emma. Emma replied, yes, we have set a new record. Can we shorten it a bit? Nearly dead, but Joa still had to appear modest and unexcited as he replied, yes, luckily thanks to the care of the guild. Emma asked, why is the novice mage so calm? With his level 8 intercontinental skills, Joa easily answered, as far as I know, she has not accepted the pioneer mission yet and is afraid of being tricked, so she still wants to confirm. Are you sure? Joa confirmed without hesitation. That is right, and the others, upon hearing about the Nipi's pioneer mission, immediately started zapping everywhere. Jua added, we are monitoring all NPCs that can accept the pioneer mission. We can't win against that many people. Skipping the flashy intro, Emma got straight to the point. I still think we are inside the great forest of Wu. The blue-haired woman quickly understood the issue basically. If we do not accept the pioneer mission, there is no other way to reach the artificial wasteland. Meanwhile, the notification board appeared, showing the Pioneer Land Reclamation Mission, main task level, mission level 180 and above. The mission content is to enter the Pioneer Land. Let us get familiar with Tex. No mission rewards. After completing the daily mission you can continue to operate according to Tex's instructions. Despite Hyangyu acting like a CEO, the local fish from Bin Duong was still soaring in the central district. Meanwhile, he kept wondering to himself that even if the Pioneer mission was not completed, one could still enter the reclaimed land. Then he started to worry and feel uneasy in his mind. Especially about what happened after capturing the three brothers. As the mist rose from the rock, the system displayed a notification. I sensed an unidentified power. The game is easy. Hyangyu just needs to stand still. Defend strongly, and then absorb the power of this nameless god. Witnessing everything fail and the system freeze up. Questioning all of this, he answered the question in his heart why it is all so similar. Because that fruit absorbed the power of the nameless god. So now it still needs 67% to fully bloom. A question popped in his mind. What would reaching 100% mean in the War God game? Luckily, Hitu interrupted his thoughts just in time by shouting, all right, I see ticks over there. The system announced again that the main scenario mission has been updated with a new task, no territory area. Main scenario tank mission, level 229 or below. Mission content, explore the black main spirit orb and defeat that old man. Mission reward, master level skill. Legendary character, survivors can make progress after completing the mission. Luckily, Tix gave everyone a quick overview. There are changes happening to the Spirit Orb pack in the unexplored area, and it is quite surprising and rapid. As soon as Hyangyu heard it, he immediately pondered, and like the previous restricted area, the good news was that there would be no competition. One thing to note is that the monster appearing is not the usual main Spirit Orb. It is called the Black Leaf Orb and is even stronger. However, this was not a big issue at the recent live meeting. When the notification came through, Water was online, and Hyangyu had already taken a pleading stance before speaking. Hello boss, I have something to say as well. The results are great. Just by glancing at the guild behind you, Park Yang-jun realized it seems you have headed straight to the fake frontier land. Many are targeting Beijing, but you are impressive too. The conversation between the two young men began. If the threat is that serious, it is better not to do it. Why spend so much money just to play a game? The young man who adapted to Park Yang-jun's environment immediately countered, saying, then it would not be worth our investment. But this time I want to make a proposal. Playing solo in the fake frontier land is considered very risky. Yet you still have a negative attitude about playing in a team. If you allow it, I will recruit the best players. But no matter how sincere he is, Hyangyu bluntly replied, he can no longer continue playing in a team. Actually, deep down he has his own struggles that everyone envies. But even if he wanted to, I could not do it. Because of the main mission, despite being rejected like that, Yang-jun remained calm and confident in the discussion. Alright then. What do you want to say to me? So he immediately got to work, saying, yes, I think we need gear that suits Severe, so I want to sell the main storyline information. Hyangyu's resolution made him fall into deep thought and start doubting life. In the most recent live stream, Asmo announced they would provide item support. You sold the main storyline and then customized the cover. The top mage streamer definitely knows the second central guild, so you must prepare a solid plan. But looking at the requested items, it seems they are still not perfect. If you have grasped the items Asmo is preparing this time, I want at least one set of rocket gear, the Wanderer's Cloak. Legendary rank, wearable at level 198 or above, it unleashes the wild frontier. This is the Wanderer's vest that grants freedom to the wearer. The golden fur of the hunter adds 355 strength, 339 intelligence, 66, 109 magic power, and increases movement speed by 33% when worn. Movement speed increases with each step taken. Diori level 198 or higher. Movement speed increases by 33% when worn. The Pioneer's accumulated strength boosts physical attack power. The legendary gear requires level 198 or higher, liberates the wild frontier, and is the vanguard of a wanderer, granting freedom to the wearer, strength plus 355, stamina plus 339, intelligence plus 66, mana plus 109. Movement speed increases with each step, physical attack power rises, a determination began to kindle in him. Alright then, if you want to play solo until the mage streamer finishes, so my mission is to do my best so you can play solo, then I will send you the Peacekeeper set that Asmo gave you. Getting sponsored made Hyun-Gyu so happy he started his own story. So I installed the Peacekeeper set for gold and gave the gear to the server. Who would have thought that just after reaching the top, gold was already heading home. Looking fine, and the knave monkey beside him had to go along very impressive. Senior, watching the two actors put on a show, Hyun-Gyu had to wonder, but was Gold's personality really changing because of the server? Or because of the new junior? But he quickly regained his composure and determination. Alright, let us quickly finish this annoying task, answered by a lucky bark. Inside the guild hall, Imma was contacting Jaewon and took the chance to ask if the Vanguard mission had been received yet. She immediately responded with a self-defense. Yes. Because we are monitoring groups 2 and 3 around the clock, so we won't miss anything. Regardless of the staff working hard, Imma sat comfortably in the air conditioning just commenting, no matter how skilled a bead she is, there are limits. She can't do whatever she wants with the system, so she has to pay attention to it. It was so tempting to talk back, but Jaewon could only calmly continue the discussion, saying, I am Emma. Would not it be easier to find a real bee master instead of just waiting like this? In response, a guy laughed so hard he almost lost his composure and said, Jaewon, do you think I have not tried that? I have tried hacking countless times but failed every time. He is someone we can underestimate. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on the task we got from Jaewon. After just a few words, the blue-haired sister hesitated and replied, Yeah. I understand. I will definitely complete the mission. While at the Starcast cave, Hyun-Gyu had not finished his coffee before showing signs of distress and complaining. Oh, the Nymphy setup is too solid. Why do they keep giving me tasks? Chasing takes about 11 minutes. If this keeps happening, I want to be able to live stream. Suddenly, the messaging app popped up with a notification, and as Hyun-Gyu finished reading the message, he could not contain his excitement and shouted, Oh my god! Has my brother's surgery date been set? Just a little longer, and he can wake up. The interior has been completely changed, so let us do things we could not do before, and he will be able to live a peaceful and normal life. Saying this, Hyun-Gyu immediately stood up, realizing he had to hurry to the hospital, leaving with joy while unaware of the great happiness he was receiving. The cup in the shop was cracked, and this guy ran off without paying, leaving the story to continue in the uncolonized area. The system announced you defeated a spirit beast just as the fireball hit them, sweeping through the surrounding monsters while he marveled no one competes in unoccupied zones. So farming is really easy. The feeling of comfort did not last long before Hyun-Gyu started complaining that he could not speed up. Meanwhile, the system kept announcing, Spirit using rocket arrows, Spirit using ice arrows. I do not even need to look to know that gold and silver are both giving it their all, even after using all their strength. It has been 10 minutes already, and it still took quite a while to get the head of the spirit orb. The more Ah became anxious, the more Hyun-Gyu's self-doubt grew until he had to ask himself if it was really him. Looking at the unfinished tasks on the control panel, he sighed, realizing the number of spells he has been using lately has increased too much, which also hindered him quite a bit this afternoon. The only thing I can do now is level up. I have to quickly find another way. As soon as he thought that, he decisively sent the spirit orb back to the afterlife. Then came the notifications that you had defeated the group of black spirit orbs. You leveled up and met the requirements to accept the quest. Main story quest level. Mission level below 229. The task is to guide Clara to the place he wants to go. Be careful because there will be many black spirit orbs along the way. The mission will fail if Clara dies. Mysterious quest rewards, souvenir item rewards, and a title granted by a mage. The guide for Clara. Investing 33 points in intelligence and mana can still succeed in the investigation even if the mission fails. Not sure where Clara came from, but now she is standing right beside him saying, It is not here. The place we need to go is over there. Hyun-Gyu calmly replied, Oh, it is very dangerous over there. Take the deed. As soon as he saw the group of black spirit orbs 352. He sighed. Luckily I have these eyes. There are many monsters hiding over there. Following the default route will definitely lead to failure. Next is Hyenga's inner monologue again. I was a bit confused when assigned to guide the Pecs, but it seems easier than I thought. Suddenly Clara shouted, "That is our destination," making me think it over because she said she is Ara's student. So there is a good chance I will get a reward related to Ara. Hopefully. It is an item that will boost my stats because if I want to keep playing solo in the future, I need to show my standout side. Without anything special in the match, the bland B mage has already lost his passion. His anxiety grew, knowing his competitiveness would naturally decline, and then Hyun-gyu would have to defend himself. I am still playing solo now. The audience will react. You can't even touch the toenails of the Central Press Guild. Before anything else, Hyun-gyu already imagined himself being controlled by dark fingers, slowly slipping into his own depression. The broadcast would only get harder, and a friend even commented that if he kept going like this, he should find a teammate to play with. Hyun-gyu is still stuck in despair not only because views are dropping but viewers keep messaging that this is the end of Biga Archmage. My ads might be cancelled. No profits. And my contract with the company could be terminated. It will be very difficult to pay for my brother's surgery. I can't let that happen. Despite Clara's reminders, he still looked distressed, holding his head. President, the advertising agencies. I thought this young man had just run away, which made Clara a bit annoyed when she spoke, but she apologized and said we just need to come in. Luckily, when the system announced that you had completed the mission, Clara handed him a headpiece and said, "Please accept it. This is the master's keepsake." And seeing it, Hyun-gyu eagerly salivated, thinking to himself, "Oh, this is the mission reward item." As soon as he held the hot item in his hands, Hyun-gyu quickly cast a spell, hoping it would be something impressive. What is wrong with these choices? A memento of a mage. Legendary rank, obtainable at level 193, a fur hat that looks like it was once used by a mage. It holds a terrifying yet silent power, all stats plus 333, breakthrough limit unchanged, and the item's skill unlocks upon completing the quest. As he admired the item, he marveled, "I can feel a hidden power. Are these choices really real?" What surprised Hyun-gyu was the function of the feathered hat. Skill cooldown is reduced by 50%, magic damage increased by 50%, but for me, someone who can use all 5 types of magic, the 50% cooldown reduction is pretty useless. However, a 25% increase in magic damage is an absolutely great choice. On top of that, there is an additional effect. All stats increase by 15% when equipping 2 items, and all magic damage increases by 15% when equipping 3 items. This made Hyun-gyu amazed, wondering if there were extra benefits from equipping items as a set. A new quest has been added to the main quest context window. The Mage's Relic, a main storyline quest, is below level 229. The quest description states that you have collected the Mage's Relic, and the mystical magic has been sealed. It seems you need to be acknowledged by the master of this power. Ask Lara for more information. However, the mission will fail if you die during the process. The mysterious mission reward and Lara's feather hat reward can continue to Lara's footprints upon mission completion, and can be successfully investigated even if the mission fails. So Hyun-gyu began to think that obtaining all parts of the item set means he could gain a special ability. I had a reason to complete the mission quickly and reach level 193. In an instant, Hyun-gyu quickly regained his multi-level spirit and shouted, "My subjects, your master will carry you once again." Then this guy, like someone overdosing on energy, kept rushing around non-stop, creating waves to grind experience until the system kept announcing you leveled up without stopping. The mission conditions were met. Lara's footprints. Main storyline mission level below 229. And the quest showed you had collected the mage's keepsake. Lara challenges you again to follow her footprints and move until you find the last trace. But if you get lost and lose her trail, the mission will fail. The rewards are Lara's bronze gloves and feathered hat, and you can continue to Lara's final keepsake upon completing the mission, with a chance of success even if the mission fails. Imagining the delicious, fresh rewards made Hyun-gyu even more frantic, flying from place to place to coordinate with his teammates and clear the area until a notification appeared. You have reached level 190, and the battle system grants you a new chance. At times like this, Hyun-gyu is quick, swiftly calling out, "Lucky, are you ready?" Answered by Lucky's loud bark. Then the divine line appeared along with its golden cards. The impressive set before him made Hyun-gyu praise. Strong bark indeed. The battle prompt asked if he wanted to use the chance, and without hesitation he accepted. The card he drew appeared instantly, a legendary skill blizzard with a healing effect. Overjoyed, Hyun-gyu abandoned all pretense, hugged Lucky, and praised him, saying, "I can't believe it actually worked. Lucky, it is all thanks to you. To be honest, I am a bit worried because everything is going too smoothly, so I want to lose focus." Golden added, "Do not worry, master. I will handle everything for you." Hyun-gyu is also feeling high like it, so he is even more determined. Great, we might pull it off soon. An exciting solo match. Ara's lecture, main storyline quest level below 229. Task description is to learn new skills by collecting Ara's lectures before destroying the hidden temple in the colonists' land. Quest rewards include Ara's poncho and skill card, and Ara can continue to the Black Gold Valley upon completing the quest. Meanwhile, inside the heaven, Asmo's voice laced with affection echoed out, "Rabu, what is going on? The guild in the Central Plains, that is the guild openly monitoring BGHMG's situation. Maybe it is because that guild gathers people who are boosting, so their levels increase very fast." The person on the other end immediately objected. "You are wrong, Asmo. The Abyss Guild and the Explorers Guild quietly support them behind the scenes." And with just a few words, Asmo understood their purpose at the Central Plains Guild was crystal clear. Is it really to that extent? That is too much. This game is just for fun. Rabu chose not to answer and changed the subject. "Oh, I just sent you some interesting info. So take a look." Asmo recognized it at a glance as that the E-Flower from the Central Plains Guild. "Wait, she is holding a weapon I have never seen before." The handsome servant explained to him that according to Rabu's information, it is called RS Staff and although unconfirmed, it has enough firepower to break the Abyss Guild's new record. Asmo comment that based on Beiji Archmagus' actions, the items, quests, and skills never seen before are appearing. What a troublesome game this is. It has finally begun. From the very beginning, the gods' battle was never a game made for profit. While in the non-colonial region, seeing the notification of Ara's failed mission, Hyengu wanted to give up everything and return home to live in style. He started complaining. This time is harder than I imagined. Did I really fail this challenge? Afraid this young man would get too upset. Gold had to pretend to comfort him. Master, leave it to me. Silver also chimed in, saying he is right. Even Jackpot and Lucky tried to hype and bark to encourage him. The system appeared again, receiving Ara's lecture, asking if he wanted to try the challenge once more. Though exhausted, Hyengu replied, I need to complete this task myself. Inside the Rising Star building, the sharp, clear voice of the handsome secretary echoed. Director, he has begun his report. Just as predicted, BG D'Amato from Saga Small Park has topped the rankings. We still have not seen much of BG Cannabis. I do not know if I will find him, but I will try. And as for the comments online like, is it true that BG Cannabis got caught on camera? You let the machine run until it overheated and then quit the game. Idiot, you have lost all your luck for gambling. 20 points. Did your girlfriend make you stop playing games? It is not because of the 20 points. My girlfriend said I got electrocuted on the street, crashed into a phone booth, and could not log in because my fingerprint was changed. That sounds more plausible. No matter how stormy it is outside. Yang Jun calmly replied, no need to worry. The secretary was so worried he asked more, saying he had not seen him for weeks. But surprisingly Yang Jun stayed calm and replied, not seeing him does not mean he is missing. The secretary quickly picked up the frequency, realizing Yang Jun was about to explain. Because earlier, but suddenly he stopped talking. The two of them just stared at each other for a while before the secretary spoke up. Yes. Yang Jun immediately cut the scene and flipped out on the spot, saying it was nothing and he could handle this matter outside. Even though it was very annoying, Secretary Kim did not dare to argue and obediently replied, yes. All right. As the secretary left, Yang Jun's true face was revealed, yawning repeatedly and lost in his own world, because hackers are targeting the information of the company under BG Cannabis. I have to be careful about what I say, even to employees. There have been many incidents like this, but BHAM has become more successful since Saga started operating in secret. Maybe I should hire a security expert here. But conveniently I recently attended a meeting where the equipment of the Peacekeepers was introduced. BGHAM is definitely also in the land of explorers. To get there, I have to complete the NIMBC Explorer's mission. I need to receive the quest from the Explorer to get inside. No one could have encountered that quest yet. If that is true, it means someone else is lying in wait at B's cannabis plantation, which means he must be somewhere less noticeable. The company's genius chairman continues to isolate himself, and I wonder why he revealed his location to me. Suddenly Yang Jun opened his eyes like he was possessed. Then shouted, could it be? Thinking that, he quickly typed and muttered to himself, oh right, he is secretly preparing new content for the next broadcast. Acting like a cosmic prophet, Yang Jun came up with a world-class plan, saying you just showed me the location. I am just trying to buy time for you. In the end, he concluded with, okay, then I will do my best to meet your expectations. Two of Hyengu's friends were sweeping the yard when they heard an announcement. We are hosting a secret search event. A new message just appeared on the Rising Star channel. BG needs to find a certain dealer. Looking closely down below, Hukju was stunned and shouted out loud, $3 million for the first person to find him. On the forum, everyone was also frantically discussing, has anyone received any new notifications lately? Is this a scam offering a $3 million reward? I do not know. Are you the ones going after her? And so the large-scale game of hide and seek begins. Inside the dense forest, 3 people were planning to hide in the bushes to play. Before doing much, the young man with the crew cut already felt uneasy and asked, are you sure we are here? The wizard replied, I have never received an explorer's mission in such a remote place, so do not ask me. The gender-fluid guy, worried about a fight, suggested, why did not you try reaching out and see? The nosy wizard disagreed, saying this would waste too much time, while the long-haired guy wondered, so is that rumor true? If you are here, just say it. But the flat-top guy was already nervous and said he is afraid of running into the Don Guild. Is there a rumor that the Don Guild will be stationed here until the next round? That is right. It has been 2 weeks already. How could you find it if you did not connect to the network from the start? In the AB's office, Jackie was eagerly reporting on the widespread rumors and information about the Don group on social media. The image of BJ Cannabis has deteriorated a lot, and just hearing that the rival is in trouble made Emma happily praise. Well done, Jackie. Tell E to urge the Don group to publicly register to compete against Kim Lin Kaw and present it to BJ Cannabis. Jackie immediately took the order but still had doubts. Yes, I understand, but what if BJ Cannabis refuses? In a good mood, Emma opened up and explained from Bai. Then the rumor that our side is scared and running away will become true. The Don Guild's fame will rise while the reputation of the cannabis company will vanish. Even hiding and sneaking around have their limits, and none of the items we buy under 200 ERP can have their attributes upgraded. Exactly. In other words, we have already won. To avoid bruising her sky-high confidence, Jackie has to go along with it. She is really something. Emma, Sakrath Hurt Hospital of Forest University. Dung Tiwan is comforting his younger brother. Hyen Gyu. Do not worry too much. You are already prepped for surgery. But he still is not reassured and says, I will come back to you. Hyen Gyu had to pretend he was okay to ease his brother's worries. That is right. Do not worry so much about your little brother. Just focus on the surgery. To distract Hyen Gyu, Tiwan joked about something else, saying he still had to pick up Hiren from kindergarten later. Remember, he immediately replied. Definitely. Be a good brother. At that moment Tiwan could no longer hold back his happiness and had to express it aloud. Thank you. It is because of you that I can walk again. Then the time came just as the white-coated angels wheeled Tiwan into the room. He still managed to say see you later. Hyengu replied, yes. The nameplate on the operating room has turned red. As for me, I sat on the chair, restless and anxious, unable to bear it, so I had to get up and walk around to cool down. Oh, it is time to go pick up Hiren. The scene shifts as the girl's clear voice rings out. Hey, and he playfully replies, Hiren. Are you waiting for me? Did you have fun at school today? The little girl replied as she skipped along. Yes. A lot. So I am a bit disappointed. Just as she saw a familiar figure appear before her. Hi Aaron exclaimed. Sister Ishun. And the girl responded. Oh Hirengu, we meet again. The little girl showed no shame and asked directly. Is this the beautiful lady you met in your neighborhood? Knowing she was being praised, Ishun was delighted. Really? Thank you. Little princess. Feeling praised, the girl silently gave the older sister a perfect score and asked, Hey, can I play with her? Hirengu replied, Huh, I can't bother her. Hiren was not about to give up easily. The little girl begged again. Just a little while please. Unexpectedly, Ishin also fell into that sweet trap and spoke up, I am free today. Hirengu. But at this moment he was a bit awkward to answer. Oh what a pity. I have something to attend to today and will be gone for a while. She replied. Then I will play with her. I am free today. Hiren-gyu, do not worry. Without waiting for his answer, she directly asked the staff. Hiren, do you want to go to her house to play? As if waiting for that, the girl immediately replied. Yes. Suddenly relieved of a burden, Hiren-gyu was so happy she almost fainted. Thinking, is this really happening? Thank you. Angel, he silently praised her in his heart. Ishian, you really are a good person. Hiren, remember to listen to her and be good. Okay, when we go home, I will buy you some chicken. Now, let us focus on the game. Time flew by like a dog running through the field, and before we knew it, it was already afternoon. Hey, I want to go to Ishian's house to play again. Seeing her so happy made him curious to ask, is it really that fun there? Hiren immediately replied, yes, it is wonderful there. I arrived quite late after struggling with that game for a long time. Thankfully Ishian understood me. Unexpectedly, Hiren then dropped a shocking question. Hey, are you dating Ishian? That was a good question, and I was confused. What exactly are you saying? Although Ishun is kind and nice, I have not thought of her as someone to date yet, but just imagining that made me blush a little. Ishian said that to you? The little troublemaker immediately retorted. No, if you do that, you can visit her house more often. Disappointment was clear on her face as Hiren sighed and said, Oh, I see. Hiren, you said you have decided to solo both in the game and in relationships. The girl asked vaguely. What does that mean? With a bit of hesitation. I just brushed it off to get it over with, roughly like that, while a voice inside kept encouraging and urging me. Just a little more. I have to try a bit harder. Right at this moment, the system screen appeared, showing the secret manual of Ara, which includes the classification of main story quests, with the quest level below 229. The main quest description is to learn new skills by obtaining Ara's secret manual before destroying all the hidden altars in the colony. In addition, the reward for that mission is the Ara Poncho, and the Ara skill allows teleportation to the Black Gold Valley after completing the mission. The mission requires Hyangyu to hold the position for 10 minutes. After a while, he shouted excitedly, "All right, I did it." Both Gold and Silver stood outside, unable to hide their amazement, and Gold respectfully said, "You really are the master. I knew you could do it." Meanwhile, Abia gently smiled and praised him. "Well done. I have nothing more to teach you." Then, the system displayed a notification that Hyangyu had acquired an advanced mental skill. He looked at the reward. The book, with some worry and thought, "I have successfully completed my 51st challenge." Right, the mission required surviving alone in the desert, which was truly not easy, but nothing could dampen his spirit. Hyangyu immediately called out to Lucky. "Come on." This dog Lucky was very smart and quickly coordinated smoothly. Immediately after, the system displayed a question. "You have reached level 200, and the Warline is offering you a rare special opportunity. Do you want to use this opportunity?" He stared at the glowing card floating in midair. Huh, a jade green light, not the usual gold. Then he quickly grabbed it and smiled with delight. Amazing. A legendary epic has appeared. The card named Hellfire, classified as a legendary epic skill. Skill level F, with the skill effect of Hellfire regeneration. All defensive and enhancement effects will disappear within the area where the flames appear. Unlock the title Hellbringer by defeating a boss-level monster while the Hellfire effect is active. Unlock the Hellfire title by landing at least 13 critical magic hits. But at that moment, Abba flew over to remind him it was still too early to enjoy this, because he still had to defeat the monster living in the Golden Valley. Hearing that, he finally realized, yes, that is right. Hyenga's face grew more serious as he thought, I have to prepare myself. The generous rewards match the high level of difficulty. Next, the system displayed a notification that a new mission had appeared in the main storyline quest window. Called the Golden Valley, classified as a main storyline quest, the mission level is below 229, with the objective to destroy all hidden altars in the Golden Valley, no mission rewards, and the ability to teleport to the colonial capital after completion. Reading this, Hyengu looked puzzled. What? This mission has no special reward. In another scene, the silver-haired man hurried over, preparing to enter Phase 3. Switching to position D, the wizard behind also advanced cautiously. But I do not think we can catch it with just this many people. At this moment, gold in front of him had transformed. Growling deeply, it turned out he had shifted to Phase 3. Gold Hyena, and the silver-haired man immediately raised his shield to defend. This time, the Fallows Ice Clan would definitely catch it. In reality, Hukju watched and breathed out. Oh! Will the Fallows band win this time? The staff member next to him asked with interest. Is this the Sun Boss competition in the Golden Valley? Hukju looked up and replied. I am not sure if it is because they prepared very thoroughly. But it is quite interesting there are over 3 million viewers. The employee glanced at the live match on the screen and wondered if the audience was flocking here because the streamer Archmage was not broadcasting. They have caught it now. In the game, the wizard sneered confidently. Alright, we have caught it on the third try. Both of them were witnessing something terrifying that seemed unbelievable. Wait, what is happening? Is not Gold Hyena state a bit strange? Indeed. It was in a different state with power hundreds of times stronger. It had turned into a black Gold Hyena. Hukju immediately turned to his colleague and said, I have seen it before, a monster turning black like that. His colleague nervously asked, Has this happened before? Where did you see it? Hukju recalled the mutated gorillas from before and replied during Bigi Archmage's broadcast that the battle was incredibly fierce, with the Book Pharaoh's guild wiped out in the blink of an eye. After that, the remaining 5 guilds allied and tried to defeat that black Gold Hyena, but they all failed miserably. All criticism about the sudden increase in the game's difficulty is aimed at Bigi Archmage. Meanwhile, an employee anxiously makes a call to report the situation to someone. We still have not heard anything from him, so it is hard to be sure about our current situation. They also responded helplessly. I'm sorry. We do not know anything about that either. You want to terrorize the CO's office if Bigi Archmage does not solo until he dies. Park Hyung-jun is thinking about Black Gold Hyena and Hyuk-ju, who must be a new kind of monster. This happened while Chimmer Archmage was carrying out his main mission. He slowly furrowed his brow and thought, realizing it was time to start preparing. Then he looked at the call screen on his phone. It was time to end the hide-and-seek event. Hyung-jun politely spoke on the phone. Yes. Lord Asmo. I was just about to call you. On the other end of the line, Asmo was enjoying a vacation on his private yacht. Leisurely responding, have you received the congratulatory gift for ranking first in the sub-region leaderboard yet? Hyung-jun immediately replied. We are very grateful for the sharp warrior you sent. Asmo did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Good. Now I want to ask you about this. Why has BG Archmage been missing for the past few days? And does it have anything to do with the Black Gold Hyena? Hearing that, Hyungjun was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Asmo continued with a smile, saying BG Archmage has begun to change the spirit battle on his own. In other words, you could say he opened Pandora's box today. But Hyungjun furrowed his brow and said nothing. After a moment, Secretary Kim entered and said, Sir CEO, the Central Plains Guild has requested to hold a competition event. Hyungjun reached out to take the documents. Show me, Secretary Kim said with some concern. There have been many rumors about this event on social media. Hyungjun furrowed his brow as he read the document and said, fan support has been dropping sharply lately, so it is hard to turn it down. What kind of event is it? Secretary Kim replied. They want to hold a hunting race between the two guilds with the goal of black gold hyena. At that moment, a notification popped up on Hyungjun's computer, and he said excitedly, perfect timing, here he is. Tell them we will hold it. Secretary Kim immediately complied. Yes. Understood. In the hunter's cocoon room, Hyungjun closed his eyes and sighed. This time I received help from the chairman, so I can handle dozens of tough tasks myself. But to get the best results, should we restart the stream that I have not touched for weeks? He said as he was about to dive into the virtual world. Right now, BG Archmage has started a live stream, and a flood of harsh comments keep pouring in. Found you. BG Archmage, the event ended yesterday. You idiot. I thought he had not logged into the game all this time, but he has already reached level 200. Where has he been hiding? BG Archmage is definitely worthless. Agreed. On the broadcast screen, Hyunwoo and his dog Lucky happily greet the audience. Long time no see everyone. No one found me during the entire event. I was cursed to die while trying to level up alone, with Gold and the Iron Wall Warrior standing right beside me. A keen comment noticed. Wait, is that Iron Wall Warrior next to him? Another comment puzzled. He has also upgraded Silver's gear. Then the screen showed Asmo donating $10,089 with the comment. I can see you received the gift, but this time are you planning to keep playing solo? Hyunwoo saw this and stayed silent, while the comments kept appearing with judgments. Oh. Just think about it. He is going alone. BG Archmage has always been solitary from the start. Do not tell me he plans to face the Central Prince Guild alone in this tournament with Black Gold Hyena. At that moment, Hyun sneered and replied with just 2 words. That is right. He was extremely confident with his teammates and declared that even if he died, he would still fight alone. Another comment appeared angrily. Why does he keep acting so cool, saying he will go solo? Right at the Golden Barrel, Jeho stops at the cliff, and the comments explode the videos already uploaded. First one, behind her is a large group of soldiers and guards, and the atmosphere here seems tense. One comment questions. Jeho is facing BG Archmage. Just look at the sparks flying everywhere. At that moment, Hyun smiled kindly, pointing in a direction, saying, aren't we starting from different points? Joe also gave a gentle smile and replied, I want to meet you in person once. Thank you for accepting my challenge. Hearing that, his face tightened in confusion. A challenge? Then he looked at the 2 serious faces behind them and realized, oh, this is a live broadcast competition event, so maybe I should respond somehow. Thinking this, Hyungu took a fighting stance and said challengingly, I just happen to need a target to test my combat strength, so please do not interfere too much with my hunting. Seeing the tension, a commentator remarked, look at that intense rivalry. They are both well prepared. Jawa, always slightly annoyed, said this is not a competition. I will set up a proper battle. Saying that, she turned away with a smirk. We need to start getting ready. We will be waiting in the boss room. After speaking, she lightly flicked her hair and turned to her subordinates, saying, let us go. Of course, Jeho would not let him off so easily. She frowned and said, if you keep this up, I will have to find a way to block you. After a while, Hyungu's team entered the Golden Valley. As they advanced, excited comments kept erupting. BG Archmage had not been seen for 2 whole weeks. Just focusing. Oh. BG Lucky. BG Gold, and Silver 2. I really miss you all. Blaze Golem. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are as many as 4 golems. While the commentary kept coming, Hyungu's team managed to take down some blockers. Idiots. The golem's faith effect must have been triggered when he reached level 200. So when did BG Archmage rest? Isn't he putting too much effort into this? He probably does not even have time to go to the bathroom. After a long fight, Hyun wiped the sweat streaming down his face. He had tried hard without resting, but there was still half to go. He was already planning his strategy, currently leading slightly ahead of the Central Plains Guild. But if he let his guard down, they would catch up immediately. I will take a quick 5-second break, and as I say that, I pull out a pink potion to restore my energy. Not stopping there, Merlin donated $10,109. But at this rate, 1T is mana run out before the battle with the boss. Seeing this, Hyungu raised an eyebrow and said, how could I have time to rest when I want to show everyone everything I have never done before? Right now, many people must be curious about my new skill. Right, proving it with action. He prepared to show his power. A dark aura enveloped him. A mysterious staff suddenly appeared, stirring up the online community. A great spirit was emerging, the staff swirling around his arm. Immediately, he clenched his fist tightly, the staff moving so fast that no one could follow its speed. Then, he unleashed a new technique with white spheres, smirking as he said, with both hands ready, "Should I rush to the boss's chamber at full speed?" Hyuk-do watched intently. BG Arjmesh, is he trying to turn this into a chicken race? Next he shifted his gaze to Jehovah. It seems he really wants to destroy the Central Prince. Shield, should we see how far the Central Prince Guild has come? At this moment Jehovah awkwardly spoke up. BG Arjmesh, he really is as impressive as I have heard. The gap is widening. Now Central Prince Guild is falling. Everyone is exhausted and slumped in a corner. Jehovah saw the situation was bad and said, "It seems we have to stop here. Everyone in the guild is running out of energy because we keep trying to catch up with BG Arjmesh. It is embarrassing, but we did our best to go as far as possible." Hearing this, Hyuk-do seemed unable to believe it and stood up. What? They are declaring surrender already? But things are not that simple. Jehovah was not angry about losing but instead smiled dangerously and said in a mysterious tone, "Although we have to stop here. BG Arjmesh, good luck." Returning to Hyun-gyu, the system announced, "Your stamina and mana recovery speed have increased," he said with a hint of surprise. "Really? The Central Prince Guild has given up. I was looking forward to hunting the boss together, but it seems that is not going to happen." However, the real game is just beginning. As he enters the boss room, the iron gate opened. An amazed comment appeared. What? He is running at full speed and trusting in Lai Yu's blessing. Arjmesh must have had a plan. The boss entered, its hand already sensing the noise. It fixed a sharp gaze on him. It was none other than Breg Goldina, level 229, but Hyun-gyu did not flinch, no threat at all. "After all, I am completely comfortable with soloing." He immediately summoned his weapons trident, Firestorm, Fire Spear, Ice Spear, and finally smirked, unleashing Hellfire. Surprised by Hyun-gyu's sudden move, the commentators erupted. Has he really mastered it? At that moment, Asmo donated $10,112, signaling the end of the hunt. There is nothing left worth watching. Meanwhile, two black-clad figures hiding behind rocks observe. That crazy monster. He has even got Hellfire now. Those cowards only dare to peek out secretly, waiting for the house to burn so they can loot. The Central Plains gang never intended to win head-on from the start. That is why they brought us here at full speed. We will be activated once Big Archmage has finished and defeated him. Right now, Black Gold Hina's stamina is almost depleted from his last attack, but it is still holding strong. Hyun-gyu gave a serious order, saying he would catch it if he tried one more time. Lucky, Gold, Zub Sivar, and Ka, buy more time. Hearing this, they immediately obeyed, entrusting us their master. After speaking, the two of them flew off in opposite directions, and the two men in black seized the opportunity to rush in and capture Hyun-gyu. Their appearance startled the audience. Assassins. Are they charging in right now? Hyun-gyu realized it instinctively but was equally surprised. Damn it. I was too focused on the Sun Boss to notice them. Lucky took a step and sensed danger. Turning around, Gaw. The two assassins were preparing to strike him twice. Hyun-gyu hesitated anxiously because he could not dodge the attack now, so he had no choice but to stand still and take the hit. It was too late. It seemed like they had defeated him, but the two annoying assassins said, "Damn, he reacted in time because someone sensed the danger. We used too much poison." Looking closer, it was Lucky who shielded him from the attack, causing Lucky to be seriously injured and lying unconscious on the ground. The audience watched in shock. Huh, what is happening? Oh no. Lucky. Hyun-gyu stood frozen, tears welling up, lips trembling. Lucky. He ran over, helped Lucky up, and gently shook him. Stop messing around. Lucky. But Lucky was still motionless, which ignited his fury. He turned to the assassins and shouted, "Damn it. I will never forgive you." They also took a defensive stance. Careful, he is charging. Without saying much, he immediately unleashed the Hellfire Revival, scattering them to pieces, and the system displayed, "Player has died, player has died." The audience was satisfied with the comment that killing them was too easy. But is Lucky really dead? After a while, the live broadcast ended. The Black Gold Hina Cup 229 was also defeated and lay in a corner. Only Hina remained by Lucky's side at that time. He looked at Lucky's system panel showing an incapacitated state with a countdown of 79 hours 57 minutes and 2 seconds, and a note below saying hidden mission. He said sadly, "Lucky can fight for 80 hours but without him always by my side. I could not have done this." But then he suddenly noticed something. Wait a minute. He looked right at the note under the system board. Hidden mission. At this moment, Gold and Silver are still focused on fighting and working together to defeat Black Gold Hina. The system notification appears, announcing that Gold has earned the title of Black Gold Hina Hunter, while Silver is awarded the title of Lone Pioneer Master. Seeing this, the two of them excitedly said, Master, I did it. Lord Sunbi has defeated the boss. But before they could celebrate, they fell silent at the sight before them. Hyun-gu was sitting beside Lucky's body. Then, a system panel appeared on Lucky's body, showing immortality, task classified as a hidden mission, with the main objective to find NPC Toast in Saobang City within 24 hours. You can use Saobang Heaven Toast, which is hidden, to revive the mythical spirit beast, and the mission reward is immortality and the mythical spirit beast skill. Reading that, his whole body felt like it had found a lifeline. Could he really revive Lucky? His eyes lit up. With these eyes, he could easily find NPC Toast, but to reach Saobang City, he would have to pass through the stone elephant area. Doubt ran through his mind as he wondered if he could defeat the stone elephants and reach Saobang without Lucky. Perhaps this was a tough mission he had to grit his teeth and complete as quickly as possible because it was time limited, and it might even be all for nothing. But in the end, he still failed. However, that did not make him give up. Hyun-gu calmed down and racked his brain for another way, telling himself to keep thinking and not give up. There must be a way. He could not quit without trying his best. At that moment, the system popped up a question. Do you want to accept the immortal body mission? He quickly pressed yes. He took off his vest and made up his mind. As long as he could revive Lucky. Now was not the time to think about how. He wrapped Lucky in the vest and carried him on his back. He tightly fastened the corner of his shirt behind his back to secure Lucky on his back, because now he knew there was not much time left. Hyun-gu then lowered his voice and said loudly, "Let us go. I will never give up. And gold, silver, and Fiklik are with me." Recalling earlier, Hyun-gu suddenly said, "Silver, it is your turn," which surprised and confused. He looked at the unconscious black gold hyena and continued cryptically, "We need overwhelming power." Back in reality at Rising Star headquarters, a staff member asked if the live broadcast had already been cut off. Inside, the employees could not help but discuss it. After all, he still managed to take down black gold hyena. But another staff member argued that was not what mattered. Now Lucky can no longer fight. And in the director's office, Yang Jun is wringing his hands, deep in thought. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. He was completely deceived by Central Blames. They planned to cheat from the start. At that moment, the phone rang, and he answered. "Hello, Asmo." The voice on the other end said, "I think this big battle has already crossed the line. It seems they planned to interfere from the start." Thinking about the two assassins sent unexpectedly. "You are not going to let them off this time, right?" Young Jun answered the phone. "I think so too, Asmo." Asmo stroked his leopard impatiently and said, "It is really troublesome. They not only disrupted the broadcast but also targeted BG Ashmish himself. If Lucky had not sacrificed himself, BG Ashmish would have been the one down." And Asmo was truly angry as he spoke. Then he suggested they should issue a public apology and provide appropriate compensation. And we should let them know who is behind BG Ashmish. No matter how much they resist, it is just the scent for wild beasts, Asmo said as he fed the piece of meat brought by the servant to his beloved leopard. Hearing this, Yang Jun smiled softly and said, "I will pass on your message." At this moment in the colony, covered by thick, dense sand and fog, two mysterious cloaked figures stopped while complaining about checkmate. "The more I think about it, the more this game feels like a total mess. And it is getting harder to move on to the next level." They struggled against the sandstorm, moving step by step, handing over money to the Explorer Guild before leaving. But would that money disappear if we overturned the land? After a while, one of them grumbled in frustration, stopped arguing, and looked for a way to move on. "If we run into a stone elephant now, we are definitely dead." Just as we mentioned Cao Cao, here he comes. The stone elephant is standing behind them, watching its prey. They turn around and are so shocked they can barely move. "Huh," one of them said firmly. "It is okay, there is only one. We can handle it." The stone elephant slammed its long trunk down on them, but another quickly dodged and shouted, "Idiot, do not you know stone elephants always travel in herds? There are definitely more around here." But at that very moment, Hyun-gu appeared. Hellfire blazing, the stone elephant was already surrounded by the flames, slowly turning into a roasted stone elephant. But Hyun-gu paid no mind and ran off carrying Lucky on his back. The two shirtless men were very surprised when they saw him. "Huh, is that BG Ashmetz? Wait a minute. But where did he come from? Don't tell me he ran from over there and took care of all the stone elephants on the way," they said as they looked back. The stone elephants had been knocked out. Then they noticed Lucky unconscious on his back and said coldly, "Lucky no longer has the ability to fight." "That must be true." The other sneered and replied, "With him this strong, it might even be better, a golden opportunity to grab attention." Suddenly he turned to the other guy with a puzzled look and asked why, and how could he possibly catch up to Lucky's fame. But the other guy was even more confused and asked what he just said. Then they glanced toward Hyun-gu's back, who had taken a lot of energy-boosting medicine, the empty bottle lying on the sand. At that moment, he pushed himself to run while thinking that if he kept up this pace, they could arrive on time. Clutching the medicine bottle tightly, he believed it would help him hold on until the very end. But ahead, many stone elephants were still waiting to fight, and he felt uneasy. Yet as he expected, there was a big gap without Lucky. He immediately shouted Seaver's name, and just like that, he appeared but in a different form. Those feet and hands, it turned out to be Seaver in the form of black gold hyena. Roaring fiercely, "Just leave it to me, master. Let Seaver handle those elephants." Hyengu focused on running to Sabang City. It was a town that grew up in the crater left by the Sabang Fall, and he ran with all his might. This place was filled with blacksmiths, gathered to craft weapons from the fragments of Sabang. That was the city of Sabang. Finally he found a man named BC Toast. Without hesitation, he carried Lucky down and said, "You are me, Toast. Right, please save Lucky." He looked puzzled. "Lucky, are you talking about your mythical spirit beast?" But there was no time to waste. He hurriedly explained, "I heard that the Sabang paradise you have can revive the spirit beast." Toast calmly replied, "You know well, but I do not have it right now." Hearing that, Hyengu felt like a bucket of cold water was poured on him. His legs buckled hard to the ground. "You do not have the Sabang paradise." He painfully thought that the Sabang Thean Doang was such a rare item it did not even appear in the auction. So he assumed NBC Toast would have it and rushed straight here without much thought. Seeing this, Toast comforted him, saying he had just used it recently and did not have it anymore, but he would save his spirit beast if he could find it. Hearing that, he became even more worried, realizing he had to find that item within the 1-hour priority period because only 1 hour and 16 minutes remained. At the Abyss Guild, a voice spoke up, "I have nothing to explain." Emma. At this moment, Emma calmly sipped her tea and replied, "It is okay. I was also surprised by the power of BG Archmage, the Hellfire skill, the Iron Wall Warrior, and he has even reached level 200. The person she was talking to was none other than Jehoah. Wait a moment." She continued, "But making Lucky unable to fight is already very good." Hearing this, Jehoah froze for a moment, then managed to say thank you. Then, a man slowly walked in, politely knocked on the door, and Jehoah's voice came from inside. "Yes, please come in. That person is Merlin." He flicked his hair and smiled softly. "I have heard that Lucky has lost the ability to fight. Right?" Emma replied, "Yes. He will have difficulty continuing to fight alone." Merlin showed no reaction and sat down, saying, "Is that so? But I have seen some posts claiming they spotted BG Archmage in Sabang City." Hearing this, Jehoah was stunned. No way. No matter how fast he is, it would still take at least 2 days to reach Sabang City. Emma also noticed something was off and frowned, asking, "You mean that does not make sense?" "Right," Merlin answered in Jehoah's place. "Yes." He did not hesitate even though Lucky was gone, but Merlin noticed another character, the bodyguard Sivir, who was the real point of interest. This time he used the body of black gold hyena. Some say a herd of stone elephants was wiped out by his overwhelming power. Jehoah felt something was wrong and asked, "What about the herd of stone elephants? Is everything we have done meaningless?" Merlin picked up the tablet and replied, "We can't say for sure." He scrolled through the device for a while, and thanks to it, I gathered quite a bit of useful information. On the screen appeared an image of the stone elephant fighting Sivir. He pointed and said, "In the colony area, Beji Achmad ran at full speed to reach Sabang City in just 1 day. Thanks to that, I was able to assess Beji Achmad's strength." Pausing for a moment, he then asked ease, "Can I ask you something?" Then he did not wait for an answer, propped his chin on the backrest and asked why BG Achmad pushed himself so hard and ran at full speed to Sabang City. Hearing this, both Emma and Jehoah realized something and said in unison, "Do not tell me." Merlin definitely admitted it. "That is right." He explained that he was testing his long-term combat ability to find his limits. That is not too strange, as endurance in battle will become important in the future. At this point, a question arises. Why is he doing this now? He speculates that he needs to assess his strength to prolong the battle if his mythical beast and guards are defeated in a clash with a large group. Then Merlin turned to ask Jehoah's opinion. "Jehoah, what do you think?" She immediately replied that the Central Brings Guild is indeed quite weak in prolonged battles. That is why we gave up halfway through the Black Gold Hyena match, because we had to secretly prepare for the assassination. "So you mean BG Achmad is trying to stretch the gap in that regard?" At this point, Emma spoke up, saying the important thing in a long battle is preparing items that enhance endurance. Merlin continued, "The next battle will take place in Blacksmith City." Emma gave a clear order, "Use all support and challenge BG Achmad once again." Jehoah swallowed nervously but did not dare go against the orders. "Yes. I understand." At the Rai Singsa building, Yangjun is furious. It has been 15 minutes since the broadcast started, and BG Achmad still has not shown up. There must be some kind of problem. Has he contacted us yet? The female staff member was just as worried. Has not he? We are also trying to connect with him. Yangjun then turned to another staff member and asked, "Where is BG Achmad?" The staff member immediately replied, "He is definitely in Sabang City." Then he ordered to try to delay as long as possible. How did the audience react? Before, there was a non-stop flood of comments. Where did BG Achmad disappear to? He must have lost his spirit. They say he is broadcasting a survival report. Is he still wandering somewhere? According to the survival report, is Lucky going to be revived? He must be in Sabang City to boost his stats. Is he just throwing money around to show off his wealth? There is a rumor that he received the Vivip service from the Explorer Guild. Is that true? I heard he quit the game because of Lucky's death. The comments are full of unconfirmed suspicions. Emma's also watching here and quietly speaking. It seems everyone is hoping for new gear since he is in So Bang City. They say they are broadcasting a survival report. Maybe we should watch it before challenging him. But suddenly Malin exclaimed, "What is going on? Is the broadcast having some issues? Is it just that he appeared late?" Right at that moment, a white screen appeared, and a comment asked, "He is already 15 minutes late. Is it really just a minor glitch?" On the screen, a familiar foot appeared, and an excited viewer commented, "Oh, here he is. Just mentioned Cao Cao. Cao Cao has arrived." A familiar voice comes from the screen. "Hello everyone. You have been waiting a long time, have not you?" Big Archmage is truly back, shyly scratching his head as he explains to the beloved audience that crafting items took longer than expected. But the attention was drawn to Lucky's figure. An excited comment appeared saying Lucky has been revived. "I missed you so much." Some comments noticed something unusual. Crafting items. Those equipments are not fake. Right? Wait, how can a mythical spirit beast be equipped like that? Seeing this, Jehua, Emma, and Merlin were utterly shocked. Could this really be possible? At this moment, Hyan was still scratching his head while looking at the screen, quietly thinking how sad he felt. Haha, it was like his eyes were bleeding. He thought of something else in reality. The money to buy a house and install a gaming pod to replace Hiron's desk and bed. Then he dismissed it. No, the money to make a completely new room for Hiron. Thinking of the moment when my nephew smiled with his eyes closed because he finally had his own room, I was truly overjoyed. But when Hyan recalled everything that had happened, he silently blamed the damn game. Luckily Lucky was rescued, and he said he could make exclusive items for mythical pets and guardians. But how can he demand 3 super rare items for each one? PC Toast has become a villain in his eyes now, so now all I can do is cry silently inside. All the money I earned has vanished. I'm sorry. Hiron. The comments kept asking, Lucky is equipped with rare items. Can he equip items for mythical spirit beasts? Even Smarty does not have that. Right, Lucky is the first one. At this moment, Asmo donated $10,124 along with a message saying he just got a new weapon. Right, it is the first time I have seen it. Seeing that, Hyan-gyu cannot help but show off his new weapon too. That is right, it is always Asmo who notices first. He gripped the weapon tightly and spoke solemnly before explaining its stats. Lucky was killed in a recent surprise attack, but from today on, that will never happen again. Hyan-gyu, full of determination, declared to everyone watching that he would accept any challenge at any time, but he would never forgive what happened last time. Then he looked down at his companion Lucky and quietly rejoiced, knowing Lucky's revival was not the whole story, not only because he has gained that skill but also because he will never die again. Lucky seemed to sense his gaze and happily looked back, looking very adorable. 25 hours ahead at Tosa's forge, Deng Hyan-gu kept pacing forward, thinking to himself that the item at the top of the search list must be like heaven. He sighed and checked the system, realizing he did not even know how to get it, and it was not for sale. Only 48 minutes left. Sweat streamed down Deng Hyan-gu's face along with his helplessness. Could there really be no better way? Meanwhile, the black bear was ready and still moving, saying, "Master, please stay strong. I will show you a power greater than ever." Deng Hyan-gu felt comforted and smiled softly, replying, "Thank you all, there will be a way. We just have to find it." Suddenly, a system notification appeared on the screen, making him wonder, who is calling? There are a pair of hands typing very skillfully. Chairman, Baek Yang-jun smiled brightly as he worked and asked, "Are you free right now?" But in response was just an apology that made Baek Yang-jun fold his arms and sit quietly. The person continued, "I confirm that some guild members acted with malicious intent to harm Haji Archmage." Rio carefully said from the other side of the screen, "This is the fault of the Central Prince Guild because we failed to properly manage our members." She continued, "To make up for it, we will send you a choice item," Water said over the phone. "We have received an apology call from the Central Prince Guild, and they sent us an item that might be useful." An item. Water continued, 2 heavenly shooting stars, and as soon as he said that, Deng Hyan-gu's eyes went wide in amazement upon hearing the name of the item he needed. Then his voice echoed throughout the area. Thank you, President. I will work hard." Deng Hyan-gu shouted like a loudspeaker, "Rising star forever," making Gold Cowboy exclaim, "Oh, the master has been revived." The system announces that you have completed the Immortal Body mission. The system explains that the Immortal Body mission is classified as a hidden mission, with a task description to find Nepsi Toast in Star City within 24 hours. You can use the Hidden Toast Paradise in Sao Bang to revive the mythical spirit beast. The mission reward is the Immortal Body skill of the mythical spirit beast. After reading the announcement, Deng Hyan-gu sighed in relief and thought to himself that he was truly lucky to always receive the chairman's help. The Bang Central Prince surely won't dare to make Gu the leader anymore in the future. He opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. And because of that, the system announced that Lucky had acquired a new skill, an immortal body. As a pure white paw stepped forward, it was Lucky, a large and mighty dog now clad in an impressive blue coat. Deng Hyan-gu was so happy he cried. Lucky licked his face, and he was so delighted that he teased the dog. "Ha, You are really happy to see me again, are not you? I was so worried about you. Both Gold and Sum spoke up, saying that as soon as he was revived, he immediately monopolized his owner, such a spoiled dog. Lord Sum. The system announced that a new mission had been added to the main storyline. With the fresh sounds of guidance and sharpness ringing out repeatedly, the system displays the mission information. Toast's ambition, classifying the mission as the main storyline, with a level requirement below 249. The mission description states that Toast wants to upgrade Avia's authority, hand over the authority to the character, and the mission reward is the improved Azio authority. Upon completion, the mission requested by Toast can be undertaken. After the mission details were explained, Toast spoke up, "Can you set aside the joy of reunion for a moment and show me your chief authority?" Deng Haingyu, still a bit puzzled, asked. "Upgrade it. Are you planning to just suddenly upgrade it like this?" Toast then said coldly. "Why would not you want it?" Deng Haingyu quickly replied. "No, why would I refuse? This is so Bangma City. There is no shortage of anything here." Then he smiled excitedly and said, he Toast, while you are at it, could you take a look at some of the equipment to the chief staff with the horned skull like a demon's face lying on the table? Toast hesitated and said, "What do you think about equipping mythical beasts?" Deng Haingyu, confused by Toast's meaning, asked again, "Equipment for mythical beasts?" Toast did not explain further but said, "Do you need it? If so, I can make some for you." Deng Haingyu happily replied, "If possible, I will definitely show off your amazing achievement everywhere." And he thought to himself, can mythical beasts really equip items? He had never heard of such a thing before. Toast revealed the first smile since earlier. Then he said, "The price of the materials is a bit steep. But first, let us seal this contract." Agreed. Deng Haingyu naively thought to himself, I should have known when he pulled out the contract because of it. My precious money disappeared and I was 15 minutes late. I saw that Sunbi, Gold, and Lucky were fully equipped. And Deng Haingyu sighed quietly. Now I am really broke. But he had already completed everything in such a short time. He held the upgraded staff and marveled. And on top of that, there was a new weapon to consider it an investment for the future. A new notification appeared on the system. Avia staff has been upgraded by Toast to legendary rank, with a usable level above 200. This is Avia staff enhanced by Toast, with significantly boosted base stats. Once Avia finds out, she might not like it. Attack is 399. Additional mastery is 501. And additional mana is 488. All magic attacks increase by 24%. When equipped, the number of spells that can be cast increases by 1. The range of all spells increases by 38%. When accumulated magic damage reaches a threshold, it triggers a cooldown effect. The effect of adverse status increases by 118%. Activating the power of the Fire Spirit King boosts all magic attacks by 29%. And activating the power of the Ice Spirit King increases mana regeneration speed by 87%. It is bound to the owner and cannot be traded, Deng Haingyu said. Now let us start today's broadcast. In a small apartment, a voice called out, "Are you okay? Can you walk?" One leg was heavily bandaged. Deng Taekwon struggled to step out, his hand still holding little Hirance as he smiled gently and said the brace was doing a great job supporting it. They said he can remove the brace in 6 months. Deng Haingyu also said it was worth working hard to afford the surgery, but Deng Taekwon said nothing. He stopped smiling and his expression turned worried as he said, "The amount of money." Before he could finish, Deng Haingyu seemed to ignore him and started talking to the little girl. "Heron is really lucky that your dad's surgery was successful. Right?" Heron eagerly replied, "Yes. Now I can hold Dad's hand every day." Seeing them talk happily like that, Deng Taekwon could only watch silently, but in the end, he smiled softly and said, "Hyungu, thanks to you, I can now do most things on my own. So now please do everything for me that you had to give up." Deng Haingyu listened. Still confused, wondering what she had given up, Deng Taekwon quickly suggested, startling Deng Haingyu. "Like dating?" "Dating," Heron quickly said. "Dad has a girlfriend now." "Really?" Deng Haingyu's face showed the 3 words impossible as she pointed to herself and said, "You have a girlfriend, do not tell me." The girl immediately caught the hint and mentioned a beautiful girl. "Yes, the beautiful one I met the other day." Deng Taekwon was delighted, saying what beautiful, making Deng Haingyu very embarrassed. "No, she is just a neighbor." He pondered and continued, "You should try to practice. I have to get used to it quickly." Deng Taekwon gently replied, "All right, I also have to get ready for work." Hearing that, Deng Haingyu said, "Is not that a bit too much for you right now?" But he also said that the job only requires real-time monitoring of communication security, so it is not too hard. He teased Deng Haingyu, saying, "You are at it again. Do not worry about me. Take care of yourself instead." But still a beautiful and fresh street corner where he lives, footsteps steady on the ground. That was Lee seen walking while thinking, that guild still has not come looking for me. She saw Deng Haingyu watching a video and thought, "Oh, he is watching a video about the Holy War, like the Wungam posted on Rising Star." She recalled a girl saying that Deng Haingyu is a super powerful mage. Lysine thought, he is a super powerful mage. Hiren, do not say that. It made me wonder back then. A mage? Deng Haingyu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly signaled no, but Hiren said, "Yes, Is not everything a mage? Just as she was walking down the street, Lysine kept thinking about that issue no matter how she guessed. It seemed Haingu really was Vum. Dung Hyung, in his character outfit, called out, "Lucky," and then knelt down beside the spirit beast Lucky lying stretched out on the ground. Lysine thought to herself, if I am right, has the central plane already been resolved? I am so worried. Suddenly, Dung Hyungu appeared and asked, "Oh Lysine, is something wrong?" She replied, "Hyungu has had some tough things to deal with lately." Then she thought to herself, he looks better than I expected, and Lysine asked, "Are you playing games again today?" He just politely replied, "How yes. I have to work hard to take care of Hiren." Walking in the same direction and chatting, Lysine said, "Is it very hard? You are always busy." "Oh. That thing," Dung Hyungu continued. "Recently I have faced some difficulties, and every time I have to rack my brain figuring out what to do." But then, he fell silent, leaving Lysine a bit curious. He smiled brightly and said awkwardly that handling everything together was still fun, with many people cheering and helping him, which is what makes the game interesting. Right, Lysine was stunned by Dung Hyungu's answer, on the quiet street filled only with their conversation. "Take care of yourself, Hyungu, and you too," Lysine said softly. Then they said their goodbyes, and Lysine walked away while scrolling through her phone. She looked at Dung Hyungu's image and silently thought, the announcement for the start of BG Archmage's broadcast. I am sure Hyungu's BG Archmage. Lysine looked up, thinking for sure that if the Abyss Guild keeps watching Hyungu like this, from now on she will support him. Dung Hyungu was facing a fierce giant rhinoceros, but he showed no fear or weakness and excitedly said, "Lucky, beam." At his command, Lucky barked once and then countless beams appeared, striking the rhinoceros. The system displayed a notification that Lucky's body had been transformed, and after receiving the owner's command, the spirit beast Lucky stood proudly. Countless strange cards appeared along with the system's next message. Your mythical spirit beast Lucky has gained a new power from the king's divine authority. Dung Hyungu happily rubbed the head of his spirit beast, thinking to himself that Lucky's hunting speed had increased significantly since being revived, partly thanks to the power from the equipment as well. Sanbi and Gout appeared fully equipped and said, "My master is eager to try out the new skill. Sanbi and I will immediately take them all down." Dung Hyungu agreed. "Alright, next time it is your turn." He remembered that Sprint was Gout's new skill that he had chosen when upgrading by sending a beast onto Silver's back. The Sprint skill card mentioned that the skill rank was legendary. The skill effect is a guardian that can ride and merge with anything. He thought further, he is excellent at blocking attacks and even mobility. Dung Hyungu touched one of the cards earlier, so even if I choose a defense card, there is no need to worry. The card started to glow, and Dung Hyungu thought to himself, but that does not mean I want a bad card. I can be careless in this game of chance. He held the card in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. "Oh my god, did he just draw this skill?" At the Sixing Star Skyscraper, a voice said, "What is he planning?" Park Young-jun sat deep in thought. The Central Plains Guild had requested another battle event. Rua and her teammates appeared in his mind, their stats increasing dramatically in just a short time. They must be trying to confront him directly now since they can use tricks like last time. Alone in the room with his thoughts, Park Young-jun knows the issue is all about timing. Why are they fighting again even though they know their guild's reputation is terrible? Jung Hyungu once said, "I am always ready to fight, but I will never forgive if you repeat the same mistakes." He thought. Beiji Echman had even taken a very firm stance. The closer his hands were pressed together, the more Park Young-jun pondered what the Central Plains Gang's true purpose was all along. As if they were waiting for something. Suddenly he glanced down at something. A notification appeared, showing there have been 5 hacker attacks recently. The data on the hacker's actions has been attached. So Park Young-jun immediately thought that the hacker he hired for testing had been completely blocked. He then said, "The new team we are working with this time is doing an excellent job. Should I take a break and contact BG Achmed?" The system notifies that the TOS request is to complete the mission and the final TOS request can proceed. The Heaven Star Guild, a meteorite with a tough, rough exterior but emitting a brilliant light. John In-gu in his game outfit sat blocking the way and said, "Not long ago he asked me to find it but now he is giving it to me as a test. Where should I use it now?" Sitting across from the Star of the Heaven Gang while you sigh heavily. He continued, "I have burned all my money on basic gear. Should I sell this stuff and get ready to move again?" A notification popped up that Wadern was calling. "Oh, is this a call from the chairman?" On the other end of the line, someone said, "Hello BG Achmet." He replied, "Yes, Chairman. Is there something you need?" The person named Wadern said, "You probably already know, the stats of the Central Plains Guild are rising rapidly. They are signaling you about the request for a grand battle mentioned in the recent broadcast." And Jong Gu sat quietly listening. Then he clenched his fists with a deeply troubled expression, thinking to himself, "Wait, I accidentally provoked Lucky back then. But could they really be planning a full-scale war?" Wadern continued, "The Central Plains Guild has requested a battle for revenge," and Jong Gu thought, "Now it is hard to refuse." He glanced around. realizing that it was indeed because of the Central Plains Guild that Lucky had fallen into an unfit state to fight. But it seemed they did not do it on purpose, and even apologized by sending a gift from the Heaven Guild. The person on the other end replied, "Alright, I will organize the broadcast soon." After the call ended, Park Yang-jong, who was actually Wadern, thought to himself, "Agreed. Let us keep it simple." Jong Yang-gu on this side also said, "But this time remind them to be careful." Careful how? Park Yang-jong rubbed his temples, realizing that Beiji Archmage wanted to show them they could not compare to him, even though the Central Plains Guild was trying to boost their stats. Suddenly, he snapped awake, realizing that he was the one truly waiting for the star. Park Yang-jong grew tense, even warning that they would strike back if they continued to play dirty this time. Truly calm, then Wadern's side said, "Alright, I will get ready since Asmo sent something over for you regarding Lucky's matter." Zhang Yang-jong wondered, a gift from Asmo, in Sobang City. Asmo really loves light and salt. He is the best. Zhang Yang-jong's face lit up with the thought. Loving Asmo so much, he is super kind. I already have 3 Sobang heavens in my hands. He smiled smugly and said, "If I sell all 3, I will have enough money saved to buy a new house, so owning my own home won't be far off anymore." Then he said to Tos, "I have gathered all the ingredients." "That fast?" Tos said coldly. He continued, "Besides that, your mood seems quite good." A notification appeared. A new main storyline mission has been added. He smiled brightly without hesitation. "Of course I will get back the money you took from me." Though he thought that, he was not foolish enough to say it outright. Instead, he said, "There are some good things after all." The two chatted endlessly, saying, "Is that so? Congratulations to you. Well then, I want to ask you one last favor." Tos's final request is as follows. The task classification is main storyline, and the task level is below level 239. The mission description is to give Tos 3 Heaven Ice Stars to create the item he desires, with no mission reward, and the star mission can be started after completion. Tos slowly said, "Give me 3 Heaven Ice Stars." Jung Hyun-gu suddenly went blank as if he had lost his mind after hearing Tos's request. Tos appeared innocent and said, "Hey, you already have enough. Just give them to me." Mission requirements met. Jung Hyun-gu gave a tense smile. His anger flared up in waves as he silently cursed himself for being too lenient with this bastard, knowing he could not keep letting him get away with it no matter how strange and BC was. Then he finally spoke, calling him a crazy bastard. A strange light flickered in the sky. Fairy stone suddenly plunged down, growing larger by the second. It is precisely a meteor, not an ordinary stone, hurtling at the speed of light toward the small city of Me. The distance is closing rapidly, and the situation is becoming extremely dire as a catastrophic disaster may occur. The system announced that a meteorite had fallen. The meteorite crashed down, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. People fled in panic through the dust and smoke. The entire meteor city was plunged into chaos and dust. Jung Hyun-gu also noticed the strange noise, instinctively turned his head and said, "Earthquake." The system then displayed that the meteor impact zone would open within the next 48 hours. The glacier mission is classified as the main storyline with a difficulty level below 239. The mission description is that a glacier has fallen into a specially created area. Explore that area. The mission reward is unclear, but after entering the meteor impact zone, you will earn the Volcano Mouth Traveler title. The Volcano Mouth Traveler title means a magical mark that increases all stats by 3% and grants a special Divine Stone mission after completing the quest. From the Abyss Guild, a voice said, "Imma, I heard you requested a match right after the Archmage broadcast ended." "Imma," the one mentioned, calmly replied, "I also sent a request to the Explorers Guild." Merlin asked suspiciously, "Is not that a bit too hasty?" Imma replied, "Because the central team has no reason to request a match, it is better to quickly challenge Big Archmage, who said we can request any time." She added, "We even gave him a heavenly meteor, so he can't refuse." Her words shocked Merlin. "Can she handle it?" Emma said firmly, "Because this time I will catch him no matter what." She asked, "You also know about Kim Minsu's determination?" "Right." Merlin, at a small convenience store, trying to start a discussion. "Did you hear about the shooting star falling in Meteor City?" The person next to him said, "I heard it was because of Big Archmage." "Yeah. And there is even a new area that appeared." A group gathered around the table kept discussing. "It is called the Lu Tin Dung Kitch Zone, where all the top gangs are gathering. It seems Jung Hyun-gu and Jihue's fame is growing, and I have heard that BJ Archmage will rematch the Central Prince gang in that new area." The man pretended to laugh and said, "Who should we watch this match broadcast by? This will definitely be a great opportunity for streamers to attract more viewers." Then a boy appeared out of nowhere, thinking to himself, "It has to be Archmage's broadcast." He continued, "Does not he always have his own way? It is definitely going to be more interesting than the other channels." The system notification shows that once you enter the Lu Tin Dung Kitch zone, you won't be able to leave for 24 hours. The containment zone has opened. Right in the middle of the barren ground, like a huge hole with fierce flames burning inside, a voice shouted loudly, "Let us go. We have to reach it as fast as possible." The 3 of them surged forward powerfully, heading to the safe zone as fast as possible. The giant monsters blocked their way, so Ogun said, "Remember, The viewers are more important than health. Here they are. The monsters are Osos, strong and in formation, a sharp blade raised to attack. Ogun was worried but managed to block it. They are attacking. The monsters showed no mercy and struck with full force. The system announced that a guild member was defeated by an enhanced ruby oak. The other two seemed confused. What? That terrifying damage. The game just started and it is already over. The group fled a bit away from the monsters. The man shooting alongside also grew fearful. The level of these monsters is no joke. Are we gonna die here? The teammates beside me are fighting desperately. Use this time to minimize the damage. Anyway, we want to be able to get out of here for another 24 hours. But unfortunately, you abandoned your teammates. I can't keep going, boss. I give up. It left the young man stunned. Where do you think you are going, you damn coward? The system has announced that a guild member has logged out. The one left behind was completely panicked. How could he just log out like that, damn it? The audience is also enjoying commenting. He has been abandoned. The system announced again that a guild member was defeated by an enhanced ruby snail. Comments flooded in. The other guilds are all in chaos too. Kiki. The Central Prince Guild is still fighting pretty well. Are not they? Joe acutely raised a like finger and said, "Everyone, we will take a short break before the next battle." The comments appeared. Just as I thought. You have to at least join the Central Prince Guild to be able to raid. While the group rests by the fire, the audience's commentary remains lively. This is already their second major battle, as Dog predicted. They look like they are getting tired. The fire flickers gently. So boring. While they are resting, I am switching to another channel. Which one? Missa, right, but it is just as boring. They have only finished 2 small matches. Commenting on Donghain Gu's situation, he sent the Golemban to patrol around the lounge. Does he even have any skills he does not possess? Wait a minute. Are not the other guilds surrounded by monsters? Why is not he affected? Inside the battle, Donghain Gu calmly said, "Damn it. There really are not any monsters here. So why are you worried?" His eyes suddenly lit up as he thought. Why worry? Running from the start won't help. He needs to conserve his strength for the battle with the boss. Donghain Gu could see far ahead and notice the others from different guilds. Plus the Explorer Guild hiding right in front. Why were they following him? He had to find a way to avoid them. After thinking for a while, he said thoughtfully, "This is going to be really difficult." Viewers watching can comment. BG Archmage, are you broadcasting some kind of cold text content? Ooh, lazy streamer, why is his broadcast the only one different? All the other channels are like hell. After thinking it through, Donghain Gu pointed at the Golem gang. Alright, I will take a detour and run around. Hopefully those monsters over there will pity me and show up. Seeing that, the audience mocked him. It seemed the monsters would also notice the solo player. He is not trying to avoid them but deliberately seeking them out. Donghain Gu suddenly realized something. Hunting them might be a good idea. Then he thought to himself, I am not hunting monsters but guilds. I can save energy and be less bored if I hunt with other guilds. Then he made up his mind. I will go help those struggling in battle, starting Big Archmage's support service now, at Rising Star. Chairman, Secretary Kim hurriedly reported. The Central Press Guild sent a request for help. Baek Yang-jun replied. Just as I thought. They will quickly send a request before the other guilds. Let us proceed. A call from Asmo. Asmo on the line said, I'm busy. Skip the formalities. You probably know the information from the broadcast, but the Explorer Ref Guild is still active. Donghain Gu said it was strange that about 300 people were coming to him. Could it be the Explorer Guild? Asmo said he must know about Big Archmage's information power, and he also requested to monitor the Explorer Guild's broadcast, so he negotiated with Venture. Baek Yang-jun said again, even if it is Big Archmage. Imagine 300 people from the Explorer Guild dominating the area like that. The overwhelming numbers make the outcome pretty obvious. Do not they? He continued, have you negotiated with the Explorer Guild leader? Venture. Asmo replied, it is not exactly a deal, more like a bet. Asmo smiled brightly, saying let us see who catches the boss first. He continued to explain that if we lose, we have to give them 2 main storyline fragments, but if we win, we will get a free pass to the next desert area. Asmo concluded by saying, in other words, do not bother him in the desert no matter what he does. Emma looked at the tablet in her hand and said, we have nothing to lose in this bet. It will be easy if the Explorer Guild cooperates with the Central Prince Guild. The mysterious person on the call with her spoke up. I want to stab Big Archmage in the back, but he has already walked right into the trap with both pieces of main storyline information. It is not bad either. Emma said, definitely we can act like that. Venture. In the match, Lucky is facing countless monsters. Saving Big Archmage is something I have not even thought about. Junji and Gu rushed in like the wind with his trademark smile. We could not even choose. Jaewon thought. That is why it is better to let the other guilds contact him. Even if he is an enemy, we have no choice but to ask for his help. She thought. I hate to admit it, but the system just notified that you have entered the checkpoint. We have easily reached the central area where the boss is. The lively comments followed. So why is no one going in? This is a new zone and they have to be cautious because they do not know the boss's strength. Another comment thought. Once again they went through all the trouble to come here. So who wants to play the bait? One step forward. Huh. Is there someone new entering the boss's room? Their eyes gleam brightly and mysteriously. The system announced a level 249 divine boss. Camouflage skill activated when attacked. Free transformation skill activated when attacked. Blink skill activated when attacked. Speed boost skill activated when attacked. Can be tamed after hitting it 29 times. After reading the rules, the mysterious person stood before a glowing stone and thought to himself, "Great. I can observe it clearly. This boss title is just a name after all. This Dungyungub fights monsters like a pro. I do not know what kind of boss this is, but whoever defeats it first wins. Right, from now on, let the boss hunt begin." His actions are stirring up the crowd. Truly Archmage always makes a difference. The flames roared as he said, "Should we just touch it lightly first?" Fireball. And as soon as he spoke, the audience reacted. He attacked and the hunt began. The system displays that they can be captured after defeating them 28 times, and the chase battle after the holy ice has begun. The closer they get to the glowing stone, the more aggressive the monsters become. The audience comments. The chase continues. Monsters sprouted from the ground like mushrooms. Surprising the audience, are they really going to play tag with the boss with so many monsters? Countless ice golems appeared and stood behind Jung-I and Gu's team, with commentary noting that this time Bigi Archmage is giving it their all here. Jung-I and Gu grinned and said, "Aha, this chase is easy, so I will use the same plan." He gave the order, "Gold, silver shrink down," and they immediately followed. Gold sprinted. Lucky unleashed. Jung and Gu made it all look smooth. He gave the order again, unleashing the Dragon Fist Blizzard. "If we wipe out the remaining mobs with area magic," he smiled and asked, "What does everyone think?" Easy, right? The audience was once again thrilled. While the first person to take the lead in the chase will have a huge advantage, everyone is dizzy from their recklessness. Suddenly someone angrily slammed the table. "Damn it." I grit my teeth. What the hell are the Explorer Gang and Senchoju doing? I even prepared a plan for them, but they are just half-heartedly watching. She was frustrated and could not blame them. Now that it has come to this, we should at least stick close to BG Archmage, and make sure we find Kim Mitsu's will. Joho is fiercely fighting the monsters here. Everyone hurry and find the boss. Her teammates struggled to say, "There are too many monsters. We can't even clear a path." She spoke up again, saying that in a chase game, you can find the more disguised boss if you clear out the monsters around first, because you can find the boss among all these monsters. Joho was determined to find it, and if they could herd all the monsters to one side, they would know if any of them were the boss. Her teammates seemed unconvinced. "But we can't take down all these fierce monsters." Joho simply replied, "Hold them off while searching. We have to be faster than BG Archmage." The system announced, "You have attacked the Holy Star." Dung Hain-gyu, unlike Jiho, who is very confident, now says he has waited long enough and will light it up first. The audience can believe it in comments. Did he really find it? BG must be insanely lucky. I missed the whole escape process. Gold and silver are still shrinking. The comments are pouring in. The shrinking and the moves of BG Gold and Silver are also cool. While those continuous attacks, the system displays again, "The Holy Star has lost its power. You have collected the Holy Star at the Abyss Guild." Emma was restless, surprised that the boss was playing a game of chase. She called out, "Jackie," and he immediately replied, "Yes, Miss Emma," while Emma kept resting her head on her hand. If this were a normal hunt, could the Central Prince and Explorer Guilds win? She continued, "BG Archmage acts as if finding the boss among the monsters is nothing difficult." She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking she had planned everything out. Jackie sat quietly listening to Emma, and in the end, BG Archmage knew. But we did not. We will need to watch BG Archmage a bit longer, closely monitoring him whether he is hacking or tailing him. Jackie did not say much, just replied yes. Understood. Emma's gaze was firm. No matter what happens, we must conquer the main quest faster than BG Archmage. The more she spoke, the more she showed her determination to uncover Kim Misu's true will. Cut to another scene. In room 1202, where Emma is visiting Kim Misu, who is lying in a hospital bed, she looks at him with deep sadness, wondering if his will remains unchanged. He smiled and replied, "Are you still asking that question after coming all this way? My answer will always be the same, because I believe the purpose of the game dogs is purely for entertainment." Hearing this, Emma raised her eyebrows and said, "Even if you say that, its purpose will still change depending on each player." He said again, "Emma, even if you try to control the game dogs your way, it won't be easy, and I won't let you do that." Emma just gave a faint smile and said, "You are too harsh." Kim Misu. Not long after, I received Kim Misu's will, and its content was quite simple. Emma thought, looking at the documents on the board, it was the right to initiate the holy war called Kim Misu's legacy. Looking at the key thread, she pondered the information that a core code capable of changing all the dogs was hidden at the end of the dogs. She seriously studied it, and the main storyline mission would be the map to find that key thread. The system announced that you have obtained the Holy Star, a new item added to your inventory. Zheng Haiyangu held the star glowing faint red in his hand, his mouth agape. The Holy Star Bang is an epic legendary item. Its effect is a divine stone. Items created from the Holy Star Bang can use the power of the Star Bang. Must be used for crafting but cannot be traded. Zheng Haiyangu said with some surprise. This is the first time I have seen an item like this. Can I really use the power of Sao Bang? The audience eagerly commented. Jiki is using the power of Sao Bang. So what does that mean? Since it is Sao Bang, it is sure to help him use Sao Bang magic, which is every mage's dream. Everyone guessed it was a skill related to Sao Bang magic. Zheng Haiyangu panicked and thought to himself, wait, if everyone's expectations are too high, it will be very disappointing. He says it is probably just a material. It is not our first day in the Holy War, and that he will end the broadcast here. Cut to Star City, where To says he has been waiting for him. Zheng Haiyangu excitedly said, I have this. Then he placed the newly found Sao Bang stone on the table, making Toes amazed. This is the divine stone. He laughed and said, can you let me refine it? The system displays a new mission. A new mission has been added to the main story window. The mission of the Divine Stone is classified as a main story mission, with a mission level below 239. The mission description requires Toast to make a necklace and a pair of rings from the Divine Stone, with unclear rewards. The skill badge means an epic legendary item after completing the mission and the ability to enhance So Bang's power. Zheng Haiyangu wondered silently. A necklace and a pair of rings. This is my chance to upgrade my accessories. He thought further. Alright, it is time to upgrade. Using level 80 accessories no longer makes sense. After thinking for a moment, he quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, thank you very much, Lord Toes, and sorry for ever scolding you. No matter what, I will entrust it to you. Toes wondered. Scolding, the man replied. Ho ho. I am the one who should be thanking you. You are quite an interesting friend. Toes finally completed the mission and placed the necklace and rings on the table. You have been waiting long, have not you? It is not perfect yet, but I am done. They are epic legendary items. The masterpiece of Tajagara is classified as legendary epic, requiring level 200 or above. The Jagara ring of the Lord of the Western Castle in the Tonga Kingdom, containing the power of So Bang with all stats plus 200, all defense plus 100, attack plus 35, skill casting speed plus 25%, cooldown time of all skills reduced by 25%, stamina and mana recovery speed plus 50%, bound on possession and cannot be traded, all stats plus 100 when avoiding 2 set items, attack plus 20 when equipping 2 set items, movement speed and skill casting speed plus 20% when equipping 2 set items, and allows the use of Lu Tun when equipping 2 set items. Zheng Haiyangu kept thinking with delight that this necklace's supportability was truly incredible. The masterpiece by Toast is classified as an epic legendary item, requiring level 200, and the necklace contains the power of the creatures corrupted by the original turtle. The power of the creatures sealed by the original turtle seems connected to the power of So Bang, with all stats increased by 250, attack increased by 30, movement speed increased by 30%, attack speed increased by 30%, stamina and mana recovery increased by 50%, the ability to reuse skills when equipped, the ability to use an additional skill when equipped, and bound on acquire, meaning it cannot be traded. Toast said there was a small error during their creation, and Zheng Haiyangu wondered silently. An error, but the stats are perfect. Toss continued. It seems the power of So Bang is linked to your necklace, and you can only use So Bang's power by consuming a huge amount of mana. Zheng Haiyangu smiled brightly, thinking the original necklace must have a problem. Then said, it is okay, I am very grateful that you upgraded them. The system announced a new mission has been added to the main storyline window. So let us go do the mission with the upgraded equipment. Zheng Haiyangu said, the So Bang power mission is classified as a main storyline mission, with a level requirement below 239. The mission description is to move to the abandoned volcano crater and use the power of So Bang. There is no mission reward, but an explosion can be triggered after completing the mission. Zheng Haiyangu and his subordinates have arrived at the abandoned volcano crater. Zheng Haiyangu looked around and thought to himself, ignoring the mission description. He was quite curious about the star storing skill granted by the equipment effect. He spoke up, should I try it now? Star storing. Then he emitted a strange blue light. The system displays that you can feel the power of Sao Bang flowing through your body. Zheng Haiyangu says it seems to have been activated. But what is this effect for? Is it a star enhancement skill? Zheng Haiyangu looked at the flame in his hand and thought it must be a support skill for other abilities. So he tried using the fireball. Then he projected the power from his palm straight into the sky. Zheng Haiyangu watched and said, let us see. Hopefully it is a buff skill. A flash of light appeared in the sky. Then suddenly it shot back toward him. Zheng Haiyangu saw it and was extremely worried. This is bad. That power surged back toward Zheng Haiyangu, causing a loud explosion. Is this his new strength, born from pain? Bokyang smiled brightly, thinking he must closely watch the Express and Central Prince guilds. Even though they suffered a crushing defeat in that match, he thought further. Do they believe the match format gave him an advantage because the fight with the boss was a game of chase? No. He remembered Zheng Haiyangu. He won because he is the BG Archmage. Bakyang could not hide his excitement and said, just as I thought, he is truly extraordinary. Outside, the staff were chatting among themselves, wondering why the boss seemed so thrilled. 66 million viewers have tuned in, and the battle was a success, so it would be strange if he were not excited. Bak Yang sat down and thought. And we have received free entry tickets to the desert. This means they will let BG Archmage run wild in the desert that the Explorer Guild has been monitoring all this time. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In other words, Bak Junyan smiled and said, even if we hold a big event in the desert, they can only stand by and watch. Someone is pressing the call button. Secretary Kim answered, yes. Chairman, the person on the other end said, call the top 10 guilds, which surprised Secretary Kim. Yes, the top 10 guilds, sir. The system announces that a new mission has been added to the main story window. The mission, titled Rampage, classified as a main story quest, above level 211, and the description reads, the power of the Nameless God has gone out of control. Reach Ebony within 15 days or the Nameless will come for you. There is no reward for the mission, and after completing it you can start the Osis mission, at the abandoned volcano's mouth. Zheng Haingyu thought to himself, I think I know how to use Sabang's meter power now. But, then he said, who exactly is this Nameless? Suddenly he realized something, is that the name he saw in the Golden Page Sanctuary. Zheng Haingyu began to recall, that level 444 name, the Nameless level 444, he said again, so if I can't reach Ebony within 15 days, that guy will come looking for me. Zheng Haingyu then urged everyone run quickly. We do not have time. Run at full speed. A cactus stands in the scorching heat. Zheng Haingyu and his subordinates rest under a tree, and he says, this is a big problem. I forgot the next area is a desert. Golden Boy wondered if they should continue, and Silver pointed out that their master's actions were always the best choice. Zheng Haingyu firmly said, you are right. Charging headfirst through the desert is like walking straight to your death. The wasteland has two biggest obstacles. A simple map appeared as Zheng Haingyu began to explain. Scattered across the wasteland are osas used as resting points. If I keep moving between them, I will reach the required level to enter the next area, which means it will definitely be vast and extremely challenging. He said the more troubling issue is that the Explorer Guild is managing it. Zheng Haingyu fought alone against the masked soldiers. If they intended to follow me like when we were in Saobang Field, I would not be able to find Ebony within 15 days. So it could be game over, because the Nameless would catch him. Zheng Haingyu carefully made his decision. My top priority now is negotiating with the Explorer Guild. Should I ask the chairman for advice? Just then a call came in. It was Water, and he said, send Kaka right away. Just in time. He picked up the phone and replied. Yes, chairman, Bakian Dun cheerfully said. Hello BGHMG. He continued, the negotiation with the Explorer Guild is done. They want to interfere with your actions in the desert. Hearing that, Zheng Haingyu was shocked. Ho Explorer Gang, can he read my mind? Then Wattern said over the phone, yes, we even got a contract. Even if I take over Boston they won T-Care. Zheng Haingyu asked. Wattern fell silent for a moment, then said, are you really going to do that? His question made Zheng Haingyu a bit flustered. I was just giving an example. Then he thought to himself, if he said that, I probably could do it. But how and when did he find out? The chairman must be scared out of his mind. Wattern said again. The reason I am doing this is because I am planning a desert tour, a real experience where participants can realize that the new power gained by the Holy Star Gang will be a big deal. Zheng Haingyu recalled the scene from the past and thought to himself, oh, so he saw it back then. He thought, we need permission from the Explorer Guild to run the desert tour, so that is why he decided to negotiate with them first. Wattern asked if that was okay. Zheng Haingyu stood up and obediently said, just brief me on the results next time. Then he thought to himself, I will always be loyal to the chairman. Wattern replied, I will remember that, and then the conversation ended. At the desert Usus, Jiwa was sitting and waiting on the wall. Some people wondered, is not the Jiwa from Bang Central Prince? It seems like she is waiting for someone. Jiwa sat quietly, thinking that the desert area usually starts at this Osis, so he should have passed through here. BG Achmeji, just as she thought of Zheng Haingyu, he and his men were running for their lives. Damn it. She saw him and calmly said, here he is. Jiwa stepped forward to greet while Zheng Haingyu was still out of breath, saying hello, we meet again. Oh yes. Hello, Zheng Haingyu thought to himself, what wind blew the Bang Central Prince here now? I do not have time. He said, what is the matter? Jiwa immediately got to the point, saying she believed the confrontation between them in Liaoting was full of twists and not a decisive battle. So Zheng Haingyu was puzzled, wondering what she meant. It seemed like she was about to challenge him to a duel, her stance fierce as if she would attack him if he refused. While everyone around was whispering, Zheng Haingyu walked away saying, yeah, but I have to go now. Jiwa was surprised and turned around. I have not even finished talking yet. Zheng Haingyu just gave a brief reply, saying he had an urgent matter to prepare for. Really urgent. Then he thought he could not tell her it was because of the main mission. Now it is time to change the subject. He quickly whispered, I am getting ready for a tour. Then he and his subordinates ran off, leaving only the message, please send me the details by email, leaving Jiwa stunned. Wait, what? She stood frozen. thinking to herself, is he really planning a wild tour? At Rising Star, is everyone ready? How many of the top guilds have already arrived? After hearing the question, Secretary Kim immediately responded. At 9 of the clock, Chairman Rising Star wondered silently why the Abs Guild had not arrived yet. He appeared and greeted everyone, expressing his gratitude to the guilds present here, and asked if they had recently heard about BG Archmage's tour. He continued, explaining the reason he invited them here. Yang Jun said it was to give everyone a chance to participate in the auction for a spot on the wild tour. He began to explain that recently, everyone has been very interested in this hot topic. The tickets for the BG Archmage Wild Tour are why we prepared today. Herox Guild is a legendary level 220 skill breaker of magic chaos. Explorer Guild is a Wild King rank. Undead Guild adds another Wild King rank. Skull Guild has 2 Wild King ranks and a double-edged sword of the Wild King. Yang Jun and the 2 secretaries thought, they have already doubled the price. It is the first time I have seen such an intense auction. Sorry for coming. I want to be the manager of the Abyss Guild. We bid on a royal key, and as soon as the news was read, Yang Jun was surprised with his mouth open wide. He thought, royal key. I had been expecting extraordinary items to appear in a simple auction. Returning to the real world, one foot kept moving restlessly. The person was both worried and biting their nails nervously. Feeling defeated, that was Jung Hyun-gu, anxious and unsure what was happening. He had not planned for this. Only 10 days left now. He thought hard. I have to find the Pifi Ebony within that time. He recalled that throughout the wild tour, he had to follow the route of the other participants. Just thinking about the time slipping away made him anxious, wondering if he could finish on time. He also thought he could not force everyone to rush, so he called out, "Wait up, where are we even going?" Jung Hyun-gu thought further. It is also hard to freely use the clairvoyance ability. But the biggest problem is if someone in the group insists on going a different way. Then I am done for. He ran his hand through his hair, but now there was no way to back out. It was driving him crazy. In the end, Jung Hyun-gu finally stood up and left, thinking that first, he had to find a way to get closer to the Nepsi Ebony before the tour started. He spoke up, "Hey, quiet down." Jung Hyun-gu continued, "Help me get ready to move in." Before he finished speaking, he signaled for me to be quiet and said, "You are in a very important situation right now. We will talk later." Jung Hyun-gu asked with some confusion, "Sorry, but I am the customer here." Then he glanced at the phone screen and said, "What are you watching that is more important than a client?" Seeing the screen clearly, he thought to himself, is that Merlin from the Abyss channel? In the video, Merlin says the Wild Tour event now belongs to the Abyss Guild, having won the bid. He continues, "It is the key to unlocking the treasure." In the video, Merlin said the most important thing is that the Abyss Guild will not directly participate in the Wild Tour. Jung Hyun-gu was surprised to hear this if they are not participating. Then why did they win the bid? Merlin said we decided to stream all the videos and live broadcasts related to the tour for free so everyone can explore this wild tour. But Jung Hyun-gu started feeling strange and thought to himself, what does this mean? Does he want me to go alone? Jung Hyun-gu was thrilled once he realized it. Someone angrily slammed their hand on the table, thinking they had made a serious mistake. Back Yang Jun was frustrated, realizing he had put BG Archmage in a tough spot just because of the elusive golden key. He began to calm his mind and think the golden key was the item Abyss Guild received for being the first to capture the Wild King, and it had never dropped again since. Back Yang Jun rubbed his temples, certain that this was the kind of item that had to be used before it could drop again. In other words, there was only one in the Holy War. He guessed that if someone reached Ebony holding the royal lockpick, the entrance to the tome would open, and once they passed through, they could reach the sacred tome. Back Yang Jun was thinking that he had finally forced him to go through the royal tomb alone when Asmo called. Back Yang Jun answered, "Hello Asmo," and Asmo quickly said, "You have seen the news from the Abyss Guild, right? You must understand the meaning behind handing over the royal key." Yang Jun replied, "Yeah, I have, using the name of the royal thread." He said, "They want him to conquer the royal tomb alone." Asmo responded, "A dungeon even the Abyss Guild can't conquer. They have tricked him." Emma is sitting here sipping a cup of tea. Merlin stood beside him and said, "Now that we have confirmed the route, we have to work properly. The preparations are complete." Merlin wondered, "So what? It is Hong Mak." Emma replied calmly. She said that all the monsters use ambush and surprise attacks, so if he focuses too much on the monsters, he won't notice being ambushed by others, a group of people hidden under the sand. Emma continued, "We can also track him in real time and strike at the perfect moment." Merlin asked again, "So when are they planning to set off?" Emma quickly replied, "They are already on their way. They also brought 3 poisoned swords from the king of Hong Mak." The forum is already buzzing with comments. Wow, is he really going to take on Hong Mak alone? Forget that. I do not even see any monsters. Meanwhile, Dunjingyu and his men ran across the vast desert. The newbies playing the game, all hiding underground. Another comment appeared, saying no one knows when they will come out, and right then sand flew everywhere as something emerged. Very quickly, but it seems the online community was right about someone hiding underground. Here it is, a comment from a viewer, Sasha, a giant snake emerging from the sand blocking Dunjing. Dunjingu suddenly said, "Damn." I was startled. Sasha attacked out of nowhere. Sivir was completely shocked. The audience said, "He sounds like he is reading lines. It is so fake." At that moment, Sivir heard Dunjingu call and immediately rushed to the giant snake, saying, "Yes, master." He grabbed the sharp fang of the snake with one hand and said, "Do not even think about touching the master's scalp." Dunjingu continued to give the order. Lucky. Snap attack. Upon hearing the command, Lucky's whole body emitted countless lightning bolts. Then the lightning struck straight down on Sasha's head like a thunderbolt. Dunjingu said again, "Infinite Ice Spear," a finishing move that caused the snake great pain. The system announced, "You have defeated Sasha." Dunjingu exclaimed, "Nice." Then he thought to himself, "And there are a few guys following me all this time." He used his super sight to see miles away. Are they trying to PK me? Rappo has donated $10,146 and asked, "When will you let us witness the power of the star ice?" Dunjingu paused to think, the power of star ice. Oh right, he acted like a dog, just pretending to get ready to perform, then suddenly attacked and chased them away. Dunjingu said, "Oh right. I forgot, since there are no monsters around, I will show everyone a demonstration on this patch of land, long-lasting affection." The people watching from afar wondered aloud, did he suddenly use his skill because we were discovered, or was he just trying out a new skill? Dunjingu said from this side, "The meter power will additionally boost physical damage and magical attacks." And the audience questioned, "Additionally boost physical damage." He started to unleash his move. "Watch this." Blizzard. The onlookers whispered among themselves, "It seems like he is throwing it towards us. No way we can't dodge it even at this distance." The large ice shards crashing down surprised the viewers. Wait a minute. It seems the ice shards from the blizzard are a bit bigger. No, they are much bigger. And all those shards are heading straight for the strangers. Hey, Dunjingu created a blizzard that amazed everyone. Look at the amount of ice falling. The pillar was blasted over 10 meters high. What kind of powerful skill is this? Showing off already. Dunjingu then explained, "While testing the new skill, I accidentally caught a few people secretly following me trying to steal this." The audience commented, "Wow, really? Are they secret tycoons?" While Dunjingu and his companions calmly sat waiting, another person noticed they even brought along 3 poisonous swords of King Hong Mak. The poisoned sword of King Hong Mak is classified as legendary, requiring level 229 or above. It is a poisoned sword left by King Hong Mak that will engulf your entire body in a powerful toxin capable of corroding everything, even your freedom. Attack is 222, power plus 200, stamina plus 200. And when they strike, the poison effect of King Hong Mak will be triggered. Dunjingu casually said, "Whoa, even the heavens are playing tricks now." Audience kids, tell us more, you cunning mage. Dunjingu slowly stood up, thinking to himself, "I do not know much either, so let us quickly switch to plan B." Then he said, "Now first, since I have some new items, why do not we test their power right away?" Behind him appeared 2 large creatures representing fire and water. After Dunjingu said, "Endure the warrior souls," he stopped at a fortress, finally almost there. Dunjingu thought to himself, B Avenue, so she is in the 4th Osis. After fighting the Saxa, he realized that to test the Wild King's cursed sword, he let the warrior souls use it, and the Saxa were wiped out too easily, making the broadcast much less exciting. He and his teammates cautiously advanced. Luckily we recovered quickly, but 3 large figures blocked the gate, and the Explorer Guild was ready and waiting. Looking ahead at the pyramid, a few pairs of eyes shone like lights, and Dunjingu thought that must be the place to receive the mission that even the Absi Guild had failed, forcing them to face it on their own. Standing before the tall man from the Explorer Guild, Dunjingu felt no fear and thought to himself, but then he spoke up, "Do I need to tip you or not?" Then he turned his back and walked away. "I am just passing through." He stepped through the large door, thinking to himself, "Thanks, Chairman. The freedom pass to enter and exit the desert is really useful." The system announced that you have entered the residence of Avenue. Dunjingu wondered if this was Lucky running everywhere. Dunjingu suddenly transformed and said, "Outside it looks like a mansion." Goldmita said, "Senior, the flowers are blooming everywhere. It feels like being in another world." Dunjingu said, "A field of flowers lies in the desert. I have been waiting for you for a long time." It was the voice of a little fairy. He wondered. The voice came from the blue flower. The light from the wings shone gently. The little fairy said, "I have waited for you a long time. I am Avenue." Avenue continued, "Can I rest on your shoulder for a moment?" Dunjingu, still surprised, stammered, Sure," he said. Avenue, I am being chased by the Nameless because of the divine power radiating from my necklace. Is there any way to deal with this?" Avenue replied, "There are 2 ways to release this power from the necklace and put it to rest." She said, "One way is to use my flowers," and as she pinned a flower in his hair, the system immediately announced that the power of the Nameless God had fallen silent. Avenue's flower is classified as special, with the effect that as long as you do not lose the flower, it will suppress the power of the Nameless God, and the remaining time is 14 days 24 hours 59 minutes. The flower on his head seemed to make Dunjingu uneasy. thinking it was a timed mission. Avenue then said the second way was to purify the necklace in the royal oasis, and hearing this, he excitedly picked up the necklace. The system notified again that you have completed the mission requirements, and a new mission has appeared in the main story quest window. The Oasis mission is classified as a main story quest, with a level below 259, and the mission description is to find the royal Oasis that Avenue mentioned to cleanse the curse. You need the royal key to reach the royal Oasis, which you can obtain from King Hong Mak in the Sand Forest. The mission reward is unknown but includes a legendary epic skill, and after completing it, you can proceed to the path to the royal tome mission. Zheng Haingu held the royal key in his hand and asked in confusion, "Wait, the royal key? Are you talking about this?" Avenue said, "You already have it, so let us set off right away." The system announced the mission was complete. Zheng Haingu walked with Avenue, lost in thought, feeling the task was so easy it made him want more. If that area is so difficult that even the Abs Guild gave up, then the path to the royal tome is the real challenge. Avenue, just do not tell me you are going this way, Zheng Haingu thought. Is not it supposed to be the other way? She replied, there are many monsters on that path, and we want to be able to get through, so she will lead the way for you. As she flew off, she said you will be able to easily pass this way, leaving Zheng Haingu stunned, wondering if it could really be this easy. Looking back, Zheng Haingu thought he had finished a task that should have taken half a month in just one day. He kept moving his fingers thoughtfully, never expecting to complete the mission to the royal tome path so easily thanks to Avenue. He glanced at a few others and thought if the game was this easy, he would have to be more careful to keep everyone gathered in the guild hall. He walked over and asked what they were watching. Seeing that the Abs Guild had posted a clip of their failure in the royal tome mission, he looked up at the video too and thought, a video about the path to the royal tome. Moonin in the video said, a giant serpent as big as a house, hundreds of scorpions fighting in an endless battle. She said it was so difficult that even a team of 20 people could not get through. Viewers asked each other in disbelief, saying it is so difficult to reach. I think even a team above level 300 could not get through. Moonin continued, so we decided to ask Big Archmage for help, she said, which surprised Zheng Haingu, completing a mission that even the Abs Guild had to give up on. Moonin said, maybe everyone already knows we handed over the royal key to BG Archmage. Everyone around Seal. Isn't this the best news ever? That is awesome. When will he go live? Please cheer for his upcoming challenge. Zheng Haingu fell silent, worried and thinking to himself. He had wondered why things were going so smoothly. There was no way they would willingly give up such a valuable item. He realized it, but it was impossible. Zheng Haingu said nothing and immediately ran off, knowing he had to act fast before things got out of control. Molin said, I have already lit the fuse. We have raised the viewers' expectations. So what is next? Imatamko said he will start streaming soon, so go check it out. The system announced BJ Archmage has started streaming. Rapo donated $10,151 with a message asking if you will post a like to announce the schedule. Rapo donated $10,151. Gustav messaged, judging by the time, he will probably set off around Saturday. Zheng Haingu stood solemnly and said, I sincerely apologize. That stirred up a lot of controversy. What does he mean by that? Why is he suddenly apologizing like that? Is he saying he can complete the mission? He hesitated and said, I do not think I can meet everyone's expectations. He said the mission was to enter the royal tome. He pointed to the entrance of the tome and said, I have already completed it and reached the front gate of the royal tome. Zheng Haingu's first daughter smiled and said, to make up for it, I will start conquering the royal tome. How will the audience react? How did you get through it like that? What will happen to the reputation of the Abs Guild? Whoa, this is insane. The Abs Guild has already failed before even starting. The huge building is impressive, but has he really planned everything down to this detail? Mithri remained calm. Clearly he knew from the moment he got the royal key and deliberately created this situation. Molin helplessly said, I just uploaded a video about the failed conquest strategy of the Abs Guild. She continued, we have unwittingly played right into his hands. In a dark chamber lit only by fire, Zheng Haingu and his three remaining subordinates cautiously moved forward, the tomb eerily silent. Let us see, a suspicious door has appeared. A large door appeared before everyone. Zheng Haingu inserted the royal key into the lock. There was a keyhole here. The door opened immediately after. Now let us go inside. Zheng Haingu thought to himself, please let me make this a really hot event here. The system announced the mission was complete. The audience started typing. There is something here. A mouth full of sharp teeth as if ready to bite and tear. Someone else said, clearly looks like a boss monster. Does not it? The royal guards have appeared. And after that voice, a figure resembling a dog stood firmly. The royal tome mission is classified as a main story quest below level 259. With the task description stating that those who wish to enter the royal tome must overcome the challenges posed by the royal guards protecting the area. Only after passing the challenge can you enter the tome, and after completing the task, you can proceed with the Royal Heritage mission. Merlin supported with $10,154. The royal guards advanced to attack upon Zheng Haingu's presence, and Merlin said, we entrusted you with the mission to clear the path to the royal tome. But are not you causing chaos instead? Jung Hyun-gu was a bit worried, thinking to himself, Merlin from the Abs Guild, is he angry? Maybe I should not change the subject to another mission like that. Merlin continued, if you have the key, I want you to complete the entrusted mission, and the audience began to discuss. Come to think of it, he has a point. It is understandable that Abs is upset since Jung Hyun-gu is still facing the royal guards. He thought to himself, this is a big distraction. I need to focus on the sandbox. Then he smiled and said, I'm sorry, but we should discuss this after we have conquered it. Asmo immediately supported with $10,156 and then said, why is the Abs Guild acting like this? Honestly, is not the key the price to win the auction for the Royal Tua? While the Royal Guard has been refusing to join and is preparing to attack, Jung Hyun-gu worried silently, thinking this would definitely lead to a fight, then boldly said, in return, I will defeat the Royal Guard myself. Hearing his declaration, everyone was surprised. Was he planning to solo the boss? And why did the boss suddenly jump like that? Judging by those smooth movements, it seems he specializes in close combat. A mage trying to solo a fast and agile boss like that. Meanwhile, the Royal Guard charged forward with a fierce expression. Jung Hyun-gu was unfazed and confidently charged forward, thinking this would normally be a death sentence, but he was prepared. When the Royal Guard struck hard, Jung Hyun-gu easily dodged to the spot where the boss had landed. As he fought, the audience commented, I knew Baji Ashim was skilled, but I did not expect him to go this far. Is he really a mage? He is mainly using debuffs to attack, yet he can dodge every strike. Both sides evenly matched as the battle begins. Jung Hyun-gu said as he attacked, thanks to my mobility and unyielding will I can still strike while dodging. Then he unleashed his move. Hell, straight and direct at the boss. That made the audience restless. Whoa. Can he really do that? I thought it was boring, but Baji Ashim actually broadcasted this. I wonder what would happen if the path to the royal tome became even more difficult after all. It is still just snakes and scorpions. Meanwhile, the system announced that the Hell Curse effect has been activated, and the Royal Guard's final challenge begins. The boss was still very aggressive and not much affected after Jung Hyun-gu's attack, which sounded boring. Jung Hyun-gu remained quite confident, thinking he would soon finish this off as the Royal Guard landed. Then suddenly it shot up into the sky at lightning speed. Here it comes, the audience cheered. Oh, it disappeared. It is the great strike. Jung Hyun-gu could not stay calm and tensed up, watching the boss. It really pulled a disappearing act right there. That is a skill you can dodge no matter how hard you look. But can BG Archmage dodge at this time? Jung Hyun-gu thought. With this observation ability, dodging is as easy as candy. Then his eyes lit up as he started using the ability. But that was boring, Jung Hyun-gu said casually. Disabling the great strike skill is easy. But the audience wondered how he could say that when they could not even see the landing spot. He continued, if it does not stay still, it will obviously fall on people, leaving the audience confused and commenting, when did he start blocking the attack? Is he planning to just stand still and take it all? This broadcast is about to turn into a self-destruct blame game, and then a beam of light shot straight down. The boss landed with such force it kicked up dust everywhere. Did he take that hit? Hey man, I was not even there, Jung Hyun-gu calmly said from somewhere else. Shifting, then he seemed to be flying in midair, unleashing his power, surprising the fans. Oh, he is right there in the air. In the end, he still ran away scared to Beijing, but then he said, how if we clashed attacks I would be dead for sure, so I used teleportation. Then he unleashed a move. Hellfire, turning a small flame in his hand into a powerful pillar of fire rushing toward the boss, the fire pillar targeting the Royal Guard. The system immediately announced, you have defeated the Royal Guard. You have leveled up, and the battle has given you a new opportunity. Jung Hyun-gu landed and sighed in relief, saying, dealing with him really exhausted me, so I will end today's broadcast here. The tome began to flood, and the audience commented that it must have taken a lot of time to get this far. Streaming continuously like this must be really exhausting. The system displayed that the broadcast had ended, asking if you want to accept a new opportunity. Jung Hyun-gu watched the cards flying randomly and thought to himself that he had worried too much, but it was over now. This time, there should be at least one legendary card. Right? But then his expression froze as he looked up at the neatly stacked cards in frustration. There was not a single good card. Just this damn terrible luck. Jung Hyun-gu turned around and said, earlier Go responded. Yes, master. Please give me your orders, he said. Change the body, while looking towards the royal guards standing nearby. At Rising Star, please understand that Merlin's actions seem to be just a staged event for entertainment purposes. Park Young-jun said I have one condition. What is it? He continued, a kind of massive destructive skill, but the other side fell completely silent. Imamin Kong asked, is that enough? Park Young-jun replied, you can quickly handle all the unlucky things. Right? Emma said, then let us do it. I will send it to you right away. Suddenly the other end said, wait, there is one more thing. Before the issues with the pass and the desert happened, he was able to carry out his mission without much interference, which surprised Emma and Merlin. Park Young-jun calmly said, so we also want to operate freely in the next area. Emma felt a bit annoyed, so you are trying to set conditions, huh? she said. If you only reveal the trio of information about the main mission, then I will consider your request, Park Young-jun said upon hearing that. Dad. I understand. I will discuss it with BJ. Archmitch, after finishing the broadcast, Jung Hyun-gu warily stepped out, exhausted from continuous streaming. Today he also had to broadcast the process of conquering the royal tome. Seeing Jung Tae-gun working, Jung Hyun-gu was surprised and asked, Hey brother, have you been working nonstop? Then he said a bit heatedly, You mean you are not even a full-time employee but they still make you work overtime until morning? Has your boss arrived? But Tae-gun calmly replied, I am already a full-time employee. I also got a raise, and the company even offered to cover my medical expenses. Jung Hyun-gu said, You once told me your company is in the US. Right? Anyway, I still think suddenly his phone rang. Oh wait for me a moment. Jung Hyun-gu looked at his phone and thought to himself, Is this an email from the boss? Did he negotiate with the AB Guild that day? The email stated that AB Guild's conditions for the next area remain the same. If you reveal 3 pieces of main storyline mission information to them, they will grant you a pass to the next area. After reading it, Jung Hyun-gu thought that the attitude between the chat channel viewers and Mo Lin last time was not very good, so he guessed they had some kind of exchange back then. He was typing the message while thinking to himself, plus another pass ticket, should I give them a little more incentive? Then the email from BG Archmage arrived. Baek Yang-jun leaned back in his chair satisfied. Just as I thought, he really exceeded expectations. The email said if they are curious about the main story mission info, I will give them 1 more. In total, I will give them 4 pieces of information. This time Jung Hyun-gu has a new body, so I also need some items. What do you think about making a trade? System notification. You have entered the Royal Tom Village and received the title of Pioneer of the Royal Tom Village. Inside the tome, Jung Hyun-gu said, Last time I defeated the Royal Guards. He just soaked his hands in the water mixture, and this time I will go deeper into the tome. The chat room lit up. No one asked and we did not care. Just show us Goldie already. The system announced that the power of the Royal Osis has calmed the strength of the nameless god. The chat audience is buzzing with rumors everywhere. But Jung Hyun-gu calmly picked up the ring and said, It is everywhere now, haha. The system displayed that the nameless person is no longer chasing you, and he smiled, saying, Then I will reveal it now. The Royal Guard's feet suddenly moved equipped with the Desert King set from the Abs Guild, the new version of gold, in the form of the Royal Guard. Delighted the audience, I really love this Desert King set. Just look at Gold's power. It is incredible. Jung Hyun-gu thought to himself, although the pass was already very generous. He did not expect them to also give us the Royal Desert King Gear and the Great Demolition Skill card. Is Guildabs really that interested in me? The Great Demolition Skill card has an F skill level, and its effect is to throw a fireball that can create a huge explosion. As the skill level increases, its range and power will also increase. Gold appeared very strong. There is a monster, Jung Hyun-gu said. This is our chance to show our power. I will let everyone watch Gold fight solo. Just to be safe, it does not really look like a monster, more like a Nepsit. Gold said, Because of this, I have many things to do. The system announced, a new mission has been added to the main story window. Please protect the Royal Heritage. The Royal Heritage mission is classified as a main story quest with a level requirement below 259. The mission description states that you have been tasked with protecting the Royal Heritage, which is resting peacefully in the cut forest. From the King of the Desert. There are no mission rewards, and after completing the task you can proceed with the King of the Desert mission. A desert forest event has appeared. The desert forest suddenly shakes violently. And Dichun, who is walking in the forest, panics, saying this is an earthquake and the terrain is changing. A sand tree quickly rises up. A forest suddenly appears. Could it be because of BG Achmond again? Dichun urges the other, run ahead first. This place is too dangerous to escape if we do not get out now. The two ran nervously while talking, saying, Are we already in the center of the forest? A monster was secretly moving very fast, appearing right in front of them. 2 beasts appeared at the same time and their appearances had changed. Dichun shouted helplessly, Why is this happening all of a sudden? Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. At the Royal Tome, the chat room announced shocking news that the desert has turned into the cut forest event area. Definitely because BG Achmond triggered the event again. The Royal Guard said, Punish the Mamluk King and protect the Royal Tome. BG Achmond is at it again. Jung Hyun-gu was secretly confused. Is it an NPC and not a monster? Now's not the time. Someone's chatting. What is going on? Are not you going to let the kid fight solo anymore because it is in Neps? Jung Hyun-gu's subordinates, seeing him in a dilemma, whispered among themselves, saying their master is struggling to control his temper. What do they mean? He thought to himself, clearly they want me to head to the cut forest immediately. The cut forest is the area I promised Central Prince. Then he glanced around. I remember Jeho once said, I think our confrontation in the Lutine combat zone had too many twists and was not a convincing battle. But he just brushed past and said, Yes. But I have to go now. Jung Hyun-gu scratched his head casually, thinking, what a hassle. I have to change the stream title first. Then he said, I thought the Royal Tome would be a dungeon, but it was not. So I just have to quickly head to the cutting forest and stream the process of hunting the King Hong Mak. Lucky seems to be guarding the royal escort. Move aside, you naughty dog, Jung Hyungu called out the name. But first I will announce the great battle I promised the Central Prince Guild. Joho has donated $10,161. Joho messaged the chat room. No need, Jung Hyungu suddenly froze. Sorry. She continued, after reviewing the current situation, we believe that resolving it this way is meaningless. Jiho concluded, forget the big battle, her decision surprised the audience. Huh, are they planning not to fight anymore? I wonder what he plans to do now. We are losing content. Jung Hyun-gyu panicked when he saw the message and thought, why is she acting like this all of a sudden? What is she thinking? Then he swallowed nervously and said, well then, I guess I will have to play alone. The chat room lit up. Is he planning to keep streaming alone? Conquering the desert like that with nothing else? That would be so boring. He continued, of course not. Next up is Oh Right, the game of hide and seek. The audience wondered if it was about finding BG Achmand who was hiding, entering the forbidden zone. Jung Hyun-gu calmly said, that is right. No one has ever won before, and whoever finds me first in the sand forest will receive the prize. Asmo donated $10,165. Asmo watched excitedly, playing hide and seek in the event area. Huh, sounds pretty fun. Can I offer the prize on your behalf? He laughed and said, $10,000 for anyone who finds BG Achmand. Jung Hyun-gyu was startled, his feathers standing on end. Asmo suddenly started throwing money around generously. Rabo has donated $10,170 and then he chatted. Haken the Undead Guild chip in a bit more. Lucky seems to really like the Royal Guard gear and keeps chasing after it. But I am not a dog. The audience wonders. So now it is up to $20,000. Right. Donations keep coming in. Gustav chats. Sounds fun, so I will chip in too. Sasaki asked in chat. If you agree to put our guild's logo in the broadcast, can we join in? Bakang Jung observed the situation and spoke up. This is Racing Stars channel. We accept the guild's conditions, he said excitedly. Furthermore, Racing Stars channel will also join in the fun. At the small shop, the news spread like wildfire. Turns out they put up a $50,000 reward just to find him, and someone commented, no one managed to find him during the last hide and seek. Right, that is a completely different matter. He continued, thanks to the live broadcast they will be able to roughly guess BG Achmand's location in real time. He said this is also a chance for us to appear on his live stream, which could have over 100 million viewers. Suddenly, someone else rushed in panicked, shouting shocking news. Shocking news. He said in a panic that there are rumors the top guilds are joining forces to snatch the ever-increasing prize money. All three were startled. The top guild members want to join forces. Let me see. Things are escalating. Jung Yeon-gyu thought in shock. Is this really okay? Why is everyone paying so much attention to this? Now is not the time to dwell on it. The reward card is as follows. Skill level enhancement. The skill effect releases swords made of wind, and as the skill level increases, the number of swords that can be summoned also increases. He sat pondering and said, I chose a reward card that levels up to 220, but as I thought, the cooldown time does not increase. Gold said, my master will destroy everything. When asked, I also said I will help Sambi destroy everything. Jung Yeon-gu laughed and said, but I still have one more ace up my sleeve, the Great Explosion skill card from the Abyss Guild. He added, the reward from the skill policy quest, a skill mastery book and an epic skill card book. He said, and the Great Explosion card shows skill level 5. The skill effect is throwing a fireball that can cause 2 large explosions. As the skill level increases, the range and explosion power will also grow. Jung Yeon-gyu said, I will use everything to upgrade the Great Explosion. He held the book in his hand and said, and I have to use it. This last book is here. The system then announced, opening the legendary epic skill card. In the sand forest, many people have gathered, Dae-chun said. How many people have gathered here already? The girl next to him said, about 10 times the usual number. Another person stepped forward and asked, are you new here? Want to team up with us? A team. He said the prize money is important, but this is also a chance to appear on BJ Archmage's live stream. The more people, the better. Dae-chun and the girl beside him asked in surprise, how many people are in the team already? He pointed to the large crowd and said that with you, it would be exactly 500 people. Dae-chun thought to himself, so the rumors were true. Most are more interested in fame than money, and the team over there still hesitated. He looked at a few people in that team and thought he even saw members from the top guilds. The system announced, you have entered the sand forest and met the mission requirements. A new mission has been added to the main story window. The King Hongmak mission is as follows, classified as a main story mission. The mission level is below 259. The objective is to defeat King Hongmak, who has received the power of the Nameless, and the mission reward is unknown. The reward for the treasure mission left by the Nameless. After completing it you can proceed to the Royal Flame mission. Jung Hyun-gyu stood high up observing and said, many people have gathered to join the hide and seek event. Today I only need to do one thing. He continued, while I am hunting the King Hongmak, all you need to do is find me and take a photo as proof. The reward will be the prize money along with 1 minute of participation in the broadcast. It sounds pretty appealing, does not it? Dae-chul suddenly thought. Just 1 minute appearing on the live stream is enough to boost recognition insanely, Jung Hyun-gu said. Then let us get started. Let us start searching in 10 seconds. Saying that, he darted off like a squirrel, and the group kept chasing Jung Hyun-gu without stopping. BG Echmond is on the move. Hurry and catch up to him. The pushing and shoving began. Everyone stopped pushing. Who told you to block the way? The sound of footsteps on the ground was like a herd of horses. There is more collisions. Wait, it is very dangerous here. The trees in the sand forest are all made of sand. Suddenly he shouted, so they easily crumble. No sooner had he spoken than the tree turned to sand, causing him to freeze in place. Everyone shouted, "Watch out, the sand tree is falling." Sand poured down rapidly, trapping everyone's feet deep in the thick sand. It had just started but everything was already chaotic. And he along with a few others struggled with the sand. The audience comments, "Beiji Echman must be crazy." Jung Hyun-gu is running away from countless monsters alone but still looks confident thinking, "The buffs and all the potions I have used can increase my speed. With this much they won't catch up to me anytime soon." The monsters attacked fiercely like starving beasts, and seeing the number chasing him, the audience said if he got caught, it would be over for him, but Jung Hyun-gu, empowered, showed no fear, though he could not attack without turning around and risking capture. Is he planning to just keep running like this until the end of the game? From childhood to adulthood, all kinds of monsters have been chasing Jung Hyun-gu, making the audience joke that he must be crazy. Even though Jung Hyun-gu has been running all this time, he remains calm and talks to the viewers, saying there is no need to worry if I keep running like this, the live stream would be really boring. Right? After speaking, he suddenly stopped, slid on the ground, and with a confident look said, "I will play hide and seek while catching these monsters at the same time." As for the monsters, their big mouths looked terrifying. Before getting caught, Jung Hyun-gu used teleportation, but the viewers still criticized harshly. Even if he teleports, he won't escape the monster's attention. Oh wait, he actually did. Jung Hyun-gu appeared and disappeared on the high tree branch, making the monsters uneasy. Hacking the game, he just raised his thumb and said, "I predicted this would happen, so I upgraded my skill beforehand." The audience wondered. Using teleportation triggers an effect that cancels hostile effects afterward. The teleport card activates an epic skill, with the effect of teleporting to the designated spot and resetting all hostile effects after teleportation. Jung Hyun-gu radiates a glow and says, "The thrill of hunting is all about the chase." Rapid Dragon Strikes. Asmo donated $1,085 and messaged that he is definitely planning to combo with the Great Smash. Jung Hyun-gu showed his approval of the spot on comment and said, "Asmo really is quick-witted today." He shouted, "Great Blast," astonishing the audience, and then another rapid strike, followed by a huge boom. The attack hit with the force of an atomic bomb. How many times is he using Great Blast? Asmo commented that using the Great Explosion in the jungle is just brutal. The person who just escaped the cut wiped themselves off, and said they probably would not have made it out otherwise. Mandiuk said, "Biga Archmage is far ahead. We need to move quickly." He thought to himself, "If I do not catch him this time, I won't dare face Jimin. I can hang out with her properly because I am always buried in the game. Without capital, no matter how hard I work, no one will notice me." Mandiuk clenched his fists. "I have to do something." Then suddenly he was shocked. What is going on all of a sudden? A tsunami of cuts was rushing in, even taller than the tree tops, getting closer and more intense. Mandiuk was confused. What is this? The cut has submerged everything. The audience commented with excitement. Ho watches BG Hman's persistence. He is taking advantage of the fact that the entire cut forest is made from cuts. If this were a normal area, this would just be a nuisance. But I am sure he would never give up any prize money. Jung Hyun-gu shyly said, "No, I did not know it would cause such a cut tsunami." He sat down and said, "Then I will wait there for 15 minutes. Jung Hyun-gu confidently said, "I will award the prize money and interview the MVP of the team who arrives here first," followed by a joint broadcast. Beneath the thick cuts, a hand emerged. It was Mandiuk with a strong will to live, and I can give up. He helped a few others up while thinking to himself, "I have to save and gather as many people as possible to form a team. I need to focus our strength and move faster." Mandy Australia has successfully formed a large team. Jung Hyun-gu sat in his seat deep in thought and said, "More people have come than I expected." In front of Jung Hyun-gu appeared an army led by Mandiuk. The audience commented strongly that the spot where they were standing was so narrow it was even more crowded than the monsters. So even if he chose one person from them, what difference would it make? Mandiuk thought to himself, if he wanted to get here before the top guilds, this was definitely the best way. He believed that players could not stand out or have a chance to win alone. Mandiuk, with two swords in hand, approached Jung Hyun-gu, confident that with the people he had gathered, he could face BG Hman. He might still be rejected, but he had to catch BG Hman's attention with a bold move. Jung Hyun-gu scratched his head and said casually, I guessed this would happen but did not expect it to be this bad." Mandiuk said loudly, "BG Hman's team will escort you to the King of the Wasteland." Jung Hyun-gu looked confused and apologized. The man holding the documents said, I brought his personal information to you. Mandiuk has skills but can't show them much because he has to take care of his guild members first, and it seems his wife has always supported him. The subordinate added, that is why he is so persistent with this opportunity. And Asmo, holding the background information, said, oh so he is skilled but unlucky. He continued, if Bjachmund gives people like him a chance, he could grow. The hunting grounds in the desert are full of hidden gems like Mandiuk's. Mandiuk wants to find something to refine. Asmo said, from what I observe, Bjachmund is painting a very big picture. He must have realized the true meaning of this game. Asmo handed back the file with satisfaction and said, let us join it. Just prepare a small gift, the clear sky over the sand forest. Mandiuk spoke up, we are almost there. Just a little further and we will enter the territory of King Hong Mak. Dung Hyengu was carried on a makeshift palanquin, thinking to himself, is not this a bit over the top? He wondered, if all the players rush in together, hunting monsters would become easier and his plan to wait for 15 minutes would be pointless, so why are they helping him? The system announced that the Golden Emperor had risen due to an intruder. A comment appeared. That was the Golden Emperor, a shadowy figure emerging and shattering the ground. Did the Hong Mak King just use that massive roar skill? A growling mouth not like a human's. It is a lion with solid muscles. Zheng Hyengu jumped down from the palanquin and said, thank you all for escorting me this far. He stepped closer and said, I should catch the Hong Mak King myself. The system announces you have defeated King Hong Mak. The audience says, whoa, did he really use that to catch it? The lion lies stunned on the ground. Truly amazing. Zheng Hyengu sat down, bit tired, and said, it is similar to the royal guard, so I timed my attack to take it down. Then he slowly stood up and said, now that the hunt is over, I will choose an amoeba. The audience commented, it must be Mandiuk. Honestly, Mandiuk carried Bjachmund Loyler. If Mandiuk had streamed alone, he would not have made it there. I agree, Zheng Hyengu said happily. Congratulations to the person chosen as the MEF of this event, Mandiuk shyly said. Ah yes. Thank you, Zheng Hyengu replied. I did not expect there to be someone so talented in the desert. You think so, Zheng Hyengu? Show him your perks, flaunt your generosity. $3,000 should be enough. Right, Zheng Hyengu was about to speak, saying well done to the Mavip, but suddenly Asmo interrupted. Wait, I will give the Mempete the prize instead, leaving Zheng Hyengu and Mandiuk stunned as Asmo pledged $2 million. Zheng Hyengu became even more flustered. What do you mean $2 million?